Chapter 1, Daily Intelligence System. Star City, Building 3, Apartment 201. In the early morning, having just risen from his slumber, Lin Yang found himself engaged in a video call with his parents. Mom, Dad, I'm doing quite well here. Work is progressing smoothly, and my income is stable. As soon as my salary arrives, I will transfer some money to you. Son, as long as you're doing well, we can rest easy. You mentioned you couldn't buy a ticket home for the new year. It's been 2 years since you last visited. When will you return? We miss you dearly. Lately, work has been quite hectic. Once this busy period is over, they'll take some leave to come and see you. All right then, well, trust your judgment. You young people must prioritize your careers. Didn't we hear you were dating someone? It's been nearly a year. Remember to bring her when you come home. Indeed, I will when the time is right. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the video call. As soon as the call concluded, Lin Yang's previously spirited demeanor faded into melancholy. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry for not achieving more and causing you worry. He clenched his fists, striking the bed in frustration. With a creaking sound, the already unstable bed nearly collapsed beneath him. Lin Yang, how much do you earn a month? My son runs a small factory and makes 200,000 to 300,000 a year. Lin Yang's father, didn't your son get a girlfriend? Why hasn't he brought her home? Is it because the family is too poor and fears she might leave? Lin Yang's mother, isn't your son a graduate of a prestigious university? How come he still takes the train home for the new year? My son bought a car last year. Every visit to his hometown, he had heard such remarks countless times. His parents' expressions were filled with a sense of disappointment and embarrassment upon hearing these comments. Though they expressed indifference, the envy in their eyes when glancing at the neighbors' villas and cars was unmistakable. From that moment on, Lin Yang vowed never to return home in shame until he had made a name for himself. Yet, for someone without connections or a background, carving out a successful path in a big city proved to be an arduous endeavor. At present, he found himself on the brink of financial ruin. 2 days prior, he was wrongfully accused by a department leader, leading to his dismissal from the company. Without a job, there was no income, yet expenses continued to mount. With month-end approaching, he needed to send money home and pay rent, totaling 4,000 yuan, while he had less than 1,000 yuan in hand. If he failed to send money, his father would lack funds for medical treatment. If he neglected the rent, he would find himself without a place to live. Even if he managed to resolve those two issues, his future sustenance would remain in jeopardy. Ding! Daily Intelligence System successfully activated. Daily, the system will automatically push 3 to 10 pieces of intelligence to the host. Every piece of intelligence grants a 10-point experience boost, and accumulating sufficient experience allows the system to upgrade to weekly, monthly, and even annual intelligence. The value of each piece of information varies as the system level increases. So does the worth of the intelligence. Furthermore, the intelligence provided is intricately linked to the host's daily life, observations, thoughts, and interactions with people, events, and things. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated within Lin Yang's mind. A system? Have I acquired the same system as the protagonists in novels? Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. Then his excitement became palpable. He had obtained a system that could guide him toward the pinnacle of success. Just like the protagonists in stories. Lacking connections or a background was inconsequential. He too could ascend to greatness. This time, he was determined to make a name for himself and return home in a manner that would bring pride to his parents. Ding! Would the host like to receive today's intelligence? Receive. Suppressing his inner elation, Lin Yang began to experiment with the system. As he issued the command, a luminous screen materialized before him, displaying 5 pieces of intelligence. Daily Intelligence 1. The Miracle Gym will close its doors tonight and abscond with funds. Prior to leaving, they will offer significant discounts. Exercise caution to avoid being deceived. Life has become challenging. Who has funds for a gym? However, it seems my roommate, Qin Ziwan, frequents this gym. I ought to warn him. Daily Intelligence 2. A new fruit supermarket has opened at the corner of the community, offering all fruits at half price today. Arrive late, and there will be no stock left. What value does this information hold? It's common knowledge. Daily Intelligence 3. The 118 bus collided with an electric bike at the Wanxiang City Station, launching the delivery person. Switching to another bus route can prevent lateness for work. The 118 route was one I used to take for work, but now that I've been dismissed, it no longer concerns me. Daily Intelligence 4. Wang Guangxing. The head of the technical department at Huada Machinery Factory and the attendance clerk, Lu Fong, are in a romantic relationship. They conspire to coerce subordinates into working overtime for free while reporting the overtime to the company, pocketing the extra pay. Evidence lies in the third drawer of Wang Guangxing's metal cabinet. Obtaining this evidence and reporting it to the factory director could reclaim the embezzled overtime pay. Huada Machinery Factory was my previous workplace, where Minister Wang Guangxing constantly forced us to work overtime under various pretexts, all while neglecting to pay for it. I had clashed with him several times and was targeted as a result. Just days ago, when I requested my overtime pay, he dismissed me under the pretense of false overtime reporting. I had no idea the truth was that the minister and the attendance clerk were colluding to embezzle the overtime pay. No wonder I found their interactions suspicious. I must seize the opportunity to gather evidence and reclaim the pay they stole from me. Daily Intelligence 5. The lottery shop at the community entrance has a tenfold lucky ticket that has won the grand prize of 400,000. Arrive early to purchase all tenfold lucky tickets to secure the grand prize. Wow, there's even information about winning the lottery. Gazing at the 5 pieces of intelligence displayed on the panel, Lin Yang was astonished. This daily intelligence system is remarkably powerful, not only providing information but also offering solutions. Setting aside other intelligence for the moment, the 5th piece of information alone is worth a staggering 400,000. This single revelation could alleviate all the predicaments he currently faces. Lin Yang is aware of the lottery shop at the entrance of the community, a place he notices each time he passes by, which typically opens its doors around 8 in the morning. He illuminated his phone screen to check the time and realized it was already 8:30. The lottery shop had undoubtedly commenced its operations. Could it be that the winning ticket has already been purchased by someone else? If that were the case, then this piece of intelligence would essentially be rendered useless. Chapter 1. Daily Intelligence System. Star City, Block 3, Room 201 in the Golden Elite community. Early in the morning, having just risen from his slumber, Lin Yang was engaged in a video call with his parents. Mom, Dad, I'm doing quite well here. Work is going smoothly, and my income is stable. Once my salary arrives, I will transfer some money to you. Son, as long as you're doing well, we can rest easy. You mentioned you couldn't find a ticket to come home for the new year. Now that the holiday has passed, when will you return? It has been 2 years since we last saw you, and we miss you dearly. I've been quite busy at work lately. As soon as I finish this hectic period, they'll take some leave to visit you. All right then, we'll support your decisions. Young people should prioritize their careers. Didn't you mention that you were seeing someone? It's been nearly a year, so remember to bring her when you come home. Certainly, I will at the appropriate time. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the video call. Once the call was over, Lin Yang's previously spirited expression swiftly morphed into one of despondency. Mom, Dad, I'm such a disappointment. I haven't achieved anything significant, and yet I've caused you worry. He clenched his fists and struck the bed in frustration. With a creaking sound, the already unstable bed nearly collapsed beneath him. Lin Yang, how much do you earn in a month? My son runs a small factory and makes 200,000 to 300,000 each year. Lin Yang's father, isn't your son dating someone? Why hasn't he brought her home? Is the family too poor that she might leave? Lin Yang's mother, didn't your son graduate from a prestigious university? Why does he still take the train home for the new year? My son bought a car last year. Every time he returned to his hometown, these remarks echoed in his ears, repeated ad nauseum. His parents, upon hearing such words, wore expressions of melancholy and embarrassment. Though infuriating, these comments were stark truths that left no room for rebuttal. In his hometown, every household boasted newly constructed villas, while his family resided in a modest 2-story building erected 30 years ago, with exposed red bricks and unpainted walls. Other families parked their cars in front of their homes, while his doorstep was graced only by a mud-stained electric scooter. Though his parents claimed not to mind, their envious glances towards the neighbors' villas and vehicles betrayed their true feelings. From that moment on, Lin Yang vowed never to return home in disgrace until he had made a name for himself. Yet, without connections or a background, how difficult it was for a small-town scholar to carve out a niche in the vast city. Presently, he found himself on the brink of financial ruin. 2 days prior, he had been unjustly accused by his department head, leading to his dismissal from the company. Without employment, he had no income, yet expenses loomed large. With the month drawing to a close, He needed to send money home and pay rent totaling $4,000, while he had barely $1,000 in hand. If he failed to send money, his father would lack funds for medical treatment. If he didn't pay rent, he would be without a roof over his head. Even if he managed to resolve these two pressing issues, his future sustenance was still uncertain. Beep, daily intelligence system successfully activated. Each day, the system will automatically provide the host with 3 to 10 pieces of intelligence. Each piece of intelligence yields an increment of 10 experience points. Accumulating sufficient experience allows the system to upgrade to weekly, monthly, or even annual intelligence. The value of each piece of intelligence varies. The higher the system's level, the greater the value of the intelligence. Moreover, the intelligence provided is intricately linked to the host's daily life, observations, thoughts, and interactions with various people, events, and objects. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated within Lin Yang's mind. A system? Have I acquired the very system possessed by the protagonists of novels? Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. Then his heart surged with excitement. He had obtained a system that could guide him towards the pinnacle of life, just as the protagonist did. Without a background or connections, it mattered not. He too could ascend to greatness. This time, he was determined to carve out a name for himself and return home in glory, earning respect from his parents. Ding! Does the host wish to receive today's intelligence? Yes, I accept. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lin Yang began to experiment with the system. Upon issuing the command, a luminous screen materialized before him, displaying 5 pieces of intelligence. Daily Intelligence 1. The Miracle Gym will cease operations tonight and abscond with funds prior to their departure. They will conduct an extensive promotional event. Exercise caution against potential scams. Life is already challenging. Who has the funds for a gym? However, it appears that my roommate, Qin Ziwan, frequents this establishment. I must alert him. Daily Intelligence 2. A new fruit supermarket has opened at the community entrance, offering all fruits at a 50% discount for the day. Arrive late, and there may be nothing left. What use is this intelligence? It is common knowledge. Daily Intelligence 3. The 118 bus collided with an electric bike near the Wanxiang City Station, sending the delivery rider flying. Switching to an alternative bus route can prevent tardiness to work. The 118 bus was once my route to work, but having been dismissed, I no longer travel that way. Daily Intelligence 4. Wang Guangxing, head of the technical department at Huada Machinery Factory, and attendance clerk Lu Fong are in a romantic entanglement. They conspire to coerce subordinates into unpaid overtime, while reporting the overtime to the company, pocketing the wages themselves. Evidence lies in the 3rd drawer of Wang Guangxing's iron cabinet. Obtaining this evidence to report to the factory manager could reclaim the embezzled overtime pay. Huada Machinery Factory was my previous workplace, where Minister Wang Guangxing frequently imposed overtime under various pretexts, yet never disbursed the corresponding wages. I had clashed with him several times and was targeted as a result. Just days ago, when I inquired about my overtime pay, he dismissed me under the pretense of falsely claiming overtime. Little did I know the truth behind it. All the minister and the attendance clerk colluded to embezzle the overtime pay. No wonder I sensed something amiss between them. I must seize the opportunity to gather evidence and reclaim what they have wrongfully taken. Daily Intelligence 5. At the lottery store at the community entrance, the Good Luck Tenfold Lottery has yielded a grand prize of 400,000. Arrive early to secure all Good Luck Tenfold tickets to capture the grand prize. Wow, there's even intelligence about winning the lottery. As Lin Yang gazed at the 5 pieces of intelligence displayed on the panel, he felt a profound astonishment. This daily intelligence system is remarkably powerful, not only providing information, but also offering solutions. Setting aside other intelligence for the moment, the 5th piece of information alone is worth a staggering 400,000. This singular revelation could resolve all the predicaments he currently faces. Lin Yang was aware of the lottery shop located at the entrance of the community. He had noticed it every time he passed by the entrance, which typically opened at around 8 in the morning. He illuminated his phone screen to check the time and found it was already 8:30. The lottery shop had long since opened its doors. Had that winning ticket already been purchased by someone else? If so, would this intelligence not be rendered utterly useless? Chapter 1. Daily Intelligence System. In Star City, Room 201, Building 3 of the Golden Collar Community. Early in the morning, having just risen from his slumber, Lin Yong found himself conversing with his parents via video call. Mom, Dad, I'm faring quite well here. My work is progressing smoothly, and my income is stable. Once my salary arrives, I shall transfer some funds to you. Son, as long as you're doing well, we can rest easy. You mentioned you couldn't secure a train ticket for the new year now that the celebrations have passed. When do you plan to return? It has been 2 years since we last saw you, and we miss you dearly. The recent demands of my job have been overwhelming, but once this busy season concludes, I will request some time off to visit you. Very well, we will defer to your judgment. It is important for young people to prioritize their careers. I recall you mentioned a girlfriend. It has been nearly a year. Do remember to bring her along when you return. Yes, I will when the time is right. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Yang and his parents concluded the call. As soon as the video call ended, Lin Yang's previously buoyant demeanor fell into a state of despondency. Mom, Dad, I am a disappointment. I have yet to achieve anything significant and have only caused you worry. He clenched his fists and struck the bed in frustration. With a creaking sound, the already unstable bed nearly collapsed beneath him. Lin Yang, what is your monthly income now? My son has started a small factory and earns 2 to 300,000 each year. Lin Yang's father, didn't your son have a girlfriend? Why hasn't he brought her home? Is it because the family is too poor to keep her? Lin Yang's mother, didn't your son graduate from a prestigious university? Why does he still have to take the train home for the new year? My son bought a car last year. Every visit to his hometown, he had endured these remarks from the neighbors countless times. His parents, upon hearing such comments, wore expressions of melancholy and embarrassment. Although he felt a surge of anger, the comments were, unfortunately, grounded in truth, leaving him without a defense. Every household in the village boasted newly constructed villas, while his family resided in a modest 2-story building erected 30 years ago, its red bricks exposed, lacking even a coat of paint. While other homes were adorned with parked cars, his own entrance was graced only by a muddy electric scooter. His parents claimed not to care, yet the envy in their eyes when gazing upon the neighboring villas and vehicles was unmistakable. From that moment, Lin Yang vowed never to return home in shame until he had accomplished something noteworthy. However, for a young man lacking connections or supportive background, carving out a niche in a bustling metropolis proved to be an arduous endeavor. At present, he found himself on the brink of destitution. 2 days prior, he had been falsely accused by a superior, resulting in his dismissal from the company. Without employment, he had no income, yet expenses continued to mount. As the month drew to a close, he needed to send money home and pay the rent totaling 4,000 yuan while holding barely 1,000 yuan in hand. If he failed to remit funds to his family, his father would lack the means for necessary medical treatment. Neglecting the rent would leave him homeless. Even if he managed to address these 2 pressing issues, the prospect of affording food and sustenance in the near future loomed ominously. Ding! Daily intelligence system successfully activated. Daily, the system will automatically deliver 3 to 10 pieces of intelligence to the host. With each piece of intelligence read, one accumulates 10 experience points. Amassing sufficient experience allows the system to upgrade to weekly, monthly, and even annual intelligence reports. The value of each piece of intelligence varies as the system's level increases. So too does the value of the information provided. Furthermore, the intelligence disseminated is closely intertwined with the host's daily life, observations, thoughts, and interactions with people, events, and objects. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in Lin Yang's mind. A system? Have I acquired the very system possessed by the protagonists of novels? Initially taken aback, Lin Yang's heart swelled with excitement. He had unexpectedly gained a system capable of guiding him toward the pinnacle of life, just as the protagonists did. Lacking connections and a background mattered little, he too could ascend to greatness. This time, he would undoubtedly make a name for himself and return home in splendid glory, earning his parents' ample pride. Ding! Do you wish to receive today's intelligence? Yes. Suppressing his inner exhilaration, Lin Yang began to experiment with the system. Upon issuing the command, a luminous screen materialized before him, revealing 5 pieces of intelligence. Daily Intelligence 1. The Miracle Gym will close its doors after tonight, absconding with funds. Prior to their departure, they will conduct a substantial promotional event. Caution is advised. Life itself was already a struggle. Who had the means to frequent a gym? Yet, it seemed his roommate, Qin Ziyuan, with a member of that very establishment. He ought to warn him. Daily Intelligence 2. A new fruit supermarket has opened at the community entrance, offering a 50% discount on all fruits for the day arrive late, and the stock may be depleted. What use is such intelligence? Is common knowledge. Daily Intelligence 3. The 118 bus collided with an electric bike while passing the Wanxiang city station. The delivery rider was thrown off. Opting for an alternate bus route may prevent tardiness to work. The 118 route had been my commute prior to my dismissal. I would no longer be riding it. Daily Intelligence 4. Wang Guangxing, the head of the technical department at Huada Machinery Factory, and attendance officer Lu Feng are in a romantic relationship. They conspire to coerce subordinates into working unpaid overtime, subsequently reporting the extra hours to the company, pocketing the wages. Evidence lies in the third drawer of Wang Guangxing's metal cabinet. Obtaining this evidence to report to the factory manager could reclaim the embezzled overtime pay. Huada Machinery Factory was my former place of employment. Minister Wang Guangxing often coerced us into working extra hours under various pretenses and failed to compensate us for the overtime. Having clashed with him several times, I became a target just days ago when I demanded my overtime pay. He dismissed me under the pretense of false overtime reporting. It was unexpected to uncover that the minister and the attendance officer colluded to embezzle the overtime pay. No wonder their behavior had always seemed suspicious. I must seize the opportunity to gather evidence and reclaim the wages they have wrongfully taken. Daily Intelligence 5. The lottery shop at the community entrance has a tenfold luck lottery ticket that has won the grand prize of 400,000. Arriving early at the lottery shop to purchase all tenfold luck tickets could secure the grand prize. Wow, there's even intelligence on winning the lottery. Gazing at the 5 pieces of intelligence displayed on the panel, Lin Yang was thoroughly astonished. This daily intelligence system is remarkably potent, providing not only information but also solutions. Setting aside other information, the 5th piece of intelligence alone is worth a staggering 400,000, and it possesses the potential to resolve all the predicaments he currently faces. Lin Yang was aware of the lottery shop at the entrance of the community. He observed it every time he passed by, as it typically opened its doors around 8 in the morning. He illuminated his phone screen to check the time and found it to be 8:30. The lottery shop had undoubtedly opened by now. He could not help but wonder if the winning ticket had already been purchased by someone else. If that were the case, wouldn't this valuable piece of intelligence become utterly worthless? Chapter 2. The grand prize within reach. As Lin Yang arrived at the entrance of the community, he was surprised to find that the lottery shop had yet to open its doors. At this moment, the tension that had gripped his heart began to dissipate. While 400,000 may not seem substantial to others, for him, it represented several years' worth of wages and could alleviate his immediate financial burdens. Such an opportunity, once missed, might not present itself again for a long time. After all, he understood that millions of tickets would be issued, yet only one would secure the grand prize. After waiting a few minutes, a middle-aged man in his 40s approached and unlocked the shop's door, stepping inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang followed him in. His eyes quickly scanned the counter, where scratch-off lottery tickets were neatly arranged, ranging in price from 10 to 50 yuan. Soon, he spotted the tenfold fortune tickets. He reached out and picked up all the available tenfold fortune tickets, counting a total of 4. "Excuse me, do you have any more tenfold fortune tickets?" he inquired. The shopkeeper replied, "The 10 yuan tickets have sold well. We only have these few left on the counter." "Very well," Lin Yang said, pulling out his phone to complete the payment, totaling 40 yuan. Before arriving, he had felt uncertain, worried that the remaining tickets might exceed his budget, preventing him from purchasing them all. Fortunately, it turned out that he could buy them all for just 40 yuan. Lin Yang took his tickets to a nearby table, eager to scratch them. For the tenfold fortune tickets, matching the numbers revealed in the scratch-off area with the winning numbers meant a prize, with the grand prize amounting to 400,000 yuan. He scratched off the first ticket to reveal the winning number, 21. He then searched through the scratched area for the number 21. To his dismay, it was nowhere to be found, confirming against the numbers on the ticket. He tossed it aside and proceeded to scratch the second ticket. The winning number was 78, but once again, he found no match. The third ticket yielded the same disappointing result. Now, only the final ticket remained, and all his hopes rested on it. In his heart, he fervently prayed for a stroke of luck. As he scratched the last ticket, the winning number appeared, 16. He immediately began scouring the scratched area for the number 16. He searched row by row, but found nothing. Anxious about possibly misreading, he checked each number meticulously, yet still, 16 eluded him. After comparing the numbers several times without success, doubt began to creep in. Had he misread the earlier tickets? He revisited the previously scratched tickets, confirming that they, too, bore no winning numbers. How could this be? Was there a glitch in the system? The excitement that had once illuminated his face now morphed into despondency. According to the system's information, the final verdict was clear. He had not won the grand prize. Sighing heavily, the shopkeeper noticed Lin Yang's dejection and said with a smile, "Don't lose heart, young man. The odds of winning with a 10 yuan ticket are inherently low. Why not try the 20 or 50 yuan options? They offer better odds." Lin Yang shook his head. Without the prospect of a grand prize, purchasing lottery tickets felt akin to throwing money away. He refused to be lured into the temptation by the shopkeeper's words. The proprietor, noticing that Lin Yang had no further inclination to purchase lottery tickets, ceased his persuasive attempts and leisurely continued to organize the tickets on the counter, replacing the scratched varieties with fresh stock. Suddenly, a green ticket tumbled to the floor from amidst a stack of red tickets. The owner bent down to retrieve it, chuckling. "Young man, here is a luck-enhancing tenfold ticket that was nestled among the others. Do you wish to keep it? I might as well scratch it if you don't." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang accepted the ticket, swiftly scanned it, and completed the payment, fearful that the shopkeeper might reconsider and scratch it himself. If the system had not erred, this ticket was likely the one that would win the grand prize. He immediately seized a scratcher from the counter and began to unveil the prize. The first number revealed was 68. He then searched the scratch area for the number 68, which appeared across 10 rows of digits. Any row containing a matching number would signify a win, allowing him to claim the corresponding prize. The first row bore no trace of 68. The second row yielded the same result. The third row continued the pattern of disappointment. At last, upon reaching the seventh row, he finally uncovered the elusive number 68. Relief washed over him. After uncovering the prize corresponding to 68, a cascade of zeros confirmed his victory. He scratched off the remaining prize area, and the figure 400,000 emerged before him. It was indeed a light at the end of a dark tunnel. Just when he thought all hope was lost, a hidden opportunity had surfaced. With this fortune, all his current predicaments would be resolved. The thought caused a smile to unfurl on his lips. "Young man, you appear quite jubilant. How much did you win?" the proprietor inquired. "The grand prize," Lin Yang replied. "What? The grand prize? Your luck is extraordinary. Had I known, I would have scratched the last ticket myself." The lottery shop owner lamented, nearly pounding his chest in frustration. For the winning ticket had been placed in Lin Yang's hands by him. Initially intending to sell one more ticket, he had not anticipated that it contained a jackpot. Observing the proprietor's expression, Lin Yang smiled but chose not to elaborate further, simply asking, "Boss, where do I go to claim my prize? What documents do I need?" "Just bring your ID, bank card, and the winning ticket to the lottery center. If you trust me, I could exchange it for you directly. But I would charge a 2% service fee. After deducting the 20% tax on 400,000, you would receive 320,000. The 2% fee amounts to 6,400, nearly equivalent to over a month's salary. Presently, with no job, I have ample time and see no need to squander money for the sake of convenience. Boss, please give me the address of the lottery center. I will go to claim my prize myself." 580 Furong Road, the proprietor replied. With the address in hand, Lin Yang hurriedly exited and hailed a cab. No sooner had he left than a bald man, of similar age to the lottery shop owner, entered the store. "Oldly, why didn't you scratch the last few luck-enhancing tenfold tickets yesterday? Old Zhang, you are well aware that there are only a limited number of prizes in that book. I have already uncovered the grand prize. The remaining tickets surely hold no reward, making it unnecessary to squander those last few dollars." The shopkeeper furrowed his brow and said, "Let me tell you, just moments ago, someone won tenfold luck with the first prize. And it was from that very book you left behind with only a few tickets remaining." "What?" Upon hearing this, Oldly abruptly rose to his feet, his face a mask of disbelief. "Old Zhang, you must be joking. I even took a photograph. If you don't believe me, take a look." With that, the shopkeeper pulled out his phone and opened the photo for Oldly to see. Oldly stared at the image on the screen, examining the numbers on the ticket. "Oh." He placed a hand over his heart, revealing an expression of anguish. "Damn it, I've been here every day, only to have someone else capitalize on my oversight. Why did I try to save those few dollars and neglect to scratch off those last tickets?" Chapter 3. Revenge is sweet. An hour later, at the Star City Welfare Lottery Center, the hall appeared desolate. with only a cleaning lady tidying up and a few service windows unoccupied. At that moment, Lin Yong entered, surveying his surroundings before selecting a service window and taking a seat. "Good morning, sir. How may I assist you today?" inquired the courteous staff member at the window. "I am here to claim my prize," Lin Yong replied, producing the winning lottery ticket worth 400,000 from his pocket and presenting it at the window. "Please hold on a moment." The staff member verified the ticket and subsequently handed Lin a form. "Sir, may I kindly request your identification card along with the corresponding bank account number? The first prize amounts to 400,000, and after deducting a 20 personal income tax, the total you will receive is 320,000. The prize will be credited to your account within 7 working days. If everything is in order, kindly sign the claim form." Lin Yong scrutinized the claim form, confirming that it matched the information provided by the staff member. Satisfied, he affixed his signature and returned the document to the window. "Your claim has been successfully processed. Thank you for your contribution to the welfare cause, and may fortune smile upon you," the staff member concluded. With the transaction complete, Lin Yong rose and exited the center. Bus. Just as he stepped out, a notification pinged on his phone. Star City Bank. Your Union Pay card ending in 4806 has received a deposit of 320,000 yuan on March 15th at 11:26. Current balance, 320,968.70 yuan. The realization that the money had finally arrived washed over him like a dream. Just yesterday, he was troubled by financial woes, and today, the issue had been resolved. He quickly transferred 3,000 yuan to his mother via WeChat, cautious not to send too much, knowing she would refuse a larger sum out of concern for him. Once he earned more, he intended to return home and let them know of his newfound prosperity. Just after completing the transfer, his phone chimed again. "Son, why did you send me 3,000? Should I return it? Teach me how to do that." "Mom, that S for Dad's medicine next month. What will he do if you send it back?" "Son, I know you're struggling. I've saved the money you used to send every month. If you're in need, just tell me, and I'll send it over." Lin Yong felt a weight in his heart. Though unspoken, his mother had discerned his struggles due to the delayed transfers. Furthermore, their income was barely sufficient for their expenses, and without his contributions, his father would lack funds for his medications. Had his father really not taken any medicine all these years with the money Lin had sent home? "Mom, you've saved the money, but what about Dad's health?" "Don't worry. Your father and I have found jobs, and our earnings are sufficient. Your funds are reserved for you to start a family. Don't overburden yourself. If you're unhappy with work, don't feel compelled to continue." "Understood. I'm just a bit bored at home, so I'm doing some work for exercise." After chatting a bit longer and reminding them to take care of their health, he ended the call. He hailed a cab outside the lottery center. "Where to?" the driver asked. "Jinling Community." "Oh no, to Huada Machinery Factory." Lin Yong had initially planned to return to his rented accommodation, but suddenly changed his mind. The intelligence system had pushed a piece of information regarding evidence of misconduct by his supervisor, Wang Guangxing, who had dismissed him. If he could obtain this evidence and report it online, he would be able to reclaim the overtime wages he had earned over the past 2 years. Although he had money now, that sum of overtime pay was still significant, and he would not settle for less than his due. Moreover, he intended to ensure that Minister Wang Guangxing would pay for his actions. He opened the panel to examine the information displayed. Daily Intelligence 4, Minister of the Technical Department at Huada Machinery Factory, Wang Guangxing, is in a romantic relationship with the attendance clerk, Lu Fong. They collude to coerce subordinates into working unpaid overtime, while they report the overtime to the company, pocketing the wages. The evidence can be found in the third drawer of Wang Guangxing's iron cabinet. Present the evidence to the factory director to reclaim the embezzled overtime pay. Huada Machinery Factory is a small establishment with lax management practices, and salaries are dispersed in cash. In this era, a factory still paying in cash is well understood by those in the know. Thus, even though he had been dismissed, gaining entry would not prove difficult. Coupled with his familiarity with the factory, it would be even simpler. Half an hour later, the taxi halted at the entrance of Huada Machinery Factory. Upon disembarking, Lin Yong walked directly towards the main gate. As he passed by, he glanced at the security room, where the guard was engrossed in his mobile phone, utterly oblivious to anyone entering the factory. Once inside, he made his way to the side of the factory and slipped through the back door into the office building. Brother-in-law, the new product development is progressing smoothly and is expected to succeed in another 2 weeks. Upon reaching the third floor, as he approached the stairwell corner, he heard a familiar voice emanating from the corridor. Lin Yang slowed his pace, treading lightly as he moved closer, peering towards the source of the sound. At the end of the corridor, two middle-aged men were engaged in conversation. The one who had just spoken was none other than the technical department minister, Wang Guangxing, who had falsely accused him and orchestrated his dismissal, while the other man was the factory director. Call me director in the factory. All right, brother-in-law director. Don't rush me. I will give you 2 more days. If the new product is not developed by then, you may as well resign as minister. I assure you, this time it will be successfully developed. The director said little else, merely nodding before descending the stairs from the opposite side. Hearing their conversation, Lin Yang's heart sank. He feared that reporting Wang Guangxing to the director would not be as straightforward as anticipated. Wang Guangxing was related to the director, which explained his audacity in the factory. It was likely that the director was aware of the embezzlement of subordinates' overtime pay, choosing to turn a blind eye, as the factory incurred no significant additional expenses. It was the subordinates who suffered the exploitation. Thus, even if Lin Yang presented evidence of Wang Guangxing's wrongdoing, it was improbable that any substantial punishment would ensue. At that moment, the door to the minister's office swung open from within. Lu Fang poked her head out. You rascal, I can't wait any longer. Hurry in. She reached out and pulled Wang Guangxing inside. Before long, indescribable sounds emanated from within. On the entire 3rd floor, there existed only the factory director's office and the technical department head's office. With the director absent, it was no wonder they felt emboldened to act so daringly in the office. Suddenly, Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with realization. The director was Wang Guangxing's brother-in-law, which meant that the director's sister was his wife. If he were to present evidence of the affair to the director would undoubtedly retaliate against him. It was no surprise that the intel suggested submitting the evidence to the director would enable him to reclaim the embezzled overtime pay. At that moment, Lu Fang's appearance was akin to a timely gift. Lin Yang glanced around, noting the absence of others, and stealthily approached the department head's office. As he drew near, silence enveloped the office. In mere seconds, Lin Yang shook his head, pulling his thoughts back to the task at hand. He gently pushed the door ajar, creating a small opening through which he peered inside. There, he beheld Wang Guangxing languishing against Lu Fang. Hastily, Lin Yang aimed his phone towards the scene, capturing video evidence before retreating to the staircase to monitor the office's activity. Shortly thereafter, Wang Guangxing and Lu Fang exited the office, one after the other. Watching them distance themselves, Lin Yang swiftly slipped into the office, heading directly to the metal cabinet behind the desk. 1, 2, 3, he found the 3rd drawer and yanked it open, revealing a substantial stack of overtime application forms, each bearing the director's stamp and signature. Indeed, the director was aware of Wang Guangxing's embezzlement of overtime pay. Besides the application forms, the drawer contained payroll records. There were 2 sets of payroll records, one inclusive of overtime pay and the other excluding it. A cursory glance revealed that just for their department's 8 personnel, the overtime pay exceeded 20,000 a month, amounting to over 300,000 annually. Good day, Minister Wang. Lin Yang secured the evidence and was poised to depart when a voice greeted from outside. To his dismay, Wang Guangxing had unexpectedly returned. His expression shifted dramatically. He was uncertain whether the director was still on the premises. If Wang Guangxing were to discover him at that moment, facing the numerous personnel in the factory alone would be futile, risking the loss or destruction of the evidence he had painstakingly gathered. The office, located on the 3rd floor with no windows, contained only the desk and a metal cabinet filled with documents. There was no hiding place to be found. Chapter 4. Inciting Public Fury. Minister, the new operational procedures for the equipment have been placed on your desk. Wang Guangxing gazed at the individual before him, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet the mask obscuring their face and their constant downward gaze left him unable to recall. However, since this person was delivering materials to him, it was likely someone from the technical department. He dismissed the thought and entered his office with the person trailing behind. Once the door to the minister's office was shut, Lin Yang quickened his pace down the stairs, even breaking into a light jog. He had just acquired evidence in the office, coincidentally, as Wang Guangxing returned. In a moment of panic, he was unsure of his next move until he spotted the documents on the desk, which sparked an idea. Fortunately, Wang Guangxing's guard was low. He likely never suspected that someone would be aware of the existence and location of those documents. With the evidence in hand, Lin Yang dashed straight to the restroom. After meticulously backing up all the evidence, he reported to the Labor Bureau via a mini-program about Huada machinery factories enforced overtime without compensation. Only after completing this task did he emerge from the restroom, searching for the factory manager's presence. As he exited the workshop, he caught sight of a Mercedes-Benz S400L parked along the factory's roadside. This vehicle belonged to the factory manager, indicating that he had not yet departed. Suddenly, the car's exhaust emitted a thunderous roar. Oh no, the manager is about to leave. Lin Yong hurriedly sprinted forward, positioning himself in front of the moving vehicle before it could drive away. Manager, wait. With a screech, the car halted. The driver's window descended, and the factory manager leaned out, his expression one of irritation. Which department are you from? Are you courting death? Manager, I was formerly with the technical department, but I was dismissed a few days ago. Oh, it's you. Falsifying overtime to defraud the factory's interests, move aside quickly, or I shall summon security. As the manager spoke, he withdrew into the vehicle and swiftly dialed a number on his phone. Moments later, Wang Guangxing rushed over, visibly agitated. Lin Yong, who let you in? You have violated factory regulations and have been dismissed. How dare you cause a scene? Do yourself a favor and leave at once. As Wang Guangxing ran, he simultaneously berated security over the phone. What sort of security do we have that allows outsiders to waltz in so easily? No sooner had he hung up than a swarm of security personnel came rushing from various corners of the factory, swiftly encircling Lin Yong. Surrounded by the security staff, Lin Yong exhibited no signs of fear. Rather, he felt a flicker of anticipation. The more individuals who arrived, the better. He understood that reclaiming the embezzled overtime pay was not a simple endeavor, though he possessed evidence of Wang Guangxing's misconduct. Being encircled by security could potentially work in his favor. All he needed to do was expose the situation and incite public outrage. The greater the confrontation, the more attention it would draw. The issue of overtime pay affected everyone's vested interests. Once the truth came to light, it would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar. As expected, the commotion outside caught the attention of those within the workshop, and many emerged to witness the spectacle. Before long, Lin Yong, the factory manager, and Wang Guangxing found themselves at the center of a growing crowd. Isn't that Lin Yong, who was dismissed just a few days ago? I am familiar with him. There was an announcement throughout the factory stating that he was terminated for inflating overtime hours with the intent of embezzling overtime pay. Since joining the factory, no one has received overtime compensation, and anyone daring to request it has been shown the door. If one isn't supporting a family, who would willingly endure this job? Indeed, I envy those young men who can eat their fill without worrying about their families, unencumbered by the exploitative capitalists. As the crowd noticed Lin Yong surrounded, murmurs began to circulate. The factory manager, observing the growing number of onlookers, furrowed his brow. During working hours, leaving one's post without permission results in a deduction of half a day's wages. Upon hearing about the potential wage deduction, the crowd reluctantly prepared to disperse. Lin Yong sensed the moment was ripe. If he waited too long, everyone would return to their work, and he would have no one to press the manager alongside him. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, listen closely. We have always been entitled to overtime pay, yet it has been embezzled by Wang Guangxing, the head of the technical department. He has deceived both superiors and subordinates for his own gain." Upon Lin Yang's declaration, the surrounding individuals were momentarily taken aback before erupting in outrage. What? Embezzlement of overtime pay? After all our hard work, it turns out our compensation has been devoured by him? This is unacceptable. We demand an explanation. The crowd's voices rose and fell, their indignation rapidly spreading amongst them. Sensing the growing fervor, Lin Yong confidently strode towards the manager's vehicle, raising the evidence he held high and announcing, "Manager, this is irrefutable proof of Wang Guangxing's embezzlement of overtime pay. It bears his signature and detailed accounts, every transaction laid bare." As he presented the evidence to the manager, who sat within the confines of the vehicle, the manager's expression darkened ominously, glaring at Lin Yong as if he wished to consume him whole. Yet, Lin Yong stood undaunted, maintaining steadfast eye contact. Realizing the crowd was increasingly agitated, the manager understood that failure to resolve the issue today would lead to further complications. With a resigned sigh, he opened the car door and stepped out. The manager took the evidence from Lin Yong's hands, casually perusing a few pages, his furrowed brow deepening, and his countenance increasingly grim. "Wang Guangxing, just look at the mess you've created," the manager bellowed, flinging the evidence towards Wang Guangxing. Pale and trembling, Wang Guoxin's legs buckled as he picked up the fallen documents. After a fleeting glance, he collapsed to the ground. Manager, this evidence must be fabricated. How could I dare embezzle overtime pay? I am utterly loyal to the factory. He stammered, casting furtive glances at Lin Yang, his eyes brimming with animosity. Are the stamps and my signature not genuine? The manager coldly retorted. A sense of dread washed over Wang Guangxing. He realized he could no longer deny his misdeeds. In a panic, he stammered, I had the documents secured. How could they be here? The moment the words left his lips, he recognized the blunder and hastily fell silent. The surrounding crowd, already incensed by the revelation of embezzled overtime pay, grew even more furious upon witnessing Lin Yang present evidence. Their anger reached a boiling point as they encircled Wang Guangxing and the factory manager. Return our overtime pay. Return our overtime pay. Wang Guangxing, you greedy scoundrel. You must provide us with an explanation. They bellowed. Yes, if you don't repay us, you shall not leave. The cacophony of their shouts was deafening, and the atmosphere escalated to chaos. Wang Guangxing, sensing the ire of the crowd and their readiness to resort to violence, was consumed by fear. In a desperate attempt to salvage his situation, he leaned towards the factory manager and pleaded softly, Brother-in-law, please help me. They truly mean to act. The factory manager shot him a piercing glare and scolded him in a hushed tone. Fool, you brought this calamity upon yourself. I am barely able to save myself. How can I assist you? Upon hearing this, Wang Guangxing sank into utter despair, collapsing onto the ground, his gaze vacant as if his soul had departed. At that moment, the factory manager recognized that the situation could no longer be concealed. Continuing to shield Wang Guangxing would only plunge him into even deeper trouble. Clearing his throat, he addressed the crowd. Everyone, please calm down. It is true that Wang Guangxing has acted wrongly. He has embezzled your overtime pay, and as the factory manager, I bear an undeniable responsibility. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution and return every last cent of your overtime pay. Upon hearing the manager's words, the crowd's emotions softened slightly, yet some remained relentless, shouting, Is it really that simple? Wang Guangxing must face legal consequences for his embezzlement. Yes, we cannot let him off easily. We need to report this. Others echoed in agreement. Some unafraid individuals had already taken out their phones to call the Labor Bureau and file a complaint. Chapter 5. It is time to unleash the evidence. Please remain calm and refrain from making any phone calls to report. He has been apprehended. Who will refund the money to everyone? With my presence, I assure you that he will return every penny of the embezzled overtime pay. The factory director proclaimed loudly, seemingly anxious about the possibility of someone reporting Wang Guangxing. He then instructed someone to summon the attendance clerk, Lu Fong, to tally the amount of embezzled overtime pay for each individual, while simultaneously urging Wang Guangxing to prepare the funds. Upon hearing the director's demand for a refund, Wang Guangxing's expression turned grim, more dreadful than death itself. However, witnessing the righteous indignation of those around him, he felt compelled to comply. He understood that if he did not return the money today, he would undoubtedly face a brutal beating from the workers. Reluctantly, he made a call to his wife, asking her to bring money. At that moment, Wang Guangxing's wife, Zhang Li, was at a beauty salon indulging in a treatment. Suddenly, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she noticed it was her husband, Wang Guangxing, and promptly hung up. She had always been this way, disliking interruptions while engaged in any activity, even from her husband. However, no sooner had she disconnected the call than it rang again. She swiped her phone and answered. Wang Guangxing, what is the matter with you today? Do you not know I dislike being disturbed while busy? You had better have a good reason. My dear, the matter of my embezzlement of subordinates' overtime pay has been discovered, and the workers are clamoring for refunds. Please hurry and send some money. What? How dare they? A group of lowly individuals, if they dare to cause a scene. Why not call the police and have them all arrested? Please lower your voice. They are surrounding me. If I do not return the money, I will be beaten to death. Bring the money over quickly to pacify them. As long as they are still at Huada, they will eventually get their dues back. Very well, wait for me. I will come over once I finish my beauty treatment. As they awaited Zhang Li's arrival with the money, Lu Fong had already calculated the embezzled overtime pay that Wang Guangxing had pilfered. Across all departments, a total of 48 individuals had been affected, with a cumulative sum of 28 million over the past 2 years, averaging 47,500 per person. Lin Yang found his entry on the list, totaling 52,000, averaging 166 in overtime pay monthly, which, based on his salary, indicated he had worked over 50 hours of overtime each month. Over 2 years, he had consistently exceeded 50 hours of overtime without receiving any pay and had ultimately been dismissed for demanding his rightful overtime compensation. Reflecting on this, Lin Yong realized how unscrupulous the factory truly was. Fortunately, the intelligence system had provided him with the opportunity to reclaim his earned overtime pay. However, this was merely the beginning. Had it not been for the director's negligence, how could Wang Guangxing, a mere head of the technical department, have dared to act in such a manner? They must be made to pay the price. 2 hours later, a red BMW entered the factory premises, and a plump woman of middle age, exuding an air of affluence, stepped out of the vehicle. She strode directly to Wang Guangxing and slapped him across the face. "Useless wretch, there is no reason for you to return the money that was rightfully in your grasp. Whatever you took from me today, you shall return in full on the morrow." "Understood, my dear. I will certainly repay you." Wang Guangxing covered his face and hurriedly made his way to the BMW. Retrieving a suitcase from the trunk, the crowd formed an orderly line as the distribution of overtime pay commenced. Upon hearing the news of a monetary refund, excitement immediately illuminated the faces of the crowd. I glanced at my records and realized that my overtime pay over the past 2 years amounted to a total of 52,000. Receiving this sum in one lump sum felt as though he had been saving money on my behalf. Haha, indeed, with this windfall, the next few months promise to be quite comfortable. Shall we venture to Yulon Road tonight for a serving of egg fried rice priced at 150? Let us inquire if Lin Yong would like to join us. After all, he has been instrumental in this matter. Without his assistance, we would never have obtained this sum. Yes, but let us not lead Lin Yong astray. He is different from your lot of lecherous old men. Lin Yong smiled quietly, saying little, as he stood in line among the throng, waiting to collect the overtime pay that had been embezzled from him over the past 2 years. The distribution of funds was swift, and in less than 10 minutes, it was his turn to receive the 52,000. As Wang Guangxing handed over the money, he cast a fierce glare at Lin Yong, warning, "You better watch yourself." "Now, Wang Guangxing, you must account for yourself. The funds you embezzled are right here. Why is it that only half of it has been distributed?" At that moment, Wang Guangxing's wife, who was assisting with the distribution, let out a furious roar. Hearing this, Wang Guangxing's face turned pale. He thought to himself, "How could I have forgotten this? Half of the money is with Lu Fang, and now, unable to produce it, my situation is exposed. She will surely divorce me." Lin Yong, noting Wang Guangxing's distress, realized that his wife was unaware of Lu Fang being his mistress. Observing his fear of his wife, Lin Yong understood that once their affair came to light, she would not let him off easily. With a slight smile, Lin Yong retrieved his phone, opened the video he had recorded earlier, and presented it to Mrs. Wang. "Madam Wang, take a look at this." Wang Guangxing, "When do you plan to divorce that old tigress at home? You promised to marry me." Smack. Before the video could fully play, Mrs. Wang slapped him across the face. "How dare you engage in such indiscretions behind my back? I suppose that money was spent on her too." Smack, smack, smack. Mrs. Wang unleashed a flurry of slaps upon his face, reddening and swelling it in an instant. Wang Guangxing covered his face, seething with suppressed anger. "Wife, it's a fabrication. The video is surely AI generated. Let's resolve this matter first, and we can discuss everything else later. I don't believe your lies. That vixen is certainly her." Mrs. Wang seized Lu Fang by the hair and began to slap her face, embodying the image of a scorned woman. Stop it. Our money has yet to be distributed. Let us expedite the process." Those who had already received their funds were merely spectators, while those yet to be paid began to grow anxious. Seeing that shouting was ineffective, they resorted to physically separating the two women. "Resolve your matters later. First, distribute the money to us." Mrs. Wang glared at him furiously, declaring, "I will divorce you. You consume my resources, reside in my home, and yet you dare to stray outside. I want to see how you will manage after our divorce. Wife, please. Trust me, she is the one who seduced me. Get lost." Wang Guangxing's wife kicked him fiercely and, in a fit of anger, stormed into the car, pressing the accelerator and speeding away. The factory director, witnessing his sister's intention to divorce, shook his head and pointed at Wang Guangxing, exclaiming, "If you proceed with the divorce, you shall relinquish your position as the department head." He then turned to Lu Fang, instructing her to return all the money, adding that he would not pursue any further matters, and furthermore, she need not come in tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lu Fang's face drained of color as she surveyed the crowd encircling her. She realized that unless she returned the funds, Her departure today was impossible. With the money already secured and the performance nearly concluded, Lin Yang prepared to leave. Just then, a small vehicle emblazoned with the words Labor Inspection Team entered the factory premises. The vehicle halted outside the crowd, and several staff members clad in uniforms disembarked. Silence. One of them commanded. Were you the ones who reported Huada for enforcing overtime without compensation? Chapter 6. What is the situation with the character information? Comrade, which unit are you from? We are from the Labor Bureau. We have received a report with ample evidence. Where is your factory manager? Upon hearing that the Labor Bureau had arrived, the factory manager immediately stepped out from the crowd. Comrade, I am the factory manager. Overtime pay has always been distributed. It was merely embezzled, which is why everyone has not received it. While that may be the case, you are in violation of the law. The evidence we have gathered is comprehensive and valid. According to legal stipulations, the maximum overtime allowed per month is 50 hours for production tasks. Your factory's average overtime exceeds this limit, hence a fine of 800,000 yuan will be imposed. Here is the notice of the penalty. You are required to pay within 7 days. Failure to do so will incur a daily late fee of 0.5. What? This is all his fault. Why should I be penalized? The factory manager protested innocently, yet the staff focused solely on the facts and were unwilling to engage further. The staff handed the notice to the manager and then turned to the onlookers to elucidate the legalities regarding unpaid overtime. Fuming, the factory manager glared at Lin Yang, clutching the penalty notice. It was all his fault. Had it not been for him, the fine would never have been imposed. Originally, the overtime pay would have reached Wang Guangxing, who would then pass it on to his sister, thus keeping the profits within their circle. All because of Lin Yang. Overtime pay would now have to be dispersed to the workers. Not just the factory manager, but also Wang Guangxin and Lu Feng glared menacingly at Lin Yang. He felt a chill run down his spine. However, the three of them were surrounded by workers and could only cast their resentful gazes at him, powerless to retaliate. Lin Yang smiled. This was the consequence of their unscrupulous actions. His objective had been achieved, the show was over, and it was getting late. He turned and jogged away from the factory, hailing a cab to return to his rented accommodation. In the car, Lin Yang reflected on the day's gains. He had won 320,000 yuan from the lottery and was to receive 52,000 yuan in overtime pay, totaling over 370,000 yuan. This sum surpassed all the earnings he had accumulated since graduation. This was merely the first day of benefits from the system's information prompts, and he anticipated receiving similar insights daily, potentially in greater numbers. After all, the system would provide 3 to 10 pieces of information each day. His luck on the first day was not particularly exceptional, yielding only 5 pieces. If he continued to earn at this rate, he could amass at least 10 million yuan in a month, equating to 120 million yuan in a year. Moreover, as the system accumulated sufficient experience, it could be upgraded. At that point, the value of weekly, monthly, and yearly information would far surpass that of daily insights. By adeptly utilizing the system, becoming a billionaire would not be an insurmountable challenge. By the time he returned to his rental place, it was nearly 8 in the evening. He indulged in a sumptuous feast at a nearby restaurant, a luxury he had previously denied himself. Now that he had wealth, it was time to enhance his quality of life, and he could no longer adhere to the standards of the past. As for the car and the house, there is no need to rush. Although the funds at hand are barely sufficient for purchasing either, they would not allow for anything of quality. It would be wiser to wait until I have more money, so that I can make a decisive investment. Lost in these thoughts, I arrived home without realizing it. Upon alighting from the vehicle and reaching my doorstep, the front door swung open, revealing my roommate, Qin Ziyuan, emerging from within. Clad in athletic wear, it was apparent he was preparing for a workout. Ziyuan off to the gym? I inquired. Ah, indeed. Today marks the 5th anniversary of Miracle Fitness, where annual memberships are half price, and for every year purchased, 3 additional years are gifted. Would you care to join me to explore the offer? The current environment is rather precarious, I cautioned. Many gyms have closed down suddenly, often offering substantial discounts before doing so. You ought to exercise caution. Miracle Fitness is a reputable brand, endorsed by celebrities. It should be safe, shouldn't it? He countered. Just remain vigilant, I advised. Certainly, I shall be careful. He replied with a smile as he stepped back inside. Previously, one of the 5 pieces of intelligence I had received indicated that Miracle Fitness would cease operations after today. Out of goodwill, considering my years of shared tenancy with Qin Ziyuan, I felt it necessary to offer a gentle warning. Whether he heeded it was of no consequence to me. Such matters should be broached lightly, for over-elaboration can breed annoyance. My day had been a whirlwind, beginning with purchasing a lottery ticket, followed by claiming my prize, and then gathering evidence at the factory to demand overdue overtime pay. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, I quickly refreshed myself and fell into a deep slumber. I awoke to find it was already the following morning. Ding! Daily intelligence has been dispatched. Please check your messages. I opened the panel to review the intelligence. Fortune smiled upon me today, as I received a total of 10 pieces of information. Each piece read grants me 10 experience points, and accumulating 300 points is necessary to upgrade from daily to weekly intelligence. With yesterday's 50 points added to today's 100, I now have a total of 150 experience points, surpassing the halfway mark for system advancement. Should luck remain on my side, the system could upgrade to weekly intelligence by the day after tomorrow. Even in the worst-case scenario, if I were to receive only 3 pieces of information daily, it would take just 5 days to achieve the upgrade. Although the intelligence would then be released weekly, its value would greatly surpass that of daily updates. I shifted my focus back to the intelligence for the day. Daily Intelligence 1. Miracle Fitness has collapsed. The owner absconded with funds, leaving hundreds of members without recourse for refunds exceeding $1 million. A professional closure team has taken charge, and the recharge amounts are likely non-refundable. This was a continuation of yesterday's report. It was astonishing that such a conspicuous scam could ensnare so many. I could not help but admire the adage that there is no unsellable product, only unmarketable prices. Daily Intelligence 2. Daewoo City's anniversary celebration offers an electric vehicle as a prize for spending over $688. The winning card is affixed to the upper left corner of the box. One may intercept the prize by arriving before 9 p.m. I had previously heard whispers of deceit in shopping mall lottery events, where grand prizes were often predetermined for select individuals. It appears that this was indeed the case, though I had not anticipated that the mall would resort to such tactics to ensure the prizes fell into the hands of those chosen in advance. Lin Yang took out his phone to search for the Daewoo public account, eager to check the news of a lottery. The grand prize was a Hongguang mini electric vehicle, valued at 60,000 yuan. Exchanging 688 yuan for 60,000 was a remarkably lucrative deal. Upon receiving the information, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity. Daily Intelligence 3. Beneath the osmanthus tree in the flower bed to the left of Building 3 in Jinling Community, a gold bracelet has been overlooked. It is available for collection within 1 hour. To discover such intelligence was astonishing, particularly in light of the soaring gold prices, approaching 800 yuan per gram. A gold bracelet typically weighs at least 30 grams, thus valued at over 20,000 yuan. Most crucially, this location was directly beneath his rented apartment. Without a moment to lose, Lin Yang slipped on his slippers and hurried downstairs, anxious that someone else might claim it before him. He dashed towards the left flower bed and successfully located a sizable gold bracelet beneath the tree. The moment he grasped it, he felt its substantial weight. Both its size and heft surpassed that of an ordinary gold bracelet, resembling the ostentatious styles often worn by the affluent. He estimated it weighed at least 50 grams, indicating a value exceeding 40,000 yuan, far surpassing his initial expectations. After securing the bracelet carefully upon his return upstairs, he opened the panel to continue reading the intelligence. Daily Intelligence 4. The Huada Machinery Factory's new food vacuum packaging machine development has failed, unable to meet customer orders on time, facing substantial penalties. The factory director is offering a generous reward for a solution, maintaining the new product's air pressure at 535 megapascals will resolve the issue. Unexpectedly, he received intelligence from his former workplace. However, Lin Yang had already discerned the nature of the factory director, although there was a reward for solving the problem. Whether one could actually claim it was another matter entirely. Even if it were attainable, the process would likely be fraught with complications. There was no need to squander time on such trivialities. Lin Yang chose to disregard this piece of intelligence. Daily Intelligence 5. Chen Xingqing, age 24, from Xingqing. Graduated from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics with a degree in finance. Height 1.68 meters, weight 49 kilograms, blood type B, measurements. Residential address Run Binjiang Bay, phone number 176. Chapter 7. The $1 Million Melaleuca Pearl. Upon reaching the 5th piece of intelligence, Lin Yang wore a perplexed expression. Why had the system suddenly delivered a message concerning a specific individual? Who was this Qin Qingqing? He was utterly oblivious. However, based on the information provided by the bronze system, she appeared to be a stunningly beautiful woman, possessing an enchanting and innocent charm. Yet, what purpose did the system serve in presenting information about a mere beauty? Suddenly, he noticed that the color of this particular piece of intelligence differed from the others. With the text prominently bolded, he clicked on the message and discovered an additional page. Congratulations on receiving character intelligence. Engaging with the individual mentioned will trigger a critical strike, guaranteeing a piece of high-value intelligence. Goodness. This task seemed remarkably easy to accomplish. Merely interacting with the individual mentioned would yield a high-value piece of intelligence. Previously, the information regarding the lottery prize of 400,000 had not been classified as high value. This suggested that the worth of high-value intelligence must exceed 400,000. Yet, who exactly was this Qin Qingqing? He knew nothing about her. If he was unaware of her identity, how could he possibly engage with her? Lin Yang shook his head, realizing that this matter required further exploration and decided to set it aside for the moment. He continued to peruse the remaining 5 pieces of intelligence. Daily Intelligence 6. The scandal of urinating in the hot pot base at Binjiang Hot Pot has been exposed. Customers who dine during this period will receive a full refund, plus 10 times the amount spent, simply by dining at table 109. To knowingly consume a hot pot at that table, knowing the base had been tainted, one must possess a remarkable level of psychological fortitude. Moreover, while 10 times the amount seems substantial, the average cost of a hot pot meal is only 300 to 400. Thus, 10 times would amount to merely 3,000 to 4,000. This piece of intelligence made Lin Yang feel quite nauseous. Daily Intelligence 7. In the Binjiang vegetable market, a last coconut snail delivered by Xiaoqiang contains a Melaleuca pearl. Purchasing this coconut snail grants a pearl worth over 1 million. What is a Melaleuca pearl? This was Lin Yang's first encounter with the term. It is formed within a sea snail and is presumably akin to a pearl. However, given that pearls have become relatively affordable, how could a pearl originating from a sea snail command such a high price? He took out his phone to search for Melaleuca pearls. Melaleuca pearls are produced within sea snails, with a probability of 1 pearl per 50,000 snails, making them exceedingly rare. Their colors are incredibly diverse, including shades of orange-red, orange-yellow, yellow, tawny, and near white, with a vibrant orange resembling that of a ripe papaya being the most precious. Each pearl exhibits unique flame-like patterns on its surface, rendering them singular artistic treasures. Approximately 200 Melaleuca pearls exist globally, primarily cherished by the royal family of Nanyue, with minimal circulation in the outside world. Depending on completeness, quality, and size, the transaction prices vary, with well-preserved specimens fetching no less than $20,000 per carat. The online descriptions of Melaleuca pearls were quite detailed, interspersed with images. They appeared reminiscent of the legendary Dragon Balls, hence the alternative names of Dragon Pearl or Flame Pearl. The Melee Pearl embodies rarity, artistry, uniqueness, and royal exclusivity, coupled with the fact that its attributes cannot be artificially cultivated, which explains its exorbitant value. In comparison, the price of the coconut crab is negligible, scarcely reaching 1,000th of that of the Melee Pearl. While searching for the Melee Pearl, numerous videos regarding the coconut crab surfaced. Weighing a few pounds at the smaller end and over 10 pounds at the larger, the price hovers around 30 to 40 yuan per pound, certainly not exceeding 100. Even if calculated at 100 yuan per pound, a colossal coconut crab would not exceed 2,000 yuan. The exchange of 2,000 yuan for 1 million represents a staggering 500-fold profit. The Binjiang Farmers Market, situated near Lin Yang's residence, is the largest in the entire Star City, offering an array of food, vegetables, meats, seafood, and daily necessities. Not only do local residents and tenants frequent it, but even affluent individuals residing in the nearby Binjiang Bay luxury apartments occasionally visit. Every day, it is teeming with people. High-priced seafood like the coconut crab does find its buyers. The thought of missing out on a 1 million yuan opportunity if someone else purchases it is disheartening. Lin Yang, in a rush, glanced at the last 3 pieces of information he had, and, finding little value in them, swiftly moved on. He hastily donned his shoes, seized a shared electric scooter outside the community, and sped towards the Binjiang Farmers Market. His heart raced as he contemplated the Melee Pearl, valued at over 1 million yuan, a sum equivalent to the hard-earned income of many individuals over a decade or two. The prospect of acquiring it for less than 2,000 yuan by purchasing a single sea snail was too tempting to resist. As he twisted the throttle to its maximum speed, He fervently hoped that no one else had set their sights on the coconut crab. The fear of missing such an opportunity, one that might never present itself again, was palpable. 10 minutes later, Lin Yang arrived at the entrance of the Binjiang Farmers Market, carelessly parking the scooter without even bothering to lock it. Arriving a moment earlier could diminish the chances of someone else snatching up the coconut crab. He was well aware of the difference in importance between the shared scooter being taken and the coconut crab being purchased. The Binjiang Farmers Market is a trendy hotspot, renowned for its myriad of snack vendors. Having visited numerous times, Lin Yang possessed a general familiarity with the market. Upon entering, he made a beeline for the seafood section. Xiaochang delivers vegetables, he called out, searching from stall to stall. Yet, at 8 in the morning, during the market's peak hours, the crowds made navigation difficult, inevitably slowing him down. Suddenly, he noticed a blue sign at the market's end, emblazoned with the words Xiaochang delivers vegetables. Disregarding the scornful remarks of others, he exerted every ounce of strength to push through the throng. Upon arrival, he found the entrance to Xiaochang's stall bustling with activity. Boss, 50 yuan for the shrimp, 3 pounds of clams, 2 crabs. And then, he heard, boss, this coconut crab weighs 18 pounds, priced at 88 yuan per pound, totaling 1,584. Just round it down to 1,580. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd, causing his heart to sink. He rose on tiptoe to glimpse the source of the sound, spotting a conch the size of half a basin resting on the electronic scale. An elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit stood before the cash register, preparing to make his payment. He had rushed over upon receiving the intel, yet still arrived too late. The coveted conch containing the precious mellow pearl had already been purchased by another, with the transaction already in progress. There was no feasible way to acquire the conch now. If he recklessly approached to snatch it away, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, making it impossible to obtain both the conch and the valuable pearl within. Lin Yang's mind raced as he pondered potential strategies to secure the conch. Yet every conceivable plan proved futile. Was he truly to watch a fortune of 1 million slip from his grasp and into someone else's pocket? The thought was unbearable. A bitter pill to swallow. If only he had arrived just a minute earlier, that conch, with its mellow pearl worth over 1 million, would have been his. Chapter 8, interrupted by an elderly man. Boss, wait. Do not proceed with the slaughter. Just as the proprietor was about to prepare the coconut snail, he was unexpectedly called to a halt by the old man. Allow me to inspect the snail. Let me have a whiff. The owner frowned slightly. Old sir, this snail is perfectly fine, exceedingly fresh. Observe how its tentacles still wriggle. I can ascertain its quality with but a sniff, the elderly man insisted, relentless in his pursuit. With a sigh of resignation, the owner cradled the half-basin-sized coconut snail and presented it to him. Humph. The old man leaned in, inhaling deeply twice. This snail has already developed an odor. It is not fresh. I refuse it and demand a refund. Lin Yang observed as the elder completed his transaction, and the proprietor prepared to dispatch the snail, mentally convincing himself to abandon his intentions. Yet, just then, the old man suddenly changed his mind and sought a refund. His heart unwittingly began to swell with anticipation. Although he yearned for the proprietor to return the money immediately, he refrained from rash actions. To intervene before the ownership of the coconut snail was definitively resolved would surely attract the attention of the discerning. Should anyone discover his ulterior motives, acquiring the coconut snail would become an arduous endeavor. Thus, he chose to remain a passive observer, resolved to await the conclusion of the dispute over the snail's ownership before deciding on his next course of action. Seeing the elder's unwavering stance and confident assertions, the owner, left with no alternative, brought the coconut snail to his own nose, inhaling deeply twice. To his dismay, he detected a faint, unpleasant odor. This scent was subtle, imperceptible to those without a discerning nose. Having been in the seafood business for over a decade, he recognized that the snail had only recently perished, no longer than 5 minutes prior. This prompted him to recall that upon opening the store that day, the elder had entered and fixated on the last coconut snail. After much deliberation and haggling, he had eventually purchased it, and now he sought a refund under the pretense of the snail's lack of freshness. It was evident what the old man's true intentions were. He was merely biding his time to acquire the snail at a bargain price. Such occurrences were not novel. He had encountered them frequently. Those who engaged in such tactics often possessed a remarkable audacity, leaving one with little recourse. Typically, one faced 2 choices: sell at a loss or retain the item. However, due to the ephemeral nature of seafood, once it dies, it quickly succumbs to decay. Selling at a reduced price would recoup a fraction of the loss, while retaining it would result in a total loss. Hence, individuals like this often found success. The owner sighed in resignation, accepting his misfortune. Old sir, indeed this snail is deceased, but merely moments ago. How about this? I shall offer it to you at half price, plus a further discount, totaling 780 yuan. He continued, while consuming spoiled seafood may lead to illness. The shell itself is quite fine. Perhaps you would consider selling it to me for 50 yuan? The shell could serve as an ornament, and the flesh, if cooked, could be fed to a cat. Upon hearing this, the owner's expression immediately soured. He was already at a loss with the half-price offer. And now this audacious elder sought to procure a coconut snail worth over 1,000 yuan for a mere 50. However, even when it is unpleasant, one cannot simply shoo away customers. Thus, he spoke with a courteous tone, "Esteemed elder, that price is simply untenable. If you truly desire it, I can concede to 700. The elder retorted, "I will offer 50. Take it or leave it." "Very well. In that case, I shall proceed with your refund," the proprietor replied. With a series of swift motions, he returned the sum of 1580. How can one conduct business in such a manner? Selling dead seafood at such an exorbitant price? The elder, upon receiving the refund, became even more irate, beginning to cause a scene within the store. "You old fool. Was it not you who intentionally caused that coconut snail to perish? If you cannot afford it, then do not partake. What sort of behavior is this? Are you not afraid that your misdeeds will haunt your descendants? How dare you speak to me like that? I shall file a complaint against you." The elder shouted, emboldened by his indignation. "You insolent wretch! Do you think I am easy to bully? Today, I shall end you." The proprietor brandished a kitchen knife. Leaping from behind the counter, his fierce gaze sent chills down spines. Patrons selecting seafood hastily fled, anxious to avoid collateral damage. The elder stood frozen in shock, momentarily paralyzed by fear. Observing the escalating conflict, the plump proprietress emerged from behind the counter, seizing the knife from her husband's hand. "Calm down, dear. If you kill him, you will end up in prison. Is it worth it to bicker with such a person? Just wait. I will file a complaint as soon as I get home." The elder, sensing the proprietor being restrained, regained his confidence but was still fearful of actual violence. He quickly retreated, blending into the crowd. "Damn it. After all these years in business, I have encountered many oddities, but this one is truly unprecedented." Once the elder had fled, the proprietor continued to grumble. It took considerable persuasion from his wife for him to gradually calm down. Lin Yang, having fixated on the coconut snail, now approached the counter. "How much for this coconut snail? I would like to purchase it." "Young man, are you certain? This snail was killed by that old man, but it died recently. It is perfectly safe to eat, with no difference in taste from a live one. Normally, it would be sold at half price, but I can offer it to you for 700. "Very well," Lin Yang replied, promptly scanning the payment with his phone. "Wait. Young man, seeing how decisive you are, I will gift you this coconut snail. If everyone were as straightforward as you, such incidents would not occur." "No, the price is the price," Lin Yang insisted, completing the payment. At this juncture, it was unwise to seek a bargain. Having paid, the coconut snail was now his own. Should he have taken it for free, and later the proprietor reneged upon his word, he would have no recourse. The risk of loss was not worth the temptation. He did not doubt the proprietor's integrity. Rather, he trusted human nature. For sums of hundreds or thousands, one might consider it mere fortune. But this was a matter of millions. How many could resist such a lure? Thus, settling the transaction was the wisest choice to avoid any potential disputes. The youth are indeed straightforward. "In the future, when you come to the store to purchase seafood, I shall grant you a 20% discount," the owner declared, turning away to prepare the coconut snail at the workstation. His technique was remarkably deft. He cradled the sides of the coconut snail and struck the pointed end against the counter. With each decisive motion, the flesh of the snail was extruded from its shell like toothpaste being squeezed from a tube. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, although he had purchased the coconut snail. Once the prized meat within was revealed, it was difficult to ensure that the owner would not entertain ulterior motives. While it might ultimately end up in his possession, such a scenario would undoubtedly entail various inconveniences. He hastily interjected, "Wait. There's no need for you to prepare it. I will handle it myself at home." "Not at all. It's no trouble," the owner replied. "When you buy seafood from our shop, we take care of the preparation. Just take it home and deal with it there." As he spoke, he placed the coconut snail back on the countertop, pressing down on the shell with one hand while forcefully tugging at the exposed flesh with the other. In one swift motion, a complete piece of snail meat was extracted from its shell. With a clatter, a round, orange-hued orb, the size of a quail egg, was dislodged and fell onto the counter. Chapter 9. I am your classmate. Lo and behold, within this conch lies a pearl, splendidly large and perfectly round. Upon noticing the exquisite pearl, the proprietor grasped it in his hand, inspected it briefly, and then rinsed it under the faucet before handing it to Lin Yang. Young man, you are indeed fortunate. There is a pearl within. Lin Yang's heart finally settled once he held the pearl, relieved that the owner did not recognize its true value, believing it merely to be a pearl of superior quality. Otherwise, acquiring it might not have been so seamless. The owner turned away to continue preparing the conch meat, chuckling as he remarked, such a large, round, and lustrous pearl must be worth at least 1,000. It's akin to enjoying a coconut conch for free while also making a profit. Lin Yang smiled in acknowledgement, hoping the proprietor would hasten his work so he could depart with his prized possession. After the disruptive old man exited the shop, many customers returned to browse the seafood, some new patrons even entering. Numerous onlookers had witnessed the discovery of the pearl within the conch. They expressed their admiration for Lin Yang's good fortune, their envy evident in their gazes. Had I known there was a pearl inside, I would have purchased it long ago. I have been longing to taste coconut conch, but the price has always deterred me. The young man is indeed lucky. If it weren't for that person's earlier commotion, how would that pearl have ended up in his hands? Such is the belief that what is destined for one will inevitably come, while that which is not destined cannot be forced. The old man, merely stepping out of the shop, had not wandered far. Hearing of the exquisite pearl's revelation, his face flushed with anger. Damn it. After all my effort, he ends up with the prize. Lin Yang chuckled softly upon overhearing the discussions around him, pondering how these people would react if they knew that the pearl he held was a mellow pearl, not an ordinary one. The disparity in value between a mellow pearl and a typical pearl is astronomical. Since the advent of cultivation, the price of pearls has plummeted, while mellow pearls remain exceedingly rare, particularly those of exceptional quality, commanding prices in excess of $1 million. The mellow pearl felt smooth and reminiscent of holding a glass orb, yet its texture was entirely distinct. The size of a quail egg, it was substantial in his palm. Lin Yang scrutinized the pearl against the light, ensuring it was unmarred before securely stowing it away. Young man, that pearl you just acquired is quite remarkable. Would you consider selling it to me? A middle-aged gentleman emerged from the crowd, making a proposition to Lin Yang while awaiting the proprietor's completion of the conch meat. No, Lin Yang replied with unambiguous firmness. The middle-aged man, clad in a Zhongshan suit with meticulously groomed hair and spectacles perched upon his nose, exuded an air of intellectuality. Lin Yang surmised that he must have recognized the mellow pearl, noting the young man's subdued excitement upon acquiring it. Presumably, he mistook it for an ordinary pearl like the owner and sought to purchase it at a bargain, hoping for a lucrative gain. Dear sir, please do not hastily decline. My wife has a particular fondness for pearls. Typically, such pearls are valued at no more than 1,000 yuan each, yet I am offering 2,000. What do you say to that? Not for sale. Lin Yang was unwilling to engage in further conversation with such a person. If he were truly a naive fool, unaware of the value of a mellow pearl, he would undoubtedly have fallen victim to this man's deceit. How can you be so ungrateful? If it weren't for my wife's interest, I would not bother wasting my breath with you. Individuals like you, from the lower echelons of society, are insatiably greedy. I am offering double the price, yet you remain unsatisfied. Since you claim that such pearls are worth no more than 1,000 yuan, why then do you feel compelled to offer double for mine? Is your wealth so abundant that you can afford to waste it? You. The middle-aged man was rendered speechless by Lin Yang's retort, glaring at him with malice. Goodness, a mellow pearl. What has just been revealed is a mellow pearl. At that moment, a gasp arose from the crowd. Following the sound, they saw a young man in his 20s staring wide-eyed at his phone screen. It turned out that the pearl extracted from the conch was not a regular pearl, but a mellow pearl. The likelihood of finding a mellow pearl within a conch is merely 1 in 50,000. Such fortune is astonishing. Goodness. The shopkeeper slapped his forehead in realization. How could I have forgotten? It is indeed a mellow pearl. The price difference between a mellow pearl and a regular pearl is monumental. A single mellow pearl could be worth more than an entire truckload of pearls. Young man, you are fortunate not to have sold it for 2,000 yuan, or you would have suffered a significant loss. Many in the crowd had never heard of a mellow pearl before. Witnessing the shopkeeper's shock at stating that an entire truckload of pearls could not compare to a single mellow pearl, they quickly took out their phones to search for information. My heavens! I read that one once sold for over 10 million at an auction. A 1-carat Melee pearl is valued at over $20,000, many times more than diamonds. It was a treasure once reserved only for royalty. It is no wonder it is so valuable. Sir, your luck is astounding. Had I known there was a Melee pearl within, I would have purchased that conch shell myself. Once the crowd grasped the value of the Melee pearl, they quickly understood why the middle-aged man had been willing to pay 2,000 yuan for it, casting him disdainful glances. What a lack of integrity! Attempting to deceive the young man. How old is he? Yet he still preys upon the youth. Fortunately, the young man was not fooled. Otherwise, it would have been too late for regrets. The middle-aged man, feeling the weight of the scornful stares, fled the scene, disappearing into the throng. Meanwhile, Lin Yong had finished processing the conch meat. He hastily departed, clutching a bag of conch meat, and as he walked through the market, he noticed that the events at the seafood shop had spread like wildfire throughout the marketplace within mere moments. Did you hear the news? Xiao Cheng at the vegetable shop had a conch shell that yielded a Melee pearl. They say it is worth at least several $100,000. Of course, I am aware. I was just there watching the commotion. Initially, everyone believed it was a pearl, and some even offered 2,000 yuan to buy it. Thankfully, that young man did not sell it. If it had been me, I would have sold it without hesitation. To be honest, that young man had likely recognized my Lisa early on, but chose to remain discreet and said nothing. If that were indeed the case, his composure at such a tender age is quite remarkable. Whenever Lin Yong encountered such remarks, he felt the weight of those gazes upon him, compelling him to quicken his pace. Suddenly, a jarring impact struck his chest, akin to a hammer's blow. Hey, watch where you're going. I apologize. Lin Yong was momentarily taken aback before understanding the situation. In his haste, with his head lowered, he had collided with a girl with long hair. Her head had met his chest with a painful thud. Ouch! The girl gasped, rubbing her forehead, her tone somewhat irritable. Just be more careful next time. Thank you, Lin Yong replied apologetically, sidestepping her as he continued on his way. Lin Yong, is that you? He turned to see the girl he had just bumped into calling out to him. Her features were exquisite, her skin fair and delicate, with long black hair cascading down. Clad in a pink tracksuit, she radiated youthful vibrance. Lin Yong searched his memory, but could not recall such a beauty. However, if they were strangers, how could she possibly know his name? Who are you? It's Chen Qingqing, your classmate from middle school. Don't you remember? Chen Qingqing? Today, the system had provided information regarding Chen Qingqing, indicating that contact with her could trigger a critical hit, yielding high-value intelligence. He had initially wondered who she was, only to unexpectedly cross paths with her now. Although he had little recollection of her, her mention of their middle school days sparked a flicker of recognition. If memory served him right, she had only attended his class for one semester before transferring, and he had not seen her since. To think that nearly a decade had passed, and she still remembered him. So it is you. I must say, I didn't recognize you at first. You've become so beautiful. Haha, you haven't changed much either, still as handsome as ever. Chapter 10. Triggering Critical Intelligence. Is he not the young man who acquired the magnificent Melee pearl? Lin Yong had merely paused to exchange a few words with Chen Qingqing when he was recognized by the passers-by surrounding him. Upon hearing the mention of the Melee pearl, their gazes immediately turned envious. Look, he is even carrying conch meat. It must be him. Indeed, it cannot be anyone else. This young man is extraordinarily fortunate. You have no idea that the coconut snail was initially purchased by an elderly gentleman, who deemed it too pricey and declined it. Haha. If that old man were to discover that the snail contained a pearl worth $1 million, he might wish to bash his head against a wall in despair. As more and more people caught wind of the Melee pearl's tale, and given the inherent human penchant for spectacle, Lin Yong soon found himself encircled by a throng. Chen Qingqing surveyed the crowd, and, noticing the continual influx of onlookers, suggested, "This isn't a conducive environment for conversation. Why not come to my home? It's just over at Binjiang Bay." Sure, that sounds agreeable. A system notification indicated that engaging with Chen Qingqing could trigger a critical event, yielding a piece of high-value intelligence. However, despite their prolonged interaction, the system had yet to respond. Lin Yong was keen to investigate the matter further. Moreover, Chen Qingqing's invitation to her home surely implied some urgency. After nearly a decade of no contact, why would a former classmate extend such an invitation? Chen Qingqing led Lin Yong to the parking lot, heading straight for a white Porsche. Get in. I need to discuss something with you at my house, she stated before taking her seat in the vehicle. Lin Yong settled into the passenger seat. With a roar, Chun Qingqing pressed the accelerator, exiting the parking lot and glancing toward the riverbank. Binjiang Bay epitomizes the pinnacle of luxury in Xingqing, boasting a prime location with riverfront flat layouts, the smallest of which exceeds 500 square meters, accompanied by exorbitant prices, each unit starting at no less than 20 million. Lin Yang could hardly fathom that nestled among his classmates from that small county was a hidden tycoon. The proximity of Binjiang Bay to the bustling Binjiang market was a mere few minutes' drive, and soon they arrived at the community, pulling into the parking area. As Lin Yang gazed out the window, he curiously observed the surroundings. The underground parking lot was brilliantly illuminated, unlike the dimly lit garages typical of most residential complexes. The walls were adorned with solid marble, and astonishingly, the entire parking area featured a suspended ceiling. The lavish decor of this parking lot surpassed the interiors of many homes. Upon exiting the vehicle, it took only a few steps to reach the elevator, equipped with facial recognition technology, which automatically stopped at the corresponding floor of the homeowner's residence. The door opened directly into the home. Inside, the spacious layout exuded an air of openness. Devoid of any sense of confinement, the soaring ceiling was complemented by a dazzling crystal chandelier. The expansive open-plan living room seamlessly connected to the dining area, its size dwarfing that of an ordinary home. Underfoot lay meticulously selected top-grade natural marble flooring, each slab showcasing unique veining, akin to exquisite artworks bestowed upon humanity by nature. As I ventured a few steps further inside, I was captivated by the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that occupied an entire wall on the riverside. The panoramic view allowed for a breathtaking glimpse of the river scenery, instantly invigorating my spirit and broadening my horizons. Truly, this luxurious residence exuded a sense of comfort. In stark contrast, I recalled the dismal conditions of my rented apartment, hindered by low ceilings, outdated decor, and a pervasive dampness that evoked a sense of decay. It was as if I were juxtaposing paradise with hell. Lin Yang silently vowed that one day he would reside in such opulence. "Let us take a moment on the sofa, shall we? Would you care for a drink?" he inquired. "Just water will suffice," Chun Qingqing replied with a nod, turning to fetch a bottle. Shortly thereafter, she returned, offering him a bottle of mineral water. As Lin Yang accepted it, his fingers inadvertently brushed against hers. At that moment, a system panel materialized before his eyes. Contact with an intelligence officer has triggered a critical hit, rewarding you with a piece of high-value intelligence. Rewarded intelligence. In 2 weeks, it will be announced that the Jinling community is set to undergo an urban renewal plan. Purchasing a property in Jinling community prior to this announcement will yield tenfold compensation for the purchase price. Lin Yang was taken aback. It turned out that contact with an intelligence figure could trigger a critical hit, activated merely by skin contact. He had previously pondered over this for quite some time, only to discover how straightforward it was. Indeed, high-value intelligence was markedly superior, with its potential to multiply one's assets tenfold, a remarkable opportunity. According to Lin Yang's knowledge, the Jinling community was colloquially referred to as an old and dilapidated area, with a relatively low market price, approximately 500,000 for a 100 square meter unit. A tenfold compensation implied that one could receive a staggering 5 million for a single property. If he were to acquire a property before the demolition news broke, he would stand to gain that compensation. Furthermore, Xingqing imposed no purchase restrictions. As long as one had the financial means, an individual could acquire multiple properties. It was not inconceivable to become a billionaire through demolition compensation. However, the pressing issue remained. He had only a little over 300,000 at his disposal. Insufficient even for a single property, let alone multiple units to capitalize on the demolition compensation, an endeavor that seemed like a fanciful dream. Though he possessed my Lizu, valued at over 1 million, he lacked any channels for its sale. Without buyers, it remained as inconsequential as an ordinary bead in his possession. With merely half a month remaining, he faced the daunting task of securing funds, purchasing a property, signing contracts, and completing the necessary procedures, all under immense time constraints. Once the demolition news was released, the opportunity to purchase homes would vanish. Lin Yang shook his head resolutely. No matter the circumstances, he had to expedite his efforts to amass wealth in the coming days. Opportunities that could directly multiply one's fortune tenfold were rare and must not be missed. Once the compensation was secured, he could return home and take a look around, perhaps even achieve a semblance of success with a fortune in hand. At that moment, he noticed the panel shift again, revealing a new message. In-depth contact with an intelligence figure will trigger another critical hit. guaranteeing the acquisition of a piece of high-value intelligence. The prospect of a single intelligence figure triggering consecutive critical hits was astounding. The previous contact required merely skin-to-skin contact. What, then, constituted in-depth contact? Lin Yong hesitated to contemplate the implications, suspecting that such a deeper connection would not be easily achieved. A cough from Chen Qingqing snapped Lin Yong back to reality. I perceive that you summoned me for a purpose. I am curious as to what assistance you require. I have heard that when you purchased a conch, you unearthed a magnificent pearl. I wish to acquire it as a birthday gift for my grandmother, and you may set any price you deem appropriate. What? Just as Lin Yong was troubled by how to part with the pearl, Chen Qingqing expressed her desire to purchase it. It is as if a pillow was offered to one in need of sleep. He retrieved the pearl from his pocket and handed it to Chen Qingqing, stating, I am not well versed in its value. Please evaluate its market worth and offer me the corresponding price. Wow, what a sizable pearl. The patterns upon it are exquisite, and its condition is remarkable. I estimate it to be worth at least 1.5 million. Then let it be 1.5 million. Lin Yong did not hesitate, readily acquiescing to this valuation. Initially, he believed the pearl's worth would not exceed 1 million. Yet Chen Qingqing's offer of 1.5 million far surpassed his expectations. It appears she is genuinely interested. Otherwise, she would not have proposed such a lofty price. With this 1.5 million, it would be possible to purchase 3 properties before the impending relocation, subsequently receiving a compensation of 15 million after the move. 15 million, a sum many would scarcely dare to dream of throughout their lifetime. However, for one endowed with a system such as myself, this figure is merely a starting point. Chapter 11, The Haunted House Buzz. Star City Bank. Your UnionPay card account 4806 has received a deposit of 1,500,000 yuan on March 16th at 10:39, with a balance of 1,820,968. 7 yuan. After negotiating the price, Chen Qingqing directly transferred 1.5 million to Lin Yong. Upon seeing the balance in his account, Lin Yong felt as if he were in a dream. A single piece of intelligence had enabled him to earn 1.5 million with merely an expenditure of 700 yuan, a notion that was previously unfathomable. With his past income from labor, he would have never dared to spend hundreds or even thousands on a single conch shell. Even if presented with a coconut shell containing a rare Malay pearl, it would have remained out of reach. It was the daily intelligence system that had opened up limitless possibilities. Lin Yong returned to reality and expressed his gratitude to Chen Qingqing. I owe you so much today. Without you, this Malay pearl would merely be a valuable item in my possession, with no means of sale. What are you thanking me for? You have no idea how rare the Malay pearl is. There are only about 200 in existence worldwide. I should be the one thanking you for being willing to sell it to me. All right, it's getting late. I should head back. The cook will be arriving soon. Why not stay for lunch before you go? No, I have other matters to attend to. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the time. Sounds good. Let us stay in touch. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yong eagerly departed from Chen Qingqing's home. With the announcement of the demolition plan for Jinling community set to be revealed in half a month, purchasing property in the area beforehand would yield tenfold in compensation. Unlike other transactions, buying a house involves intricate procedures and considerable time. A mere half-month was hardly sufficient, so he had to seize every moment. After leaving Binhai Bay community, Lin Yong immediately hailed a taxi back to the community to seek out properties for purchase. With only half a month remaining, searching for properties on his own would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, and success was not guaranteed. Although agencies charge brokerage fees, sometimes one must pay what is necessary. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Lin Yong hurried to the real estate agency, Lianjia. As soon as he entered, a young woman clad in a tailored black suit approached him. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? I'm looking to buy a house in Jinling community. Do you have any listings available? Yes, indeed. We have several options. You can call me Shaoli. Please let me know your requirements, and I will recommend suitable properties. Upon hearing Lin Yong's interest in Jinling community, Shaoli's smile transformed into one of genuine enthusiasm. Jinling community, an aging neighborhood with a history of 30 years, suffered from outdated planning and chaotic property management, coupled with decrepit housing, making it an unattractive option for buyers. Although numerous properties were listed for sale, hardly 2 transactions were completed over the course of a year. Due to the difficulty in selling, the brokerage fees were notably higher than those for more desirable neighborhoods. While the fees for those areas typically hovered around 0.5%, Jinling community commanded a fee of 1.5%. Naturally, She welcomed a potential buyer for such a challenging market. Please introduce me to several available properties, and I will select one that meets my satisfaction. Of course. Please hold on for a moment. Xiaoli moved a chair to allow Lin Yang to sit down, and then offered him a bottle of water before retrieving the property documents. Lin Yang twisted off the cap and took a sip, immediately grimacing. Previously, he had not noticed the taste of this brand of water, but after drinking a bottle of premium bottled water at Qin Qingqing's house, priced 30 times that of ordinary bottled water, he immediately sensed the disparity. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Wealthy individuals are not foolish. They spend more for superior experiences. If even a bottle of water can be so distinct, one can only imagine the variations in other aspects of life. In the past, Lin Yang's ambition was to purchase a car and build a small villa for his family, to bring honor to his parents. Now, these aspirations are easily attainable, and he has set his sights higher, aspiring to become affluent and lead a life of distinction. Sir, I have gathered all the information regarding the properties in Jinling community for you, Xiaoli said, placing a folder in front of Lin Yang before taking a seat beside him. There are a total of 10 properties, with prices ranging from 180,000 to 500,000. Please take a look. Lin Yang opened the folder, which contained detailed information and photographs of the houses. He was not particularly interested in the details, focusing solely on the area and price. He noticed a 100 square meter apartment on the 4th floor of Building 3 priced at only 180,000. Normally, such a property would be valued at around 500,000. Curiously, he inquired, why is this apartment so inexpensive? Xiaoli hesitated before explaining, to be honest, this apartment is a haunted house. A murder case occurred inside over a decade ago, and it was quite sensational. All the long-term residents of the community are aware of it. The owner's son is selling it, but it has been on the market for 5 or 6 years. As soon as potential buyers hear it's a haunted house, they immediately shake their heads, leading to a continuous drop in price. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang could hardly contain his delight. After all, he would not be living in it. He merely intended to purchase it for relocation compensation. The haunted status was of no concern to him. A property originally valued at 500,000 was now available for just 180,000, a remarkable bargain. Moreover, after the demolition plan is announced in half a month, he could receive tenfold compensation, amounting to 5 million. Lin Yang quietly noted this property, preparing to acquire it. Currently, he had over 8 million, and with the haunted house costing 180,000, he would still have over 6 million left, allowing him to select 3 additional properties at an average price of 500,000 each. As he sifted through the documents, he only paid attention to the area and price, disregarding the condition, as long as it was affordable. I am interested in this one, along with these 2. Is there any possibility for a price reduction? If you are genuinely interested, I can negotiate with the owner. I will contact them immediately, Xiaoli replied, puzzled by Lin Yang's selections. Why had he chosen the most dilapidated options? The other properties, which were better furnished, seemed far more suitable for living. Was he perhaps planning to invest? She shook her head. In the urban village area, ownership rights were complex, making it unlikely that an investor would be interested. Given his young age and foreign accent, she assumed he simply lacked sufficient funds to purchase anything more expensive. Xiaoli took out her phone and began dialing the numbers of the homeowners of the 4 properties that Lin Yang was interested in. After approximately 10 minutes, she hung up and exclaimed excitedly, Sir, several homeowners have heard that someone is interested in their houses and have decided to come over to discuss matters with you in person. Please wait a moment. They will arrive shortly. About 10 minutes later, a woman in her 40s or 50s entered the room. I heard that someone is interested in my house. Who is it? She inquired. It's me. I'm quite interested in your property, but I'm unsure about the price and whether there's room for negotiation. If the price is right, I can sign the contract immediately, Lin Yang replied. Upon hearing this, the woman quickly responded, Young man, you must know how low my asking price already is. If I lower it any further, I would incur too much loss, and then I would have to keep the house for myself. I genuinely wish to purchase your property. However, it lacks renovations, and there is a leak on one side of the balcony. The asking price is still a bit high. If you cannot reduce it further, I will have to consider other options, Lin Yang stated. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 middle-aged men entered the room. They appeared to be quite familiar with Xiaoli and immediately approached her. We heard someone is interested in our old house. Who is it? Xiaoli promptly introduced them. Uncle Wang, Uncle Lu, It's Mr. Lin Yong who is interested in your property. He called you here to see if the price could be negotiated. They nodded in understanding and turned to Lin Yong. Young man, I want to beat around the bush. If you can make the payment immediately, I can lower the price by 50,000. What? 50,000? Old Wong, you can't do that. Just a small concession is one thing, but how can you slash the price like that? It will make it difficult for us to sell in the future. Chapter 12. Who truly benefits from the bargain? Upon hearing this, Old Wong furrowed his brows and inwardly mused. What does it matter to me, whether you sell or not? Your concerns pale in comparison to Yu's. She has stated that if I ensure her victory in the evening's PK against other streamers, she will become my girlfriend. Lin Yong was equally taken aback to hear Old Wong mention a discount of 50,000 for immediate payment. To speak frankly, the environment of the Jinling community, a dilapidated urban village, is quite poor, and the demographic is mixed. Thus, selling properties in such a locale is exceedingly challenging. Consequently, the prices listed by agents are not only low but can be considered remarkably so. A property priced at 500,000, inclusive of agent fees, with an additional reduction of 50,000, would indeed be a substantial bargain. Had Lin Yang's sole interest been this particular property, he would have undoubtedly accepted the offer without hesitation. However, his aspirations extended far beyond this singular dwelling. After the announcement of the Jinling community's impending demolition, which would yield compensation tenfold the property value, acquiring as many houses as possible became paramount. Regrettably, with only 180,000 in hand, he lamented that he could not purchase all 10 properties currently on the market. His strategy was to initially acquire as many houses as he could with his available funds, and subsequently, after generating more income in the following days, to procure the remainder. After all, opportunities that can multiply one's assets tenfold in a mere fortnight are rare. Noticing Lin Yang's hesitation, Old Wong's frown deepened. If he could not secure the funds today, Yu's defeat in the PK would mean she would not become his girlfriend. Yet, the price was already exceptionally low. Any further reduction would severely diminish his profit. Buzz. At that moment, a private message arrived. Brother Wong, I am about to PK tonight. You must ensure my victory. This message was accompanied by a photo of a beautiful long-haired woman, pouting and squinting playfully, which invigorated Old Wong and solidified his resolve. He promptly replied to the message, Rest assured, Yu, I will make certain you win. Then, addressing Lin Yong, he declared, If you can transfer the funds immediately, I will offer an additional discount of 50,000. Lin Yong was momentarily taken aback. The price was already highly favorable, and now Old Wong was proposing to lower it further. The only explanation for such desperation was a pressing need for cash. No one would reduce prices so significantly otherwise. No problem, I will transfer the funds once we sign the contract. Wait a moment. Young man, perhaps you should take a look at my property first. The lady and the man, Lao Lu, who entered behind her, immediately grew anxious upon sensing Lin Yang's intent to purchase Old Wong's house. I see you are genuinely interested. I can offer you the same proportional discount as Old Wong. Me too. My property is in a better location. Purchasing mine is a surefire investment. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Lin Yang's initial thought was to negotiate a bit more, but he was taken aback by the magnitude of the discounts being offered by these individuals. He discerned Old Wong's urgent need for funds, yet Lao Lu and the lady appeared less pressed for cash. Why were they so eager to sell their properties? Nevertheless, regardless of their motivations for selling at such low prices, in the end, it would be Lin Yong who reaped the benefits. Very well. I shall acquire all 3 of your properties. Shaoli, please prepare the contracts promptly. What? Shaoli could hardly believe his ears. Properties in Jinling community have languished on the market for years without a single sale. Yet, Lin Yong intends to purchase 3 at once. The commission he stands to earn is indeed substantial, a remarkable windfall. Lin Gu, please hold on for a moment. I will prepare the contracts right away, Shaoli exclaimed, rushing out in a flurry. Shortly thereafter, he returned with an assortment of fruits, sunflower seeds, and beverages laid out on the table. Lin Gu, preparing the contracts will take a little time. Please enjoy some refreshments in the meantime. Lin Yong smiled, although Shaoli's initial demeanor was somewhat amiable. It paled in comparison to his current eagerness. After approximately half an hour, Shaoli brought over 3 copies of the purchase agreements for both parties to sign. The price for Old Wong's property was 400,000. For the elder sisters, it was 380,000, and likewise for Old Lu's, totaling 160,000 for the 3. Adding the property where a homicide had occurred at 180,000, Lin Yang's total expenditure for 4 properties amounted to 1,340,000. This left him with over 500,000, sufficient to acquire yet another property. Originally, he had planned to spend a maximum of 1,800,000 for 4 properties, but now he could afford 5. When the time for demolition compensation arrives, he could potentially reap several million more. Such rapidity in profit generation was astonishing. Old Wang and the elder sister signed the contracts without hesitation, but Old Lu hesitated as he prepared to sign. Xiao Li, puzzled, inquired, "Uncle Lu, why the delay? Isn't it unusual for you to hesitate?" "Indeed, our community's properties are dilapidated and lack access to quality school districts, rendering them nearly worthless. Why would one purchase so many? Could it be that you have insider information regarding an impending demolition?" "I am but an outsider with no such knowledge. I merely wish to invest in a guest house," Lin Yang replied, surprised by Old Lu's perceptiveness. The moment he decided to purchase several properties, Old Lu had already connected the dots regarding potential demolition. Should this information spread, Lin Yang's opportunity to acquire additional properties would vanish. "Old Lu, you know well that our Xingqing's development is directed toward the south. What relevance does the north hold for us?" "Precisely, I would wager that our community will not face demolition for the next 30 years. Old Lu nodded in agreement. Indeed. The community underwent facade renovations just last month. If demolition were imminent, such efforts would be unnecessary. He then took up the pen and signed the contract, affixing his fingerprint. At that moment, Lin Yang felt a weight lift from his chest. He owed a debt of gratitude to Old Wang and the elder sister. Without their persuasion, Old Lu might not have signed so readily, and complications would have arisen. He cast them both a grateful glance. Meanwhile, Xiao Li also exhaled in relief. The signing of the contracts meant her commission was imminent. Such a rare occasion as selling 3 second-hand properties at once spurred her enthusiasm. "Lin Gu, once you make the payment, please proceed tomorrow morning to handle the transfer procedures, and then these 3 properties will truly belong to you." "Very well." Lin Yang requested their bank account numbers and promptly transferred the full amount for the properties. After receiving the money, Lao Wang, Lao Lu, and the eldest sister left the real estate agency, each wearing a beaming smile. At last, that dilapidated house has been sold. In recent years, property prices have continually plummeted. This house had been on the market for 4 to 5 years, and its value had steadily declined. I truly believed I would be stuck with it, but unexpectedly. Today I encountered a rather naive buyer. When we purchased it, the price was merely a few hundred yuan per square meter. So any selling price would not result in a loss, albeit a slight reduction in profit. My nephew works at the planning bureau, and he mentioned that there would be no development in our area for the next decade or so. Rather than letting it languish in my possession, it is far more prudent to sell it at a low price and convert it into cash, which brings peace of mind. Indeed, cash is the most tangible asset. Chapter 13. The Secrets of the Mall Lottery. Xiao Li, please reach out to the owner of this property again and see if the price can be reduced a bit. What? Lin, you are still looking to buy? Xiao Lin was incredulous. Lin Yang had already purchased 3 properties and was now considering another. It was astonishing that someone of his age, possibly even younger, could muster over $1 million to buy real estate. The disparity was disheartening. However, the more properties Lin Yang acquired, the greater her commission, which brought her joy. She promptly complied with the request and continued making calls. The prices of the 3 properties Lin Yang had bought were below expectations, leaving him with over 700,000. After purchasing the notorious property, there would still be enough to buy another house. Although there were still 2 weeks before the demolition announcement, one could not rule out the possibility that someone in the know might get wind of it early. With available funds, it was prudent to acquire as many properties as possible, otherwise they risked being outmaneuvered. While waiting, the owner of the infamous property arrived. He was the son of the protagonist in a murder case and typically did not reside in this community, which accounted for his late arrival. The price he offered was indeed remarkably low, leaving little room for negotiation. Comparable properties in terms of renovation and size typically fetched 500,000, yet he was asking for only 180,000. Ultimately, the property was sold for that amount. Additionally, another unit was sold for 400,000. By the end of the afternoon, Lin Yang had purchased a total of 5 dilapidated apartments, spending 1,740,000, leaving him with just over 130,000. He was earning quickly, but spending even faster. However, in just 2 weeks, the 5 properties he acquired would yield 10 times their value in demolition compensation. This meant that even if he did nothing else, he would become a millionaire, with assets surpassing 10 million. The Jinling community had a total of 10 second-hand houses available for sale, of which he had secured 5. Although he yearned to acquire the remaining 5, he simply did not have the funds. He could only hope that tomorrow's information would allow him to profit significantly. Aiming to secure all the remaining second-hand properties. After finalizing the purchases and signing the contracts, it was already past 6 in the evening. Lin Yang recalled that at Dayueching, spending 688 could enter one into a lottery for a $6,000 electric vehicle. He left the real estate agency, intending to hail a cab to Dayueching. Although 6,000 was not a substantial amount, even the smallest gain was worthwhile. While waiting for a taxi, he encountered Qin Ziyuan, who was returning home from work. From a distance, Qin called out to Lin Yang. Lin Yang, thanks to your reminder, I avoided recharging at Chiji Fitness yesterday. You have no idea. They closed up shop and fled overnight. Many who rushed to take advantage of the discount were scammed. Lin Yang smiled. It's fortunate you weren't deceived. Still, I must thank you. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. No, I have plans today. By the way, I will be moving in a few days. And I'll treat you then. You must have received a promotion and a raise. Qin Ziyuan, who had shared a rental space with Lin Yang for several years, was aware of their respective income levels, which only allowed them to afford residence in a community like Jinling. Lin Yang's sudden decision to move suggested a significant change in his circumstances. His eyes were filled with envy. I have long grown weary of this wretched place. The environment is poor, not to mention the considerable distance from my workplace. I hope for the day when I can leave this place behind. With diligent effort. That day will surely come. After a brief exchange, Lin Yang hailed a cab to DUS City. DUS City is not in the same direction as Jinling community, and the taxi ride took over an hour, arriving just before 8 o'clock. Lin Yang made his way directly to the 4th floor of the shopping center, entering a seafood buffet restaurant named Dayu Haitang, where dinner was priced at 688 per person, just enough to meet the threshold for a lucky draw. This was a trendy restaurant that he had often encountered online and had long desired to visit, but had hesitated due to the steep prices. Now that he had the means, he seized the opportunity to try it out. The establishment nearly occupied the entire floor of the mall, boasting luxurious decor, enthusiastic service, and a wide variety of seafood. Coincidentally, during the anniversary celebration, the owner personally attended to host a bluefin tuna cutting show. To Lin Yang's surprise, the restaurant owner was none other than Chen Qingqing. Today, she donned a sleek black business suit and high heels, which accentuated her tall stature, coupled with her polished makeup. She radiated confidence and elegance, capturing the attention of everyone in the room as she took the stage. She is indeed the owner. What remarkable youth and accomplishments. She is stunning. I initially mistook her for a celebrity. At such a young age, she manages a restaurant of this scale. Her background must be extraordinary. Lin Yang wholeheartedly agreed with the sentiments expressed by those around him. He wondered about Chen Qingqing's family background. The rent for a store in the mall easily surpasses $1 million a year. Leasing an entire floor would likely cost at least several tens of millions. Additionally, there are operational costs and wages to consider. Lin Yang estimated that charging 688 per person might even result in a loss. The bluefin tuna cutting show concluded, and patrons enjoyed their dining experience. After greeting the guests, Chen Qingqing was whisked away into a private room amidst a throng of admirers. Lin Yang refocused his thoughts, sampled some food, and at 8:40, he departed the restaurant to participate in the lucky draw in the mall's atrium. Upon his arrival, he was met with a sea of people. A circular stage stood at the center, surrounded by eager customers. On the stage were a small electric vehicle, various small appliances, LCD televisions, and ovens among the prizes. Additionally, there was a host who stood before an opaque box filled with cards printed with various prizes. Each card, awarded for spending 688 yuan in the mall, entitled its holder to one draw. A long queue formed behind the lottery box, and Lin Yang positioned himself at the end, awaiting his turn. Observing the crowd, he silently congratulated himself for arriving early. Otherwise, with such a multitude, he would have missed the draw before 9 o'clock. Congratulations. Commemorative prize, a can of cola. Congratulations. 5th prize, a 20 yuan discount coupon for spending 500 in the mall. Congratulations. Commemorative prize, a can of cola. As the clock approaches 9, the lottery event draws near its conclusion, with merely half an hour remaining before the final draw. The coveted grand prize, an electric vehicle, has yet to be claimed. Whose fortune will it be? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. On stage, the host adeptly stirs the atmosphere. With just a few succinct words, She incites even those who initially had no intention of spending to partake, while encouraging those who have already spent but not yet won to continue their endeavors. Simultaneously, she casts a knowing glance toward the audience. A man in his 30s, understanding the unspoken cue, approaches the back of the lottery queue, clutching his receipt. Lin Yong has been in line for over 10 minutes and is now only 2 people away from the stage. At the forefront stands a plump woman in her 30s, holding a substantial stack of receipts. The host, seizing the moment, immediately offers the microphone for an interview. My dear lady, with such an impressive collection of receipts, I believe the audience, much like myself, is curious about how much you have spent to accumulate so many. Not much, just over 80,000. These receipts total 110, she replies nonchalantly. Well, it seems this young lady is determined to claim our grand prize electric car. The audience gasps collectively upon hearing that she holds 110 receipts. Truly remarkable, such expenditure. With that many receipts, the car must surely be hers. The individuals behind her might as well abandon their hopes of winning. Just then, the man who had caught the host's eye, now at the end of the queue, lets out a derisive chuckle. What fools you are. While you cannot see the tickets within the box, those who place them inside can. Even if you were to draw 1,000 times today, you would never seize the grand prize. Chapter 14. Daily earnings exceeding 1 million. Commemorative prize Coca-Cola Hall. Commemorative prize Coca-Cola Hall. Commemorative prize Coca-Cola Hall. Oh my, the third prize is a bear-shaped oven. The young lady's luck seems to have turned in her favor. It appears we are drawing ever closer to the grand prize of an electric vehicle. The plump woman pulled ticket after ticket from the box, the vast majority being commemorative prizes, Coca-Cola, with occasional better rewards such as discount coupons and small appliances. As the receipts in her hand dwindled, her impatience grew. Initially, she had maintained a carefree demeanor, participating in the draws while engaging with the host's interview. Gradually, her expression soured. How could this be? I had calculated it all. There can't be many tickets left in the box. With this many receipts, I should have drawn all the tickets by now and certainly landed the electric vehicle. Yet, here I am, nearly out of receipts, and still no sign of the car. Soon, only one receipt remained in her hand, granting her one final chance to draw. Will the young lady succeed in winning the car? The crowd wondered. Of course she will. If she doesn't win now, her luck would have to be abysmal. After over 100 draws, it must be her turn. The audience was in sync with the host, believing that the grand prize was destined for the stout woman. She handed her last ticket to the host and closed her eyes in prayer. Please let me win. Please let me win. Please let me win. With a trembling hand, she reached into the box and felt around, eventually convincing herself to pull one out. Glancing at it, she erupted in excitement. Wow, I won. I won. I won the electric vehicle. The audience responded with expressions that conveyed a sense of we knew it. Over 100 tickets had been drawn. It was only fitting that her last draw yielded such a dramatic outcome. Lin Yong, upon hearing that the grand prize had been claimed, glanced at the time. Only 5 minutes remained until 9 o'clock. Logically, the information relayed by the system should be flawless. The announcement had stated that the grand prize could be claimed before 9. Why then had this plump woman won? The host, momentarily caught off guard by the announcement of the grand prize, struggled to maintain her composure amidst the crowd. She feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, the young lady's luck is extraordinary. Please hand me the ticket for verification." As she took the ticket from the plump woman's hand, she mused internally, I wonder who hid the tickets. They aren't even affixed properly. After a long day's work, to be outmaneuvered by someone else. Just as she was about to announce the winner of the grand prize, she noticed the words Yachty emblazoned on the electric vehicle. The host breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the prize was indeed the first-place Yachty electric vehicle, rather than the grand prize of an electric car. Oh, my sincerest apologies, dear lady. You have won a Yachty electric vehicle. Though it is not the grand prize of an electric car, your luck is still quite remarkable. As the crowd prepared to disperse upon learning that the grand prize had already been claimed, the announcement that it was still available caused them to linger. Expressions of disbelief swept across their faces. Could it be that after more than 100 attempts, no one had won? The young lady's luck seemed remarkably poor. She had inadvertently cleared the way for those who followed, making it far easier for them to win the electric vehicle. The plump woman wore a grim expression, pouting as she received consolation from the host, her face betraying no hint of a smile. After confirming that the ticket was indeed for a Yadea electric bike, she reluctantly descended from the stage. Next up was Lin Yong, who held a single ticket, granting him one chance at the draw. The host took the ticket and proceeded to interview Lin Yong. Young man, do you believe you can win our super grand prize? Lin Yang flashed a smile, one rich with meaning. The host felt an inexplicable chill as a foreboding intuition crept into her mind. It was only when he reached into the box, guided by the system's information to the upper left corner, that Lin Yang felt something. Indeed, he grasped the ticket, pulling it out with determination. Clearly printed on it was an image of a pink electric car. The system's intel had proven accurate. The opportunity to seize victory before 9 p.m. had materialized. The host was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the ticket in Lin Yang's hands. She exchanged glances with the individual behind him, silently questioning how this could happen. After all, they had prepared thoroughly, confident that the next draw would be theirs, only to be thwarted unexpectedly. The individual behind Lin Yang wore an innocent expression, communicating through his eyes. How could I have known? This method had been their standard for years. Who could predict such an anomaly this year? Though disappointed, the audience was too numerous to display their discontent overtly. The host forced a smile, feigning surprise. Wow, young man, your luck is extraordinary. You hit the jackpot. Now, let's hear from him about his feelings. She brought the microphone close to Lin Yang. What does it feel like to win a car? Naturally, he expressed joy at winning. I hope your good fortune spreads to everyone present. With the grand prize gone, the host lost interest in prolonging the conversation, hastily wrapping up with a brief question. Lin Yang was then escorted aside to claim his reward. With the excitement diminished, the remaining crowd soon dispersed. At that moment, Lin Yang noticed the plump woman who had attempted over 100 times had not left. She approached him directly. Handsome, would you sell me that car? Of course. If the price is right. That's wonderful. Thank you for accommodating me. Her joy was evident upon receiving his affirmative response. Lin Yang felt puzzled, after all. It was merely an ordinary electric vehicle, readily available elsewhere. Why was she so insistent on this particular one? The woman seemed to perceive Lin Yang's bewilderment and smiled. This vehicle is a collaboration with Pig Hero. Only those from the anniversary celebration at Dayue City are authentic. Lin Yang nodded. I see. What do you think it's worth? If it's suitable, I shall transfer it to you. The official promotional material states it is valued at 60,000. How about I transfer 60,000 to you? All right. Initially, Lin Yang thought he would have to offer a discount to sell it, but now there was an immediate buyer at the full price, sparing him the hassle of paperwork. He promptly transferred the winning qualification to the woman, thus earning money while alleviating his burdens. Once he received the 60,000 she sent over, he left the mall and hailed a cab home. Throughout the day, he spent 700 yuan to purchase a coconut snail, which yielded a return of 1.5 million after producing a Miluzu. Subsequently, he invested all his funds into acquiring 5 apartments in Jinling community, anticipating a tenfold compensation upon demolition in half a month. Later that evening, he won a car at the mall's anniversary celebration, netting him an additional 60,000. Thus, excluding the real estate profits, his earnings for the day totaled 1.56 million, far exceeding his initial expectation of several hundred thousand. Over an hour later, as he alighted at the community entrance, he fortuitously encountered his roommate, Qin Ziyuan, returning from outside. They decided to indulge in barbecue at the community entrance, and by the time they returned to their rented apartment, it was already midnight. At that moment, a notification sound resonated in Lin Yang's mind. Ding, today's intelligence has been dispatched. Please check it. Chapter 15. Intelligence on the 500,000 bounty and $1 million luxury car. Before perusing the latest intelligence, Lin Yang glanced at his system level. Daily Intelligence System, 15300. Having bound the system for 2 days, he had received 15 push notifications, garnering 150 experience points. He only needed to read 15 more pieces of intelligence to upgrade to the weekly intelligence system. At that point, the value of each piece of intelligence would increase, and the time frame covered would extend to the following week. He then opened the intelligence received today. Fortune smiled upon him, as he had received a total of 7 notifications. Daily Intelligence 1. A torrential downpour is expected at 4:30 p.m. The low-lying areas of the community will accumulate over 1 meter of water. Please take precautions accordingly. Lin Yang checked the weather forecast, which indicated a sunny day ahead. However, he found that weather forecasts were seldom accurate, and he placed greater trust in the intelligence he had received. Daily Intelligence 2. A level fugitive Deng Weimin has entered Star City, hiding in the public restroom of Jinling Park. A reward of 500,000 is offered for information leading to his capture. Lin Yang was taken aback upon reading this notification. Typically, Any fugitive with a bounty on their head is notoriously dangerous, and a reward of 500,000 only underscored the severity. Deng Weimin was infamous for his heinous crimes, ambushing sentries, stealing rifles, armed robberies, and a series of shocking shootings that had shaken the nation. His methods were brutal and indiscriminate. He left no survivors. Wherever he appeared, panic and dread ensued. Yet, he possessed remarkable counter-surveillance skills, consistently managing to flee before the police could apprehend him. Law enforcement from Jinling, Bashu, Zhujiang, and Shaoqing had mobilized thousands in a relentless pursuit, expending countless resources, yet after a year and a half, there had been no progress on the case. Consequently, Deng's bounty had swelled from 10,000 to 500,000. His last known sighting was on the 18th of last month in Shanqing, after which he vanished without a trace. No one could have anticipated that he had managed to relocate to Star City without utilizing any means of transportation while evading surveillance. Even more astonishing was the fact that he was hiding in the public restroom of Jinling Park. Jinling Park was merely a small hill within the Jinling community, a mere few dozen meters high, with a walking path that barely stretched a few hundred meters, encircled by basic fitness facilities. Lin Yang often took evening strolls around that very area after dinner. The thought of such a dangerous criminal lurking there was akin to a ticking time bomb. Encountering Deng Weimin could spell disaster. This villain had to be eliminated. Unable to wait for dawn, Lin Yang quickly retrieved his phone and dialed 110. After a few seconds, the call connected. Before the operator could speak, Lin Yang interjected, "Hello, I need to report a suspicious individual in the public restroom of Jinling Park. He bears a resemblance to the fugitive Deng Weimin. Thank you for your information. We will relay it to the relevant authorities for verification. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Be sure to verify promptly to prevent him from escaping." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yang took a few deep breaths to calm himself before resuming his perusal of the remaining intelligence reports. Daily Intelligence 3. Due to the unfortunate incident involving the broth at Jiang Dilao, customer traffic has significantly decreased. The official announcement offers a 34% discount, which is even more generous than the 30% discount for university students. Once again, news about Jiang Dilao surfaced. To be honest, every time this incident crossed his mind, it rendered him unable to enjoy hot pot, not just at Jiang Dilao but at any establishment. Daily Intelligence 4. Wu Di is selling a 3YC Seagull. Purchasing this vehicle allows participation in the 3YC 30th anniversary lottery for a chance to win one of 60 cars. By using the vehicle's chassis number, one could win a lifetime usage right to the Yangwang U8. Such a fortunate opportunity. Although he did not own a car, the Yangwang U8 was indeed renowned. It boasted a puncture-proof design, 3 wheels that could glide smoothly at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, and unique features such as a turning radius and an amphibious mode, along with an onboard drone platform. The initial announcement had caused quite a stir, particularly given its staggering price exceeding 1 million yuan, with the final cost surpassing 1 million yuan. In contrast, the Seagull was merely a small electric vehicle priced around 60,000 to 70,000 yuan. Exchanging 60,000 for over 1 million seemed like an extraordinary bargain. Moreover, it appeared that Wu Di had previously been a colleague at Huada Machinery Factory, and Lin Yang suspected he still had his WeChat contact. Upon opening WeChat and browsing through his contacts, he indeed found Wu Di. As soon as he clicked on his profile, he was greeted with a post in Wu Di's moments regarding the sale of the car, 3YC Seagull, 1 month old, mileage 1089 kilometers. Selling due to personal discomfort with the small size of the car. Asking price is 59,800 yuan, negotiable for serious buyers. Beneath this post were several comments from mutual friends at Huada Machinery Factory. A new one is only 66,800. At this price, good luck selling it. A new model was released a few days ago that includes smart driving at the same price. Your price is indeed a bit high. If you lower it by 10,000, I'll take it. Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the comments. If only they were aware that using the chassis number of this car could lead to winning the million yuan Yangwang U8, how would they feel? Having purchased 5 properties and with over 100,000 yuan on hand, acquiring this vehicle was hardly a challenge. Additionally, he had been contemplating buying a car, intending to get a good one all at once. Winning the Yangwang U8 would certainly be advantageous, allowing for long-term use. Although the Seagull was a domestic brand, it was not inexpensive and was packed with technological advancements. Online reviews suggested that while not all owners of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class were wealthy, Those who drove the Yangwang U8 undoubtedly had substantial means. Owners who could afford a million-yuan Yangwang U8 likely had even more impressive vehicles at home. Buying other luxury cars might simply be for show, but investing over $1 million in a Yangwang U8 was not motivated by the need for status. Now, with less than 60,000 yuan, one could acquire such a luxury vehicle for free. This was an opportunity that simply could not be missed. Without regard for the late hour, Lin Yang sent Wu Di a message. "I'll take your car. Please provide the actual price." After sending the message, he prepared to browse the remaining information, only to be surprised by a swift reply from Wu Di. "As you know, I purchased the car merely a month ago. It is practically brand new. We were colleagues, and I must be candid with you. My bottom line is 54,800. Do you truly expect me to reduce it to 54,000? Very well. Tomorrow we shall proceed to the Vehicle Administration Office to complete the formalities. No problem. Provide me with your address, and I shall come to retrieve you in the morning." Lin Yang did not anticipate such a smooth car buying experience, and he promptly sent the address. He only had to await dawn to finalize the paperwork at the Vehicle Administration Office. After setting the time, he continued to peruse the remaining intelligence. Daily Intelligence 5. The procurement manager of Big Fish and Sea Cucumber has embezzled funds by substituting inferior goods for fresh seafood, resulting in food poisoning among patrons. Replacing all the tiger crabs in advance could prevent this. The proprietor of Big Fish and Sea Cucumber is Chun Qingqing, who previously spent $1.5 million to acquire her own Melee Pearl, thus benefiting herself. Furthermore, engaging with her on a deeper level could trigger a critical event, yielding high-value intelligence. Previously, a critical event revealed that the Jinling community is slated for demolition. If all 10 available housing units are purchased, the total cost would be under $5 million, with nearly $50 million in compensation. After deducting costs, one could profit at least $40 million. A single piece of high-value intelligence is worth no less than $40 million. And now, merely triggering a critical event would guarantee information exceeding that value, certainly an opportunity not to be overlooked. The food poisoning incident at Big Fish and Sea Cucumber was due to stale ingredients. If Chun Qingqing is alerted in advance to monitor the freshness of the restaurant's supplies, it could avert such mishaps, likely earning her gratitude and facilitating deeper engagement in the future. Whether she believes him is beyond his control. Lin Yang sent a message to Chun Qingqing. "I did not realize you were the owner of Big Fish and Sea Cucumber. When I dined there yesterday, I noticed some ingredients seemed less than fresh, particularly the tiger crab. Please take heed." After sending the message, he did not receive an immediate response. It was quite late, and Chun Qingqing might have already retired for the night. He continued to scroll down, exploring the next piece of information. Chapter 16. The Car Lottery, Daily Intelligence 6. The Chrysanthemum mobile phone's new foldable model is available for pre-order. A loophole has appeared on the Tiango platform. By entering the verification code NSSB 2025, one can unlock the eligibility to purchase it for just 1 yuan, limited to 1 unit. Lin Yang glanced down at his cracked phone screen and silently opened the Tiango shopping app, locating the pre-order link for the Chrysanthemum Purex foldable phone. Upon entering the verification code in SSB 2025, the total amount to be paid indeed transformed to just 1 yuan. A phone valued at nearly 8,000 was truly acquired for a mere 1 yuan. Regrettably, the purchase was limited to 1 unit. Otherwise, buying more and then reselling them could have yielded a significant profit. Daily Intelligence 7. A popular milk tea shop, 2 points, has been reported for using expired cream. Patrons who purchased from the store may receive tenfold compensation. A cup of milk tea costs so little, even with the possibility of receiving 10 times the compensation. The amount is negligible. Moreover, should one purchase in bulk, the store would likely opt to litigate, making the pursuit of compensation far from straightforward. In summary, this transaction does not appear to be particularly profitable. On the third day, Lin Yang received a total of 7 system notifications. After reading through them all, he gained 70 points of system experience. To upgrade from the daily system to the weekly system, only 80 points of experience were needed. With a stroke of luck, he could achieve this in just 1 more day. Although the weekly system would only provide between 3 to 10 pieces of intelligence, the corresponding value of this information would significantly increase. Essentially, it would be a curated selection of weekly intelligence. While the quantity of information may decrease, its value would rise, resulting in greater efficiency. Since acquiring the system, despite receiving numerous deliveries daily, it had consumed a considerable amount of time, leaving little opportunity to enjoy life. In just a few days after the system upgrade, he would have ample time to relish life without the daily hustle. Once the system advanced to monthly and then yearly intelligence, the time available for enjoyment would increase even further, allowing him to truly live a life of financial freedom. Having reviewed all the intelligence, half an hour had passed. Exhausted, Lin Yong shut the panel and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Lin Yong was awakened by the ringing of his phone. He glanced at the screen. It was not yet 8 o'clock. The call was from Wu Di. Undoubtedly regarding the car sale, he was surprised by Wu Di's enthusiasm. "Hello, Wu Di. Wait for me at the entrance of the community. I will be there shortly." "All right. I'm at the large stone at the main gate of your community." Lin Yong hung up, hurriedly tidied himself, grabbed his ID card, and stepped outside. As he exited the community gate, he immediately spotted a sleek, all-black 3YC Seagull parked nearby. "Lin Yong, over here." Before he could approach, he heard Wu Di's call. Lin Yong walked over, opened the car door, and settled into the seat. Despite its compact size, the interior was surprisingly spacious, even at 183 centimeters tall. He did not feel cramped. "Ready? I'm setting off now," Wu Di announced, pressing the accelerator, and the small car surged forward with a jolt. Isn't this car impressive? Electric vehicles and gasoline cars belong to entirely different eras. An electric car costing merely tens of thousands can outpace gasoline vehicles worth hundreds of thousands. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Indeed, the official lottery event of 3YC concludes at 10 a.m. today. Once you complete the necessary procedures, I urge you to participate in the lottery via the official mini program. Lest you miss the opportunity. Why not finish the lottery before selling this vehicle? Lin Yong was surprised that Wu Di would remind him about the lottery. With over 10 million car owners in 3YC and only 60 cars available to win, it seemed improbable that he would possess such fortune. Participating felt like a waste of time. However, since you have purchased this vehicle, I feel obliged to remind you, though the outcome is beyond my control. Lin Yong nodded. Realizing that his previous interactions with Wu Di had been solely professional, he had not anticipated Wu Di's commendable character and sincerity. Had he not been reminded, he might have inadvertently missed the lottery deadline, squandering tens of thousands on this vehicle. Yet, if he were to discover later that he had won a luxury car worth millions through this vehicle's participation, how would he feel? Would he remain as composed as he was now? The intelligence system had indicated that entering the lottery with this vehicle's chassis number could yield $1 million Yongwon U8. Although it was merely a lifetime usage right and not transferable, he was already planning to return to his hometown, making it quite suitable to drive this car back. He was eager to see what the neighbors would say then. Noticing Wu Di's admirable nature, Lin Yong transferred the purchase amount of 54,800 yuan while still in the car. Once at the vehicle administration office, they would simply take photos and sign the contract to finalize the transfer. Subsequently, Wu Di guided Lin Yong on how to participate in the lottery. He opened the official 3YC mini program, located the entry for the 30th anniversary lottery, entered the chassis number and owner information, and then clicked confirm to successfully enter the lottery. Lin Yong noted that participation ended at 10 a.m., with the drawing set for 8 p.m. that same evening. After completing the process, Wu Di departed alone by taxi. Lin Yong settled into the car, familiarizing himself with its features before preparing to leave when his phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was the police station. He swiped the screen to answer the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yong?" "Yes, how may I assist you?" "Thank you for the information you provided. It has significantly aided us in solving a major case and successfully apprehending the A-level fugitive, Deng Weimin. When would you be available during working hours to visit our police station and register your information? Upon reporting, the reward will be transferred to your account." "All right." Lin Yong was astonished by the police's efficiency. He had made the report just last night, and by morning, they had already apprehended the suspect and contacted him to register information. To be honest, he had anticipated numerous hurdles in claiming the reward. With the vehicle purchase and lottery concluded, he awaited the evening's live draw. Having no other pressing matters, Lin Yong decided to drive to the police station to register his information. Upon entering the police station service hall, he immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Having visited before to process a temporary residence permit, he recalled the staff's typically impassive demeanor, monotonously repeating their tasks like robots. However, today, each individual was adorned with vibrant smiles, as if a momentous celebration were underway. Lin Yong, following the instructions from the telephone call, located the designated office and knocked on the door. "Please come in." "Hello, I am here to register my information and claim the reward." "You must be Lin Yong." Please, take a seat. Thanks to your invaluable tip, we have successfully solved a major case that many agencies and experts across the nation could not crack. Our department is fortunate to bask in the glory of your contribution. The person receiving Lin Yang explained with a broad smile, while handing him a form to fill out. It was then that Lin Yang comprehended the source of the officer's jubilance. Having cracked a significant case undoubtedly meant they would receive commendations and, consequently, rewards. All of this was due to his single act of reporting, rendering their courteousness towards him entirely understandable. Chapter 17. Securing all 10 properties after completing the registration process at the police station, Lin Yang departed. Over the past 3 days, he had amassed nearly 2 million through the intelligence provided by the system. He purchased 5 properties in Jinling community, which were slated for demolition, acquired a vehicle, and still had approximately 140,000 remaining. However, it was evident that this sum was insufficient to acquire all the available properties in Jinling community before the impending demolition. The reward for providing leads on wanted criminals was yet to be dispersed, and the luxurious car won in a lottery could not be exchanged for cash. With a sigh of resignation, he decided to await the new intelligence the following day, hoping for alternative avenues to generate income. Although a total of 10 properties were on sale in Jinling community, he had already secured 5. The prospect of receiving tenfold compensation for the demolition fueled his desire to acquire the remaining properties, leaving him restless. As he stepped out in the morning, he hastily consumed an apple and was now ravenous. Lin Yang sought out a nearby restaurant to satisfy his hunger. He ordered a selection of his favorite dishes, ones he typically refrained from indulging in. With newfound wealth, he was determined not to deprive himself. Have you heard? Deng Weimin, the one with the 500,000 reward, was apprehended in the public restroom of our community park. One patron exclaimed. I was there at the scene. I even encountered Deng Weimin in the restroom before the police arrived. He was rather unattractive, but I would never have suspected him to be a wanted criminal. I've seen him in the restroom as well, yet he looked nothing like his wanted poster. Had I known he was a fugitive, that 500,000 would have been mine. Another chimed in. Rewards are not easily claimed. There are bound to be various excuses for delays, a skeptic remarked. That's unlikely. Capturing a major criminal case earns promotions for the chief. Everyone involved is elated. I believe this reward will be distributed promptly, another countered. While dining, Lin Yang noticed the patrons engrossed in discussions about Deng Weimin's arrest. Most were focused on the reward, enviously eyeing those who provided the tip-off as earning 500,000 would take years of labor. Buzzing. Suddenly, Lin Yang's phone chimed with a notification. He glanced at the screen. Xingqing Bank. Your Union Pay card ending in 4806 received a deposit of 500,000 yuan on March 15th at 11:26 a.m. Current balance. The 500,000 was undoubtedly the reward money. He marveled at the efficiency. Within an hour of his registration, the funds were already credited. A smile crept onto his face as he considered the discussions he had overheard. In high-profile cases, those involved were eager for resolution, thus enhancing the pace of operations significantly. With the reward now in hand and over 600,000 in his account, he had sufficient funds to purchase a property in Jinling community. Lin Yang hastily consumed a few more bites before setting off to the real estate agency, where he had previously made his purchases. With the announcement of the demolition approaching, he was aware that other informed individuals might also be looking to buy properties in Jinling community. The Jinling community has a total of 10 residential units for sale. Having purchased the 5 least expensive ones myself, there remain 5. Missing out on even one would mean losing millions, sums that most people could never earn in a lifetime. Now, with just a few 100,000, I can secure a substantial profit in a matter of weeks. How could one not feel anxious? Brother Lin, you've arrived. How may I assist you? As Lin Yang approached the entrance, he was greeted by an eager face. Where is Xiaoli? I need to speak with her. Xiaoli has taken a client to view properties. Perhaps I could assist you instead? You can call me Xiao Huang. No, I would prefer to wait for Xiaoli. Lin Yang held Xiaoli in high regard. She was honest, dependable, and efficient in her work. He was reluctant to switch to a new agent. If their intentions were not pure, complications could arise. Xiao Huang, upon receiving Lin Yang's refusal, appeared disappointed. Previously, when 5 properties were sold, Xiaoli earned nearly 20,000 in commission, which was regrettable for Xiao Huang, as she had not been the one to assist him then. Suddenly, she gazed at Lin Yang, clenching her fists. Securing such a significant client would surely lead to future opportunities for him to purchase more properties through her. With a swift change of demeanor, she donned a friendly smile and warmly said, "Brother Lin, please have a seat and relax. I will give Xiaoli a call." "Very well, thank you." As Lin Yang settled into the agency's lounge area, he had barely finished a cup of tea when Xiaoli returned. "Brother Lin, I apologize for the wait. I was showing properties to a client. To make it up to you, I would like to treat you to dinner tonight." "No need for dinner. How many units are still available in the Jinling community?" "There are 5 remaining, the same ones you viewed previously." "How many do you wish to purchase this time?" Xiaoli had earned a commendable commission from the last sale, significantly higher than that of many colleagues over several months, evoking envy among them. With Lin Yang returning, she was determined to seize this opportunity. "To be honest, I wish to acquire them all. However, I currently only have enough cash for one. Let us proceed with this unit. Please assist me in expediting the paperwork." "Brother Lin, while your cash on hand is insufficient, you still possess 5 properties. You could leverage those as collateral for a loan to purchase the remaining units." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang experienced a moment of clarity. Slapping his thigh in realization, his thinking had been too constrained. As an outsider with no job, obtaining a loan was indeed challenging. However, with 5 properties at his disposal, he could typically secure a loan amounting to around 90 of their appraised value, coupled with the over 600,000 he already had. Acquiring the remaining properties would not prove difficult. "That's an excellent suggestion, Xiaoli. Please assist me with this process. I will ensure you are compensated for your efforts. Once the loan is approved, I will purchase the remaining 5 units. It would be my honor to assist you, Brother Lin. There is no need for compensation." Xiaoli declined with a smile. Having previously earned nearly 20,000 from selling 5 units, this time, with the prices being slightly higher, her commission would also increase. Why worry about a small fee when the potential for a significant commission was at stake? She understood that leaving a good impression on Lin Yang was far more valuable than any trivial amount. As a real estate agent, she was quite knowledgeable about the intricacies of loans. Without lingering, Lin Yang went straight home to retrieve the property deed and other documents before driving his newly purchased Seagull to the bank with Xiaoli to arrange for a loan. "Brother Lin, with your wealth, why are you driving a Seagull?" Xiaoli expressed his astonishment upon seeing Lin Yang in the modest vehicle. "Just a temporary measure. Once the new car arrives, I will switch it out," Lin Yang replied truthfully, planning to trade it for a 1,000,000 yuan valued Yangwang U8 after the evening's lottery draw, subsequently selling the 2 Seagulls. His mood was notably elevated, filled with joy. He had long aspired to acquire all the properties for sale in Jinling community, and today, he finally had the opportunity to resolve that ambition. Once he secured these properties, he would eagerly await the impending demolition in a fortnight, anticipating a 10-fold compensation payout, thereby elevating his fortune to that of a millionaire. With the daily intelligence system at his disposal, his wealth would grow exponentially, transforming from millions to billions in no time. Chapter 18. Allow me to introduce a job to you at the entrance of Star City Bank. Lin Yang parked the car and walked into the bank alongside Xiaoli. Suddenly, the buzzing of Xiaoli's phone broke the moment. She glanced at her device and, with a hint of embarrassment, said, "Brother Lin, I have an urgent call. Please go in and wait for a moment. I will join you shortly after." "All right," Lin Yang replied and proceeded alone into the bank. "Lin Yang, is that really you?" Upon entering, Lin Yang was approached by a man clad in a tailored black suit, his hair meticulously styled, who appeared to be of similar age. "Zhang Jun. Indeed. It is I. What brings you to the bank today?" Lin Yang was pleasantly surprised to encounter an old classmate at the bank. Zhang Jun was a fellow student from university, and their relationship could be described as cordial yet distant, friendly greetings exchanged but no communication in between. Although both had remained in Star City post-graduation, they had never kept in touch. Lin Yang glanced at Zhang Jun's name tag, noting he had become the lobby manager. Given their background in mechanical engineering, it was quite unexpected for Zhang Jun to work in such a challenging sector as banking. "You're doing well, I see." "Working at a bank," Lin Yang remarked with a smile. "Oh, it's merely luck," Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly, though his expression betrayed a sense of pride. He looked around to ensure no one was eavesdropping and leaned closer to Lin Yang, whispering, "My aunt holds a leadership position here. She helped me secure this job. I remember you were the top of our class. Your career must be thriving too, right?" Lin Yang chuckled softly. "I lost my job a few days ago. Now I'm merely an unemployed wanderer, far behind you. How about this? I could speak to my aunt and see if she can help you find a position as a bank telemarketer. Although it's outsourced, the benefits are only slightly less favorable than those of formal employees." "No, thank you." Lin Yang was aware that while both worked in the bank, the conditions for outsourced employees were drastically inferior to those of full-time staff. The outsourced workers bore the brunt of all the undesirable tasks, and their wages were significantly lower. Even without the daily intelligence system that allowed easy earnings of tens or hundreds of thousands, he would not consider such a position. Just as Lin Yang was joking about being an unemployed drifter, Zhang Jun took his words seriously. Xiaoli, why are you so late? Manager Wang has been waiting in the VIP room for quite some time. At that moment, Xiaoli entered the bank after finishing her call. Zhang Jun greeted her warmly. Where's the boss you mentioned on the phone, the one who wants to mortgage 5 properties for a loan? Brother Lin is right here. Brother Lin? Zhang Jun looked at Xiaoli, bewildered. Yes, the one seeking a mortgage is Brother Lin. You mean Lin Yang? Exactly. Brother Lin is interested in 5 properties but lacks sufficient cash, so he intends to apply for a loan. Upon realizing that the Brother Lin Xiaoli referred to was indeed Lin Yang, Zhang Jun's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to that of a monkey's backside. The mere thought of having felt an unwarranted sense of superiority just moments ago, when I wished to introduce Lin Yang to an outsourced call center position, now leaves me feeling acutely embarrassed, wishing to disappear into the ground. Although properties in Star City are relatively affordable, each unit still costs at least several $100,000. For someone who has only recently graduated to possess 5 properties, there seems little need for me to offer job introductions. As Lin Yang's classmate, being a local should afford him certain advantages, yet he is still diligently working to save for a down payment on a home. In stark contrast, Lin Yang not only owns 5 properties, but is also intent on acquiring more. There is simply no basis for comparison between us. Zhang Jun's fleeting sense of superiority evaporated instantaneously upon learning of Lin Yang's circumstances. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell his embarrassment, and with a smile remarked, "Old classmate, it turns out you are the one who is truly thriving. Come, I shall escort you to the VIP room." Zhang Jun bowed slightly, gesturing for Lin Yang and Xiaoli to follow him into the VIP chamber. The bank's lobby was adorned with stainless steel seating, while the VIP room boasted sumptuous leather sofas. A coffee table graced the center, laden with floral tea, fruits, and exquisite pastries. A middle-aged man reclined on one of the sofas. "Manager Wang, I have brought my old classmate who wishes to secure a mortgage." Xiao Xiang. I had no idea one of your classmates was so accomplished. Excellent, excellent. With a few enthusiastic claps on the sofa opposite Manager Wang, Zhang Jun warmly said, "Old classmate, please take a seat here." As Lin Yang nodded and settled onto the sofa, Zhang Jun promptly poured him a cup of floral tea and offered it to him, saying, "It's quite warm. A sip of water will surely quench your thirst." "Very well, Xiao Zhang, you may return to your duties. I will attend to Mr. Lin." "All right." Manager Wang, if you need anything, do not hesitate to call for me." Zhang Jun acknowledged with a quick nod and briskly exited, gently closing the door behind him. Lin Yang smiled, reflecting on how money truly is a remarkable entity. Zhang Jun only knew of his 5 properties, and the contrast between their circumstances was indeed striking. At the Star City Planning Bureau office, Shi Tsong gazed at the urban renewal plan in contemplation. This demolition would undoubtedly lead to the enrichment of many. Yet regrettably, he found himself excluded from that fortunate group. As a staff member at the Planning Bureau, he had the privilege of being privy to urban development details ahead of time, information about where demolitions would occur and which areas would undergo renovation. However, as a mere junior employee, he dared not disclose such sensitive information, as being discovered could lead to repercussions far beyond the loss of his job. More critically, having only recently embarked on his career, he had limited funds, rendering him powerless to capitalize on the insights he possessed. Just then, the buzz of his phone signaled a new message. Upon checking, he saw it was from his good friend Zhang Jun. "Do you remember that classmate of ours, Lin Yang?" "I do recall. His family situation seemed rather modest, lacking connections or influence. Despite his excellent grades, he struggled to secure a reputable job and, as I understand, ended up as a technician at a small factory." "Indeed, that's the one. He just came to our bank to apply for a loan." "Oh, is there news to share?" "He is not in default on any online loans. Rather, he is seeking a mortgage. Let me tell you, he astonishingly owns 5 properties in Jinling community. As a classmate, I have only 1 house, the down payment of which was provided by my family. And I'm still repaying the loan each month. How has he managed to acquire 5 properties? What community are you referring to?" Shi Tsong only caught the mention of Jinling community. The other words eluded him. Jinling community, though an older estate, still commands around 500,000 for a single unit. How could he possibly be so impressive as to purchase 5 at once? Upon confirming that it was indeed Jinling Community, the shock within Shirtsong was profound. Known only to him, he held in his hands an impending demolition announcement, and it was Jinling Community that was slated for redevelopment. Despite the fact that the 5 properties there are currently valued at merely 2 to 3 million, the compensation received after demolition will be no less than 10 million. Wait. You mentioned Lin Yang is seeking a mortgage to buy a house. Is he intending to purchase in that community? Jinling Community, you say? Shirtsong refrained from replying further, suddenly realizing a crucial point. If Lin Yang has the means, why would he opt for an old, dilapidated property instead of a new one in a modern community? The only explanation is that he must have received advance notice of the impending demolition. Those who are privy to such information are not ordinary. Could he possess some hidden connections? If I could befriend him, perhaps Lin Yang could advocate for me and facilitate my promotion. He promptly navigated to the university class group, located Lin Yang's WeChat, and prepared to send a friend request. After some contemplation, he decided against adding him directly and instead posted a message in the group. Everyone. It has been several years since graduation. Are there any classmates still in Xingqing? Let us gather together when we have the chance. Chapter 19 Weekly Intelligence System. Lin Yang successfully completed the mortgage process, with the bank appraising his 5 properties at a value of 2.5 million, granting him a loan of 2 million. Coupled with his own savings of over 600,000, he was nearly able to acquire all the available properties in the Jinling Community. After concluding the transaction, Manager Wang, beaming with joy, escorted Lin Yang to the exit. Each month, he had loan quotas to meet, and given the current economic climate, it was exceedingly challenging to lend money, not to mention the difficulty in recovering it. At this moment, Lin Yang sought a loan of 2 million, secured by a mortgage, rendering him immune to the fear of defaulting, which undoubtedly pleased Manager Wang, as it allowed him to exceed his targets without concern for non-repayment. As several individuals emerged from the VIP room, Zhang Jun promptly approached Lin Yang. Old classmate, have you seen the messages in the group? The class monitor wishes to organize a reunion, and you must attend. A class reunion? Lin Yang was entirely unaware of this development. Since graduation, there had been a few gatherings organized by others, yet he had not attended a single one. Reunions post-graduation generally revolved around gauging one another's success and seizing opportunities to ingratiate oneself and foster connections. It seemed this time the class monitor had heard of someone else's success and aimed to cultivate ties. The class monitor just posted in the group. Once the location is confirmed, I will inform you, Lin Yang remarked as he glanced at his phone to discover that indeed, just moments ago, the class monitor had shared a message. He held little interest in such gatherings, but it felt impolite to outright reject Zhang Jun's invitation. He thus responded, I am planning to return to my hometown soon. If I am still in Xingqing then, I will attend. All right then. I will request to add you as a friend on WeChat. Please remember to accept, Zhang Jun replied. Sure, Lin Yang nodded, accepting Zhang Jun's friend request. Zhang Jun, beaming with satisfaction, saw Lin Yang off before promptly sending a message to Shirtsong, stating, Lin Yang has agreed. You should organize swiftly as he is about to return to his hometown. Upon leaving the bank, Lin Yang accompanied Xiao Li to the real estate agency, where he purchased all the available properties in the Jinling Community. The remaining few houses, being more well-furnished, commanded a higher price, totaling 2.48 million. After signing the purchase agreement, Lin Yang's anxieties were finally alleviated. With a total of 10 properties, he anticipated receiving tenfold compensation after the demolition, amounting to approximately 50 million. And within a fortnight, he could potentially earn over 40 million. Once he received the compensation, he intended to return to his hometown, ensuring his parents could enjoy a life that others would envy. By the time he completed the formalities at the real estate agency, it was already late. Xiaoli invited Lin Yang to dine at a nearby restaurant. After the meal, Lin Yang returned to his rented room, and noticing it was still early, he began to pack his belongings. He would not be residing here for long, as he would soon depart. Once the demolition was completed and the compensation received, he would be able to acquire his own home, staying here for at most another half a month. In the midst of packing, he lost track of time. When he recalled the evening's 3YC car lottery, he realized he had already missed the drawing. He quickly opened the official live stream, only to find that the lottery had concluded. Despite the passage of time, the live stream remained bustling with activity. Those fortunate enough to win are truly blessed, with odds of winning being merely a fraction, akin to 1 in several hundred thousand, particularly for the coveted Yaoguang U8, of which only 10 exist. Envy and resentment abound. Why was it not I who struck gold? The barrage of comments flows swiftly, all expressing admiration for those fortunate winners. Lin Yong immediately scans the large screen for his own information. Lin Yong, 430. 001X. Upon glimpsing this detail, he exhales in relief. As expected, the modest sum of over 50,000 he invested in the lottery for that vehicle chassis number has indeed yielded a luxurious car worth millions. With this new acquisition, a house will soon follow. Upon returning home, who will dare to speak ill of him? Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the phone rings. The caller ID reveals an official communication from 3YC. Greetings, Mr. Lin Yong. Congratulations on participating in our 3YC 30th anniversary lottery event and on winning a lifetime usage right to a Yongwang U8. You will collect your prize in 2 days at the venue in Shenzhen. We will provide round-trip airfare and accommodation. A link will be sent to you shortly. Please fill in your details and wait. Understood, thank you. Even before the call was concluded, the message arrived. Lin Yong hung up and eagerly filled in the information. Anticipation building as he envisioned possessing the million-dollar automobile in just 2 days. Previously, every visit home left him envious of others, each household boasting a small vehicle parked outside. His family was the only one without a car, leaving them unable to hold their heads high in the village. Now, he too would own a car. And a luxury one at that. Imagining their astonished faces upon seeing it brought him immense satisfaction. The following morning, the first thing Lin Yong did upon waking was to access the daily intelligence updates from the system. Today, the system had delivered a total of 8 messages, indicating that reading through all of them would grant him 80 experience points. With these points, the system could be upgraded to a weekly intelligence system. Daily Intelligence 1. A chimpanzee at the Star City Zoo gained fame after defecating on a visitor. Capturing the moment on video could yield a significant influx of traffic. This is yet another trivial piece of information that Lin Yong opts to disregard. Moving on to the next update. Daily Intelligence 2. At Table 109 in the Westgate Stone Pot Bibimbap of Jinling Community, a cigarette but was discovered. Those dining before 7 p.m. may receive a compensation of 1,000 yuan for this find. Another nugget of useless information. For 1,000 yuan, Lin Yong would not stoop to consuming something spat out by another. Daily Intelligence 3. Top Toy has launched a new series of blind boxes, creating a frenzy. Those willing to queue can earn 140 yuan per day. Lin Yong found himself at a loss for words. Of the 7 messages received today, the first 3 held little to no value. Daily Intelligence 4. In Building 7, Apartment 601 of Jinling Community. 100 grams of gold bars are hidden within the restroom ceiling. The owner of the bars has been deceased for many years, rendering them ownerless and unnoticed. Easily obtainable for anyone daring enough to retrieve them. Building 7, Apartment 601, in Jinling Community. Lin Yong could hardly believe his astounding luck. The house, which harbors gold bars, is none other than the property he previously purchased for 180,000, a residence that was once the scene of a homicide. Now that the house is rightfully his, extracting the gold bars is a matter of ease. Furthermore, intelligence suggests that these gold bars are unclaimed, with no one else privy to this information apart from him. Given this circumstance, retrieving them is imperative, with the current gold price hovering around 800 to 900 per gram. The buyback value should certainly not fall below 700 per gram. A single 100-gram gold bar would thus yield 70,000, and 20 bars would amount to a staggering 1 million. Initially, he spent only 180,000 on this house, yet the gold bars alone are valued at 1 million. Resulting in not only a free house but also a profit exceeding 2 million. The mere thought is exhilarating. Fortunately, this information was received prior to the demolition. Had it arrived during the demolition, the gold bars would have belonged to someone else. Lin Yong glanced at his system level, Daily Intelligence 260-300. He needs just 40 more experience points to upgrade the system. Coincidentally, there are 4 pieces of intelligence left to review, and upon completing this, the system will elevate to weekly intelligence. At that point, the information will pertain to the forthcoming week, significantly enhancing the value of each piece of intelligence. Lin Yong refocused his thoughts and continued to peruse the remaining 4 pieces of intelligence. Chapter 20. The Blue Payment Software Bug. A Universal 20 Discount, Daily Intelligence 5. A bouquet of roses has been discovered in the trash bin at the entrance of Binjiang Bay Community. Accompanied by 520 yuan in cash, available for retrieval before the sanitation workers clear the garbage. Binjiang Bay is an upscale residence, not accessible to just anyone. Although Chen Qingxing resides in the same community and could facilitate entry, it seems unseemly to seek her assistance merely for 520 yuan. Daily Intelligence 6. Photos from the Lu Tianxian Film Festival red carpet have been unveiled, sparking a frenzy for Ultraman hairpins, which promise substantial profits for those who stockpile them in advance. What exactly are Ultraman hairpins? Lin Yang opened his phone to search and discovered they are hairpins shaped like Ultraman, priced at 19 yuan, crafted from faux diamonds, and adorned in vibrant colors that appear quite distinctive. Such fads often fade swiftly. Once the hype dissipates, interest wanes. With a retail price of 19 yuan, the profit margins are unlikely to be substantial. Consequently, the strategy would necessitate bulk purchases. Should the trend lose momentum, unsold inventory could result in losses that negate previous gains. Moreover, with less than a day to procure and sell, he realized it would be unmanageable to handle alone. Lin Yang shook his head, deciding it wiser to let others seize this opportunity. Daily Intelligence 7. A self-service vending machine within the community contains bottles of iced tea, and one cap offers a chance to win a family trip to an island valued at 9,999 yuan. Purchasing all the iced tea allows one to skin the cap for a chance to enter the drawing. He was aware of this promotion, having occasionally bought a bottle of iced tea in hopes of winning a grand prize that would allow him to take his parents on an island getaway. However, he had never won. With his impending return to his hometown, winning a family trip would be perfectly timed, allowing them to explore landscapes previously unseen. Daily Intelligence 8. The procurement manager of the Dayu Haitang Buffet restaurant has been exposed for substituting inferior goods for profit, leading to their referral to the police. The restaurant preemptively replaced deteriorating tiger crabs to avert customer food poisoning. After perusing all 8 pieces of intelligence, Lin Yang's system experience reached 300. At that moment, the system interface underwent a transformation. Congratulations, host. The daily intelligence system has successfully upgraded to the weekly intelligence system. The weekly intelligence will provide the host with 3 to 10 pieces of information each week that are closely related to the host's interests. The weekly intelligence may contain high-value information. Each piece of weekly intelligence read will grant 100 experience points. Following the upgrade, the quantity of intelligence delivered remained unchanged. However, the frequency shifted from daily to weekly. The most notable distinction is the potential inclusion of high-value intelligence within the weekly updates, which is absent from the daily reports. Thus far, he had only encountered high-value intelligence once, derived from an interaction with Chen Qingxing, which held a value in the millions, far exceeding the typical worth of ordinary intelligence. This illustrates the significant disparity between the weekly and daily reports, with the former resembling a curated selection of the latter. Lin Yang checked the system. Weekly Intelligence 03000. A weekly intelligence report yields a remarkable 100 experience points. Thus, accumulating 30 such reports enables an upgrade to a monthly intelligence system. With a stroke of fortune, the system may elevate within 3 weeks, though in less favorable circumstances. It could take a maximum of 10 weeks for another upgrade. The weekly intelligence reports have commenced, and Lin Yang eagerly receives and reviews them. The inaugural dispatch features 4 pieces of intelligence. 1. Raintree Technology has unveiled its cutting-edge robot, N1, achieving world-class standards, leading to a staggering surge in stock prices. With a consecutive week of trading limits reached, early investors may anticipate a profit of 488 times their investment. This marks the first report concerning the stock market. The stock of Raintree Technology is poised to rise by a maximum of 20 daily, accumulating to an impressive increase of 148. 8 over 5 days. It is undeniable that the value of weekly intelligence far surpasses that of daily reports. The potential for profit is boundless, contingent solely on the initial capital invested. The greater the investment, the more substantial the returns. Lin Yang calculates that he currently possesses a modest sum of over 100,000. If he liquidates his unreceived gold bars, he could amass around 5 million. Multiplying 5 million by 488 yields approximately 23 million. The prospect of achieving nearly 5 times the return in just 5 days is exhilarating. Alas, most of his funds are tied up in real estate. Otherwise, his profits would have been considerably higher. Nevertheless, he harbors no regrets, for such intelligence will be received weekly. He can reclaim his profits once the compensation for property demolition is realized. 2. This week, temperatures in the South China Sea Islands are reported to be 10 degrees lower than in previous years, resulting in a reduced yield of chili peppers. Prices are expected to double in the upcoming week, with advanced stockpiling promising a twofold profit. This report also necessitates a substantial investment for optimal gains. Regrettably, Lin Yong finds himself lacking sufficient capital. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity for significant profit. Despite having perused only 2 weekly reports, Lin Yong has already discerned the superior value of these weekly insights compared to the daily updates. 3. This week, Ne Zha 2 has shattered national box office records, securing a place among the top 5 worldwide. The prices of various merchandise are surging, and early stockpiling could yield a 5-fold profit. Yet again, this intelligence emphasizes that greater capital results in greater rewards. Having now reviewed 3 weekly reports, all exhibit exceptional value, contrasting sharply with daily reports that often contain irrelevant information. 4. High-Value Intelligence Report. This week, between 2:35 p.m. and 2:40 p.m. on Friday, a bug appeared in the Blue Payment software, granting a 20% discount on all transactions, including shopping, personal transfers, credit card repayments, and rent payments. The official statement declares no claims will be made for this issue. Those who wisely exploit this bug stand to gain substantial returns. Lin Yong could not suppress his exclamation upon reading this intelligence. The very first dispatch of weekly intelligence astonishingly includes a high-value report. By exploiting a flaw in this payment application, one can enjoy a 20% discount on any transaction. If one were to create 2 separate accounts and transfer funds between them, each transaction would yield a 20% profit. This implies that within a mere 5 minutes, one could potentially multiply their wealth several times over, or even by dozens. For instance, if one were to transfer 1,000,000 to their secondary account, they would only need to send 800,000, yet the receiving account would reflect 1,000,000. By preparing 2 mobile devices and logging into the payment application, with fingerprint authentication set up, each transfer would require a mere 5 seconds. In 1 minute, one could execute 12 transfers, resulting in 60 transfers within 5 minutes. This would yield an effortless profit of 200,000 per transaction, culminating in a staggering 12,000,000. Furthermore, if one were to transfer 10,000,000, the total would soar to an extraordinary 120,000,000. Chapter 21. The arrival of the $1 million luxury car. Upon thoroughly reviewing all the information, Lin Yong established his objective. After refreshing himself, he descended to the community entrance for breakfast, subsequently locating the self-service vending machine indicated by the intel. To his surprise, 5 bottles of iced tea remained, priced at 3 yuan each. Lin Yong promptly scanned the code to make his payment, and the machine dispensed the bottles one by one. He bent down to retrieve all the iced teas from the collection slot, removed the caps, and scanned each one with his phone. Upon scanning, he was redirected to the official mini-program to participate in a lottery. The prizes included a token of appreciation, a 0.68 yuan red envelope, an additional bottle, an 888 yuan cash prize, and a family island vacation valued at 999 yuan. After scanning the first cap, the cursor danced among these prizes before finally resting on the token of appreciation. The second and third caps yielded similar results. It was not until the 4th cap that he won the family island vacation. After entering his personal information, he successfully claimed his prize, with the option to set off at any time within 6 months, provided he made a reservation 1 week in advance. Having secured the grand prize, Lin Yong focused on the last cap, which he did not overlook. Upon clicking to draw again, the cursor flitted among the prizes. Congratulations! You have won the second prize, an 888 yuan cash red envelope, exclaimed the screen. Although 888 yuan was not a substantial amount, winning it from a bottle cap was indeed a delightful surprise. It is noteworthy that only 5 second prizes were available nationwide. The vending machine had not only dispensed a unique first prize, but also a second prize, which was almost unbelievable. With the island vacation in hand, Lin Yong made his way to Building 7, Apartment 601, the very house he had purchased for 180,000 yuan, notorious for its tragic history. Initially bought merely for the purpose of obtaining demolition compensation, he was astonished to discover 20 gold bars hidden within. A most unexpected delight. A thick layer of dust had accumulated outside the door, indicating a prolonged absence of occupants. The sensational murder case from years past had made it impossible to rent or sell the property, leaving it vacant until Lin Yang's acquisition after many years. He inserted the key into the lock and turned it to the right. With a click, the door swung open, As he pushed the door, a cloud of dust billowed into the air. Lin Yong hastily covered his mouth to shield against the musty odor, waiting for the dust to settle before stepping inside. The interior, devoid of life for an extended period, had fallen into disrepair. Coupled with the eerie history of the place, it sent chills down his spine. Lin Yong surveyed the surroundings in search of the bathroom. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of the entire ceiling panel having collapsed onto the floor. Above the debris lay a black plastic bag, seemingly containing something. As he reached out to touch it, the bag burst apart, revealing a glimmer of gold. Goodness! It's all gold! Lin Yong exclaimed, marveling at the accuracy of the intel. The ceiling had concealed treasures, but the weight of the gold had caused it to fall over the years. Had it not been for the system's information prompt, he would never have ventured into this house. Who knows to whom these golden treasures might have been lost? Lin Yong carefully peeled away the aged and fragmented remnants of a black plastic bag, revealing a trove of gold within. Each piece, akin to the size of playing cards and approximately half a centimeter thick, was substantial in weight. He held in his hand a singular bar weighing 100 grams, totaling 20 bars and an impressive weight of 2,000 grams altogether. After securing the gold bars into his bag, he departed. He retrieved his mobile phone, accessed the map application, and searched for a gold dealer to whom he could sell his precious find, promptly hailing a taxi. These gold shops, modest in size and limited in capital, allowed him to sell 3 to 4 bars at each establishment. It took 6 shops in total to liquidate the entirety of his gold. Though the shops varied, they all offered a uniform buyback price of 700 yuan per gram. Thus, he sold the 2,000 grams of gold for a total of 1.4 million yuan. With the remaining funds from his house purchase, he now possessed over 1.5 million yuan. All of this capital was swiftly invested into the stock market, specifically in Yushui Technology, yielding a remarkable 20 return daily over the course of a week, culminating in substantial profits. However, prior to embarking on this investment journey, he needed to open a trading account. Lin Yong first downloaded the corresponding brokerage app, registered for an account, linked his bank card, and completed facial recognition verification, enabling him to transfer funds for purchasing the desired stocks. Yet, as it was Sunday, the market was closed, necessitating a wait until Monday at 9:15 a.m. for trading to commence. The daily intelligence system had now been upgraded to a weekly format, with updates being pushed out once a week. With most matters now settled, it was time to indulge in the pleasures of life. He envisioned waking naturally each morning, purchasing items based solely on his preferences without regard for price. Just a few more days of patience, and his aspirations would materialize. In 11 days, the demolition announcement for Jinling Community would be released, promising tenfold compensation. The principal amount, combined with his earnings, would total approximately 50 million yuan, with a remaining debt of 2 million yuan, leaving him with 48 million yuan. His stock investment of 1.5 million yuan, yielding a return of 488 times, would amount to around 223,000 yuan, bringing his total to 373,000 yuan. On Friday, a glitch in the Blue payment software provided a 20% discount on all transactions, allowing him to exploit this error by transferring funds between his various accounts, netting approximately 750,000 yuan per transaction. If repeated 60 times, this could result in around 45 million yuan. In essence, within a fortnight, his personal assets could surpass 100 million yuan. Such rapid financial ascendance in just half a month was a feat few could rival. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification, a reminder that his flight was scheduled to depart at 10:30 a.m. the following day. After winning a prize during the 30th anniversary lottery of 3YC, he had submitted his personal information. The official had arranged for his airfare and accommodation for the award ceremony, where he would receive a U8 valued at 1 million yuan, perfect for driving back home. Just as he was about to put his phone away, it vibrated once more with a new message from Chen Qingqing. Lin Yong, thank you for your timely warning that prevented a serious incident at my restaurant. The consequences could have been dire. As a token of my gratitude, how about I treat you to dinner tomorrow? He replied, I will be heading to Deep City tomorrow. Let us discuss it when I return. All right, I will reach out to you in a few days. The next morning dawned. The first thing Lin Yong did upon waking was to transfer 1.5 million to his securities account, leaving himself only a few thousand for daily expenses. After the market opened, he invested all of it in Yushui Technology. Then, after having breakfast, took a taxi to the airport bound for Shenzhen. That evening, he successfully received a luxury vehicle, the Yanwang U8, valued at 1 million This car belongs to the high-end brand under 3YC, boasting over 1,200 horsepower. Accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.7 seconds, and weighing 4 tons, it is as immense as a tank, exuding both majesty and dominance. Two of the vehicle's most remarkable features are its ability to turn on the spot and to float on water for half an hour. Previously, he had spent only $54,800 on a second-hand car to participate in a lottery, which he could sell for nearly the same price. Essentially, it was akin to acquiring a luxury car worth $1 million without cost. What more could one desire? Lin Yang was thoroughly satisfied with this vehicle. He didn't even stay overnight in Shenzhen. He eagerly drove back to Star City that very night. The journey spanned over 1,000 kilometers, and he drove through the night, arriving just after 8 the following morning. At this time, the streets were bustling with people commuting to work, dropping off children at school, and shopping for groceries. As he approached the community entrance, a few individuals were standing in the way, preventing his car from entering. Lin Yang had no choice but to honk the horn to alert them. Upon hearing the horn, the crowd swiftly dispersed to either side, clearing a path in the middle. At that moment, an off-road vehicle, resembling a tank, made its way through. The car's lines were both rigid and fluid. Its unique mech-inspired design radiated a powerful sense of technology and dominance. Sunlight gleamed on its metallic surface, instantly capturing the attention of passers-by. Chapter 22. Class Reunion in the Same City. Pray tell, what vehicle just entered our community? I have never seen such an emblem before, inquired a curious elderly lady, returning home from her grocery shopping, glancing at a young man nearby. I'm not quite sure. I have never encountered a lightning emblem. However, that vehicle exudes an air of authority and must surely be expensive, the young man exclaimed, promptly retrieving his phone to search for the brand associated with the lightning emblem. In no time, the answer illuminated his screen. Goodness, that car is the Yangwang U8, a domestically produced luxury vehicle worth $1 million. The owner must be exceedingly wealthy. Upon hearing the figure of $1 million, the elderly lady's eyes sparkled with envy. With $1 million, one could purchase 2 apartments in our community. I wonder which affluent relative can afford such a magnificent car. Meanwhile, Qin Ziyuan, still in a daze from oversleeping, realized he was on the verge of being late for work. In haste, he dashed out of his home towards the company without taking the time to tidy himself. As he descended the stairs, he was captivated by a formidable off-road vehicle that resembled a tank, slowly coming to a halt below. Instantly drawn to it, he recognized it as his dream car, the Yangwang U8. He quickly pulled out his phone and snapped several photos of the car before posting a status update on his social media. This morning, I spotted a Yangwang U8. It truly embodies my dream car. The real thing is even more stunning and commanding than the images suggest, and it barely fits in the parking spaces of our community. As soon as his post went live, a flurry of likes and comments followed. Wow, the owner of this car must be incredibly wealthy. Just as the internet suggests, owning a Mercedes G-Class does not necessarily indicate affluence, but driving a Yangwang U8 undeniably marks one as wealthy. Indeed, while a G-Class might only catch my eye momentarily, the Yangwang U8 compels me to approach the owner and engage in conversation to discover the experience of its high-end, intelligent features. I have heard that its water wading mode is particularly impressive, allowing it to traverse water like a boat. Moreover, it boasts a drone on the roof that scouts the path ahead during impaired driving, turning around at the sight of traffic police. As Qin Ziyuan reveled in the growing number of likes and comments on his post, he felt as though the vehicle belonged to him. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality. He was about to be late for work. Hastily, he stowed his phone and sprinted towards the bus station at the community entrance. Lin Yang, having just parked his vehicle, observed Qin Ziyuan fervently photographing his car. However, by the time Lin Yang had parked and exited, Qin Ziyuan had already dashed away. Lin Yang chuckled softly, ascended to his apartment, and returned to his slumber, utterly exhausted after a night of driving. Time passed, and he awoke to a rumbling stomach. Uncertain of how long he had slept, checking his phone, he discovered it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Lin Yang rose from his bed, preparing to venture outside for a meal to satisfy his hunger. At that moment, he noticed several missed calls, each one from Zhang Jun, who had previously invited him to a class reunion. Given the frequency of the calls, it was likely regarding the gathering. Lin Yang held a disinterest in such reunions and had clearly declined the invitation when it was first extended. Nevertheless, it seemed Zhang Jun was persistent. Zhang Jun, the lobby manager at Xingqing Bank, was well aware that Lin Yang had recently secured a loan from the institution. Inevitably, he would have to engage, having received numerous calls. Pretending not to notice would be inappropriate, so he decided to respond, lest he feel embarrassed during their next encounter. When he finally connected with Zhang Jun, it confirmed Lin Yang's expectations. It was indeed a reunion of classmates. Zhang Jun mentioned that not everyone would attend. Only 7 or 8 of their peers still residing in Xingqing would gather. Lin Yang, seeing no alternative, consented. After all, he had little else to do. And mingling with different individuals might yield unexpected information by next week. After noting the specific address, he ended the call. He rose, tidied himself, and donned clean. Neat attire before heading downstairs to drive to the university reunion. The gathering was set at the Dayu Haitang Buffet restaurant's private room. And Lin Yang found it quite a coincidence. As far as he knew, the buffet's main hall charged 688 per person, while the private room was 998, requiring a minimum of 10 guests. The group chat revealed that the class monitor, Shirt Song, was treating, indicating he was spending quite a sum, yet for what purpose? Was it to cultivate a relationship with Chen Qingqing? Did he not realize Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing were middle school classmates? Contemplating this, Lin Yang descended the stairs. What an impressive vehicle. The Yangwang U8, a model he did not recognize, priced over $1 million, just over 100,000. Perhaps he should suggest to his father to acquire a similar one. Over 100,000? Who informed you it cost that little? Your father could never afford it. As Lin Yang reached the ground floor, he noticed a group of children gathered around his car, chattering animatedly. As he approached, one little boy asked, "Uncle, is this your car?" "Indeed. Uncle, they say my dad can't afford such a beautiful car. Will you be my dad?" Haha. The innocence of children made Lin Yang chuckle heartily. The children stepped aside, allowing him to exit. Once they dispersed, he opened the car door, settled inside, and slowly drove out of the parking space towards Dayu Haitang. At the entrance of the Dayu Haitang Buffet restaurant, Shirt Song, a local of Xingqing, was rumored to have influential connections. Immediately after graduating, he secured a position at the Xingqing Planning Bureau, a promising start to his career. Cultivating a good rapport with someone like him could prove beneficial for Lin Yang's future. Thus, when he initiated the gathering in the group chat, everyone residing in Xingqing promptly requested half a day's leave from their superiors and arrived early at the hotel to await his arrival. Look, that Audi A4 must be Shirt Song's new purchase, right? 565 Mauritanian Uguillas. Indeed, I recall seeing that license plate in the photos he shared in the group. As Shirt Song's vehicle approached, the assembled crowd rose to greet him at the entrance. With a screech, the Audi came to a halt at the front door. Before the restaurant's doorman could react, someone rushed forward to open the car door, one hand grasping the door, the other resting against the frame. "Director Sure, your classmates have all arrived, just waiting for you." "Haha, we are all classmates, no need for such formality." Shirt Song replied with a broad smile as he stepped out of the car. Though he verbally insisted that there was no need for courtesy, the expression on his face betrayed a sense of enjoyment. Even without his current position as the section chief, he refrained from addressing it directly. "Is this Audi A for a new acquisition, Chief Sure?" he was asked. "Indeed," he replied, "it was a birthday gift from my mother. I resisted her insistence, but she argued that in this day and age, one cannot hope to find a girlfriend without a car." The surrounding individuals, still without vehicles themselves, displayed no trace of discontent. Rather, they gazed enviously at the car. "Wow, this model is the top configuration, costing over 300,000. One exclaimed. "The locals truly have it different. While we toil for survival, Chief Sure has already acquired an Audi. Such is life. Some are born into privilege, while others are not." Haha, only someone as kind-hearted as Chief Sure would not forget his old classmates even after attaining success. The compliments from his peers brought Chief Sure considerable satisfaction. Feeling that the moment was ripe, he tossed the car keys to the doorman and strode into the hotel with an air of nonchalance. However, after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly realized something amiss. He could not spot Lin Yang among the crowd. Lin worked at the planning bureau and was privy to the imminent demolition of the Jinling neighborhood. It was inconceivable that he could have purchased all the available properties there without being aware of such insider information. Anyone capable of divulging details about the impending demolition surely had an extraordinary background. Lin Yang was acquainted with such individuals and shared a close rapport with them. If he could cultivate a good relationship with Lin, it would undoubtedly facilitate his own career advancement. Thus, he had orchestrated this gathering. Yet, without the principal guest, the reunion seemed lackluster. Chief Sure halted and inquired, "Where's Lin Yang? Why hasn't he arrived?" The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, despite his academic success. Lin had struggled in the professional realm, taking a position as a technician in a small private factory. His prospects paled in comparison to those of his peers, many of whom had embarked on entrepreneurial ventures or secured positions in prestigious companies, including Chief Sher himself. In terms of both status and income, Lin Yong was significantly outmatched. Having held numerous similar gatherings in the past, Lin had never attended, rendering his absence seemingly insignificant. So why was Chief Sher suddenly so concerned? At that moment, a low, powerful engine roared from a distance, capturing everyone's attention. A massive SUV approached the hotel, its robust lines and imposing frame resembling a formidable beast, starkly contrasting with the surrounding vehicles. The crowd's gaze was fixated on this vehicle, each person speculating about the identity of its owner. What kind of car is that? It's incredibly imposing, someone exclaimed. It appears to be a Yangwang U8, a domestic luxury vehicle worth $1 million. An informed classmate chimed in excitedly. As the vehicle gradually came to a halt, all held their breath, eyes locked on the door. When it swung open and Lin Yong emerged, the entire assembly fell silent, only to erupt into a chorus of astonished gasps. Chapter 23. How could Lin Yong be the one who has fared the best among everyone? How could it possibly be Lin Yong? He is just a person who emerged from a rural background. Where could he possibly find the means to purchase such an extravagant car? Indeed, was he not previously employed as a technician in a small factory? The transformation is simply astounding. The crowd murmured among themselves, their faces painted with disbelief. Sher Song's eyes widened, and the pride that once adorned his countenance vanished in an instant. He could hardly comprehend that the unremarkable Lin Yong he once knew now arrived in a luxury vehicle worth several times more than his Audi A4. A wave of disappointment washed over Sher Song. He had assumed that post-graduation, he would thrive and hold a respectable position among his peers. Yet, Lin Yong's sudden emergence shattered his sense of superiority. However, a glimmer of excitement soon flickered in Sher Song's eyes. Working in the planning bureau, he was acutely aware of the significance of connections and background. The fact that Lin Yong could acquire such a lavish vehicle within a mere few years undoubtedly indicated the presence of formidable connections. This further solidified his previous suspicion that Lin Yong's purchase of all available properties in Jinling community was due to insider information regarding an impending demolition. The ability to possess such information and the audacity to disclose it suggested a status far beyond his own. If he could cultivate a good relationship with Lin Yong, perhaps his own path to promotion and salary increase would become considerably smoother. With this thought, Sher Song's face broke into a smile once more as he hastened towards Lin Yong. With a beaming expression, Sher Song approached Lin Yong and extended his hands, grasping Lin Yong's firmly, exuberantly exclaiming, "Lin Yong, it's been ages. You have truly astonished us all." The moment this luxury car appeared, the aura was simply overwhelming. Lin Yong was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such fervent enthusiasm from Sher Song, yet he responded politely with a smile. "Class monitor, it's been a while. Since this is a reunion, I didn't want to appear too modest." Sher Song laughed heartily, patting Lin Yong on the shoulder as if they were longtime close friends. "What you say is rather humble. With your capabilities, driving such a car is surely a breeze." Saying this, Sher Song stepped aside, gesturing for Lin Yong to enter. "Come, please, everyone has been waiting for you." Lin Yong nodded and followed Sher Song into the dining hall. The surrounding classmates, witnessing Sher Song's unexpected cordiality towards Lin Yong, were left astonished, their mouths agape. They whispered among themselves, their faces etched with confusion. What was going on with Sher Song? Was he not typically rather arrogant? Why was he so warm towards Lin Yong? Indeed, Lin Yong had not been particularly close to Sher Song during their school days. What was the reason behind this sudden change? Zhang Jun also wore a bewildered expression. He was aware that Lin Yong had recently acquired 10 properties and possessed some wealth. Yet he felt that this alone could not sufficiently justify Sher Song's obsequiousness towards Lin Yong. Coming from a privileged background and working at the planning bureau, Sher Song had always had high standards, indicating that Lin Yong must harbor other undisclosed secrets that warranted such esteem from Sher Kong Lin Yong. "I recognize the vehicle you are driving. It is the off-road player version of the Yangwang U8, valued at nearly 1.7 million yuan. Surely, you did not rent it merely for our class reunion?" A classmate inquired, jesting. To him, Lin Yong was once a mere pauper, and even with improved fortunes, it seemed implausible that he could afford such an extravagant car merely a few years post-graduation. Let us not look down upon others, after all. We have known Lin Yong for years and understand his character. He would never resort to flaunting wealth by renting a taxi. Another classmate chimed in with a chuckle. "Lin Yong, I heard you were dismissed from that company recently. You haven't taken up a job as a chauffeur driving your boss's car, have you? Such remarks pierced Lin Yong like sharp blades. Yet, he merely stood there, unperturbed, his expression devoid of anger or embarrassment, as if the jibes were utterly irrelevant to him. His gaze remained calm and resolute, exuding confidence and composure, suggesting that he was indifferent to their judgments. If he were indeed renting or driving a car belonging to his employer, he might have crumbled under the pressure of their words. However, this vehicle was rightfully his, and no amount of speculation could alter that truth. This conviction fortified him, rendering him indifferent to the opinions of others. To respond would only betray a sense of vulnerability, leaving the onlookers puzzled by the confidence he displayed. Could it be that this car truly belongs to Lin Yong? When did he rise to such heights? Were all the tales we shared during our studies merely fabrications? Song, overhearing the murmurs of skepticism, felt a flicker of annoyance. He perceived his classmates as short-sighted, fixated solely on superficial appearances, oblivious to the immense potential that Lin Yong may harbor beneath the surface. In his eyes, Lin Yong's ability to drive such a luxury vehicle must stem from an undisclosed background, and forging a connection with him before his true origins were revealed could yield significant benefits in the future. Clearing his throat to regain the group's attention, Song remarked, "Let us cease our baseless speculation. There must be valid reasons for Lin Yang's ability to drive such a car. As classmates, we should celebrate his success rather than indulge in unfounded conjectures. I firmly believe that if anyone faces difficulties in the future, Lin Yong will be generous in offering assistance." Though Song outwardly defended Lin Yong, he too harbored doubts. He pondered how Lin Yong had achieved such success, who was behind him, and how it pertained to him. With a beaming smile, Song eagerly ushered Lin Yong toward the private room, inquiring about his well-being as if Lin Yong were a long-lost brother. Upon entering the room, Song swiftly pulled out the chair at the head of the table, and just as everyone anticipated he would take a seat, he respectfully addressed Lin Yong. "You must sit here today. You are now the star among us, and this place rightfully belongs to you." The astonishment among the onlookers was palpable, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Originally, it was presumed that Song would naturally take the seat of honor, basking in the accolades of the crowd. Given his employment at the planning bureau and his advantageous family background, in previous gatherings, he had always assumed a dominant role. However, today, his demeanor towards Lin Yong was remarkably humble, a stark deviation from his usual self. What manner of performance was Song putting on? Typically aloof and proud. Why was he now so deferential to Lin Yong? A classmate whispered to another, eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, Lin Yong had never shared a particularly close rapport with Song during their school days. The sudden inquiry directed at Lin Yong upon Song's arrival, coupled with his insistence on offering Lin Yong the primary seat, led many to speculate whether this gathering was organized in Lin Yong's honor. Another classmate echoed this sentiment. Confusion etched across their face. Everyone present was engulfed in a sense of bewilderment. It was common knowledge that Song hailed from a powerful family with extensive connections in Xingqing. The only conceivable reason for his newfound reverence towards Lin Yong must be rooted in a deeper, concealed relationship. Curiosity piqued. They began to speculate in their minds about the connections Lin Yong might possess that had prompted such a shift in Song's behavior. As the guests settled at the table, their minds were far from the meal before them. They frequently cast furtive glances at Lin Yong and Song, endeavoring to glean clues from their interactions. The atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly charged, with all waiting for Song to provide a plausible explanation or for Lin Yong to unveil any secrets. Yet, Lin Yong remained composed, a gentle smile adorning his face, leaving his thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, Song busied himself with pouring tea and serving dishes to Lin Yong, exuding an air of servility while remaining oblivious to the crowd's curiosity. This only intensified the intrigue, transforming what was meant to be a simple reunion into a captivating enigma waiting to be unraveled. Chapter 24. The car is a prize in the lottery. After successfully adding Lin Yong on WeChat, Song wore a radiant smile. He was acutely aware that neglecting the other attendees would render his intentions too conspicuous. Thus, he began to frequently raise his glass, beckoning to his classmates with the warmth of a gracious host. Everyone indulged in the feast, determined to relish this meal to the fullest. "Come, let us all toast to our years of friendship." Although his classmates harbored some doubts, they chose to set them aside for the moment. They raised their glasses, clinking them together before downing their drinks in unison. Lin Yong lifted his glass to clink with the others, pouring the red wine into his mouth. Since he was already here, he didn't mind putting on a show. At that moment, the door to the private room was gently pushed open, and two waitstaff entered, pushing a dining cart. On the cart, a magnificent Australian lobster stood out, its vibrant red shell glistening under the lights, surrounded by exquisite garnishes that made one's mouth water at a mere glance. Simultaneously, a bottle of red wine was placed carefully on the table, its label exuding an understated luxury. Upon seeing these two dishes, a flicker of confusion crossed Shert-sung's face. He distinctly remembered ordering from the buffet, and the lobster and red wine were clearly not included in that selection. A nagging thought crept in. Had the waitstaff made a mistake? Yet, gazing at the envious expressions from his classmates, he hesitated. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to reveal the truth now? Resolving to embrace the situation, he gritted his teeth and decided to pretend that these were indeed his orders. "Ha, come everyone, taste this Australian lobster. It's incredibly fresh. And this bottle of red wine, with its rich flavor, is a perfect match for the lobster." Shert-sung feigned nonchalance, his face adorned with a broad smile. Instantly, his classmates' attention was captivated, and they exclaimed in awe, "Wow, this lobster is enormous. This red wine looks exceptional. It must be quite expensive." Their eyes darted between the lobster and the wine, brimming with anticipation. I've seen on the Dayu Haitang public account that the lobster is their signature dish, available only as a separate order, costing 888 yuan for just one. And that red wine is their own vintage, priced at 888 yuan per bottle. Wow. Today, we've truly expanded our horizons. Long live our class leader. One classmate exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, class leader, you've been so generous. Such an extravagant lobster and wine. We're truly benefiting from your kindness today. Another classmate chimed in, their tone filled with gratitude. Calculating in his mind, he realized that the private buffet for 10 would cost nearly 10,000 yuan, combined with the lobster and wine, totaling almost 40,000 yuan, equivalent to many people's income over several months. The disparity between Shert-sung's lavish expenditure on this meal and his own financial reality struck him profoundly. He silently vowed to cling to this affluent benefactor at all costs. As Shert-sung listened to the praises of his classmates, he felt a mix of pride and unease. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "We are all classmates. Why say such things?" Although he spoke these words, his gaze frequently drifted towards Lin Yong, attempting to glean some insight from Lin Yong's expressions. Amid the eager anticipation of his peers, the waiter skillfully disassembled the lobsters and placed the succulent meat onto each person's plate. The classmates eagerly picked up their utensils, ready to indulge. The lobster is so tender and has a delightful bounce. It's absolutely delicious. Indeed, this is my first time tasting such authentic Australian lobster. Thank you so much, class leader. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have the chance to enjoy such exquisite food. As they feasted, the compliments for Shert-sung grew ever more effusive. Many classmates took out their phones to capture the moment, posting to social media and sharing short videos. Almost immediately, their posts garnered numerous likes and comments. Wow. It's indeed the Australian lobster and self-brewed red wine from Dayu Haitang. Have we struck it rich? These two items are worth half my salary for 6 months. I really want to know what they taste like, if they're worth such a hefty price. While Shert-sung reveled in the admiration of his classmates, he also sought to extract more information from Lin Yong. He found it hard to believe that someone who could anticipate government demolition announcements had no connections or background. He raised his glass and approached Lin Yong, smiling as he said, "Lin Yong, let us have a toast. Your presence today truly honors me." With the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, Lin Yong rose with a smile, clinking glasses with Shert-sung, taking a gentle sip of the red wine and nodding appreciatively. "This red wine is indeed remarkable, far superior to any I have previously tasted." Observing Lin Yong's reaction, Shert-sung felt a sense of secret satisfaction, believing he had made a clever move. He set down his glass, patted Lin Yong on the shoulder, and chuckled, "Lin Yong, it's been years since we last met. You've changed remarkably. The small factory that dismissed you is truly blind. What have you been up to lately?" Lin Yong smiled modestly, replying, "Class leader, please don't tease me. I was merely lucky, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. That car outside is from the 3YC 30th anniversary lottery." Shert-sung chuckled, unconvinced by Lin Yong's assertion. He was well aware of the lottery for the 3YC 30th anniversary, which only offered 30 cars among millions of participants nationwide. Moreover, the Yanwang U8 was the most coveted among the prizes, making it exceedingly difficult to win. The odds must have been astronomical. The more he pondered, the more he suspected that Lin Yong was intentionally concealing something. However, it was clear that Lin Yong was reluctant to elaborate further, and Shirtsong felt it prudent to refrain from pressing him. He firmly believed that with even a minuscule chance, his efforts to ingratiate himself would not be in vain. In contrast, the other classmates held different thoughts. They were unaware of Lin Yang's real estate endeavors. Upon hearing about the car being a lottery prize, they were even more inclined to believe his words. In their eyes, aside from the mere chance of winning, they could scarcely fathom any justification for a destitute young man to suddenly acquire a luxury vehicle worth millions. To their astonishment, it turned out to be a prize from a lottery. "What kind of car did you win?" one inquired. "I purchased a Leopard 5, costing over 200,000. But unfortunately, I did not win." Indeed. What car did you use for the lottery?" Lin Yang chuckled softly and replied candidly, "A second-hand Seagull, which I bought for a little over 50,000. Good heavens, your luck is astonishing. You participated in the lottery with the least expensive vehicle and yet secured the grand prize." Upon learning that Lin Yang's car was won through a lottery, the crowd merely marveled at his fortune before redirecting their attentions to Shirtsong. Shirtsong always responded with a smile, making a conscious effort to flatter Lin Yang while ensuring no one present felt neglected. After a hearty meal, Shirtsong patted his belly with satisfaction and called out, "Waiter, the bill please." His voice reverberated in the private room, abruptly silencing the previously lively atmosphere, with all eyes now fixated upon him. Shortly thereafter, the waiter entered the room with a smile, holding the bill in hand. She first bowed politely to the guests before announcing, "Esteemed guests, today's meal, including the service charge, totals 38,888 yuan. However, our boss has instructed that Mr. Lin is our honored guest, and his meal is complimentary." "What?" Shirtsong exclaimed, nearly losing his balance, and his wine glass almost slipped from his grasp. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Did you say what? Lin Yang's meal is complimentary?" Chapter 25. The bug in the payment software. The students were utterly astounded, exchanging bewildered glances, their mouths agape, their faces etched with shock and embarrassment. They had initially presumed that this sumptuous feast was a gesture of generosity from Shirtsong, only to discover it was, in fact, a result of Lin Yang's influence. How could this be? It turned out that the lobster and fine wine were all thanks to Lin Yang. Whispers of astonishment began to circulate among the classmates, their eyes wide with disbelief. Shirtsong's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, as he had never anticipated such an outcome. He had believed he was basking in the limelight before his peers, only to find himself the subject of ridicule. Stealing a glance at Lin Yang, he noticed the latter wearing a serene smile, as if all of this had no bearing on him. A wave of regret washed over Shirtsong. He had been blinded by the flattery of his classmates. Had he confessed earlier that he was not the one who ordered the meal, this awkward situation could have been avoided. However, it was not entirely a misfortune. The Big Fish and Sea Pearls could be considered the most upscale seafood buffet in Star City, a place beyond the financial reach of most. Lin Yang's association with such individuals validated Shirtsong's earlier conjectures. Besides, anyone who could attain such a position clearly possessed a remarkable tenacity. Regaining his composure, Shirtsong chuckled, "Haha, today we are all basking in Lin Yang's glory." At that moment, a classmate suddenly reacted, hurriedly rising to approach Lin Yang with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Lin Yang, so you know the owner of this place? How impressive. We owe you a great debt of gratitude for this exquisite lobster and wine." As he spoke, he eagerly poured a glass of red wine for Lin Yang, as if catering to a person of great stature. Observing this, other classmates joined in, surrounding Lin Yang and showering him with flattery. "Lin Yang, you truly are a hidden gem. We hope you'll look out for us in the future." "Indeed, Lin Yang. If you have any lucrative opportunities, do not forget about us old classmates." The classmates' attitudes underwent a complete reversal. They had just been praising Shirtsong, but now all attention was directed toward Lin Yang. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yang felt a twinge of helplessness. He had not anticipated that Chen Qingqing's actions would stir such a significant ripple. He politely acknowledged their compliments, maintaining a smile throughout. "Please extend my thanks to your boss," Lin Yang said to the waiter, sensing it was time to depart. With the crowd of classmates surrounding him, he stood and prepared to leave. After a brief farewell to his peers, he made his way toward the door of the private room. The classmates followed closely behind, like a devoted entourage, continuously expressing their gratitude. Shirtsong stood to the side, watching Lin Yang's retreating figure enveloped in admiration, feeling a sense of disappointment. It should have been he who was the center of attention, but Lin Yang's presence had usurped that position. Nevertheless, he bore no resentment. Lin Yang's strength ultimately worked to his advantage. The gathering had originally been organized to foster goodwill with Lin Yang. What significance does losing face before classmates hold? If one can connect with the individuals behind Lin Yang, their status will undoubtedly ascend, and they need not fear the absence of flattery in the future. Upon exiting the restaurant, the doorman had already brought Lin Yang's car to the forefront. He approached the vehicle, opened the door, and settled inside. Meanwhile, his classmates lingered outside, incessantly showering him with compliments, eager to leave a favorable impression. Lin Yang waved to them, ignited the engine, and gradually departed from the restaurant. Even after the car had traveled a considerable distance, he could still see those classmates waving in the direction of his vehicle. Lin Yang smiled. Recognizing from their conversations that such gatherings were not novel occurrences, he had refrained from attending previously. These individuals had been aware of his presence in Star City, yet had not reached out. However, today, upon discovering their acquaintance with the owner of the renowned company, Yuyushu Technology, and the prospect of a complimentary meal, their demeanor shifted dramatically. They not only indulged in flattery, but also eagerly sought to add him as a friend on WeChat. He did not harbor disdain for these classmates. Understanding that their actions were driven by self-interest, they sought to curry favor only when they perceived potential benefits. Just days prior, he had lacked the opportunity to engage with them at gatherings. In a mere few days, he had transformed into an individual worthy of their attention. This transformation was largely attributed to the intelligence system, which had provided him with timely information and opportunities for life changes. The daily intelligence system had now evolved into a weekly one, with each piece of information carrying significantly greater value, potentially yielding high-value insights worth millions. As Lin Yang sped through the night, the scenery outside his window flickered by like a slideshow. After more than an hour, he returned to the Jinling community, parked his car, and ascended to his apartment. After refreshing himself, he lay on his bed and took out his phone to check the stock market. He had invested a total of 1.5 million entirely in Yuyushu Technology. The information he received from the system had no regional restrictions, resulting in a consistent daily increase of 20 over 2 days, leading to a profit exceeding 40. His securities account had burgeoned to over 1 million. Satisfied with the stock's performance, Lin Yang set his phone aside and drifted into slumber. Soon, 3 days had elapsed. On that morning, Lin Yang awoke and promptly opened his securities app, where the intelligence indicated that Yuyushu Technology had reached its 5th consecutive limit up. Today marked the final day. Following the market's opening, he sold all his shares. In just 5 days, with a daily increase of 20, his account balance had surged from 1.5 million to over 3.73 million, netting him a profit exceeding 2.23 million. To be candid, this profit over 5 days was not particularly substantial, even less than the gains from daily intelligence. However, it must be noted that this was due to his initial capital being merely 1.5 million. Had his capital been 15 million, his earnings would have multiplied tenfold. This exemplifies the disparity between the two scenarios. More importantly, the system had just upgraded to weekly intelligence and had already provided him with a high-value insight. Between 2:35 p.m. and 2:40 p.m. this afternoon, the Blue payment software would experience a bug, offering a 20% discount on all transactions. Several days prior, Lin Yang had meticulously prepared 2 mobile phones, each logged into his respective accounts. Additionally, he possessed a bank card with a near-unlimited daily transfer limit, eagerly awaiting the opportune moment to exploit a glitch for monetary gain. The passage of time felt excruciatingly slow, and to ensure he did not miss the moment, Lin Yang even set multiple alarms. By 2:30 p.m. on Friday, he was seated at his desk, having cleared the memory on his phone, ready to launch the Blue application as soon as the time was right. As the countdown approached, with just 1 second remaining until 2:35 p.m., Lin Yang swiftly initiated a transfer of 3.73 million to his alternate account. This amount represented all the funds he possessed at that moment. Indeed, upon clicking the transfer button, a promotional message appeared at the bottom of the app, a 20 subsidy, amounting to a deduction of 746,000, resulting in an actual payment of 2,984,000. He pressed his finger down on the screen, and the transfer was executed successfully. Simultaneously, his alternate account received a notification confirming the deposit of 3.73 million. Without hesitation, Lin Yang promptly switched to the phone logged into his alternate account to transfer 3.73 million back to his primary account. The promotional message reappeared, transferring 3.73 million would only require an expenditure of 2,984,000, while the recipient would still receive the full amount of 3. 73 million. The back-and-forth transfers between his accounts took no longer than 10 seconds, resulting in an additional 746,000 in each account. This sum represented the rewards gleaned from the Blue Payment Software's official promotions. Chapter 26. Preemptive bug fix. Originally, the account held 373 million. After several back-and-forth transactions, one account revealed 476 million, while another showed 746,000, resulting in a remarkable profit of 492 million within just 10 seconds. Lin Yang, acutely aware that time is money, dared not delay. Such a bug, once rectified, would never reappear. There was no better moment to capitalize on this opportunity. He promptly executed the transfer, moving the entirety of 476 million to his secondary account. As with the previous transactions, promotional information appeared beneath the transfer amount, prominently displayed in red. A 20 discount applied, amounting to a deduction of 895,200, leaving an actual payment of 580,800. The moment the transfer was successful, his secondary account received the 476 million. Coupled with the previous earnings of 746,000, his total now stood at 222 million. Without hesitation, he transferred the funds back to his primary account. The transaction of 222 million resulted in an actual payment of 177,600, yielding a pure profit of 1,044,400. Thus, in this second round, he garnered over 2 million. Remarkably, only 20 seconds had elapsed. The intelligence indicated that this bug in the Blue Payment Software would persist for 5 minutes. Lin Yang continued to engage in transactions, unwilling to squander a single moment. With each successive transfer, the promotional discounts grew, escalating from the initial 746,000 to 1,044,400. He tirelessly moved funds between his accounts. But after a little over 2 minutes, a sudden notification appeared. The transfer had failed due to an abnormal transaction. Confused, Lin Yang recalled that the intelligence had stated the bug would last for 5 minutes. How could there be an issue after merely 2 minutes? He attempted again. Yet each effort was met with the same failure notice. It was only at 2:40 that the promotional information ceased to appear, leading Lin Yang to abandon further attempts. The disappearance of the promotional details signified that the bug had been rectified. Opening the Star City Bank mobile app to check his balance, Lin Yang was taken aback upon seeing an 8-digit figure beginning with 9. Prior to the bug, he had possessed merely 73 million, earning a mere 20 on each transaction, totaling just a few hundred thousand. How could his account now reflect nearly 100 million in a span of just over 2 minutes? However, he quickly discerned the source of the anomaly. With each transaction, the account balance increased by 20, effectively multiplying by 1.2 after 60 transactions. The result was staggering. 73 million multiplied by 1.2 raised to the power of 60. The outcome was terrifyingly immense, exceeding 1 trillion. The failure notification must have arisen due to the increasingly substantial amounts, which undoubtedly attracted the attention of the authorities. In a scenario where no one was privy to the bug beforehand, its discovery would yield minimal profits. After all, the bug existed for only 5 minutes. Yet, Lin Yang, forewarned by intelligence, had meticulously prepared to exploit this bug for financial gain. This led to exorbitant sums after numerous transactions, rendering it nearly impossible not to draw the scrutiny of the officials. A wave of unwarranted anxiety surged within Lin Yang. Originally, the 20 that others unintentionally acquired was not reclaimed by the authorities after the discovery of a bug. The losses were to be borne independently. However, it was evident to any discerning individual that many had deliberately exploited this bug for financial gain, amassing a staggering sum approaching 100 million. Surely, the authorities would not seek to recover such a colossal amount from individuals. If they were to do so, it would render all efforts futile. Just then, the notification sound from his phone pierced the silence. It was a message from his roommate, Qin Ziyuan, accompanied by a news link. Lin Yang opened the message to find a headline: ZPay bug incident. 20 discount on all orders from 1435 to 1440. Below the link was Qin's comment: Lin Yang, have you heard? A bug in ZPay has led to a 20 discount on all orders. Did you manage to capitalize on it? Had I known there would be a bug, I would have continuously transferred money to myself during that time. Smiling at the message, Lin Yang wondered how many others, like Qin Ziyuan, were regretting their failure to notice the bug in time. He opened his social media feed and discovered dozens of new posts within mere minutes. ZPay bug offers a 20 discount, but I only bought a phone screen protector. Saving just 2 yuan. I checked my payment time of 14:34:59. Why didn't I take an extra second to enter my password? Incredible! I heard someone made over 20,000 yuan by transferring money back and forth due to the ZPay bug. What luck you all have. Why do I only hear about these things after they happen? Browsing through these posts, Lin Yang noted that the majority expressed regret for not seizing the opportunity to benefit from the bug, while those fortunate enough to have taken advantage felt exceptionally lucky. Lin Yang chuckled to himself. While hundreds or even thousands might seem significant, he could hardly fathom how to describe nearly 100 million. His 2 million yuan had transformed into almost 100 million in just a few minutes. Yet, he pondered whether such a substantial amount would ultimately be reclaimed by the authorities. Despite the information suggesting they would not pursue recovery, this was not a trifling sum. It was not merely hundreds or thousands. He was curious about the sentiments of others who had profited nearly 100 million by exploiting the bug. Closing WeChat. Lin Yang turned to his browser to peruse the latest news. Although he currently held nearly 100 million in his account, a sense of uncertainty lingered in his heart. Thus, he diligently searched for news related to the ZPay bug. Reports of the 20 discount on all orders had spread like wildfire. Yet the authorities had yet to issue any official statement. It was not until around 3 in the afternoon that he finally found the official announcement. In response to the marketing incentive that had already been issued, the statement read, "Since this is our error, the costs and responsibilities must be borne by us. We will not seek reimbursement from anyone regarding the marketing incentive that has already been issued. Please rest assured." Upon reading this message, Lin Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. In other words, from this moment forth, the funds in his account truly belonged to him. Nearly 100 million, a sum that the vast majority of individuals toil for an entire lifetime, or even several lifetimes, without ever attaining. Yet, he had amassed this fortune in a mere span of 2 minutes. More crucially, with this wealth, he possessed the principle. By the following week, upon receiving new intelligence from the system, he would be able to leverage this information to generate even greater profits. Simultaneously, an interview video concerning a bug in ZPayment had gone viral online. In the video, a reporter questioned an official spokesperson from ZPayment. What is the extent of the losses incurred from this incident? In the range of 10 billion. With a single user extracting nearly 100 million through repeated transfers to claim marketing incentives. The rapid extraction of such a vast sum clearly indicates intent. Why have you not sought to recover it? It was precisely due to this significant fluctuation in the user's funds that the authorities took notice, thereby preventing even greater losses. Consequently, we decided not to pursue the recovery of the marketing incentives. This video garnered over 1 million likes within mere minutes, with comments numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Lin Yang smiled knowingly. Indeed, as he had surmised, the large-scale movement of funds had drawn the attention of the authorities, enabling them to detect the bug prematurely. He perused the comments beneath the video. I usually use ZPayment, but not today, sob. I filled up with 500 yuan of gas, and I was wondering why I wasn't getting 100 off. I didn't realize it. Otherwise, I would have exploited it thoroughly. Haven't you noticed the individual who extracted nearly 100 million? Who could possibly manage such a feat? Did they possess insider information and prepare in advance? Extracting 20% to yield 100 million. Such a principle is considerable, even if I were forewarned. I couldn't extract 100 million. Chapter 27. A billion secured. The news of a bug in ZPay that resulted in a 20 discount on all orders rapidly gained traction across the internet. Those fortunate enough to utilize the service during the glitch felt a sense of relief, while those who missed the opportunity were consumed by regret. Among all the news reports, the official interview video garnered the most attention, as it revealed that one user had allegedly exploited the bug to the tune of nearly 100 million, and remarkably, would not face repercussions. The idea of earning such an astronomical sum in mere minutes seemed almost surreal. As the news continued to circulate, dissenting voices began to emerge online. Some skeptics contended that the story was nothing but a fabrication after all. The authorities would never disclose the identity of someone who had so audaciously taken advantage of the system. It was hard to believe that the company would simply overlook a loss of nearly 100 million, while smaller amounts might go unchecked. Unless the identity of the individual was revealed, many insisted the tale was undoubtedly false. The intention behind ZPay's release of the interview was to project an image of accountability, showcasing their willingness to own up to their mistakes and cultivate a positive reputation. In recent years, they had found themselves at a disadvantage against green software competitors, and the once dominant Tenggu Shopping was no longer the unrivaled leader it once was. Thus, they reluctantly chose to forego the recovery of nearly $1 billion in losses, highlighting the one individual who had gained close to $100 million to amplify the story's impact. However, this strategy backfired, as the public remained incredulous that anyone could amass such wealth from a glitch. As discussions and analyses proliferated online, some users began to calculate the feasibility of profiting $100 million in just over 2 minutes without prior preparation. Zpay found itself in a precarious position. Revealing the user's identity was out of the question, as it would imply a blatant disregard for user privacy. Conversely, failing to disclose the details would lead to accusations of fabricating news to enhance their image. In essence, they faced an inescapable predicament, with no favorable outcome in sight. All they could do was watch as the story continued to evolve online. Lin Yong, observing the unfolding drama and the ensuing debates over the authenticity of the events, couldn't help but chuckle. Had he been the one to claim that fortune, he likely would have been embroiled in the discussions as well. Closing the news feed, he opened his online banking, staring at the balance of 98, 542, 428, lost in contemplation. Allowing such a sum to languish in his account felt like a waste. It was imperative to put it to good use. Investing in the stock market appeared to be a promising avenue. While it is often said that 9 out of 10 traders incur losses, Lin Yong was undeterred. He had access to a weekly intelligence system that would alert him to stocks experiencing consecutive surges and significant market capitalization increases. With this information at his disposal, he had little reason to expect losses. For instance, this week, he had invested in Raintree technology based on the intelligence provided, which had achieved 5 consecutive daily limits, yielding a remarkable 148 return. The only inconvenience lies in the significant fluctuations in stock prices caused by large sums of money entering and exiting within a short time frame. This undermines the maximization of intelligence and information utilization. However, this challenge is not without solutions. One can opt for incremental purchases and sales. Yet, this approach can lead to considerable complications. The most prudent resolution would be to engage a stock advisor, allowing one to issue directives while the advisor manages the intricate details of the transactions. With this thought in mind, Lin Yong sent a message to Zhang Jun. Do you know a reliable stock advisor? Given Zhang Jun's position in the banking sector, he is likely acquainted with professionals in this field. Although Lin Yong was initially reluctant to attend the class reunion, he ultimately acquiesced for the sake of Zhang Jun, recognizing the significance of networking. While his classmates may not possess greater wealth than he, there will inevitably be circumstances where their connections prove beneficial. For instance, in seeking a stock advisor, Lin Yong found himself at a loss, having no prior experience in this domain to discern the competent from the incompetent. Akin to opening a blind box, should he encounter an unskilled and unreliable advisor, the potential losses could be substantial. By attending the reunion and demonstrating a modicum of his capabilities, Lin Yong hoped Zhang Jun would take his request seriously. Less than a minute after sending his message, Zhang Jun replied, I know a remarkable senior who has been with Star City Securities since graduation. In just 2 years, she has already ascended to the role of general manager. None of her clients have ever incurred losses, and I recently spoke with her. It seems she is on the verge of another promotion. As anticipated, Zhang Jun was indeed connected to relevant industry professionals. To thrive as a stock advisor requires not only skill but also extensive networks. Without connections, one would find it difficult to attract clients. An advisor who has not only sustained their role but also achieved successive promotions within a short span is undoubtedly exceptional, possessing both a robust network and remarkable capabilities. Having such a person manage one's investments would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. Could you help me get in touch with her? I would like her to manage my investment transactions. Zhang Jun hesitated, his response laden with implications. Lin Yong promptly replied, feel free to speak candidly. There is no need for excessive reservations between classmates. Well, her abilities are exceptional and her insights keen, which is why she has numerous clients, often only handling large accounts. She typically does not consider anything below 10 million. Lin Yong chuckled, initially perplexed by the perceived barriers. It appeared that engaging her required a minimum investment of at least 10 million. He sent an affirmative gesture. No problem. Please arrange a meeting at your convenience. What? Zhang Jun could hardly believe his eyes, fully aware of the implications of Lin Yong's message. This signified that Lin Yong possessed over 10 million in cash. Otherwise, he would not have requested a meeting after learning about the advisor's conditions. It has been merely over 2 years since his graduation. Yet he has already amassed a fortune in the millions. Moreover, he possesses 10 properties, each valued at several million at the very least. It seems that even the most successful student in their class, Shi Tsong, cannot compare to Lin Yang's achievements. Zhang Jun finally comprehended why Shi Tsong had initiated the class reunion and insisted on inviting Lin Yang. Although Lin Yang is modest in demeanor, he is undoubtedly the most accomplished among their peers. Zhang Jun nodded to himself, realizing that it was fortunate Lin Yang sought a loan from their bank, granting him the opportunity to interact with such individuals. Now that Lin Yang has asked for his assistance, it signifies a friendship. He must ensure everything is executed flawlessly. If all goes well, Lin Yang might deposit several million into their bank, making Zhang Jun's prospects for promotion and a raise quite promising. With this thought, he promptly retrieved the number of a senior from his contacts and dialed it. Chapter 28. The Campus Bell and the Scholar as the clock struck 5. Signaling the approach of the end of the workday, the grand conference room of Xingqing Securities was filled to capacity. A colossal screen mounted on one wall displayed the performance curve for March. A well-dressed gentleman in his 50s, with meticulously combed hair, stood before the audience, addressing them with poise. Although the overall environment is challenging, our performance has not faltered compared to the same period last year, and we have seen a remarkable 30% increase month over month. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone present for their hard work. Pausing for a moment, his gaze settled on Hu Qian. Manager Hu. Upon hearing her name called, Hu Qian immediately straightened in her seat. The man nodded approvingly and continued, Manager Hu. Congratulations on securing the top performance this month with a significant enhancement. Your bonus of 500,000 will be credited to your account before the end of the day. A wave of applause erupted in the conference room. Colleagues cast envious glances towards Hu Qian. Ever since she joined the company, she had consistently ranked first in performance each month, leaving others vying for second place with little hope of surpassing her. How unfair can fate be? Why must someone so beautiful also possess such remarkable talent? Hu Qian smiled subtly at the murmurs of her colleagues. She joined in the applause, rising to express her gratitude to those who offered their congratulations. Thank you, thank you. As the meeting adjourned, the clock neared the end of the workday. Hu Qian was in the process of gathering her belongings when her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was Zhang Jun calling and promptly answered. Junior, are you calling me at this hour to invite me to dinner? Senior, you jest. A university classmate of mine has asked for a recommendation for a stock advisor, and I immediately thought of you. At this, Hu Qian furrowed her brow. Having known Zhang Jun since childhood as neighbors, she was quite familiar with him. From what she understood, the most successful among his university peers worked at the planning bureau. Besides that individual, she had not heard of anyone else doing particularly well. They had only graduated a little over 2 years ago, and their financial resources were likely modest. Having a few 100,000 would already be commendable. Such clients no longer met her threshold. Most importantly, earning a profit from such clients would be minimal, and losses could tarnish her reputation. Zhang Jun, as you know, the minimum threshold for me to manage funds is 10 million. For your sake, if your classmate can provide 5 million, I will assist. But I have one condition. Everything must be under my direction. Zhang Jun, accustomed to dealing with numerous clients at the bank, quickly grasped the implication in Hu Qian's words. He hastily clarified, Senior, you misunderstand. If he cannot meet your threshold, I wouldn't make the introduction. Rest assured, I have confirmed he possesses 10 million. Hu Qian was taken aback. Who could manage to gather 10 million for trading just 2 or 3 years post-graduation? A surge of curiosity welled up within her. Was he a wealthy heir or a business prodigy? Senior? Well, in that case, let us meet at my office tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock to discuss the details. All right. Senior, I will bring him to meet you tomorrow. Hu Qian's agreement to meet with Zhang Jun instantly eased his mind. Meanwhile, Hu Qian was tidying up her things in preparation for the end of her workday. She was quite curious about what kind of person Zhang Jun's classmate truly was. Not merely due to the 10 million, but because at such a young age, he could present such a substantial sum. While she had no shortage of clients who could offer 10 million, they were invariably older, middle-aged individuals. She had yet to encounter a client in their 20s capable of investing 10 million in the stock market. The following day, at 9:30 in the morning, at the entrance of the Xingqing Binjiang Financial Building, Zhang Jun escorted Lin Yang to this location. Shortly after Lin Yang sent a message to Zhang Jun yesterday, he received a reply indicating that they would meet at the company today. To Lin Yang's surprise, Zhang Jun appeared at his doorstep early in the morning, insisting on personally accompanying him. Faced with Zhang Jun's insistence, Lin Yang had no choice but to comply. Throughout the journey, Zhang Jun was exceedingly courteous and proactive, making it appear as though Lin Yang were the employer and Zhang Jun his assistant. Before them stood a magnificent 66-story edifice situated in Xingqing Binjiang, the financial heart of the city. This locale housed all the provincial banks, insurance firms, and securities companies. The value of the land here was astronomical, with daily rental rates exceeding 50 yuan per square meter. Therefore, only large corporations could afford to lease office space in this area, as smaller enterprises could scarcely bear the exorbitant costs. Xingqing Securities was located on the 49th floor of this building. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 49th floor. As the voice announced their arrival, the elevator doors opened. Zhang Jun held the door open with one hand, while bowing slightly in a gesture of invitation. Lin Yang, we have arrived at Xingqing Securities. Very well. Upon stepping out of the elevator, Lin Yang was greeted by an enormous sign displaying the name Xingqing Securities in bold letters. Good day, gentlemen. May I inquire if you have an appointment? A receptionist near the entrance of the company inquired. We have an appointment. We are here to see Manager Hu Qian. Ah, you must be Mr. Lin and Mr. Zhang. Manager Hu is already here. Please allow me to escort you. Upon hearing that they were visiting Hu Qian, the receptionist promptly stepped out from behind the front desk, leading the way. Lin Yang and Zhang Jun followed her past several offices and along a corridor until they finally stopped in front of a room marked as the manager's office. Mr. Lin. Mr. Zhang, this is Manager Hu's office. Please, step inside. With that, the receptionist opened the door. Upon entering, Lin Yang saw a young woman in her 20s. Clad in a professional suit, seated at the desk, her fingers dancing across the keyboard of her computer. Manager Hu, Mr. Lin, and Mr. Zhang have arrived. Upon hearing the receptionist's announcement, the young woman paused her work, rose, and approached Lin Yang, extending her right hand. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Hu Qian. After releasing his hand, Hu Qian unabashedly appraised Lin Yang from head to toe. Yesterday, I was curious about the character of Lin Yang, and today I finally had the pleasure of meeting him. Young and handsome, he exuded an alluring confidence that captivated those around him. Hello. While Hu Qian observed Lin Yang, he too took note of her presence. Her polished demeanor conveyed the essence of a strong woman. Well, since we are all acquaintances, why the formalities? Let us take a seat and converse, Zhang Jun suggested as he made his way to the lounge area, arranging the cushions on the sofa before inviting Lin Yang and Hu Qian to sit down. Senior, you are doing exceptionally well. You have your own spacious office, he remarked. It is merely good fortune. I am grateful for everyone's trust in me to manage their idle funds, she replied modestly. Do not be so humble, senior. Back in school, you were a prominent figure, consistently securing first place in the simulated stock trading competitions, Zhang Jun continued. Upon hearing about her achievements, Lin Yang began to recall who Hu Qian truly was. Zhang Jun's words rang true. Hu Qian had indeed been a standout during their school days. She was often described as someone who could easily rely on her looks but chose instead to depend on her remarkable abilities. Not only was she attractive with a commendable figure, but she also consistently topped the annual school beauty contests. Beyond her stunning appearance lay her exceptional capabilities. Serving as the president of the student council and leading multiple clubs, she frequently dominated competitions, leaving her peers to vie for second place whenever she participated. Despite her numerous accomplishments, she maintained the highest academic standing in her department. She was, without a doubt, the school beauty and academic prodigy in the eyes of many. It was no wonder that I felt an inexplicable familiarity upon first seeing her, as if we had crossed paths before. Chapter 29. Is there a problem with 100 million? As Lin Yang entered the office, exchanging greetings, Hu Qian's gaze remained fixed upon him. Once they were seated on the sofa, Hu Qian remarked, Junior, your classmate is quite successful. Zhang Jun nodded in agreement, responding, Indeed, Lin Yang is remarkably accomplished. At such a young age, he possesses numerous properties and a substantial amount of cash, far surpassing us. However, I am curious, how did you discern this, senior? Hu Qian smiled faintly. It is quite evident. As someone who frequently interacts with others, one can easily distinguish a successful individual from an ordinary person. The difference in their demeanor and aura is striking. Reflect on how you behave in the presence of senior leaders at your workplace. Zhang Jun recalled his own demeanor when encountering high-ranking officials, his eyes averted, his voice barely above a whisper, and his movements hesitant, as if an invisible force were bearing down upon him. Not only did he feel this way in front of senior leaders, but even in the presence of a successful person like Hu Qian, he found himself somewhat restrained, despite their familiarity. This was a natural reaction stemming from his awareness of the disparity between their statuses. In contrast, Lin Yang approached the situation with confidence and communicated as an equal. This demeanor stemmed not only from his character, but also from the assurance his success provided him. Lin Yang nodded in admiration. It was no wonder Hu Qian had achieved success. With her keen insight into people, it would be challenging for her to fail. Hu Qian continued, now, to the matter at hand. Mr. Lin, I am open to managing your investments, but I must emphasize that trading in the stock market entails significant risks. Your 10 million could potentially double to 20 million in a month, yet it could also dwindle to a mere 100,000 or even less, with the possibility of losing everything. High risks equate to high rewards. Since I have chosen this path, I am prepared to accept the accompanying risks. Lin Yang replied with a smile. Precisely due to the stock market's inherent risks, I sought your expertise, Lin Yang added. Hu Qian nodded, smiling. Since you are well aware of the risks involved, we can proceed with the discussion. Please hold on a moment while I retrieve the contract. Hu Qian rose and found a contract on her desk, returning to present it to Lin Yang. Please review this. If there are no issues, you may sign. Lin Yang took the contract and examined it. It was designed to protect the rights of both parties, outlining the methods of operation and profit-sharing ratios. There were two options for operation. The first required merely transferring funds to a designated account, with Hu Qian managing everything else, resulting in an 80-20 profit split. If there were losses, a fixed fee of 50,000 would be charged per transaction. Lin Yang mused that being a stock advisor was indeed a lucrative business, as they profited regardless of whether the client gained or lost. The second option involved a semi-managed approach, where the investor specified what to buy and at what price to enter or exit, incurring a 3% fee on profits, while losses would similarly incur a charge of 50,000 per transaction. Clearly, the second option aligned more closely with Lin Yang's preferences, though he felt the 3% fee was somewhat excessive. A fee of May 3rd seemed reasonable to others, yet for him, it is excessively high. Regardless of how diligently others research and the probabilities of profit they consider, there remains an inherent risk of loss. However, Lin Yang is distinct. He possesses an intelligence system that delivers information with 100% accuracy. By merely acting on the insights provided, he is guaranteed a profit without any risk of loss. His decision to seek Hu Qian's assistance stems from the substantial amount of capital involved, as managing it himself would likely induce fluctuations in stock prices, resulting in diminished profits. Furthermore, should he take on the trading responsibilities, all his focus would be consumed, leaving him no time for other pursuits. Thus, enlisting help is his most prudent choice. Lin Yang understands that to ensure a horse runs, one must provide it with fodder. Thus, he is willing to concede a portion of the profits. Yet a 3% fee is indeed excessive. Manager Hu, I have no objections regarding other matters, but could we possibly reconsider the fee structure? Hu Qian furrowed her brow, typically. Other clients are subjected to a 70-30 split or a for-profit fee. She had agreed to offer Lin Yang a reduced fee contract, typically reserved for VIP clients investing over 50 million, out of respect for Zhang Jun. In her estimation, it was improbable for Lin Yang, regardless of his success, to have 50 million to invest in stocks at such a young age. What exactly does Mr. Lin mean? I personally lean towards the second proposal. I will take responsibility for determining which stocks to buy and sell, but I would require the fee to be adjusted to 1.5. Of course, I will ensure you do not incur a loss. All payments would be assessed at a 1.5 rate, regardless of profit or loss. Upon hearing the proposed halving of the fee, Hu Qian initially contemplated outright rejecting Lin Yang as a client. Fortunately, Lin Yang spoke without hesitation. She quickly performed calculations in her mind, weighing the advantages and disadvantages of his proposal. While Lin Yang's suggestion would reduce the profit fee, the loss would still incur a percentage fee. In effect, her earnings from the fees would remain unchanged, and she could even profit more, making this proposal not entirely unacceptable. Very well, we shall proceed with your proposal for the contract. Please hold on while I prepare the documents. Certainly. Hu Qian rose to prepare the contract. At that moment, Zhang Jun quietly remarked, Lin Yang, why alter the fee structure? There are no guarantees in the stock market. Wouldn't this change put you at a disadvantage? Lin Yang smiled softly. Sometimes, loss can lead to fortune. Though he spoke philosophically, he was acutely aware that while others might face uncertainties in the stock market, he was assured of profit. Based on a projected profit of 10 million, he could save 150,000 in fees in one transaction, a figure that would only grow with increased trading frequency. Before long, Hu Qian returned with the revised contract printed. Lin Yang meticulously reviewed the terms and, finding no issues, prepared to sign. How should I fill in the capital section? Lin Yang inquired, pointing to a specific area of the contract. Simply indicate the amount you intend to invest for my management. Fill in exactly that amount. However, if you wish to invest more in the future, would we not need to renegotiate the contract? Hu Qian nodded, affirming, indeed, the greater the funds, the lower the fee ratio, thus necessitating a new contract. With a smile, Lin Yang entered a figure of 1 followed by 8 zeros in the funds column. Hu Qian immediately noticed the multitude of zeros. She mentally counted 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. My goodness, is this 100 million? Her first reaction was disbelief, so she recounted it twice, confirming that it was indeed 100 million. Previously, she had only heard Zhang Jun mention Lin Yang in passing, noting that he lacked any influential background and was not a wealthy second-generation heir. Given that he had only graduated a few years prior, managing to secure 10 million was already quite remarkable. To produce 100 million seemed utterly fantastical. Since she had not miscounted, could it be that a mistake had been made in the entry? Mr. Lin, are you intending to invest 100 million in the stock market rather than just 10 million? Yes. Is there a problem? Chapter 30. He is my boyfriend. Is it truly 100 million? Mr. Lin, how could you possibly possess such a fortune? As soon as Hu Qian uttered those words, she immediately recognized her indiscretion in prying into the privacy of a client. Nonetheless, it was astonishing to think that Lin Yang could produce 100 million for stock trading. In her eyes, it was already impressive that someone of his age could muster 10 million for investment, as very few, apart from the scions of wealthy families, could manage such a sum. Yet, at that moment, Lin Yang claimed he was prepared to invest a staggering 100 million. Not only individuals his age, but even those seasoned and successful in their middle years might struggle to allocate such an amount for the stock market. Lin Yang's revelation left her utterly taken aback, leading to her inadvertent slip of the tongue. My apologies, Mr. Lin. I shouldn't have inquired about the source of your funds. Please disregard my question, Hu Qian said, her demeanor shifting from that of a strong woman to one tinged with a hint of vulnerability, seeking forgiveness. That's quite all right. As long as you assist me in managing the investments wisely to maximize profits, Lin Yang deftly redirected the conversation. However, these funds will not be available until a week from now. That shouldn't pose a problem, should it? Upon hearing Lin Yang's nonchalance, Hu Qian quickly regained her authoritative stance, responding, indeed, there is an issue. What issue? I just mentioned that the more one invests, the lower the commission ratio becomes. We will need to amend the contract, she explained as she rose to draft a revised agreement for Lin Yang. Investing 100 million would classify him as the most esteemed SVIP client of their firm, with the commission charged at the minimum rate, yet receiving the finest service, including 24/7 priority access. As Lin Yang listened to Hu Qian's extensive introduction, the essence was clear. SVIP clients enjoyed precedence in all matters at their company. While he did not memorize every detail, he did retain the information regarding the reduced commission. Upon reviewing the contract, Lin Yang noted that aside from the changes in the commission terms, everything else remained unchanged. The commission rate was adjusted to a flat one, regardless of profit or loss. A reduction of 0.5 from before. This meant that for a 10 million investment, each transaction would save him 50,000. With numerous transactions, these savings would accumulate significantly. Satisfied that the contract was in order, he signed it. At this juncture, Zhang Jun remained in a state of shock, still reeling from the revelations. He rifled through his memories of Lin Yang from their university days. Truth be told, Lin Yang had left a strong impression on him during those 4 years. He was academically gifted, yet came from humble beginnings, often working part-time while others indulged in leisure. Could it be that Lin Yang was a concealed heir to a fortune? If so, he had hidden it exceptionally well. Zhang Jun muttered to himself. However, based on Lin Yang's past demeanor, he hardly resembled a typical rich heir. It was uncommon for such individuals to work in small factories post-graduation. Yet, apart from the notion of being an heir, there seemed to be no other explanation for how he could amass 100 million for stock market investment. After all, how could someone just 2 or 3 years out of college possess such wealth? If Lin Yang were indeed a scion of wealth, why would he choose to conceal it? Is it akin to what is portrayed in the short drama, where his parents fear he might become a wastrel, thus hiding his identity until he reaches a certain age to reveal the truth? Zhang Jun, upon delving deeper into his acquaintance with Lin Yang, finds him increasingly inscrutable. During their university days, he perceived Lin Yang as a pauper, yet soon after, Lin Yang procured a bank loan, revealing 5 properties. Now, mere days later, he unveils an investment of 100 million in stocks. Concurrently, he secretly rejoices, thankful that during their initial encounter at the bank, he merely exhibited a sense of superiority and refrained from any disdainful gestures. Now, he has even assisted Lin Yang in finding a reliable stock advisor. With this goodwill established, he is certain that future endeavors will yield benefits. Junior, what are you murmuring about? Lin Yang, after finalizing the contract with Hu Qian, prepares to depart, leaving Zhang Jun momentarily dazed. It is only when Hu Qian calls out that he returns to reality. No, nothing. Are you ready to head back? Actually, I intend to invite Mr. Lin to dine at Shihu Tower. You should join us. I shall pass. I just received word that the bank has an urgent task for me. Shihu Tower is an upscale restaurant in Star City, designed in a style reminiscent of ancient architecture. Grand in scale, akin to the Forbidden City. Such a lavish setting naturally commands a steep price, with a per capita expense of 4,000 to 5,000 for food and beverages. Zhang Jun muses that one should not accept rewards without merit. Thus, he politely declines. Junior, your bank is closed today, and yet you still wish to be courteous? Hu Qian smiles gently. You introduced me to such a distinguished client in Lin Yang. It is only fitting that I treat you to a meal. Zhang Jun chuckles, realizing that to decline further would be to disregard kindness. Very well, I appreciate it, senior. The trio, Lin Yang, Hu Qian, and Zhang Jun, descends in the elevator to the basement parking lot. As the doors open, an imposing, rugged SUV comes into view. Well, isn't that the recently launched Yangwang U8? The off-road enthusiast version, which costs over 1,600,000 upon delivery. Hu Qian exclaims in astonishment upon seeing the vehicle. While 1,600,000 may seem exorbitant to the average person, it is relatively modest compared to other luxury cars. It remains unclear why Hu Qian is so taken aback, prompting Lin Yang to smile and remark, manager who seems quite knowledgeable about automobiles. After all, in your line of work, you must encounter luxury cars frequently. Hu Qian nods in agreement. Indeed, I have seen many luxury vehicles, which is precisely why the Yangwang U8 astonishes me. Her statement piques Lin Yang's curiosity, leading him to inquire, oh, what do you mean by that? Those who can afford to spend over $1 million on a domestically produced car are the true wealthy individuals. They care little for the brand's social attributes, purchasing solely out of personal preference. It takes immense confidence to disregard the social implications of luxury cars, which is why those who drive such vehicles are the genuine affluent. Nearby, Zhang Jun nods in agreement with Hu Qian's explanation. Exactly. Our Lin Yang is indeed a true man of wealth. Well, what? Are you saying this vehicle belongs to Mr. Lin? As Hu Qian reflected on her earlier remarks regarding the car in front of the owner, she felt somewhat out of place. With a soft beep, Lin Yang approached the car door, lightly tapping his phone against the rearview mirror, causing the door to unlock automatically. He slid into the driver's seat, and then turned slightly to call out, Manager Hu, are you driving yourself? Or, I'll take your car. I've yet to experience the grandeur of the Yangwang U8. Upon hearing the invitation, Hu Qian hurried a few steps to the passenger seat, opening the door to take her place inside. Zhang Jun followed closely behind, also entering the vehicle. Once everyone was settled, Lin Yang promptly set the navigation to Shihu Lu. At the entrance of Shihu Lu, a dapperly dressed man knelt on one knee, holding a bouquet of red roses, as he proposed to a stunning woman with long hair standing before him. Chen Qingqing, will you marry me? Wang Bin. I have already told you that I do not harbor feelings for you, and I am in a relationship. Wang Bin grinned, exuding confidence as if he had already won Chen Qingqing over. You mentioned having a boyfriend. Who is he? Bring him here, as long as you can summon him. I will believe you. Chen Qingqing's brows furrowed deeper at his words. Wang Bin was her university classmate, and since their last reunion, he had become quite persistent. If she could not dissuade him, it was uncertain how long he would continue to pursue her. However, she currently did not have a boyfriend, and the male acquaintances she had were all known to Wang Bin. There was no time to hire an actor. Just when she was at her wit's end, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching from a distance. He is my boyfriend. Chapter 31. A deeper encounter amidst the adoration of Hu Qian and Zhang Jun. Lin Yang entered the illustrious Westlake Pavilion. This renowned establishment in Star City resembled a majestic palace, exuding opulence and grandeur. Its ancient architectural style was distinctive, adorned with flying eaves and bracketed beams, while every intricate detail echoed the weight of history and the charm of culture, transporting one back to an era of flourishing prosperity. Upon entering the grand hall, resplendent palace lanterns hung from above, casting a gentle and radiant light that illuminated every corner. The floor, paved with immaculate marble, reflected the silhouettes of patrons, glimmering with a cool sheen. Surrounding the hall, exquisite classical Chinese furniture was meticulously arranged, its fine wooden grain exuding a subtle fragrance that harmonized beautifully with the environment. The walls were adorned with renowned calligraphy and paintings, depicting either serene landscapes or delicate floral and avian motifs, enriching the artistic ambience of the space. The restaurant buzzed with life, a tapestry of vibrant activity. Uniformed waitstaff moved gracefully through the crowd, their faces adorned with smiles as they attentively catered to each guest. Amidst this lively atmosphere, Lin Yang's keen eyes caught sight of a familiar figure, drawing his gaze instantly. There stood Chen Qingqing, ensnared by the throng, her expression one of exasperation, while a man knelt before her, presenting a bouquet of red roses. Today, Chen Qingqing's attire diverged sharply from her usual professional ensemble. Instead, she donned casual wear, a cropped floral t-shirt and light blue distressed jeans, radiating a playful vivacity. Suddenly, she pointed in Lin Yang's direction and swiftly broke free from the crowd, striding towards him with determination. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around his, resting her head affectionately on his shoulder. In an exuberant declaration, she proclaimed, "He is my boyfriend." This unexpected gesture widened Lin Yang's eyes in astonishment, his expression a canvas of surprise and bewilderment. His body instinctively tensed, wholly unprepared to be swept into such an absurd charade. What on earth was happening? Chen Qingqing continued to signal Lin Yang with her eyes, conveying, "It's nothing. Just play along and help me shoo away a pest." At that moment, Lin Yang noticed the man with the flowers hastening towards them, and with Chen Qingqing's reaction, he began to piece together the unfolding situation. Upon hearing Chen Qingqing's words, Wang Bin's smile faltered, replaced by a flicker of confusion and resentment in his eyes. He scrutinized Lin Yang from head to toe, a wave of jealousy rising within him. Lin Yang's tall stature and handsome visage radiated a distinct charm, compelling Wang Bin to begrudgingly acknowledge that, purely in terms of appearance, Lin Yang surpassed him significantly. However, Wang Bin had known Chen Qingqing for quite some time and possessed a degree of insight into her character and emotional state. To his recollection, she had never mentioned such a boyfriend, and he observed that the interaction between Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing did not possess the naturalness or intimacy characteristic of a romantic couple. This filled him with doubt. He furrowed his brow, his tone laced with skepticism and discontent as he exclaimed, "You can simply find any man and declare him your boyfriend. How can you prove it?" Wang Bin's inquiry intensified the tension in the atmosphere, drawing curious glances from those around them, who began to whisper and murmur amongst themselves. Chen Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly. She bit her lip, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes before she regained her composure. She understood that without convincing Wang Bin, this charade could not conclude satisfactorily. As the collective gaze of the crowd focused on them, Chen Qingqing suddenly made an even bolder move. She rose slightly on her toes, her hands gently resting on Lin Yang's shoulders, then leaned in closer to his face. Before Lin Yang could react, her lips softly brushed against his. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The world around them fell silent, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats echoing in the air. Lin Yang's mind went blank, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. Yet, he was not one to panic in the face of adversity. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his calm. His mind raced, quickly devising a strategy for this unexpected situation. He realized that displaying any sign of alarm or rejection would not only embarrass Chen Qingqing but also draw unwanted attention to himself, complicating matters further. Lin Yang's gaze grew resolute as he resolved to play along with Chen Qingqing's performance. He gently wrapped his arms around her waist, donning a confident and composed smile, as if they were indeed a couple deeply in love. This gesture caught the attention of those around them, who regarded them with envious eyes. Chen Qingqing sensed Lin Yang's support and felt a wave of relief wash over her. She looked up at his handsome face, gratitude flickering in her eyes, recognizing that she had found a savior in him. Wang Bin, witnessing the intimate display between Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing, felt the flames of jealousy blaze even more fiercely within him. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, and his expression twisted in resentment. He could not accept being so easily rejected by Chen Qingqing, nor could he bring himself to believe that she truly had a boyfriend. Humph. Even if you act close now, it doesn't prove you're a genuine couple, Wang Bin scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Perhaps this is merely a temporary performance to deceive me. Lin Yang smiled faintly, a hint of disdain in his expression. He regarded Wang Bin with a calm demeanor and replied, "If you choose not to believe, there is little I can do about it. However, the bond between Qingqing and me cannot be dismissed by your mere doubts. His voice was steady and powerful, brimming with confidence as he fixed his unwavering gaze on Wang Bin, as if asserting his claim. Qingqing then added, Wang Bin, I have already told you that I do not harbor feelings for you. I hope you will cease your pursuit of me from now on. Her tone was resolute, without a trace of hesitation. It turns out that the beautiful woman already has a boyfriend, and he is quite handsome. The striking couple is indeed well matched. Handsome fellow. Since she is already taken, it would be wise for you to relinquish your pursuit. Indeed, to intervene at this moment would merely brand you as the third party. The onlookers, upon realizing that Qingqing truly has an attractive boyfriend, began to criticize Wang Bin fervently. Wang Bin's face flushed crimson, wishing desperately for a crevice in the earth to swallow him whole. This was the first time he had experienced such humiliation. Kid, just you wait, he muttered with a fierce tone before turning away from Shihu Tower. At that moment, a notification echoed in Lin Yang's mind. Ding. In-depth interaction with an intelligence figure has triggered a critical hit, resulting in the acquisition of high-value information, which has now been pushed for your attention. Is this what is meant by in-depth interaction? Lin Yang had initially assumed it referred to a literal sense, but he was surprised to discover that a mere kiss qualified as such. He opened the panel to examine the high-value information he had just received. Chapter 32, Eightfold Returns in a Month Reward Information. On Monday, Foodie Battery will announce groundbreaking news regarding the mass production of solid-state batteries, leading to a surge in stock prices and consecutive trading halts. Entering at the right moment could yield an eightfold return within a month. Upon receiving this information, Lin Yang could not suppress a smile. This stock market intelligence was precisely what he had been yearning for. After a morning spent diligently seeking the counsel of stock advisors, and having engaged in a profound conversation with Chen Qingqing, it seemed that fortune had smiled upon him, granting him access to this invaluable tip. An eightfold return within a month is an astonishing yield, one that would likely elicit disbelief if shared with others. Lin Yang currently possessed nearly 100 million in capital, and with the upcoming announcement regarding the demolition of residences in Jinling community, he was poised to receive an additional 50 million in compensation. By calculation, this would grant him a total of 150 million in principal. If the information held true, an eightfold return within a month would amount to 12 billion. Such a colossal financial operation necessitated the expertise of Hu Qian, a professional stock advisor he had wisely sought out in advance. Without her assistance, he would not only expend vast amounts of energy, but also risk incurring losses due to unforeseen circumstances. After all, stock advisors like Hu Qian are supported by a professional team working in synergy, whereas he alone could easily become overwhelmed, losing track of critical details. Lin Yang understood well that specialized tasks should be entrusted to those with expertise. As Lin Yang reveled in the excitement and contemplation brought by the intelligence, Zhang Jun's sudden call of sister-in-law jolted him back to reality. Upon hearing this term of endearment, Chen Qingqing reacted as if shocked, swiftly releasing her hold on Lin Yang's arm. A flush crept across her cheeks as she apologized, saying, I am truly sorry for pulling you into this without your consent. Please rest assured, I will handle the subsequent matters. Lin Yang smiled and shook his head, replying, It's quite all right. We are old classmates, after all. Helping each other is only natural. Upon hearing the phrase old classmates, Chen Qingqing felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment, though she could not comprehend the reason for her emotions. Having already been flustered by recent events, she merely reiterated her apologies before turning to leave. Observing Chen Qingqing's retreating figure, Zhang Jun leaned closer to Lin Yang, curiosity evident on his face. Brother Yang, what exactly is your relationship with that beauty? She truly isn't your girlfriend? Lin Yang chuckled helplessly and clarified, Not at all. I merely assisted her in a moment of need. Zhang Jun sighed dramatically, pouting, Such a shame. With her beauty, it's unfortunate she isn't your sister-in-law. All right. Let us go, interjected Hu Qian from nearby. Consequently, Lin Yang, Hu Qian, and Zhang Jun followed the server towards their private room. Once inside, Hu Qian, displaying familiarity, inquired if Lin Yang had any dietary restrictions before confidently ordering several signature dishes. After placing their orders, she handed the menu to Lin Yang and cheerfully remarked, Please take a look and see if there is anything else you fancy. Feel free to order. Today, it's my treat. Lin Yang, not one to be overly modest, took the menu and perused it attentively. He had heard of the exorbitant prices at Westlake Pavilion, but when he actually opened the menu, he was taken aback by the figures presented. Bean sprouts, which cost merely 2 yuan per jin outside, were listed at an astonishing 2,888 per serving. Adorned with the poetic name Fire Tree Silver Flower. This was just the most ordinary ingredient. The truly precious ones on the table at Westlake Pavilion were marked up several-fold. The few dishes Hu Qian had casually ordered would easily amount to no less than 10,000 yuan. Lin Yang couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, Westlake Pavilion lived up to its reputation, with prices that were simply outrageous. Seeing that the dishes were nearly decided upon, Lin Yang casually ordered a pot of the cheapest green tea, priced at 888. Shortly thereafter, the tea and dishes began to arrive at the table. Each dish was presented with the finesse of an artwork, a sight so pleasing that one hesitated to disrupt its beauty with a chopstick. To Lin Yang's surprise, one of the dishes was indeed the pricey Fire Tree Silver Flower. The waiter paused momentarily before serving this dish, wearing a professional smile as he began to elaborate on its origin. Esteemed guests, the Fire Tree Silver Flower is our restaurant's signature dish. It is crafted by hollowing out organic bean sprouts and then stuffing them with black pork, followed by meticulous preparation by our top chefs. The dish not only required a discerning selection of ingredients, but the cooking process was also intricate and demanding, necessitating the chef's exceptional skills and extensive experience to perfectly fuse the tenderness of the bean sprouts with the richness of the black pork, thus creating this unique delicacy. As Lin Yang gazed upon this seemingly ordinary yet extraordinarily valued dish, he could not help but reflect on the opulence of Westlake Pavilion, which was evident not only in the prices but also in the meticulous craftsmanship and unique creativity behind each culinary creation. While listening to the waiter's introduction, he thoughtfully savored the food. The moment the ingredients touched his palate, he felt it was worth every penny. He was certain he had never tasted such delicious bean sprouts. The meat filling and sprouts complemented each other flawlessly, offering a delightfully crisp texture infused with savory meatiness, a truly remarkable experience. Indeed, there was a reason for the high prices. The restaurant's ability to thrive amidst such costs was not without merit. After all, affluent patrons are not foolish. If the food were subpar, they would not return. Noticing Lin Yang's expression of sheer enjoyment, Hu Qian nodded in satisfaction. As long as Mr. Lin was pleased, that was what mattered. Lin Yang smiled and replied, I must thank Manager Hu for treating me to such delectable cuisine. Suddenly, Lin Yang's thoughts shifted to the matter of stocks. Initially, he had planned to wait for the compensation from the demolition to transfer funds into Hu Qian's account. However, having received new information, he realized that further delay might lead to missed opportunities. Thus, he took out his phone and transferred 90 million to that account, leaving himself a few million for emergencies. Manager Hu, I have just transferred 90 million to the account. The remaining 10 million will be sent next week. Hu Qian was perplexed by Lin Yang's sudden transfer at this moment. They had originally agreed to transfer the entire 100 million together next week. But now he had unexpectedly remitted 90 million. Was there some urgent matter at hand? As she pondered this, her phone received a notification. Client Lin Yang's account. 7512 received a transfer of 90 million from Xingqing Bank. Account balance 90 million. Hu Qian was taken aback by this figure. Good heavens. It is indeed 90 million. My word, 90 million. Just like that, it has been transferred. Her expression changed, filled with astonishment. A person in their 20s, without any background of a wealthy heir, was actually prepared to invest 100 million in the stock market. Mr. Lin, is there an urgent matter for you to transfer the funds so hastily? Lin Yang nodded. Indeed, I have a target in mind. Chapter 33. If you cannot bear it, allow me to carry you Manager Hu. As soon as the stock market opens on Monday, please assist me in investing all the funds in my account into the stock of Fuji Battery. Upon hearing this, Hu Qian nearly dropped the cup in her hand. Her eyes wide with shock and disbelief, her voice involuntarily rising a few decibels. Mr. Lin, you must exercise caution. Although we have signed a semi-trust agreement, and I am merely responsible for the operations, as a friend, I genuinely feel compelled to advise you to reconsider. With a furrowed brow, Hu Qian anxiously began her analysis. I have been following Fuji Battery. Their production equipment is outdated, their technology fails to keep pace with industry advancements, and they have been in a state of continuous loss for several years. The company's reputation and prospects in the market are quite bleak. After releasing last year's financial report, their stock has experienced a week of consecutive declines. If it continues to plummet, it may soon become worthless. Investing in their stock at this juncture is akin to throwing money into a bottomless pit. There is an overwhelming probability of irretrievable loss. Lin Yong listened quietly to Hu Qian's analysis, secretly amused. He was well aware that what she stated was factual, from the publicly available market information. Fudi Battery indeed appeared to be a company devoid of promise and prospects. However, what set him apart from Hu Qian was his possession of crucial intelligence unknown to others. On Monday, Fudi Battery would announce the groundbreaking news of mass production of solid-state batteries, a revelation that would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir in the market, leading to a surge in stock prices with consecutive gains. In his eyes, this represented an unparalleled opportunity for profit, while Hu Qian, constrained by limited information, failed to perceive the potential. With this in mind, Lin Yong smiled and addressed Hu Qian. Manager Hu, I appreciate your concerns and am grateful for your diligent analysis. However, every individual possesses a unique perspective on the market. I have my own considerations and rationale. Please proceed as I have requested, and I trust that soon enough, you will witness the results. His confident demeanor suggested that victory was already beckoning him. Seeing Lin Yong remain unmoved, Hu Qian could only sigh in resignation, choosing to say no more. In her heart, she silently prayed that Lin Yang's fortune would merely be a stroke of luck and that he would not incur substantial losses from this investment. After all, in her years of professional experience, she had never witnessed a company with such poor fundamentals experience a significant short-term rise in stock prices. After enjoying their meal, Hu Qian raised her hand to signal the waiter to bring the bill. The total, including service charges, amounted to 14,888 yuan, nearly 5,000 yuan per person. Upon hearing this figure, Lin Yong felt a jolt within him, reflecting on how just a short time ago, he had been diligently working a job that earned him merely 5,000 yuan a month. He was astonished by the stark contrast, realizing how vast the difference had become. After settling the bill, Hu Qian inquired, since it's still early, I would like to visit the mall to select a birthday gift for my mother. Would you care to join me? Lin Yong initially contemplated declining the invitation, but suddenly recalled that he would soon be returning to his hometown. This opportunity could serve as a perfect occasion to choose thoughtful gifts for his parents. Having not returned home for several years, he felt compelled to make a grand return, restoring the dignity his parents had lost over the years. With this thought in mind, Lin Yong nodded in agreement, saying, Sure, I could use a stroll as well. Zhang Jun shook his head, stating, I have other matters to attend to. You two can go to the mall. I'll take a taxi later. Thus, the trio departed from the restaurant and went their separate ways. Lin Yong and Hu Qian drove to the mall, while Zhang Jun hailed a taxi. Upon entering the mall, warm yellow lights cascaded down, illuminating the entire space with a cozy brightness. The mall was bustling with activity, filled with a myriad of people and vibrantly arranged shops. The neon signs flickering and dancing, vividly portraying a thriving commercial scene. The air was infused with a subtle fragrance of perfume intertwined with the sweet aroma wafting from the bakery, creating an enticing shopping atmosphere. Standing at the center of the mall, Lin Yong's gaze wandered among the array of products, momentarily leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the sheer variety. Images of his parents flashed through his mind, yet he found himself at a loss as to what gifts would truly convey his sentiments. After a brief moment of hesitation, he turned to Hu Qian, seeking her counsel with sincerity. I plan to return to my hometown next week and would like to bring some gifts for my parents. What do you think I should consider purchasing? Hu Qian paused, tilting her head thoughtfully, her face breaking into a gentle smile as she earnestly suggested, for your mother. Perhaps some gold or jade jewelry would be ideal, both valuable and sure to bring her joy. As for your father, a belt, a massage chair, or some clothing would all be practical and heartfelt gifts. As Lin Yong listened to Hu Qian's recommendations, memories surfaced of his mother's envious glances at the jewelry worn by others, and his father's discomfort from back pain. He felt reassured that he had made the right choice in seeking Hu Qian's advice. Convinced that her suggestions were excellent, he decided to first visit a jewelry store, followed by a search for a quality massage chair. They made their way to the largest jewelry store in the mall, which was bustling with excitement. A stage had been set up at the entrance, where several couples were warming up for a performance. As Lin Yong and Hu Qian approached, a staff member enthusiastically greeted them. Sir, madam, today marks our 10th anniversary celebration. We are hosting a couples hug contest. If you win, you will receive a discount of 12 on all purchases today. Would you be interested in participating? Hug contest? Hu Qian inquired with curiosity. How does one participate? And what are the rules of the competition? The staff member explained. It involves the boyfriend lifting the girlfriend, and she must not touch the ground. The couple that holds out the longest wins and earns the discount. Lin Yang chuckled softly. This was merely his first encounter with Hu Qian, and they were by no means a couple. The embrace between two unfamiliar individuals felt somewhat awkward. Just as Lin Yang contemplated declining, Hu Qian unexpectedly grasped his hand. Her eyes shimmering with anticipation as she inquired, "Will you join me?" Caught off guard by her sudden gesture, Lin Yang stammered, "We are not." However, Hu Qian seemed oblivious to his words, holding his hand firmly as she whispered in his ear, "I am about to purchase a large gold bracelet for my mother. And with a 12 discount, I could save a considerable amount. A simple hug is such an easy request. Do you think I am too heavy to embrace? If so, I would be more than willing to embrace you instead." Chapter 34. Inner Turmoil. Whom do you look down upon? Lin Yang was not one to be coy. Since Hu Qian wished to participate in the event to secure a discount, he acquiesced. Subsequently, Hu Qian grasped Lin Yang's hand and ascended the stage. Alongside them were a dozen couples. After a brief wait, the staff brought up several more couples, and once 20 pairs were assembled, the host, microphone in hand and a beaming smile, began to elucidate the rules of the hugging contest. "All right, we now have 20 couples. The rules are as follows. Once the contest commences, boyfriends may lift their girlfriends in any manner, but throughout the duration, the girlfriend's feet must not touch the ground. Should they do so, the contest concludes, and the pair that endures the longest wins a splendid grand prize, an 88 discount on all store purchases. Now, contestants, please prepare yourselves. Boyfriends, lift your girlfriends." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang gradually extended his hands, one cautiously cradling Hu Qian's knee, while the other gently encircled her back. His movements were stiff and awkward, his arms trembling slightly, as if fearful of causing her discomfort, and he struggled to suppress his own anxiety. Hu Qian's cheeks flushed subtly. She turned her head away, unable to meet Lin Yang's gaze, her hands instinctively gripping his shoulders, her fingers curling with tension. An air of awkwardness enveloped them, as if the very atmosphere had thickened. Upon noticing everyone was in position, the host exclaimed, "Contestants, ready yourselves. 3, 2, 1, begin." With this command, the arena fell silent, save for the heavy breaths of the competitors. Within a minute of the contest's commencement, one couple faltered. The young man's face reddened, his arms quaking, and in a moment of instability, the girl's feet grazed the ground. Her expression fell instantly, and she complained, "How could you be so useless? You couldn't even last a minute. It's your fault for being so heavy. Just look at how slender the other girls are." "Well, then go find yourself a slender girlfriend." As time passed, more couples succumbed, dwindling the number on stage. Lin Yang's endurance could be attributed to his experience as a technician in a factory, where he often lifted parts, building both strength and stamina. Coupled with Hu Qian's slender frame, Lin Yang found her weight manageable, though not without exertion. Thus, they persevered until only 3 couples remained. Observing Lin Yang, who was now drenched in sweat, Hu Qian inquired, "Can you hold on a bit longer? If not, we should just concede." Lin Yang shook his head. "We've come this far. Giving up now would be in vain." Hu Qian nodded slightly, her heart racing as she regarded Lin Yang's focused and resolute expression. After a while, another couple could no longer endure. The young man's stamina appeared to have reached its limit. His legs began to tremble, and his arms, which were cradling the young woman, slowly sank. Ultimately, her feet touched the ground. Now, only Lin Yang, Hu Qian, and another couple remained on the stage. This couple exuded a remarkable synergy. Despite the exhaustion etched on the young man's face, his eyes radiated determination, while the young woman clung tightly to his neck, her legs entwined around his waist. Alleviating his burden, Hu Qian, glancing at the other couple, realized that if she did not act soon, the opportunity would slip away. At that moment, beads of sweat rolled down Lin Yang's forehead, his hands trembling slightly, clearly nearing his limit. Biting her lip, Hu Qian made a resolute decision. She tilted her head slightly, her hands gently wrapping around Lin Yang's neck, her fingers resting softly on his shoulders. This gesture brought them perilously close, nearly touching foreheads, their noses almost brushing against each other. Lin Yang's breath caressed Hu Qian's cheek, warm and gentle. The unexpected intimacy left Hu Qian momentarily flustered, her body tensing instinctively as she clutched Lin Yang tightly, fearful of losing her balance. In that instant, the surrounding world seemed to fade into silence. The once bustling mall was now filled solely with the sound of their hurried breaths and pounding hearts. A warm golden light enveloped them, casting a dreamlike glow over their figures. The cheers and shouts from the audience became a distant murmur, as if the entire universe had narrowed down to just the two of them. Hu Qian's face flushed a deep crimson, warmth spreading from her ears to her neck. Her heart raced like thunder, threatening to leap from her throat. She averted her gaze, unable to meet Lin Yang's eyes, yet his face, so close, left her nowhere to hide. Lin Yang's cheeks were equally flushed, reminiscent of a ripe apple, his gaze shimmering with shyness and tension, yet tinged with an inexplicable tenderness. They held each other tightly, their body heat melding together, the air thick with an indescribable sense of intimacy. In that charged atmosphere, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Finally, the other couple could no longer endure. The young man's legs trembled violently, veins bulging on his forehead, his face a canvas of fatigue and frustration. As the young woman's feet touched the ground, a collective sigh of disappointment rose from the audience. With only Lin Yang and Hu Qian remaining on stage, the host approached them, excitedly announcing, "The competition is over. Congratulations to the winners. Wow, we won. Lin Yang, you were incredible," Hu Qian exclaimed, joyfully wrapping her arms around Lin Yang's head, nearly leaning in for a kiss. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, celebrating their perseverance and harmony. Lin Yang gradually released Hu Qian, though her hands remained tightly around his neck, as if still lost in the tension of the competition. "Can I let go now?" Hu Qian quickly withdrew her hands, exclaiming, "I was so overjoyed that I momentarily forgot." Lin Yang smiled without saying much. After Zhang Hao and the others finished, the host stepped forward, presenting the victory symbol in the form of a coupon to Lin Yang and Hu Qian, beaming as he proclaimed, "Congratulations. It is evident that the synergy and trust between you two are truly admirable. This 12 discount is well-deserved." Lin Yang accepted the coupon with gratitude, while Hu Qian stood beside him, her face radiating a blissful smile. The female audience members below began to murmur softly among themselves. "Wow, that guy is so handsome. Who would have thought he not only looks great, but also possesses such stamina? His girlfriend is incredibly fortunate. Indeed, I just saw him holding his girlfriend for so long. It's such a reassuring presence." These flattering remarks drifted into Hu Qian's ears, stirring a unique sensation within her heart. Stealing a glance at Lin Yang beside her, she noticed a hint of sweat on his handsome face, the light cascading over him, accentuating his athletic physique. Her heart raced a little faster, prompting her to take a few deep breaths to mask her inner turmoil. Chapter 35. The Province and the Blossoms. Upon observing Hu Qian's bashful demeanor, Lin Yang's lips curled into a subtle smile, and an almost imperceptible tenderness glimmered in his eyes. He was taken aback to discover that this formidable woman, renowned for her assertiveness in the workplace, possessed a shy aspect to her character. Having secured a favorable deal, he suggested, "Let us now venture inside and select a gift." His voice, gentle and steady, shattered the brief silence as they entered the jewelry store. The interior was resplendent, awash in a golden glow. A neatly attired saleswoman, her face adorned with a professional smile, approached briskly, greeting them with, "Welcome to our store. Our selection of gold jewelry is the finest in the entire Star City, featuring a variety of styles for your perusal." Lin Yang nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the display cases. They brimmed with an array of gold adornments, necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and rings, each piece exquisitely crafted, boasting diverse designs that radiated an alluring luster. Additionally, several cases showcased jade artifacts, their smooth surfaces reflecting a gentle light. Intricately carved into delicate floral and faunal shapes, or polished into rounded pendants, all available in an overwhelming variety that dazzled the eye. "Sir, are you purchasing a gift for your girlfriend?" the saleswoman inquired, her expression imbued with a perfectly measured curiosity. Lin Yang quickly shook his head, clarifying, "You misunderstand. I wish to acquire some gold and jade pieces for my mother. Do you have any recommendations?" "Indeed. Follow me," she replied enthusiastically, guiding him to a corner of the display where an assortment of exquisitely shaped gold bangles was neatly arranged. As she pointed to the showcased pieces, she elaborated, "These styles are quite dignified, making them suitable for elder relatives." Lin Yang's gaze meticulously scanned the gold bangles, scrutinizing the price tags. He noted that the prices correlated closely with size, with the smaller items starting at over 10,000, while the larger ones reached upwards of 40 or 50,000. "Sir, which one do you fancy? I can retrieve it for you." The saleswoman's voice brimmed with anticipation, her eyes reflecting a fervent hope for a successful transaction. "Wrap them all up," Lin Yang replied decisively, without a trace of hesitation. He mused to himself that these gold ornaments, when compared to gold bars, merely included a craftsmanship fee, and purchasing them for adornment was essentially a sound investment. Faced with such an array of choices, he resolved to acquire them all. The saleswoman's eyes widened in astonishment. Her once bright gaze now clouded with disbelief, as if Lin Yang's words had detonated a heavy bomb in her mind. Her breath hitched abruptly, rendering her momentarily motionless. As if frozen by an incantation, she nearly dropped the tray she held to display the bangles, instinctively tightening her grip until her knuckles turned white. "Excuse me, sir, are you saying you wish to have all these gold bangles wrapped up?" The waitress, stuttering in disbelief, confirmed once more, her voice trembling with astonishment. She could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary young man was so extravagantly affluent, casually purchasing a dozen gold bangles, a considerable sum indeed. Such generous patrons were a rarity in her previous work experiences. The other waitstaff cast envious glances, their eyes shimmering with admiration and envy. Among them, a young female server's eyes sparkled with starry dreams as she fantasized. How wonderful it would be if he were my boyfriend, handsome and wealthy, effortlessly spending millions. Accompanying him would surely guarantee a life of luxury where I would be cherished like a princess. Her cheeks flushed slightly, as if she were already lost in this delightful reverie, nearly misplacing the jewelry she was arranging. Another, slightly older waitress sighed softly, reflecting. This young man possesses such strength at such a tender age. It's truly admirable. Just look at him, and then look at my ordinary boyfriend. The disparity is astounding. As she shook her head, she couldn't help but cast another glance at Lin Yong, her gaze filled with both admiration and a tinge of regret. A few other waitstaff gathered, whispering amongst themselves. He must be a CEO of some grand company. Otherwise, how could he be so generous, purchasing so many bangles at once? One speculated. Perhaps he is a wealthy heir, born into riches and indifferent to such expenditures. Their words were laced with speculation regarding Lin Yang's identity and awe at his wealth, tinged with a hint of jealousy. These envious glances and hushed conversations spread like an invisible breeze throughout the jewelry store, subtly altering the ambience. Meanwhile, Lin Yong seemed oblivious to the attention, engrossed in a discussion with Hu Qian about the gifts they would select next. Suddenly, Hu Qian inquired, "These pieces can be discounted together, correct?" The waitress eagerly nodded, her face alight with a smile as she responded enthusiastically, "Of course. Rest assured, any purchases made today will enjoy a 12% discount, with no cap. You two are the champions of today's hugging contest. This is a special privilege from our store." As she spoke, she carefully placed the selected gold bangles into exquisite packaging, her movements gentle and practiced. Hu Qian nodded in satisfaction, smiling. "Then wait, I shall select one more." With that, she gracefully strolled along the counter, her gaze flitting among the dazzling array of jewelry as she meticulously made her choices. Observing Hu Qian's earnest selection process, Lin Yong could not help but chuckle. "Manager Hu, with your high income, why do you care so much about this discount?" Hu Qian turned her head, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Yong, and replied, "One must spend wisely. Our money does not simply fall from the sky." Upon hearing this, Lin Yong felt a newfound admiration for Hu Qian, nodding emphatically in agreement. "You're absolutely right. Having money does not equate to being a fool." As the waitress presented Lin Yong with a magnificent golden bracelet, a shrewd lady promptly set aside her tasks and retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from beneath the counter, offering them to Lin Yong and Hu Qian. "Sir or madam, please have a sip of water. Jade and gemstones make splendid gifts for elders. Would you like to take a look?" Very well. It appeared that the store had distinct sections for gold and jade, with the lady attending to the selection of jade. "Sir, may I inquire about your mother's age? How do you find this exquisite piece of mutton fat jade?" The waitress enthusiastically recommended, "This mutton fat jade is indeed the treasure of our establishment." Lin Yong glanced at the price, astonished to see a small jade Buddha priced at a staggering 880,000. Remarkably, the total cost of the dozen or so gold bracelets he had just purchased was nearly equivalent to this single piece. It seemed that the waitress, having witnessed his unwavering composure while acquiring those numerous gold bracelets, was eager to present her store's prized possession right from the outset. Chapter 36. The ex-girlfriend Lin Yong had little understanding of jade, yet the piece before him was undeniably as lustrous as the attendant had described, exuding a calming aura from afar. As for its worth, he was uncertain. Turning to Hu Qian, he inquired, "What do you think of this jade?" "This is a superior piece of mutton fat white jade, flawless throughout, truly a treasure," Hu Qian remarked, her knowledge of gemstones allowing her to instantly discern the jade's exceptional quality. Lin Yong grasped her implication. This jade was valued at 880, and within 12 discount today, it would be less than 800. Considering his mother's ongoing health issues, acquiring a piece of jade for her well-being seemed prudent. With this thought, Lin Yong resolutely addressed the attendant. All right, please wrap it up. The attendant, witnessing his decision, beamed with delight, her excitement nearly causing her hands to tremble as she swiftly began to package the item. She resembled a child on the verge of joyous exuberance, secretly grateful for encountering such a generous patron. After Lin Yong made his selection, Hu Qian chose a jade bracelet for her mother's birthday, adding it to the items for checkout. The total, after discounts, amounted to 1.72 million, comprising several gold bracelets alongside the white jade and jade bracelet. As Lin Yong completed the transaction and departed, the store manager and 6 employees lined up at the entrance to bid him farewell. Take care, and we welcome your next visit, the manager said. As they all bowed in unison, their faces adorned with warm smiles, their voices resonating with respect. They did not return inside until Lin Yong and Hu Qian had vanished from sight. All of you, come here, the manager commanded upon their return, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he prepared to address the staff. The employees quickly gathered, their expressions still reflecting the thrill of having attended to esteemed customers. Yet they now stood attentively, awaiting the manager's words. You all witnessed the customer just now. The manager scanned each face, speaking earnestly. He was dressed quite ordinarily, not resembling a wealthy individual, yet he spent over $1 million without batting an eye. If you treat customers with disdain, as some staff in other shops do, they will simply walk away. The manager continued, Today, I will impart another lesson. Do not judge a customer's wealth by their attire, but rather assess their character and demeanor. When this gentleman entered, he surveyed all the counters with unflinching eyes, indicating that these items held little significance for him. This was further validated when he remained composed at the sight of the 880,000 jade. Such individuals are invaluable. The staff listened intently, some nodding in contemplation, while others appeared enlightened by this revelation. Today, I wish to particularly commend Sister Huang. The manager's gaze settled on the astute woman. You demonstrated perceptiveness, recognizing the customer's capability and need, promptly recommending our prized possession. This month, your bonus will be doubled. Sister Huang, elated by the successful sale of the store's prized possession, was further exhilarated upon hearing that her bonus had doubled, her smile stretching from ear to ear. She promptly expressed her gratitude, attributing her success to the exemplary guidance of the store manager. The manager, satisfied with her response, signaled for the staff to return to their respective duties. As the employees dispersed, each one reflected on the day's events. Fortunately, the manager had always instilled in them the principle of treating every customer with respect, emphasizing that anyone who entered the store deserved a warm welcome. Ascending to the second floor, Hu Qian led Lin Yong into a clothing boutique, intent on selecting a gift for her father. Lin Yong glanced up to see the prominent logo of Amani at the entrance, recognizing it as a luxury brand. In the past, he had maintained a respectful distance from such opulent establishments, feeling a sense of discomfort whenever he passed by, often choosing to walk further away. Yet now, he strolled confidently into the store, devoid of any anxiety or trepidation. This newfound financial confidence had transformed what once seemed unattainable into a tangible reality. The store's decor was minimalist yet exuded elegance, with soft lighting casting a gentle glow upon the exquisite items on display, as if shrouding them in a mysterious veil. Large fashion posters adorned the walls, showcasing the latest seasonal trends, with the models' confident smiles and graceful poses captivating onlookers. A subtle scent of perfume permeated the air, a distinctive fragrance that spoke to the brand's rich history and cultural heritage. Following Hu Qian, Lin Yong leisurely meandered through the store, his gaze sweeping over the meticulously arranged merchandise, which included finely tailored suits, uniquely designed shoes, and innovative ties and belts. Each item was crafted with exceptional quality, every detail meticulously attended to. In the bustling shopping mall, the weekend crowd thrived, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Li Xiaojia and her friend were leisurely browsing the shops, savoring this rare moment of relaxation. They wandered between stores, occasionally pausing to admire the showcased items, offering critiques on the beautiful clothing and exquisite accessories. Suddenly, her friend seized Li Xiaojia's arm, her eyes wide with astonishment as she pointed excitedly ahead, exclaiming, Look, isn't that your broke ex-boyfriend Lin Yong? Li Xiaojia instinctively followed her friend's gaze and, to her surprise, spotted Lin Yong entering the Amani store with Hu Qian. A jolt of surprise coursed through her, though she feigned composure, quickly retorting, That's my ex-boyfriend. We've been broken up for over 6 months. Her friend scoffed, dismissively saying, right, your ex-boyfriend. It's just as well you broke up with him early. I heard he got fired from his job recently. He probably can't even afford a meal, yet here he is, daring to enter a luxury store. What a farce. Li Xiaojia slightly furrowed her brow, remaining silent, her gaze still fixed on Lin Yang, while a stir of emotions surged within her. How could he have met such a stunning beauty after our breakup? Her close friend, seemingly oblivious to Li Xiaojia's unease, continued to chatter incessantly. My boyfriend works with him and earns little. Once I find someone wealthier, I will certainly cast him aside. As she spoke, she tugged Li Xiaojia towards the Amani store, exclaiming, let us go take a look. I want to see him humiliated by being unable to afford anything. Upon reaching the entrance of the Amani store, they peered through the window and beheld Lin Yang and Hu Qian selecting items inside. Lin Yang exuded an air of composure and confidence, his movements elegant, as if he were seamlessly integrated into the opulent surroundings. Conversely, Hu Qian occasionally offered suggestions, their banter filled with laughter, revealing a profound intimacy. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiaojia's friend gasped. How dare he enter a luxury store with such meager means? What pretentiousness! We must go in and expose him. Li Xiaojia bit her lip, a tumult of feelings swirling within her, sensing a pang of regret for a missed opportunity. She perceived that Lin Yang now appeared transformed, his demeanor in the store radiating confidence and generosity, entirely unlike someone who could not afford such luxuries. Could it be that she had misjudged him, and he was, in fact, a man of wealth? Her friend's boyfriend, a colleague of Lin Yang, had been captivated by Lin Yang's handsome exterior upon their first meeting. Initially, it was she who pursued Lin Yang, eventually convincing him to be with her after much effort. However, shortly after they began dating, she discovered his financial struggles, leading her to end the relationship without hesitation. Little did she expect to encounter him again today, and in the company of a beautiful woman at a luxury store no less. Chapter 37. Attire makes the man, saddle makes the horse. Xiaojia. Why are you still dawdling? Let us go. Li Xiaojia's friend tugged at her, urging her to enter the store. A wave of resistance surged within Li Xiaojia, causing her steps to instinctively retreat, her body trembling slightly and a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. She attempted to free herself from her friend's grasp, murmuring, shall we not go in? I don't feel quite right about it. However, her friend dismissed her concerns, insisting, what are you afraid of? Let us go in and see the commotion. They can't possibly throw us out. Reluctantly, Li Xiaojia acquiesced and stepped inside. The moment she crossed the threshold, Li Xiaojia felt the surrounding air grow thin. She averted her gaze, unable to confront the exquisite merchandise and the opulence of the store's decor. Her hands nervously clutched at the hem of her clothing, wrinkling it with anxious grips. She perceived herself as a Cinderella who had inadvertently wandered into a castle, feeling utterly out of place amidst the grandeur. The store staff merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Xiaojia and her friend upon their entrance, then resumed their tasks without any intention of greeting them. A newly hired attendant contemplated approaching them but was swiftly restrained by a senior employee. In hushed tones, the veteran remarked, no need to bother. They surely cannot afford anything. It is evident they are not our target clientele. Don't waste your time. The newcomer, perplexed, responded quietly, but their bags must cost thousands, and they are genuine. How could they possibly be unable to purchase from our store? The senior staff member scoffed lightly and explained, true affluent individuals can wear mere scraps and still exude confidence, unconcerned with others' opinions, much like the gentleman and lady who just entered. Though these two are adorned in designer labels, their eyes betray a certain aimlessness. Such individuals are not worth our time. The new attendant nodded thoughtfully. Thank you, Lu Jie. I understand. As Lin Yang and Hu Qian stepped through the entrance, an elegantly attired attendant in a black uniform approached briskly, her face radiant with a smile that seemed capable of dispelling the gloom of winter. Welcome. What can I assist you with today? I wish to select a few belts for my father. Do you have any suitable styles? Certainly. Upon learning of Lin Yang's intention to procure a gift for his father, the attendant's eyes sparkled with excitement. She promptly turned and delicately retrieved 3 elegantly designed belts from the shelf, placing them on the counter with utmost care, as though handling precious treasures. These 3 belts are our best sellers, crafted from the finest materials with exquisite workmanship, perfect for gifting to an elder. She spoke while gently caressing the belts, her gaze filled with admiration. Hu Qian leaned in slightly, scrutinizing the 3 belts with keen interest, occasionally brushing her fingers over the leather to appreciate its delicate texture and lifting the belts to inspect the details under the light. Her eyes conveyed professionalism and focus, as if she were engaged in a rigorous evaluation. The three belts are quite admirable, embodying a minimalist yet grand design, and the materials are of exceptional quality. However, what is my uncle's usual dressing style? I am uncertain which of these he might favor. Lin Yang smiled faintly and said, "Let us wrap them all. Since I cannot decide, I shall take all three, a trifling expense for 3 belts. My father has worked diligently throughout his life. It is only fitting that I procure him something fine." The server's already warm smile blossomed into a radiant display, her eyes shimmering with excitement, as if she could see a generous commission beckoning to her. "Absolutely. You are truly generous. I shall wrap them up right away, ensuring they are perfectly packaged." As she spoke, she deftly gathered the wrapping paper and gift boxes, her movements graceful and practiced. Her hands danced like butterflies, and in no time, the 3 belts were elegantly wrapped and nestled within a refined tote bag. Throughout the packaging process, she frequently looked up, her face beaming with compliments for Lin Yang and Hu Qian. "You two clearly possess exquisite taste. Your father will surely adore these belts. You are remarkably filial. It is rare to encounter someone as generous as you." While she uttered these flattering remarks, she mused inwardly. This individual appears so ordinary in attire yet enters the store with such confidence. I can tell they are a concealed affluent person. What a fortunate day for me to encounter such a magnanimous customer. She silently calculated that the commission from this sale would be sufficient for her to purchase a long-desired garment, and with this thought, her smile widened, and her service grew increasingly attentive. At that moment, Hu Qian's gaze was captivated by a suit hanging on the display rack. It was a deep gray suit, understated yet elegant, with fabric that shimmered subtly under the lights, exuding an air of sophistication. "Lin Yang, look at this suit. I believe it would look splendid on you," Hu Qian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she tugged at Lin Yang's arm. The server, noticing her enthusiasm, swiftly approached with her ever-present, radiant smile. "You truly have an eye for quality. This suit is a limited edition from our store. It is crafted from the finest imported Italian wool, known for its softness, breathability, and remarkable drape, ensuring it conveys a sense of prestige when worn." As she spoke, she gently caressed the fabric of the suit, showcasing its texture. "And look at the craftsmanship. Every stitch is meticulously even, hand-sewn by our top tailors. Moreover, the design is timeless, suitable for both business occasions and important social events, ensuring that it will never go out of style." As the server elaborated, her eyes sparkled with pride for this exquisite suit. Lin Yang contemplated the suit, realizing that with his newfound wealth, attending formal events would become inevitable, making it essential to acquire a few formal outfits. He nodded and said, "All right, I shall give it a try." The attendant immediately revealed a delighted smile, swiftly removing the suit and carefully cradling it in her hands, guiding Lin Yang towards the fitting room. "Right this way, the fitting room is over here. Please feel free to try it on. And do not hesitate to call me if you have any questions." Her voice was imbued with warmth and concern. Lin Yang stepped into the fitting room, gently closing the door behind him. He shed his casual attire and took the suit, donning it slowly. As he fastened the final button and adjusted the collar and cuffs, he lifted his gaze to the mirror and was momentarily taken aback. The reflection before him seemed transformed. The already handsome Lin Yang was now accentuated by the suit, appearing exceptionally dashing. His demeanor became more mature, composed, and elegantly poised. The tailored cut fit him perfectly, accentuating his tall stature, while the deep gray hue added an air of mystery and depth. Indeed, one is judged by their attire, just as a horse is by its saddle. Lin Yang could not help but exclaim. He admired his reflection a couple more times before pushing the door open and stepping out of the fitting room. Hu Qian, who had been conversing with the attendant, instinctively turned her head upon hearing the movement. In that instant, her eyes widened in astonishment, her smile freezing in place, as if she were momentarily captivated by Lin Yang. Her heart raced, and an unfamiliar sensation surged within her, causing her cheeks to flush. Hu Qian's gaze was filled with awe and attraction. Her lips parted slightly, as if to utter something, yet she found herself momentarily speechless. Her eyes remained fixed on Lin Yang, seemingly ensnared by an invisible force, unable to look away. In that moment, time appeared to stand still, and everything around them blurred into obscurity. All that remained in her vision was Lin Yang's striking figure. To her, he radiated a unique brilliance that stirred her heart, though she remained blissfully unaware of it. Just then, Lin Yang inadvertently turned his head, his gaze sweeping towards the entrance of the store, coincidentally locking eyes with Li Xiaojia. Chapter 38. What if you reconcile with him in a charming suit shop? Lin Yong was joyfully selecting garments alongside Hu Qian, their laughter resonating warmly within the store. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon two individuals entering through the door, one of whom was his former girlfriend, Li Xiaojia. In an instant, Lin Yang's brow furrowed, a subtle displeasure flickering across his face. He never anticipated that, on this seemingly ordinary afternoon, he would once again cross paths with someone he had once found rather vexing. Li Xiaojia's presence was akin to an untimely chill, disrupting the previously warm atmosphere. Lin Yong felt a surge of caution, recalling the days when she had relentlessly pursued him, that exasperating sensation resurfacing in his mind. He instinctively thought, surely she has indeed discovered my newfound wealth and intends to entangle herself with me again. Such apprehension was not unfounded, as Li Xiaojia's past obsession with materialism had made Lin Yong acutely aware of her character. Hu Qian, perceptive to Lin Yang's unease, followed his gaze to the two unfamiliar women entering the shop. Curiously, she inquired, Lin Yong, do you know them? Lin Yong quickly denied, no, I don't. At that moment, he wished to distance himself from Li Xiaojia, not wanting the unpleasant memories of the past to taint his current life. In an effort to alleviate the sudden awkwardness, Hu Qian half-jokingly remarked, this suit suits you splendidly. I was utterly captivated just now. Didn't you notice? Lin Yong felt grateful for Hu Qian's timely distraction and, following her lead, redirected his attention back to selecting clothing, deciding to purchase the suit that had garnered her praise. He addressed the attendant, saying, I'll take this suit. Please recommend some shirts, ties, and shoes that would complement it. The attendant beamed with delight, warmly guiding them to a waiting area, shortly returning with coffee and pastries. Please take a moment to relax. I will fetch the coordinating items for you. As Lin Yong and Hu Qian leisurely savored their coffee and pastries, they awaited the attendant's return with the matching attire. Meanwhile, Li Xiaojia and her friend stood nearby, seemingly invisible, as the shop staff focused solely on Lin Yong and Hu Qian. Observing this, Li Xiaojia's friend felt a surge of dissatisfaction and couldn't help but complain. Why does he receive such treatment while we, upon entering, are left unattended? Li Xiaojia whispered to her friend, don't be like that. We're not here to shop. Lin Yong and Hu Qian continued to enjoy their coffee and pastries, engaging in light conversation. They discussed promising stocks and market trends, discovering numerous shared interests, with their dialogue growing more abundant and laughter echoing throughout the waiting area. This effortless and harmonious exchange brought them closer together, as if the world around them had become more enchanting, with the only eyesore being Li Xiaojia and her friend standing a short distance away. After a while, once the coffee was finished, the waiter appeared next to Lin Yong and Hu Qian, holding a selection of carefully chosen shirts, ties, and leather shoes. It was as if these items had been pre-selected, waiting for them to finish their meal and drink before making their entrance. Sir, how do you find these combinations? The waiter inquired warmly, a smile illuminating his face. Lin Yong took the shirt, tie, and shoes, trying them on one by one. The fabric of the shirt was soft and comfortable, fitting his form as if it had been custom-tailored for him. The simplicity and elegance of the shoes enhanced his stature and charm. However, when he picked up the tie, he found himself in a predicament. No matter how he fiddled with it, he could not seem to tie a proper knot. Lin Yong's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as his movements became somewhat clumsy. Seeing Lin Yang struggle, Hu Qian could not help but chuckle. Her laughter rang out like a clear bell, shattering the previously tense atmosphere in the lounge. All right, let me help you with that, she offered, rising from her seat and approaching Lin Yong. He paused momentarily, then nodded and handed the tie to her, having never worn something so formal before. He indeed lacked the skill to tie a tie. Hu Qian's fingers deftly maneuvered through the fabric of the tie. Lin Yong lowered his head slightly to facilitate her task. The earnestness in Hu Qian's demeanor was captivating, drawing Lin Yang's gaze to her face. At that moment, a delicate blush adorned her cheeks, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently like tiny fans with her movements. Her lips were pursed in a beautiful arc, evoking an irresistible desire for a kiss. Lin Yang's heart raced, the sound of his heartbeat echoing in his ears. In this intimate atmosphere, their breaths intertwined, creating an enchanting rhythm. Hu Qian inadvertently lifted her head, their eyes locking once again. This time, an unspoken emotion lingered in their gaze. A slight tremor ran through Hu Qian's hand, nearly disrupting the knot she was forming. I'm sorry, she murmured, beginning the process anew. At last, she fashioned a perfect knot. She raised her head, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes as she admired her handiwork, smiling at Lin Yong. All done. Lin Yong looked at Hu Qian, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Thank you. You tied it beautifully. You're welcome, she replied. Off to the side, Li Xiaojia and her friend watched this scene unfold, their hearts ablaze with envy. Yet, their presence seemed to fade into the background, unable to pierce the dreamlike tension shared between Lin Yang and Hu Qian. Lin Yang stepped before the mirror, gazing at his reflection. Transformed from the initial impression he had made, his handsome features appeared even more striking in this attire. Hu Qian, thank you so much for today. It's my pleasure. I'm happy to help you. I should also thank you for accompanying me while I shopped for a birthday gift for my mother. Lin Yang was quite satisfied with the items selected by the attendant and nodded, saying, please wrap these up. Certainly, sir, the attendant replied. Lin Yang returned to the fitting room, changed back into his original clothes, and handed over all the garments and shoes he had just tried on. 3 belts, a suit, a pair of shoes, and 2 shirts amounted to a total of 218,000. Additionally, the attendant offered him 2 pairs of socks valued at 688. How would you like to pay, WeChat or Alipay? Lin Yang unhesitatingly opened his WeChat payment code and presented it. The attendant scanned the code with the machine, and after a beep, the payment was successfully completed. Upon witnessing Lin Yang's seamless transaction, Li Xiaojia and her friend instantly wore expressions of disbelief. What is happening? How could this impoverished boy possibly afford such expensive clothing? Li Xiaojia's gaze followed Lin Yang intently, her heart a tumult of confusion that surged like relentless waves. She could not fathom how the once frugal Lin Yang, who meticulously calculated every penny to save a few, could now be so extravagant and generous. Just half a year ago, Lin Yang's life was marked by financial struggle. To utilize a discount coupon, he would painstakingly add and remove items from his cart, strategizing just to save a few yuan. When shopping at the market, he would linger before various stalls, carefully comparing prices and quality before selecting the most cost-effective option. His attire was consistently simple and modest, with outdated styles and colors indicative of prolonged wear. Yet now, he purchased garments worth hundreds of thousands without a flicker of hesitation, exuding confidence and ease, as if he were a completely different person. Standing beside Li Xiaojia, her friend was visibly shocked, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Initially, she had been certain that Lin Yang was merely putting on a show to impress them, anticipating a moment of embarrassment when it came time to settle the bill. However, reality delivered a harsh blow to her assumptions. She never anticipated that this once despised poor boy could so effortlessly produce over 200,000 to acquire clothing. Her friend tugged at Li Xiaojia's sleeve. He must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity or engaged in a lucrative business to amass such wealth overnight. Xiaojia, why not consider rekindling your relationship with him? As his girlfriend, you could have any handbag you desire. Chapter 39. Now he is my boyfriend. Li Xiaojia's heart began to waver, her best friend's words igniting a fervent desire within her. She gazed at Lin Yang, her eyes reflecting both astonishment and a flicker of affection. The impoverished past she once scorned now paled in comparison to Lin Yang's affluence. She envisioned a life as Lin Yang's girlfriend, filled with designer handbags and extravagant clothing. Luxuries that once seemed unattainable now appeared within reach. However, when her gaze fell upon Hu Qian beside Lin Yang, a wave of concern washed over her. Hu Qian's beauty and grace left Li Xiaojia feeling inadequate. Comparing herself to Hu Qian, she found herself lacking in appearance, figure, and style. In every aspect, she felt overshadowed. Perhaps it was best to let it go, after all. He already had a girlfriend. A hint of resignation and disappointment tinged Li Xiaojia's voice. Yet her friend, with a look of indignation, countered, Xiaojia, even married couples can divorce. What does it matter if he has a girlfriend? Just look at how he paid without a second thought, spending hundreds of thousands on clothes as if it were nothing. He is not only wealthy, but also handsome. Such a man is hard to find. Her friend's words struck Li Xiaojia like a sharp blade, severing her last thread of hesitation. Yes, indeed. Suddenly, Li Xiaojia resolved to take action. She strode towards Lin Yang, her face adorned with an overly eager smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Her lips stretched almost to her ears, the smile seeming almost glued on, strikingly contrived. Lin Yang, it's really you. Long time no see. Her voice was soft, tinged with a flirtatious lilt, each word seemingly squeezed from her lips, leaving an uncomfortable impression. I didn't expect to run into you here. How have you been lately? As she spoke, she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, taking a small step forward, her body leaning slightly towards him, attempting to bridge the gap between them. Do you remember that little eatery we used to go to? Those days were simple, yet truly wonderful. Li Xiaojia blinked her eyes. Her expression laced with a touch of vulnerability, trying to evoke Lin Yang's nostalgic memories. I find myself reminiscing about the time we spent together. Those memories are truly precious to me. While speaking, she discreetly observed Lin Yang's expression, hoping to glimpse a trace of affection in his demeanor. Lin Yang, I have never really forgotten you, she murmured, biting her lip, her voice quivering slightly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she feigned shyness. Do you think we could start anew? Lin Yang's brows furrowed deeply, his face etched with disdain, his gaze icy enough to freeze. He recoiled as if confronted by a specter, retreating a significant distance, fearful of any association with Li Xiaojia. Don't act like this. What we had is over, and there is no possibility of a new beginning. Lin Yang's voice resonated with a deep and resolute timbre, devoid of hesitation, each word seemingly squeezed from between clenched teeth, imbued with an undeniable determination. Initially, Li Xiaojia had accompanied her friend to the factory to await her boyfriend's return. By chance, as the workday concluded, she encountered Lin Yang at the factory gates. Captivated by his charm, she endeavored to pursue him. However, during their interactions, she incessantly spoke of money, her every implication suggesting desires for this and that. If such behavior manifested before their relationship even commenced, one could only imagine the complications that would arise once they were officially together. Recognizing that Li Xiaojia was ill-suited for him, Lin Yang resolutely declined her advances. To his dismay, she persisted relentlessly, bombarding him with incessant messages and phone calls. After blocking her, she even resorted to waiting at the factory entrance to confront him, which became an irksome ordeal for Lin Yang. Left with no choice, he devised a strategy to extricate himself from this predicament. He resolved to feign acceptance of her pursuit, knowing that once she realized he lacked the means to indulge her whims, she would undoubtedly choose to end the relationship herself. Thus, he pretended to acquiesce to her advances. 2 weeks later, having gained no benefits from Lin Yang, Li Xiaojia took the initiative to propose a breakup. Overjoyed, Lin Yang readily consented. To celebrate, he treated himself to a sumptuous meal that evening. From that day forth, he never laid eyes on Li Xiaojia again. Little did he know, fate would conspire to reunite them today, and even more disconcertingly, she had the audacity to propose reconciliation. Lin Yang felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The nuisance he had worked so hard to shed had resurfaced. As the saying goes, while the king of hell may be easy to summon, the little demons are difficult to shake off. Lin Yang's mind raced as he pondered how to avoid entanglement with this vexatious individual. Fortunately, he had already resigned from the factory, and his current residence was on the brink of demolition. Soon, even if she wished to find him, she would be unable to do so. Excuse me, miss, do we know each other? Hu Qian had been closely observing Lin Yang's reactions, and upon noticing his evident disdain, she grasped the situation with clarity. Without hesitation, she briskly approached him, naturally linking her arm with his, her face alight with a confident and radiant smile. Reminiscent of blossoms in spring, vivid and enchanting. She slightly elevated her chin, her gaze imbued with a hint of pride, asserting her claim. This gentleman is my boyfriend now. I kindly ask you to refrain from disturbing us. Her eyes flickered with disdain, as if regarding a mere jester. Li Xiaojia's antics appeared utterly laughable and presumptuous in her eyes. Li Xiaojia's complexion shifted dramatically, alternating between shades of red and white, as if she had been dealt a series of stinging slaps. Her lips quivered, yearning to articulate a retort, yet Hu Qian's commanding presence silenced her, leaving her throat constricted. Unable to utter a single word. Awkwardly, she stood frozen, her hands subconsciously twisting the fabric of her clothing, her fingers whitening from the pressure. Her gaze filled with a mix of resentment and embarrassment. Observing her plight, Li Xiaojia's friend swiftly stepped forward, eager to defend her honor. Who do you think you are to speak to Xiaojia in such a manner? Perhaps Lin Yang still harbors feelings for her. My close friend stood with her hands on her hips, tilting her head back, displaying a hint of arrogance in an attempt to mask her inner insecurity. Hu Qian cast a disdainful glance at her companion, the corners of her mouth curving upwards to reveal a mocking smile. What I am is inconsequential. What truly matters is that Lin Yang loves me. Hu Qian's voice, though not loud, resonated with clarity, each word piercing like a sharp blade into her friend's heart. As for you, mind your own affairs and refrain from embarrassing yourself here. Struck speechless by the retort, her friend felt a rush of heat to her face. She opened her mouth, but found no words of rebuttal. Her hands clenched into fists, her body trembling slightly with rage, yet she dared not speak again. Standing there with eyes filled with resentment, fixed upon Hu Qian, Chapter 40 New Intelligence under the bright yet glaring lights of the luxury store. Li Xiaojia felt as though she were ensconced in a vast spotlight, each gaze akin to a harsh beam cutting through her very being. Her eyes flickered uncertainly, darting from Lin Yang's indifferent visage to Hu Qian's disdainful expression. Each glance exchanged felt like a sharp prick, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze. Her lips trembled slightly, yearning to articulate something to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment, yet her throat felt constricted, parched to the point of silence. She endeavored to force a smile, but as soon as the corners of her mouth began to lift, the weight of her embarrassment rendered it a grimace, more wretched than tears. "Let us go." She bit down hard, squeezing the words through gritted teeth, her voice hoarse with a blend of anger and humiliation, tinged with an almost imperceptible quiver. As she turned, her steps faltered, nearly sending her tumbling, resembling a drunken soul whose body betrayed her. She dared not meet the eyes of those around her. They felt like countless sharp needles piercing her back. All she desired was to escape this mortifying place, akin to a wounded beast seeking a dark corner to lick its wounds. Outside the mall, dusk settled in. Heavy clouds loomed like a colossal leaden sheet, pressing down upon the city, instilling an inexplicable sense of oppression. Li Xiaojia and her friend stood by the roadside, idly awaiting a vehicle. She occasionally glanced at her phone, her brow furrowed, muttering, "Why has the car arrived yet? It's so maddening." Her friend, on the other hand, was incessantly tapping her foot, her eyes darting around, brimming with irritation and anxiety. Suddenly, a massive SUV barreled toward them like a wild beast out of control, its speed rendering them momentarily stunned. The tires splashed through the puddles on the road with a resounding crash, sending torrents of water surging upward, as if an invisible hand had violently thrust them aside, forming a towering wall of water that surged toward the pedestrians at the curb. Li Xiaojia and her friend barely had time to react before this unexpected deluge struck them. Initially, they stood frozen, eyes wide with shock, their faces painted with disbelief and terror, as if time had come to a standstill. Then, with a sharp scream, Li Xiaojia instinctively leaped, her arms flailing in the air in a futile attempt to fend off the icy, stinging mud. Her friend, equally indignant, jumped up and down, cursing. "What kind of terrible driver is this? Can he drive properly?" In that moment, they were a picture of disarray. Li Xiaojia's hair was drenched in mud, strands clinging to her face, while a few wisps stuck to the corners of her mouth, rendering her utterly disheveled. Her once exquisite makeup had transformed into a chaotic mess. Mascara smudged around her eyes, creating two dark circles that made her resemble a battered panda. Her attire was speckled with mud of various sizes, as if countless clay pellets had been shot at her with a slingshot. Particularly around her chest and the hem of her skirt, the muddy water had pooled together, forming a large, dark stain. The fabric clung tightly to her body, accentuating her somewhat awkward curves. Her close friend appeared no better, completely drenched in muddy water. Li Xiaojia was filled with fury, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms, as she inwardly cursed the driver. How could one behave so rudely? Is wealth a justification for disregarding others? She felt that her day had taken a turn for the worse. First, she had been humiliated in the luxury goods store by Lin Yang and Hu Qian, and now this wretched driver had splashed her with mud. All her grievances and discontent surged at that moment, and her eyes involuntarily reddened. Her friend, equally incensed, heaved with anger, her chest rising and falling violently as she gasped for breath, filled with condemnation for the driver. This person is simply doing it on purpose. It's infuriating. How could today be so unlucky? Clearly, they hadn't checked the calendar before leaving. At the same time, she felt a deep sense of helplessness. The car had already sped away, and they could not pursue it, leaving them to stew in frustration. This sense of powerlessness only heightened her agitation. Meanwhile, in the SUV, Lin Yang casually gripped the steering wheel, a faint smile gracing his lips as he occasionally conversed with Hu Qian, who occupied the passenger seat. His gaze was focused yet gentle. Whenever they stopped at a red light, he would subtly adjust the air conditioning and kindly inquire whether Hu Qian felt comfortable. Hu Qian reclined in her seat, her face glowing with joy, her eyes bright and animated as she unconsciously gestured while speaking, exuding vivacity. She was thoroughly amused by a small joke Lin Yang had shared, her laughter ringing clear and melodious within the confined space of the car. As the vehicle moved steadily forward, Lin Yang suddenly furrowed his brow, slowing down as he curiously asked, "Hu Qian, did you hear any strange sounds? I think I heard someone cursing at me." His gaze swept through the car window, scanning the surroundings for the source of the noise. Hu Qian perked up her ears, listened intently, then shook her head with a smile, saying, "No, I just heard a dog barking a few times by the roadside. You might have misheard. Lin Yong nodded slightly, still harboring a hint of doubt, but choosing not to pursue it further. He pressed the accelerator again, and the car continued its smooth journey forward. They were completely unaware that just moments prior, as their vehicle passed through a puddle, an incident had left Li Xiaojia and her friend in a state of disarray. At this moment, they were engrossed in each other's conversation, relishing the light-hearted time together as they drove toward their destination, blissfully ignorant of the turmoil outside. Lin Yong first dropped Hu Qian off at her office, then returned to park beneath the nail salon. After turning off the engine, he did not exit the vehicle immediately. He leaned against the seat, his gaze penetrating through the car window towards the dimly lit night sky, as thoughts surged within him like a rising tide. The impending demolition of the Jinling community loomed closer, signifying that he would soon depart from this place he had called home for over 2 years. In return, he would receive a substantial compensation amounting to tens of millions, a fortune made possible by the intelligence provided by the system, which had alerted him in advance about the community's demolition, allowing him to strategically acquire 10 properties beforehand. He mused internally, resolving to carve out time the following day to inspect the houses. With the vastness of Star City, surely there existed a haven where he could settle in tranquility. With his current assets exceeding 100 million, he possessed the means to purchase property in any desirable community within Star City, crafting a warm and comfortable abode for himself. The following day, a Sunday, Lin Yong rose early. He intended to visit several communities of interest to scout for suitable residences, ready to place a deposit if the right opportunity arose. Just then, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding, weekly intelligence has been dispatched. Please check. The last time the system upgraded from daily to weekly intelligence was the previous Sunday, and now, a week later, the information was delivered punctually. Lin Yong opened the panel to receive this week's intelligence, commencing his review of the information provided. Chapter 41, New System Features, Weekly Intelligence 1. The demolition plan for Jinling Community will be announced this Friday. Old Wang, incited by the streamer Yu, intends to demand compensation for the demolition. Legal recourse against scoundrels proves to be limited. Thus, one must employ magic to vanquish such sorcery. Old Wang. Lin Yong held a vivid impression of this individual. Initially, upon receiving news of the impending demolition of Jinling Community, he hastened to a real estate agency to purchase property, one of which belonged to Old Wang. At that time, Lin Yong sought to negotiate a lower price, but before he could voice his intention, Old Wang had already slashed the price himself. This maneuver allowed Lin Yong to acquire several properties at below market value. Subsequently, he heard that Old Wang was eager to flirt with a favored female streamer. It was rumored that should he assist her in winning a PK that evening, she would become his girlfriend. More than a week had elapsed, and it remained uncertain whether his wish had been fulfilled. During their last encounter, Lin Yong merely perceived Old Wang as somewhat muddled, with no other particularly displeasing traits. After all, the money was his, and how he chose to spend it was his prerogative. However, it was surprising to discover that he was also a rogue. The house had already been sold, the money received, and the contract signed in black and white. The properties slated for demolition no longer held any connection to him. At this moment, feelings of envy and regret for selling his house before the demolition were understandable. Yet, to dare to cause a ruckus was utterly unacceptable. As for that female streamer, not only had she brought misfortune upon others, but she also dared to cast her aspirations upon him. Lin Yong began to plot in his mind, determined to ensure that they both regretted having crossed his path. Weekly Intelligence 2. The last imported Maybach S580 at the Zhongnan Automobile World Maybach 4S dealership is advertised with 20-inch wheels, yet the actual delivery features 19-inch wheels. Collecting the vehicle's customs declaration, shipping records, and inspection report will form a complete chain of evidence, allowing for a refund and triple compensation. Lin Yong was aware that Maybach was a luxury car brand, though he was uncertain of the specific model. Nevertheless, even at a discounted rate, it would command a price of at least over 1 million. A refund and triple compensation implied that if one were to purchase the vehicle for 1 million, not only would the original amount be refunded, but the 4S dealership would also owe an additional 3 million. Such an opportunity to acquire money so easily could not be overlooked. He planned to visit the dealership shortly. It must be said that this weekly intelligence was far superior to the daily updates. Each piece of information carried significant value, devoid of the trivialities of discount promotions from various stores. Weekly Intelligence 3. Nanhai Island is experiencing sustained low temperatures. leading to a continued reduction in the production of small chili peppers, with wholesale prices reaching unprecedented highs. Stockpiling in advance could yield substantial profits. Previously, he had received news regarding the price increase of small chili peppers, which had already risen significantly over the past week, coupled with the unpredictable nature of the weather. Entering the market at this juncture posed considerable risks. A single misstep could lead to financial ruin. Lin Yang shook his head and continued to peruse the remaining intelligence. Weekly Intelligence 4. On Wednesday at 3 p.m., Chun Zhenghua collapsed from a heart attack while jogging at Binjiang Financial Park. Providing timely assistance could garner goodwill from him. Chun Zhenghua? An unfamiliar name. In theory, the intelligence disseminated by the system should inherently relate to one's various aspects. Thus, it would imply that Qin Zhenghua must possess either a direct or indirect connection to him. However, Lin Yang was certain he had never heard of this name before. He retrieved his phone and conducted an online search for Qin Zhenghua. Name: Qin Zhenghua. Gender: male. Age: 68. Chairman of Runt International Group. Developer of Star City's most prestigious luxury residence, Binjiang Bay. Owner of numerous shopping malls, with assets exceeding 100 billion. It turned out he was a prominent magnate, further suggesting there was even less likelihood of any connection. Yet, he still appeared in the system's intelligence feed. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yang surmised the only conceivable link could be their shared association with stock advisor Hu Qian. A billionaire group owner could very well take a liking to him. By leveraging this life-saving favor, he was certain to gain countless conveniences and benefits in the future. Lin Yang committed this intelligence to memory and continued reading the final 2 pieces of information. Daily Intelligence 5. Star City is about to experience torrential rain this weekend. With water accumulation in various parts of the city exceeding 2 meters, please take precautions to mitigate risks. The prospect of floodwaters exceeding 2 meters posed a perilous threat. Driving a regular vehicle would result in complete submersion, endangering the lives of its occupants. While this information might seem of little value at first glance, the foresight to avert risk and safeguard one's life was indeed priceless. Daily Intelligence 6. Hu Qian. Age: 26. Hometown: Star City. Graduated from South Central University with a degree in finance. Height: 1.68 meters. Weight: 49 kilograms. Blood type: A. Measurements. Home address: Yenda Plaza. Phone number: 135. Another character profile appeared within the intelligence feed. This time, the weekly intelligence system had provided a total of 6 pieces of information for the forthcoming week. Each piece of intelligence read could yield 100 experience points. Accumulating 3,000 experience points would allow for an upgrade to a monthly intelligence system in the first week. 4 intelligence pieces were received this week, 6, totaling 10 pieces and yielding 1,000 experience points. This indicated that with an additional 2,000 experience points, an upgrade was imminent. The system dispatched between 3 to 10 pieces of intelligence weekly. In the best-case scenario, the system could upgrade in merely 2 weeks. Even in less fortunate circumstances, an upgrade would occur within 7 weeks. At that juncture, the value of each piece of intelligence disseminated by the system would considerably increase. Prior to the upgrade, each piece of intelligence was worth a maximum of 1 million. Post-upgrade to the weekly intelligence system, the value would soar to several million. Moreover, there would be a chance to obtain high-value intelligence, each piece valued at tens of millions. Lin Yang noted that the final piece of character intelligence bore a similar distinction to the previous information regarding Qin Xingqing, as the font color differed from the rest. This was not his first encounter with character intelligence. Without hesitation, Lin Yang tapped the intelligence with his finger. As anticipated, there was an inner page. Could it be that, akin to before, engaging with the individuals related to the intelligence would trigger a critical hit, thus yielding high-value intelligence? Upon accessing the inner page, a new message appeared on the panel. Congratulations. You have received character intelligence. Dining with the associated character will trigger a critical hit, guaranteed to unlock a new random system function. To his astonishment, Lin Yang had not anticipated that, beyond mere upgrades, the system could also unveil new functionalities. The intelligence system was already formidable. The prospect of unlocking new capabilities was exhilarating. However, the nature and effects of these new functions remained a mystery. Moreover, Lin Yang noticed a disparity in the character intelligence presented. Previously, after years of not seeing Chun Xingqing, his memories had grown hazy. The information on the inner page indicated that mere contact could trigger a critical hit. In contrast, with Hu Qian, despite their brief acquaintance of merely 2 days. They had already shared a meal and wandered through a shopping mall, and the conditions for triggering a critical hit differed. A date and shared dinner were prerequisites for activation. It seemed that the criteria for triggering a critical hit were indeed influenced by the depth of one's relationship with the other person. Fortunately, due to his past financial constraints, Lin Yang had not cultivated deep relationships with the women around him. Otherwise, the conditions for triggering a critical hit would have posed a dilemma. Shaking his head, he chided himself for such thoughts. He had previously only pondered ways to save money, never entertaining such notions. Truly a well-fed mind. Putting those thoughts aside, he resolved to prioritize unlocking the new system function. Lin Yang picked up his phone, ready to message Hu Qian and invite her on a date. Chapter 42. It's you in the minimalist elegance of her expansive flat. Hu Qian found herself enveloped in understated luxury. The pale gray marble floor glimmered softly, harmonizing with the snow-white walls, devoid of excessive ornamentation, save for a few abstract art pieces that subtly infused the space with a touch of artistic flair. Above, sleek linear lights cast a warm, gentle glow, rendering the entire area both spacious and luminous. By the window stood a treadmill, silently awaiting use. Dressed in form-fitting athletic wear, Hu Qian's alluring silhouette was accentuated. She activated the treadmill, her feet pounding in a frantic rhythm, but after a brief spell, annoyance compelled her to switch it off. Her chest heaved dramatically, beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks. She then made her way to the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of chilled water from the refrigerator. Gulping it down audibly, she sought to quell the inexplicable agitation brewing within her. Yet, even after the refreshing drink, her mind remained restless, brows knit tightly in a furrow, lips murmuring, "How could this be?" Ever since their dinner together and a stroll through the mall, Lin Yang's presence had become an incessant disturbance in her thoughts, like an invisible hand stirring her emotions. His image lingered in her mind, refusing to fade away. She attempted to redirect her focus towards other tasks, but her thoughts repeatedly drifted back to him. Picking up her phone, she gently glided her fingers across the screen, preparing to send Lin Yang a message. Just as she began typing a few words, she abruptly halted, contemplating, "We've only known each other for a day. This feels too forward." After a moment's hesitation, she selected a different contact and dialed Zhang Jun's number. "Junior, the weather is splendid today. Shall we go camping and have a barbecue this afternoon?" Hu Qian endeavored to keep her voice light and natural, though her grip on the phone tightened, knuckles widening with the pressure. "Sure, but it's more fun with a larger group. How about inviting a couple more people?" Zhang Jun's voice resonated from the receiver, brimming with youthful exuberance. A surge of joy welled within Hu Qian. This was the response she had been hoping for. Her lips curled into an involuntary smile, eyes sparkling with anticipation as she quickly replied, "I have enough camping gear for 4. Why not invite your classmate Lin Yang, and I'll call another person." "Sounds good. I'll prepare the supplies. Just let me know when we're heading out." Zhang Jun readily agreed. Ending the call, Hu Qian reclined on the sofa, a blissful smile gracing her features. Lin Yang's image danced in her mind, and thoughts of the upcoming outing with him filled her heart with sweetness. Rising, she approached the window, gazing out at the azure sky and drifting white clouds, as if she could already envision their laughter and playfulness amidst nature. It was at that moment that her earlier agitation began to subside. Meanwhile, Lin Yang pondered over how to invite Hu Qian out when suddenly his phone rang, displaying Zhang Jun's name. Previously, their interactions were minimal. However, since the last time they collaborated on a loan at the bank where Zhang Jun worked, their communication has significantly increased. Lin Yang found Zhang Jun to be a decent person, and the assistance he received from the stock advisor had proven invaluable, leading to a considerably closer relationship between them. Upon hearing about the camping trip with Hu Qian and others, Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity? He was keen to fulfill his obligation of dining with Hu Qian, which would trigger a critical event and unlock new system features. Nevertheless, he had matters to attend to in the morning, so he instructed Zhang Jun and the others to head there first and to send him the location once they arrived before he ended the call. Before embarking on the camping adventure, Lin Yang had another significant task to accomplish: purchasing the luxurious Maybach S580 from the 4S dealership. A deal that offered a remarkable return of threefold. Such a windfall was not to be overlooked. After finishing breakfast at the entrance of his residential community, he promptly drove to the Maybach 4S dealership at the Jiangnan Automobile World. At the dealership, the sales staff busily attended to their tasks when suddenly, a colossal vehicle, resembling a tank, eased to a stop at the entrance. The salespeople, seasoned professionals, immediately recognized it as the Yangwang U8 and understood its substantial price tag. They were acutely aware that the owners of such vehicles belonged to an affluent demographic, truly the high-net-worth individuals. These clients possessed a high acceptance of novelty, exceptional purchasing power, and a keen focus on technological innovation and brands. The decision to acquire the Yangwang U8 was often driven by the quest for unique experiences rather than mere necessity. In simple terms, those who could afford to spend over $1 million on a vehicle as a toy would undoubtedly have no reservations about purchasing a Maybach from their dealership. Thus, the salespeople's eyes gleamed with anticipation as they hurried to the entrance, forming an orderly line, bowing respectfully, and enthusiastically proclaiming, "Welcome to Maybach." Lin Yang was taken aback. Having just parked his car, he had yet to alight when such fervent enthusiasm greeted him. Was a notable figure arriving? As he descended from the Yangwang U8 and surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that it was still early, and apart from himself, there were no other customers in sight. Could it be that this grand reception was intended for him? His suspicions were soon confirmed by the sales staff's actions, who were indeed there to welcome him. A tall, attractive female salesperson approached him briskly. With a radiant smile revealing 8 gleaming teeth, her expression was warm yet composed, exuding professionalism and competence. Her voice, clear and melodious, greeted him. "Good day, sir. We are delighted to welcome you to our Maybach 4S dealership. My name is Lu Dan, and I am your sales consultant. How may I assist you today?" As she spoke, she gracefully inclined her body, gesturing invitingly. Another male salesperson, eager not to be outdone, quickly joined. Walking alongside Lin Yang while introducing, "Sir, we currently have several Maybach models available, each with its unique characteristics and exceptional performance, providing you with an unparalleled experience for both business travel and everyday driving." As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed intently on Lin Yang, scrutinizing every subtle shift in his facial expressions, endeavoring to extract valuable information from his reactions. Surrounding Lin Yang were several sales representatives who maintained a respectful distance, ensuring he did not feel overwhelmed while remaining readily available to assist him. Occasionally, they interjected with comments, earnestly presenting the store's promotional offers and after-sale services, their tones imbued with sincerity and urgency. Lin Yang was aware that they were all eager to impress him, as they perceived his potential purchase of a Yangwang U8 as merely a playful indulgence, and acquiring a Maybach would undoubtedly be effortless. The commission from selling a Maybach was substantial, so what was wrong with their enthusiastic service? Lin Yang mused about how these individuals would react if they knew he was there for a refund policy that promised thrice the compensation. At that moment, he noticed the warmth in the sales representative's demeanor, all vying for him to choose them as his sales advisors. However, one saleswoman in her 30s stood out as an exception. Upon realizing his identity, her previously radiant smile faded, replaced by a look of disdain in her eyes. Lin Yang chuckled softly and pointed at her, declaring, "You, come show me the cars." Everyone present was taken aback, despite their fervent attempts to please him, and with Liu wearing a dejected expression. Why had this gentleman chosen her? Chapter 43. Chosen for being the most unappealing, Liu stood in place, her eyes brimming with disdain, as her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to a year prior. At that time, her cousin Li Xiaojia had excitedly shared a photograph of Lin Yang, whose striking features and handsome visage seemed almost surreal. Li Xiaojia's eyes sparkled with an unmistakable affection as she chattered enthusiastically about her pursuit of Lin Yang. After half a year of ardent chasing, she finally won his heart, yet the relationship proved fleeting. Lin Yang was impoverished, unable to afford even a modest gift. Consequently, she made the resolute choice to end their romance. After all, in just 6 months, a poor man could hardly transform into a wealthy one. The most affordable car at the dealership cost over $1 million. Anyone capable of purchasing a vehicle at that price would possess assets in the tens of millions. Thus, Liu was convinced that Lin Yang could not afford a car from the dealership, deeming it a waste of time to invest in someone so financially lacking. Initially, when she saw Lin Yang emerge from an U8, her first reaction was one of astonishment, struggling to reconcile the image of the affluent individual before her with the memory of the stingy, impoverished boy. However, she soon concluded that he must have rented the vehicle or become involved with some wealthy woman, merely here to put on a fade and show off to others. This preconceived notion further fueled her disdain for Lin Yang. When he insisted that she assist him in viewing the cars, she felt an even greater sense of contempt, secretly cursing him as a pervert while reluctantly accepting the task. "Sir, perhaps you should allow someone else to assist you," Liu said, her brows furrowing slightly. Impatience flickering in her eyes, her tone laced with obvious resistance. She genuinely did not wish to squander her time on someone she regarded as a pauper, calculating that it would be far more advantageous to cater to other clients with genuine purchasing power, potentially securing a lucrative commission. No, it must be you. Lin Yong insisted resolutely, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. He understood that the more unwilling Li Yu was, the more entertaining her reaction would be when he eventually returned the car for a full refund. His choice of Li Yu was merely to select the person he found most irksome. After all, when it came time for a refund, the salesperson responsible for the sale would likely share in the consequences. Seeing Lin Yang's unyielding stance, Li Yu felt a surge of displeasure, but in a professional setting. She could not openly defy him. Gritting her teeth, she silently complained a few more times, forcing a smile that was more painful than crying, and reluctantly accepted the task. She thought to herself that he would not be able to afford anything anyway. She was merely going through the motions, curious to see how long he could maintain his pretense. Thus, with a languid stride, she led Lin Yong toward the display area. Sir, why not take a look at this S180? It is the most affordable vehicle in our dealership, with a total price of around 1 million. Lin Yong chuckled softly, realizing that her reluctance stemmed from her perception of his impoverished status, prompting her to introduce only the cheapest option. If he were genuinely in the market for a car, he would have turned around and left long ago. However, today he had a purpose, a refund and triple compensation. The vehicle's exterior was unappealing, while the one over there was rather nice. Lin Yong gestured towards the S580 positioned in the center of the showroom. Li Yu pouted her lips in resignation, leading Lin Yong over to it. Standing beside the car, she began to deliver a formulaic introduction, her voice flat and devoid of enthusiasm, as if completing a mandatory task. This is the S580, an imported sedan, a preferred choice among many successful individuals. Lin Yong strolled around the vehicle, occasionally reaching out to lightly touch the body, scrutinizing every detail as if genuinely interested. His gaze settled on the wheels, silently calculating that they were undoubtedly 19 inches. Observing Lin Yong's actions, Li Yu couldn't help but scoff internally, a hint of derision flickering across her face. How could a pauper afford an S580, which costs nearly 3.5 million upon delivery? Though she refrained from voicing her thoughts aloud, her sardonic tone and disdainful gaze betrayed her true feelings. Subsequently, she deliberately raised her voice, as if to emphasize her point. The S580 is an original imported sedan and quite expensive, over 3 million. Her tone seemed to convey that this car was beyond Lin Yang's financial reach and to not waste time here. Lin Yong discerned the underlying message in her words, recognizing her mockery regarding his financial capability. Yet, he remained unperturbed, merely smiling slightly and contemplating how she would react when he brought up the refund and triple compensation. He leisurely replied, "No matter the cost, if one loves it, it is worth it." According to the information he had gathered beforehand, successfully obtaining a refund and triple compensation required 3 crucial pieces of evidence: the customs declaration, shipping records, and in-store inspection records. Armed with these, he could assert that the merchandise was not as described, thus securing substantial compensation. Lin Yong understood that every subsequent step was vital. He must proceed with caution, leaving no room for error. Lin Yong raised his head, meeting Li Yu's gaze directly, and seemingly casually inquired, "I've heard that many 4S dealerships covertly replace parts of imported vehicles. You wouldn't have done that, would you?" This question, though seemingly innocuous, was laden with implication. Upon hearing it, Li Yu's expression shifted slightly, a surge of anger welling up within her as she perceived Lin Yong was deliberately provoking her. Irritated, she retorted, "We are not some roadside shop. All the Maybach 4S dealerships in the province belong to our boss. The customs declarations, shipping records, and in-store inspection records are all complete, ensuring 100 original imports, so you need not fret." "Very well, I'll take this vehicle," Lin Yong declared without hesitation. This statement detonated like a bombshell, stirring tumult within Li Yu's heart. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her face a canvas of shock and confusion. Her mouth agape as she stood frozen for a moment before stammering, What? Are you certain you want this car?" Her voice instinctively rose several decibels, her eyes brimming with incredulity. To her, Lin Yong was merely a pauper. How could he possibly afford a luxury car worth over 3 million? She even questioned whether she had misheard. Observing Li Yu's astonished expression, Lin Yong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He nodded affirmatively once more and said, "Indeed, I shall purchase this one." Chapter 44. You misjudged at this moment. Li Yu remained engulfed in shock, her mind a chaotic whirlwind. She could not fathom how Lin Yang could so decisively purchase this vehicle. However, since Lin Yang expressed his intent to buy, she refrained from voicing further objections, suppressing her inner turmoil as she sought out the contract. Her steps were somewhat hurried, nearly tripping over a nearby display stand, a testament to her inner unrest. As she procured the contract, Li Yu's thoughts raced incessantly. She mused to herself, could it be that Lin Yang was deliberately toying with her? Or perhaps he was simply unable to afford the car, merely seeking to impress others, and would surely concoct excuses to evade payment when the time came to sign. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Li Yu found a modicum of balance, deciding to play along with Lin Yang for the time being. Eager to see what tricks he had up his sleeve, hastily returning to Lin Yang's side, she placed the contract on the table. Her tone laced with skepticism. Please review the contract. The S580 Collector's Edition is priced at $2.84 million, and with optional accessories and VAT, the total comes to $3.489 million. If there are no issues, you may proceed to sign. Lin Yang took the contract and read it meticulously, unhurried yet attentive to every clause. He scrutinized the specifics concerning the vehicle's configurations, as those details were pivotal to his potential return and compensation. Any oversight could inadvertently benefit Li Yu, allowing her to reap substantial commissions. Watching Lin Yang's focused demeanor, Li Yu felt a pang of anxiety. She anticipated the moment when he would be unable to make the payment, relishing the prospect of his embarrassment. In her mind, she urged him to sign quickly, wondering how he would respond when the time came. Minutes later, Lin Yang completed his review. He picked up a pen and, without hesitation, inscribed his name on the contract. Lifting his gaze to Li Yu, he offered a faint smile. All done. Li Yu's heart raced. She had not expected Lin Yang to actually sign. Yet, she clung to a glimmer of hope that perhaps he was merely signing for show, with no actual funds to back it up. Thus, she retrieved the PS machine and, feigning calmness, inquired, Sir, may I ask your payment method? Lin Yang produced a Star City bank card from his pocket and handed it to Li Yu, stating nonchalantly, card payment. As Li Yu accepted the card, her hands trembled slightly. She slowly inserted the card into the POS machine, entered the amount, and pressed the confirmation button. Moments later, the machine emitted a success notification. At that instant, Li Yu felt as though the ground had vanished beneath her, nearly losing her balance. She had never anticipated that Lin Yang possessed the means to purchase the vehicle. Her prior judgments had been utterly misguided. Only upon the completion of the transaction did Li Yu fully grasp that Lin Yang was indeed affluent enough to buy the car. It appeared he had concealed his true identity from Xiao Jia. He was, in fact, a wealthy heir. How could Xiao Jia have misjudged him so? Now aware of Lin Yang's financial standing, Li Yu's demeanor shifted dramatically, turning a complete 180. Her face was adorned with a radiant smile, a warmth surpassing even that displayed when she attended to esteemed clients. Her eyes narrowed into slits, her lips curved upwards, revealing a set of pearly whites, transforming her entire demeanor as if she were a different person altogether. Mr. Lin, you possess remarkable insight. This S580 is truly perfect for you. Li Yu's voice took on a particularly melodious tone, tinged with an air of flattery. Rest assured, I will meticulously handle all subsequent procedures for you. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out to me. As she spoke, she incessantly presented various documents to Lin Yang, occasionally adjusting her hair in an effort to leave a favorable impression. Observing Li Yu's transformation, Lin Yang felt a surge of irony within. He mused silently. How starkly realistic the world is. Wealth begets respect, while poverty invites disdain. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed by Li Yu's demeanor. His objective was to execute a return and triple compensation. Ultimately, he would not only return the vehicle, but also secure a compensation amounting to 3 times the sale price. With a price tag of $2.84 million, threefold would equate to $8.52 million. Once this matter was resolved, he would relish the sight of Li Yu's smile fading. Mr. Lin, our establishment has one final unit of the S580 Collector's Edition in stock. Will you be taking it today? Yes, today would be ideal. Very well. Li Yu responded cheerfully, gathering various forms and leading Lin Yang to the vehicle inspection. Her steps were light. As she continuously elaborated on the car's features and precautions, her enthusiasm reminiscent of an old friend reconnecting after years apart. The showroom housed the very last available unit. Li Rui guided Lin Yang directly to the S580 Collector's Edition, while Li Yu, wearing a broad smile, concealed a hint of anxiety in her eyes. Lin Yang chuckled softly, embarking on a meticulous inspection process, one that transcended mere assessment. It was a pivotal undertaking in realizing his plan for a return and compensation. Throughout the inspection, Lin Yong remained particularly vigilant for any evidence that might substantiate his claim of the vehicle being substandard. He received the documents from Li Yu to verify the customs declaration, shipping records, and the 4S shop inspection certification were all present and accounted for. After meticulously reviewing all items, he felt a surge of confidence. He raised his gaze to Li Yu, offering a slight smile. "Everything appears satisfactory. Let us proceed with the signature." Upon hearing these words, a heavy weight lifted from Li Yu's heart. She promptly handed him a pen, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, you are exceptionally meticulous. You are the most thorough vehicle inspector I have ever encountered." Lin Yong accepted the pen and inscribed his name on the inspection form. With the contract signed and all procedures duly completed, all that remained was to acquire the vehicle registration certificate, and this luxury car would unequivocally belong to Lin Yong. His eyes sparkled with anticipation and determination as he envisioned the triumphant outcome of his return and compensation scheme. At that moment, Li Yu, with a hint of an apologetic smile, softly addressed Mr. Lin. "I sincerely apologize. The vehicle registration certificate is currently at the bank. However, rest assured, I will retrieve it within 3 days and personally deliver it to your doorstep." Lin Yong nodded slightly, his gaze calm and composed. "Very well. I shall leave the car here for the time being. I will take it once I have the registration certificate." After concluding their conversation, Lin Yong turned and departed with measured steps. As soon as Lin Yong left, Li Yu transformed, eagerly retrieving her phone and swiftly tapping on the screen to send a WeChat message to her cousin, Li Xiaojia. "Do you remember the impoverished boyfriend, Lin Yong, whom you once scorned? He just purchased a multi-million-dollar Maybach without even blinking. You misjudged him." After sending the message, she leaned back in her chair, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Selling a luxury vehicle worth millions so effortlessly was bound to result in a substantial bonus this month. Lin Yang's decision to leave the car at the dealership was a strategic preparation for a potential claim. If he were to drive it away now and later assert that the wheel dimensions were incorrect, the dealership could easily argue that he had altered it after taking possession, thereby attempting to defraud them. By leaving it at the dealership, they could not employ such excuses. It was only fitting that a place engaging in deceptive practices and defrauding customers should incur some losses. Additionally, it would serve as a lesson for the sales representative, Li Rue, who looked down on others, though he would need to wait a few days. Lin Yong was already anticipating the delightful expressions on their faces when he demanded triple compensation. "Xiaodi, navigate to Wofenjiwen Farm." After entering the vehicle, Lin Yong directed the navigation to the camping site. Hu Qian had already arrived, and by dining with her, he could trigger a critical hit and unlock new system features. At that moment, he was eager to discover what this new feature entailed. With a press of the accelerator, the off-road vehicle surged forward, accelerating at full throttle. Chapter 45, A Solution to the Dispute Over a Child's Surname in Star City. There exists a captivating camping paradise known as Wofengarten Farm. Before the farm, the Jingjiang River flows serenely, its wide banks adorned with lush grass, resembling a natural green velvet carpet. On the opposite bank, the majestic mountains rise, standing as guardians of the earth, quietly observing the river's gentle descent from the hills. The harmonious blend of mountains and water creates a picturesque tableau worthy of poetry. Every weekend, this place transforms into a sea of joy, drawing countless visitors eager to embark on their camping adventures. This time, Hu Qian, Zhang Jun, and Hu Qian's childhood friend, Lin Shi, have made plans to gather here. The three travel together in a single vehicle, their journey filled with laughter and lightheartedness as they arrive at the farm's entrance. Upon their arrival, they find dozens of vehicles already lined up along the riverside. The riverbank is abuzz with activity. Numerous canopies and tents are arranged in an orderly fashion, creating a temporary village. Hundreds of men and women, young and old, either leisurely sit beneath the canopies savoring fresh fruits or comfortably lounge inside their tents, basking in the warm sunlight. Meanwhile, a group of children joyfully chase each other on the riverbank, fully embracing the delightful moments bestowed by nature. I'll set up the canopy, folding tables, chairs, and the barbecue grill by the riverbank. You two can unload the food from the trunk, Zhang Jun suggests, lifting a backpack taller than himself and heading along a narrow path toward the riverbank. He descends onto the riverbank, weaving through the myriad of canopies and tents, his eyes searching for an ideal spot to erect the canopy. At that moment, a rugged SUV speeds past him, the roar of its engine instantly capturing his attention. The heavy vehicle glides effortlessly over the uneven, pothole-riddled riverbank. How impressive! Zhang Jun exclaims, marveling at the sight. It seems men possess an irresistible fondness for SUVs. And when he realizes it is a Land Rover, a glimmer of envy flashes in his eyes. That vehicle is his dream car. He has browsed its specifications online countless times, memorizing every detail. Unfortunately, its price tag, nearing 1 million, renders it unattainable. Yet, the allure is fleeting. Suddenly, the Land Rover becomes ensnared in the mud of the riverbank, its wheels spinning wildly in the muck, splattering dark mud everywhere, unable to extricate itself. The driver appears flustered, repeatedly shifting gears in a desperate attempt to escape the predicament, but it proves futile, and the vehicle sinks deeper into the mire. After Zhang Jun departs, only Hu Qian and Lin Shi remain by the riverbank. They stand beside the car, sunlight illuminating their figures, casting graceful silhouettes. Hu Qian exudes an air of confidence and sophistication, her every movement radiating the charm of a mature woman, while Lin Shi, gentle as a little white rabbit, smiles with crescent-shaped eyes, imparting a sweet and endearing aura. Every individual traversing through a crowd is inherently a focal point of attention. In this moment, two exquisite beauties standing side by side resemble a breathtaking scenic vista, instantly captivating the gaze of all passers-by. They open the trunk of their vehicle, methodically retrieving items one by one. Just then, a soft creak is heard as a white Porsche glides to a halt beside them. The window of the driver's seat descends slowly, revealing a strikingly handsome young man in his 20s who leans out. Dressed in chic casual attire, he wears a confident smile, with a glimmer of admiration sparkling in his eyes. "Ladies, it seems quite laborious for you to carry all those things. Would you like some assistance? We could camp together." He proposes, his voice imbued with warmth and anticipation as his gaze flits between Hu Qian and Lin Shi. Hu Qian lifts her head, casting a glance at the young man, her face adorned with a polite smile, yet her tone remains resolute. "No, thank you. My boyfriend will be here shortly." "Oh, a flower already claimed," he replies, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face before he quickly resumes his smile. Retracting his head, he presses the accelerator, and the Porsche emits a low rumble as it gradually drives away. As the Porsche vanishes from sight, Lin Shi grips Hu Qian's hand, her face brimming with curiosity. "Qian, when did you get a boyfriend?" "I had no idea." She tilts her head, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Hu Qian gently swats Lin Shi's hand, chuckling helplessly. "I don't have a boyfriend. I merely wanted to send him away." Lin Shi pouts, a hint of confusion etched on her face. "Why would you turn down someone so handsome, driving a Porsche? I don't understand your aversion." At that moment, Hu Qian's mind drifts to Lin Yang. His charm, confidence, and unique aura have left an indelible mark on her heart. Recalling the young man from earlier, her tone becomes somewhat dismissive. "A person of that caliber does not deserve to be my boyfriend." A trace of disdain flickers in her gaze, in her view. The earlier youth pales in comparison to Lin Yang. Lin Shi remains perplexed, having found the young man quite admirable in both appearance and circumstances. Unable to fathom Hu Qian's aversion. Just as she contemplates pressing further, her attention is captured by an approaching off-road vehicle. Lin Shi suddenly exclaims, "Look! It's the Yangwang U8, the off-road player version." No sooner had she spoken than the vehicle came to a gentle stop before them. The door swung open, revealing a strikingly handsome face. Lin Shi is momentarily entranced, staring at him, as it has been years since she encountered someone so captivating. His features are exquisitely chiseled, his eyes deep and expressive, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, exuding charm. Shi, this is my other friend, Lin Yang, whom I've told you about." As Hu Qian observed Lin Shi lost in thought, she could not help but chuckle. She approached Lin Shi and introduced herself. At that moment, Lin Shi's face slightly flushed and she shyly smiled, saying, "We all share the surname Lin, so in the future, there will be no arguments over whose name the children will carry." The moment her words escaped her lips, both Hu Qian and Lin Yang were taken aback. "What did you just say? Shi, how audacious you are." Chapter 46. Rescue. Upon hearing the startled exclamations of Lin Yang and Hu Qian, Lin Shi finally regained her composure and chuckled awkwardly to alleviate the tension. Hu Qian introduced, "Lin Yang, this is my childhood friend Lin Shi, a dance instructor." Lin Yang greeted her warmly, "Hello." Lin Shi, feeling immensely embarrassed, repeated, "Hello, hello," as she recalled her previous words, wishing fervently for a crevice in the earth to swallow her whole for having mentioned wanting to have children with a man she had just met. Noticing that Lin Yang showed no intention of leaving, she lowered her head, retrieved a bag of fruit from the trunk, and hurried towards the riverbank. Hu Qian, laughing, assured Lin Yong. Don't mind her. That's just how she is. Lin Yong smiled and shook his head. Not at all. She's quite charming. He then inquired, by the way. The roadside was lined with cars on the way here. Is there anywhere nearby to park? Hu Qian pondered for a moment and replied, if you drive a bit further. There's a fork in the road that leads down to the riverbank, where you can park. All right, Lin Yong acknowledged and returned to his car. Pressing the accelerator to drive away, Lin Shi had been attentively watching Lin Yong, and only when she saw him leave did she dare to return. Grabbing Hu Qian's hand, she gossiped, Qian, confess honestly, have you taken a liking to Lin Yong? Not at all. I only met him a day earlier than you. Lin Shi, with a skeptical expression, retorted, that's not true. Your gaze when you look at him is entirely different. You can't hide it from me. Hu Qian's face flushed instantly, and she hastily changed the subject. Well, you were the one who mentioned wanting to have children with him. That's different. My admiration for handsome men is purely aesthetic. As Hu Qian and Lin Shi continued their playful banter, they began unloading the contents of the trunk to carry to the riverbank. However, upon reaching the riverbank, they found no sign of Zhang Jun, nor could they see their awning. Scanning the area, Hu Qian and Lin Shi spotted Zhang Jun in the distance, directing a vehicle that had become ensnared in the mud. As they approached, they learned that due to the surrounding muck, most vehicles hesitated to intervene, and the tow strap was insufficiently long, leaving the driver to attempt a self-rescue. Zhang Jun, fortuitously nearby, had taken on the role of enthusiastic director. The engine roared. The wheels spun wildly, splattering mud everywhere, yet the vehicle remained stubbornly stationary. At this moment, the onlookers began to murmur. Wasn't it said that Land Rovers are quite formidable? How can it not escape such shallow mud? A middle-aged man, who appeared knowledgeable about vehicles, with a beer belly and a hint of arrogance, proclaimed loudly, this is a Land Rover Range Rover autobiography, worth nearly $3 million, with a 4T engine and over 600 horsepower, equivalent to half a tank. It's incomparable to those domestic junk cars. Nearby, a young man, upon hearing this, bristled with discontent. If you wish to boast about foreign cars, that's one thing. But what else with the disparagement of domestic vehicles? You yourself are of domestic origin, aren't you? Frowning, he retorted bluntly. Oh, with half a tank's horsepower. How is it that not even a single wheel can escape? The middle-aged man was incensed by the words, his face flushing crimson like a ripe tomato. Stammering, he exclaimed, You little rascal, how dare you speak like that? Such deep muck, even a tank would struggle to emerge easily, and surely this driver is a novice. Incapable of handling the vehicle, he animatedly gestured as he spoke. No sooner had he finished than a bald head emerged from the Range Rover, adorned with a hefty gold chain, appearing significantly older than the middle-aged man. Pointing a finger at him, the driver bellowed, Who the hell are you calling a novice? When I was driving, you were still playing in the mud with your pants down. The car owner's retort left the middle-aged man feeling utterly humiliated, rendering him speechless. Look over there. Is that not the Yangwang you ate? At that moment, someone exclaimed, pointing into the distance. The crowd's gaze shifted, and they beheld an even larger off-road vehicle than the Range Rover making its way from the riverbank onto the floodplain. The vehicle, massive in size with robust lines, exuded an unmistakable aura of dominance under the sunlight, akin to a fearless warrior. Its metallic paint gleamed with a chilling luster, while its wide tires firmly gripped the ground, seemingly proclaiming its formidable prowess. Noticing that the Range Rover remained ensnared in the muck with no other vehicles daring to assist, a bystander suggested to the driver. The Yangwang U8 boasts over 1,000 horsepower. It's practically a tank, powerful enough to pull bricks. It should have no fear of getting stuck in the mud. Why not seek its help? Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in the driver's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he exited the vehicle, retrieved a cigarette from the trunk, and briskly approached the Yangwang U8. Meanwhile, the onlookers began to murmur softly among themselves. Do you think the Yangwang U8 can really pull the Range Rover out? A bespectacled young man asked, his face filled with uncertainty. It's hard to say. The mud is so deep, the Range Rover is hopelessly stuck. Even though the Yangwang U8 has great horsepower, it may not be enough, replied a nearby uncle clad in sportswear, shaking his head doubtfully. Others, however, expressed unwavering confidence in the Yangwang U8. I believe it can certainly do it. The Yangwang U8 is no ordinary vehicle, with outstanding performance in every regard. I even heard it can float in emergencies. So pulling a Range Rover should be a piece of cake. As the crowd exchanged opinions, their eyes remained fixed on the Yangwang U8 and the deeply entrenched Range Rover, all eagerly anticipating what would unfold next. Nearby, the earlier middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully. domestic cars always exaggerate their specifications. Just because it claims to have 1,000 horsepower doesn't mean it actually does. If it dares to approach, it will merely become another vehicle stuck in the mud. At that moment, Lin Yong drove along the winding road, slowly steering toward the floodplain. Upon finding a vacant spot and securely parking the vehicle, a man adorned with a large gold chain and a chunky gold ring approached with a beaming smile. His ostentatious attire was particularly eye-catching. "Young man, could you do me a favor? My car is stuck in the mud and cannot get out." The middle-aged man spoke with enthusiasm, handing over a cigarette with an eager expression, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he regarded Lin Yong. Instinctively, Lin Yong accepted the cigarette, and upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a rare brand, valued at no less than 2,000 yuan. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Yet he believed in the adage of not refusing a friendly gesture. Moreover, the vehicle he drove possessed inherent rescue capabilities, providing an excellent opportunity to test its limits. Thus, he readily replied, "All right, sir, I shall endeavor to assist, though I cannot guarantee success." "No worries, just give it a try," the man encouraged. Consequently, Lin Yong slid into the car and ignited the engine. The man led the way toward the site of the incident. As they approached, the ground conditions deteriorated significantly. The once solid earth had succumbed to unstable muck, making it feel precarious underfoot, as if one could sink at any moment, let alone a vehicle weighing several tons. Lin Yong navigated the vehicle with utmost caution, inching closer to the Range Rover ensnared in the mire. The left front wheel was nearly submerged. The surrounding muck churned into a murky chaos, and the vehicle leaned at an awkward angle, presenting a rather disheveled sight. At the very moment Lin Yang's vehicle breached the muddy terrain, a resounding thud echoed as the wheels began to sink. Alarm surged within him as he realized he had underestimated the potency of the sludge. The instant his vehicle became ensnared, a stir erupted among the onlookers. The previously disdainful middle-aged man, who had scoffed at domestic cars, wore a mocking grin, arms crossed defiantly, and proclaimed with a smirk, "See, I told you those domestic junk cars are incapable. Look, it's stuck." Chapter 47. Returning home, Lin Yong remained unfazed by the surrounding skepticism, quickly regaining his composure as he meticulously examined the vehicle's dashboard and the various buttons on the center console. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope ignited within him as he spotted a button labeled Escape Mode. Without hesitation, he pressed it, activating the vehicle's escape function. At that moment, the car's electronic system sprang into action, intelligently adjusting power output and torque distribution. With renewed determination, Lin Yong pressed the accelerator, and the engine roared to life with a deep, powerful growl, reminiscent of a beast awakening from slumber. In an instant, the tires seemed to acquire formidable strength, spinning rapidly as they propelled the vehicle out of the mire, sending mud and water splattering in every direction. The onlookers were left in astonishment. The previously mocking voice of a middle-aged man silenced, replaced by a chorus of awe. "How incredible is this?" Lin Yong cautiously maneuvered the car closer to the Land Rover. And when the distance was a mere 4 to 5 meters, the length of the tow rope was just sufficient. The older man hurriedly secured the rope to Lin Yang's tow hook, while Zhang Jun, standing nearby, directed Lin Yong in the rescue effort before returning to his vehicle. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, his eyes brimming with tension and anticipation, Lin Yong shifted into reverse, gently pressing down on the accelerator. The vehicle moved steadily backward, the tow rope taut and straight. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Land Rover wobbled slightly before it was gradually extricated from the mud. As the vehicle successfully emerged, the onlookers erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause. "Wow, the Yangwang U8 is truly impressive." "Indeed. It's my first time witnessing a vehicle that can escape from mud." The crowd was unanimous in their admiration for the formidable capabilities of the Yangwang U8. Among them, a young man leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "This power is astounding. Over 1,000 horsepower. It's truly like a tank." His eyes sparkled with exhilaration, his face radiating admiration for the Yangwang U8. Next to him, an older gentleman nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "To see a domestic vehicle perform so admirably is truly eye-opening. We should never underestimate them again." At that moment, someone recalled the earlier disparaging remarks of the middle-aged man regarding domestic cars. They glanced around, only to find that he had discreetly slipped away, likely embarrassed by his previous comments. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun, who had been directing the rescue, stared at Lin Yong's Yangwang U8 with envy and longing. Following this incident, his dream car had shifted from the Land Rover to the Yangwang U8, and he silently vowed to work hard to afford one in the future. Once the rescue was complete, the older man approached Lin Yong with heartfelt gratitude, firmly grasping his hand and saying, "Young man, I owe you a great debt today. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. My brother who still has some standing in Xingqing. So if you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me, and I will certainly assist you." With that, he enthusiastically requested to add Lin Yong on WeChat. Recognizing the value of making new connections, Lin Yong readily agreed. After Brother Hu departed, the crowd began to buzz with animated discussions. I was taken aback. That person was none other than Brother Hu. He is undoubtedly the king of the underground realm in our Hushi region. Had I known it was Brother Hu, I would have braved the risk of my entire vehicle sinking into the mire to render assistance. Who could argue otherwise? With Brother Hu's protection, life will surely be smoother from now on. Listening to the chatter around him, Lin Yong chuckled, surprised that he had inadvertently rescued such an influential figure. With this favor, he might just evade a fair share of troubles in Xingqing in the future. Once the rescue was concluded, Lin Yong parked his vehicle back in its original spot. Before he could even exit the car, a throng of people swiftly converged around him, encircling his Yangwang U8. Among the crowd, several young girls gazed with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration. One girl, her hair tied in a ponytail, exclaimed excitedly, "Handsome, your car is stunning. The exterior, the lines, it's simply too cool." As she spoke, she gently caressed the car's surface, her eyes brimming with affection. Indeed, while he had only seen the Yangwang U8 online before, witnessing its imposing presence in reality was a revelation. A bespectacled young man chimed in, clutching his phone tightly as he snapped pictures from various angles, frequently adjusting the camera settings to capture every intricate detail of the Yangwang U8 flawlessly. Nearby, a middle-aged man marveled. It's remarkable that a domestic vehicle can achieve such a level of excellence. This is not just a car, it symbolizes the rise of our nation's automotive industry. His words were imbued with pride, and he lingered on the Yangwang U8, as if admiring a precious work of art. The crowd buzzed with excitement, exchanging remarks filled with envy and admiration for the Yangwang U8. Many drew out their phones, capturing images of the vehicle, the flashes of cameras illuminating the scene in succession. Gasps of astonishment escaped their lips intermittently. After securing his vehicle, Lin Yong navigated through the throng and soon spotted Hu Qian and other friends, quickening his pace to join them. "Hey, I'm here," he called out, waving his hand. Upon hearing his voice, Hu Qian and the others turned, warmly responding to his arrival. "You finally made it. We've been waiting for you." After exchanging greetings, they began dividing tasks to set up the canopy. Once the canopy was erected, they proceeded to arrange tables and chairs. Everything was prepared, and they were merely waiting to ignite the barbecue. Lin Yong picked up a lighter and ignited the charcoal, which soon crackled to life, releasing plumes of thick smoke. Everyone gathered around, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation, as a joyful barbecue feast was on the verge of commencing. Just as they were about to indulge in the pleasures of the barbecue, a melodious ringtone pierced through the jovial atmosphere. Lin Yong fished his phone from his pocket, and upon seeing Mom displayed on the screen, a warm smile graced his face. He signaled to his friends and stepped aside to answer the call. "Hello, Mom, what's up?" On the other end of the line, the familiar voice of his mother resonated. "Yang, didn't you mention returning home a few days ago? It has been over 10 days now. When will you come back?" Lin Yong gently tilted his head, his gaze drifting towards the distant sky, lost in thought. In just a few days, the demolition announcement for Jinling community would be issued. Once the signatures were finalized, he could return home and await the disbursement of the demolition compensation. If he were to return now, he would still need to come back to Xingqing to sign, which would be quite troublesome. He estimated that he could return to his hometown by next week. "Mom, let me hold off for a few more days. I should be back by next week at the earliest. I have some matters to attend to, but they're nearly settled. So you needn't worry." His mother then inquired, "Will you be coming back alone, or will you bring someone? What about your girlfriend? Why not bring her home for me to meet?" At the mention of his girlfriend, Lin Yong couldn't help but chuckle, explaining, "What girlfriend, Mom? Please don't indulge in fanciful thoughts. The one before was a mere pretense. She pursued me for half a year, and it was only to placate her that I feigned agreement." After clarifying, his mother said nothing further, only urging him to find a girlfriend soon since he was no longer young. Lin Yong readily acquiesced, reminding his mother to take care of her health and to spend money freely without worrying about saving for him, before ending the call. Previously, he had struggled and feared returning home to face judgment, anxious that his lack of success would bring shame to his parents. Now, with newfound wealth and accomplishments, He was determined to restore their dignity upon his return. After hanging up, Lin Yong returned to sit beside Zhang Jun, while Hu Qian was seated across from him. Sunlight poured over Hu Qian, highlighting her graceful figure as a gentle breeze tousled her hair, a few rebellious strands playfully brushing against her cheek, adding to her enchanting allure. Lin Yong, I heard your hometown is in Xiangxi, right? Lin Yong nodded slightly, a warm smile gracing his lips. Yes, why do you ask? Hu Qian clapped her hands in excitement, her face radiating uncontainable joy. I have always wanted to travel to Xiangxi. I've heard the scenery there is breathtaking and rich in unique local culture. With the Qingming festival approaching, why don't we all go together? It would be a nice way to unwind, and you could be our guide. Lin Yong, perceiving her words as casual banter, replied in kind, sure. Although I am from Xiangxi, I haven't explored much outside my hometown. This would be a perfect opportunity for us all to experience the charm of Xiangxi together. Hu Qian, elated by Lin Yang's agreement, beamed even brighter, her smile blossoming like a sunflower. That's wonderful. It's settled then. I'll start planning as soon as I get back. Just thinking about it excites me. Chapter 48. New features of the random system after the barbecue. Lin Yong, Hu Qian, Lin Shi, and Zhang Jun, filled with enthusiasm, engaged in games, their laughter resonating around them. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away quietly, and soon it was past 4 in the afternoon. Suddenly, the previously azure sky seemed to be slowly cloaked by a massive gray curtain, and darkness swiftly descended. Following this, a fierce wind erupted, toppling tents and scattering belongings across the riverside. With the imminent threat of a torrential downpour, all campers began to frantically gather their things, eager to leave before the rain struck. Lin Yang's expression shifted subtly. According to their original plan, they intended to have dinner here before returning. This would also afford Lin Yong the opportunity to fulfill the condition of dining with Hu Qian, thereby triggering a system-critical hit to unlock new functionalities. However, the impending storm disrupted these plans. Watching the approaching rain, Lin Yong felt a twinge of frustration as he pondered, why did it have to rain at this moment? While helping to pack up, he contemplated how he could still manage a dinner with Hu Qian. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled a new trendy hot pot restaurant that had opened in Hedong, seemingly named Jiu Se Yun. It was rumored that their Yunnan mushroom hot pot was exquisite, albeit at a premium price and often requiring a long wait. Yet, at this moment, Lin Yong considered these factors trivial. As long as he could dine with Hu Qian and trigger the critical hit to unlock the system's new features, that was all that mattered. Thus, he proactively suggested, dinner time is approaching. Let me treat everyone to hot pot. The newly opened Jiu Se Yun seems rather good. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Jiu Se Yun? Isn't that the Yunnan mushroom hot pot place? I've heard it's both expensive and difficult to get a table. I've been wanting to try it for ages. Lin Shi nodded in agreement, saying, I've heard the flavors are excellent and worth the price. Since you're treating, I won't hold back. Hu Qian smiled gently, adding, since everyone agrees. I have no objections. Lin Yong was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly things were progressing and nodded in satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, Hu Qian and Lin Shi took one vehicle while Lin Yong and Zhang Jun drove in another, heading towards the hot pot restaurant. The car sped along the road and soon arrived at the shopping mall where the restaurant was located. By this time, the underground parking lot was already filled to capacity. After much searching, Lin Yong finally found a parking space and parked the car to join Hu Qian and Lin Shi as they took the elevator upstairs. Upon arriving at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, they were greeted by a throng of people, forming a long queue. Lin Yang's heart tightened at the sight, and he remarked to the others, I didn't expect such an early queue. Let me go inside and see what the situation is. With that, he strode into the establishment. He approached a waiter and inquired, for 4 people. How many tables do we have to wait for? The waiter glanced at the device in hand and replied, there are still 64 tables, with a wait time exceeding 4 hours. I suggest you come back another day for dining. Lin Yong furrowed his brow in surprise, realizing just how popular this hot pot restaurant truly was. Nevertheless, it matters not. His sole intention was to dine with Hu Qian, to trigger a delightful encounter, and the specific fare was of little consequence. Having arrived at the hot pot establishment, he would settle for something else if hot pot was not an option. As he turned to depart, a familiar voice called out from behind, Lin Yong. He halted in his tracks and glanced back, only to find it was indeed Chen Qingqing. Astonished, he inquired, Chen Qingqing, are you here for hot pot as well? She shook her head, a hint of pride illuminating her countenance. This establishment is one I opened. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Lin Yong was taken aback. Chen Qingqing had already launched a high-end seafood buffet and now a premium hot pot restaurant. It appeared her family's circumstances were far more prosperous than he had presumed, for such upscale dining venues require substantial investment to establish. Although he had yet to taste the offerings, the bustling business suggested the quality was assured. Upon hearing Lin Yang's commendation, Chen Qingqing beamed even brighter. "Thank you." She then glanced at Lin Yang's hands, noticing he had not taken a number, and asked, "Why didn't you get a number?" Lin Yong nodded and explained, "Well, the wait is 4 to 5 hours, so I was planning to try another place. Are you alone, or did you come with friends? You should bring them in. We have private rooms," Chen Qingqing offered warmly. "Thank you. I am fortunate to benefit from your generosity today." "Not at all. We are classmates. No need for such formality." Lin Yong had previously heard that high-end restaurants often reserve private rooms for significant guests, and he never anticipated he would enjoy such privileges himself. He stepped out of the hot pot restaurant and waved to Hu Qian and the others, beckoning them to join. "Isn't there a queue? How come you can dine so quickly?" Zhang Jun, noticing the others waiting outside, curiously asked as Lin Yong ushered them inside. "This establishment is owned by a classmate. She mentioned there are private rooms available." Lin Yong replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun gave Lin Yong a thumbs up. "Impressive. We are all fortunate to be in your company today. You may not know this, but upscale restaurants typically reserve private rooms to accommodate important guests. This is the first time in many years I've enjoyed such treatment." As he spoke, Zhang Jun pulled out his phone to take a picture and immediately posted on social media. "Thanks to a friend, we can enjoy hot pot at Jiusei Yun during peak hours without waiting, and we have a private room." His post garnered a flurry of likes and comments almost instantaneously. "Wow, Zhang Jun, you have such an impressive classmate. Can I cling to your coattails?" Jiusei Yun is a high-end hot pot place with an average cost exceeding 2,000 per person. Having access to a reserved private room indicates a remarkable background. "Excuse me. Does the esteemed friend need any additional accessories?" Zhang Jun reveled in the flood of comments, feeling a swell of pride to have a friend like Lin Yong, which reflected well on him in the eyes of others. Shirt Song, bored and scrolling through his social media, stumbled upon this post and promptly liked it, further solidifying his belief that Lin Yang's background was indeed extraordinary. What perplexed him was that the last time he specifically organized a gathering was to cultivate a connection with Lin Yong, yet in the end, it was Zhang Jun who grew closer to Lin Yong. When Hu Qian, Lin Shi, and Zhang Jun all arrived, Chen Qingqing led them to a private room. "This is our finest room at the hot pot restaurant. Please take a look at the menu and let Xiaoli know if you need anything," she said. Observing Hu Qian and Lin Shi beside Lin Yong, a peculiar sentiment surged within her. Ever since she had impulsively kissed Lin Yong to fend off her suitor, the memory of that moment frequently replayed in her mind, stirring within her an unfamiliar affection for him. After exchanging a few casual remarks, she excused herself and left the private room. Upon stepping out, she did not depart immediately. Instead, she leaned against the corridor wall, inhaling deeply in an attempt to soothe the tumultuous emotions surging within her. A hint of disappointment and helplessness flickered in her gaze as her mind conjured images of Lin Yong laughing and conversing with Hu Qian and Lin Shi. Each scene pierced her heart like a sharp blade. She pondered, "What is happening to me? Have I truly developed feelings for Lin Yong?" Meanwhile, inside the private room, after Lin Yong and the others had placed their orders, the dishes soon arrived. They engaged in lively conversation as they dined. At that moment, a system notification resonated in Lin Yang's mind. Ding, conditions met for a date with an information character during dinner, triggering a critical strike. The system will unlock one random new function. Chapter 49. Is naivety accompanied by wealth? Beep. Random system function extraction successful. The system has added a reset function. Reset. Before reading the received intelligence, one may choose to reset. The value and quantity of the pushed intelligence will vary randomly. After 3 cumulative uses, one is guaranteed to receive high-value intelligence. This function can be utilized once a week, which will change according to the system's level, weekly, monthly, yearly, once each period. The system's explanation was quite detailed, and Lin Yong immediately comprehended the implications of the reset function. In essence, upon receiving intelligence, he could opt for a refresh. For instance, if he happened to receive 3 pieces of weekly intelligence that were of little use, a refresh could potentially increase that to 10. Or it could fall below 3, as the system did not guarantee a minimum. Furthermore, the reset not only altered the quantity of the intelligence, but also its value. It was possible to transform a collection of worthless information into several high-value insights, or conversely, for previously valuable information to devolve into mere dross. Ultimately, it was all a matter of chance. However, there was one advantage. After using the reset 3 times, one would certainly acquire a piece of high-value intelligence. Lin Yong found this feature quite advantageous. Even with the worst luck, he wouldn't suffer too great a loss, as there was at least one high-value intelligence guaranteed. After all, it was not certain that the system would push a high-value piece of intelligence for 3 consecutive weeks. Lin Yong, what's wrong? Hu Qian noticed Lin Yong had not touched his chopsticks for a while and inquired softly, her concern evident. Lin Yong snapped out of his reverie, smiling as he replied, "It's nothing. Everyone, please eat." He scrutinized the ingredients in the establishment and couldn't help but acknowledge that they were indeed worlds apart from those found in inexpensive hot pot restaurants. Each ingredient was so fresh it seemed to carry the morning dew. The taste was astonishing, a testament to the extraordinary quality of the ingredients. Coupled with the high-end, elegant ambience, the cost, though steep, was undoubtedly justified. It was no wonder that a hot pot meal averaging over 2,000 yuan per person attracted such a throng. Indeed, the affluent are rarely foolish. Their expenditures are always worthwhile. Lin Yong recalled how he often heard people remark about others being naive with their wealth, spending 100 yuan on items that could be had for a mere 1 yuan at local markets. At the time, he agreed with such judgments, viewing those individuals as foolishly extravagant. Yet, only through personal experience did he realize that the produce available at a market for 1 yuan per jean simply could not compare to the gourmet offerings at a high-end supermarket priced at 100 yuan per jean. Just like the hot pot they were enjoying now, costing over 2,000 yuan per person, which could afford him more than 10 meals at an ordinary hot pot place. Yet given a choice, he would undoubtedly select the 2,000 yuan option, for the quality of ingredients, flavor, and ambience were entirely in a different league. Most importantly, he could now comfortably afford it. Since he could indulge, why should he deprive himself? Lin Yong, Hu Qian, Lin Shi, and Zhang Jun reveled in the culinary delights, their laughter resonating throughout the private dining room. This hot pot meal, astonishingly, cost nearly 10,000 yuan. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, the group engaged in idle chatter for a while before rising to depart. Lin Yong had intended to seek out Chen Qingqing to personally express his gratitude, but the waiter informed him that she had already left ahead of them. A tinge of regret washed over Lin Yong, who could only hope for another opportunity to properly thank her for the exquisite treatment he had received as a distinguished guest. Upon exiting the hot pot restaurant, they were met with a bustling scene at the entrance, teeming with people, many of whom were anxiously queuing for a table. Among them, a plump girl with keen eyesight quickly recognized Lin Yong. She wrinkled her nose and remarked to her friend, "Did you see that guy? He arrived later than us. Yet he has already finished and come out." Her friend, looking perplexed, speculated, perhaps he made a reservation? The plump girl confidently countered, "No, this establishment doesn't accept reservations." And I saw him ask the waiter how long the wait was. Intrigued, her friend pressed further, "Then how did he get in? Did he cut in line, or buy a spot from someone?" The girl proudly lifted her chin and explained, "Neither. He was invited in by the owner. You see, high-end restaurants like this one reserve private rooms for important guests. I experienced this kind of treatment once when dining out with my uncle." Her friend, astonished, exclaimed, "Your uncle is the chairman of the Dajia Group. Could that young man possibly be a chairman of some corporation too? Or maybe he is a wealthy heir with connections?" Gazing at Lin Yong as he walked away, her friend's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, regardless of his identity, he would make the perfect boyfriend, handsome, fit, and affluent, with a notable background. It's so unfair how the heavens have not only opened a window for him, but also a door. The 4 of them took the elevator back to the parking garage. Subsequently, Lin Yong and Hu Qian each drove off in their respective vehicles, while Lin Shi and Zhang Jun shared a ride in Hu Qian's car, as the 3 resided in the same neighborhood. Upon returning home, Lin Yong refreshed himself briefly before lying on his bed, contemplating the tasks he needed to accomplish in the coming week. First and foremost, he had entrusted Hu Qian, his stock advisor, with the management of his investment in 40 Battery, which was projected to yield an 8-fold return within the month, something he need not worry about. Secondly, on Wednesday afternoon, he planned to visit Binjiang Park, where the billionaire Chen Jingwo would suddenly suffer a heart attack. Offering assistance could earn him the man's favor, which would undoubtedly work to his advantage. Thirdly, regarding the matter of returning the Maybach purchased from the dealership with a compensation of 3 times the amount, he would commence planning once the vehicle registration was in hand. Fourthly, the demolition plan for Jinling community was set to be unveiled on Friday. and he anticipated that old Wang would come seeking trouble, necessitating preparation on his part. Lastly, a torrential downpour was forecasted for the weekend, leading to widespread flooding, which also required proactive measures. Having clarified his plans, Lin Yang succumbed to slumber. On Monday morning at 9 o'clock, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the desk in the manager's office at Xingqing Securities Company. Hu Qian sat gracefully at her desk, gently rotating the coffee cup in her hands. The steaming coffee released a delicate aroma that permeated the entire office. Her gaze was calm and focused as she quietly awaited the stock market's opening at 9:15. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks disrupted the tranquility of the office. Hu Qian slightly furrowed her brow and softly said, "Please come in." Her assistant, Xiao Lu, rushed through the door, his face etched with anxiety and his breath hurried. "Manager Hu, something terrible has happened." Xiao Lu's voice trembled slightly. News has erupted in the market regarding Fuji Battery concealing the truth about a laboratory fire. It is likely to impact the stock imminently. How could this happen? Hu Qian's coffee cup trembled violently in her grasp, causing a few drops to splatter onto the desk. Yet she remained oblivious, as a sense of foreboding swelled within her. "Fortunately, you received the news in advance. The market has not yet opened, and there is still a chance to reconsider," Xiao Lu added, a hint of relief in his tone. Hu Qian was acutely aware of Fuji Battery's circumstances. It was a factory with outdated equipment and dismal operational conditions, struggling to survive amidst market fluctuations, lacking any semblance of competitiveness. Yet Lin Yang had resolutely instructed her to invest her entire portfolio in this stock. With 90 million in the account, this was no trifling sum. A loss would amount to millions in irretrievable capital. Filled with worry and confusion, Hu Qian picked up the phone without hesitation and quickly dialed Lin Yang's number. His voice soon resonated on the other end. "Lin Yang, Fuji Battery is facing a crisis. The repercussions will soon reflect in the stock. Do you still wish to proceed with the purchase?" "Proceed with the full investment as planned," he replied decisively. Hu Qian gripped the phone tightly, her palms slick with sweat. Her eyes clouded with confusion and concern. She simply could not fathom Lin Yang's decision. It seemed inevitable that the stock price would plummet following such news. Investing everything now was akin to throwing a substantial amount of capital into a blazing inferno. "Lin Yang, please reconsider. This is a significant sum. The consequences of a loss would be dire." Hu Qian hoped to sway him. "I have made my decision. Let us execute as planned. Trust the process." But Hu Qian wished to plead further, yet Lin Yang had already disconnected the call. She set down the phone helplessly, anxiety gnawing at her. She knew Lin Yang was steadfast in his convictions, and once he made a decision, it was nearly impossible to alter. However, this investment decision was extraordinarily perilous, and she genuinely feared for Lin Yang's potential devastation. Taking a deep breath, Hu Qian endeavored to calm herself. She began to meticulously analyze the situation surrounding Fuji Battery, scrutinizing financial statements, market share, industry competition, and technological innovation, considering every conceivable factor. Yet no matter how she examined it, Fuji Battery presented no compelling investment merits, and the outlook following the crisis appeared bleak. Before long, the clock struck 9:15. After the stock market opened, Hu Qian focused all her attention on Fuji Battery. The stock hit its daily limit down, plummeting by 20 compared to the previous trading day. Chapter 50. A 40 surge in asset value within 1 second. The opening plunge of Fuji Battery's stock, hitting its limit down, had long been anticipated by Hu Qian, who felt no surprise at all. What perplexed her was Lin Yang's unwavering decision to invest in this particular stock. Gazing at the sea of green on the stock ticker, she found herself unable to take the plunge. In her mind, Lin Yang's resolute visage and his undeniable voice echoed, "According to our original plan, invest all our funds." Filled with doubt and concern, she endeavored to persuade Lin Yang to reconsider, yet he remained steadfast. 90 million in capital was a substantial sum. A misstep in investment could lead to catastrophic repercussions. At this pivotal moment, Hu Qian's heart was engulfed in turmoil. Rationality urged her that purchasing Fuji Battery now was akin to flying into the fire, placing an enormous amount of money at great risk. However, Lin Yang's decisive resolution compelled her to comply. "What are you truly thinking, Lin Yang?" Hu Qian whispered, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, her fingers trembled lightly over the keyboard. Ultimately, she clenched her jaw, as if making a monumental decision. Since Lin Yang was so resolute, she would act according to his directives, even if it meant venturing into the abyss. Hu Qian raised her head, a spark of determination igniting in her gaze as she addressed her assistant, Xiao Lu. Prepare to invest all in Fuji Battery. We must act swiftly. Xiao Lu momentarily hesitated, but upon seeing the conviction in Hu Qian's eyes, he quickly nodded and set to work. In the office, the only sounds were the rhythmic tapping of keyboards, the atmosphere thick with tension. At that moment, they resembled sailors navigating through a tempest, unaware of what awaited them ahead, yet compelled to forge onward. Meanwhile, in the bustling Shanghai Stock Exchange, atop the financial tower, a meticulously orchestrated secret plan was unfolding within the headquarters of Xinzhong Investment Company. Investment Director Zhang Zhigua sat poised in his spacious, brightly lit office, his gaze fixed intently on the fluctuating stock data on his computer screen, his eyes radiating an air of unassailable confidence. Xinzhong Investment is renowned in the national financial investment sector, boasting formidable capital strength and a premier investment team, consistently achieving remarkable results in the market's competitive landscape, thus becoming a benchmark for numerous investors. At this moment, Zhang Zhigua held a confidential piece of information that could send shockwaves through the financial market. Fuji Battery had successfully developed solid-state batteries and was poised for mass production. Solid-state batteries. This epoch-making new battery technology shone like a brilliant star, igniting boundless imaginations and expectations in the realm of renewable energy. Compared to traditional liquid batteries, it possessed numerous remarkable advantages. Its emergence would undoubtedly revolutionize the existing battery landscape, heralding an unprecedented transformation in sectors such as electric vehicles and energy storage. Zhang Zhigua was acutely aware that once this news was officially announced, Fuji Battery would inevitably experience explosive growth, swiftly ascending to become the world's leading power battery company. With revenue poised to multiply by thousands, even tens of thousands of times, the immense investment potential contained within this situation left him utterly ravenous. In a bid to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he meticulously orchestrated a scheme. Zhang Zhigua's team deliberately disseminated information alleging that Fuji Battery had concealed the truth regarding a catastrophic laboratory fire, aiming to incite panic and drive down Fuji Battery's stock price. His calculations resonated with confidence. As the stock plummeted and investors hastily sold their shares in fear, he planned to capitalize on the situation by acquiring shares at a bargain, thereby monopolizing the market. Once the truth was revealed and the stock price soared, he envisioned reaping substantial profits. Everything unfolded seamlessly according to his design. Fuji Battery opened with a drastic decline, triggering widespread panic and a flurry of stock sell-offs. Zhang Zhigua observed the relentless stream of sell orders on the screen, a sense of smug satisfaction swelling within him, as if he could already perceive immense wealth beckoning him. However, he could never have anticipated that at this critical juncture, an influx of mysterious capital would disrupt his plans entirely. Leaning back in his plush executive chair, a smile of assured triumph graced his face as he fixated on the screen, awaiting further panic-induced sell-offs, eager to gather those undervalued shares. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of a victorious melody. Soon, all these stocks would be his, he murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with greed and excitement. He envisioned a scene of resounding victory in this capital game, with vast fortunes flowing into his pockets. Yet, as he reveled in this delightful fantasy, the stock data on the screen abruptly shifted. A wave of enigmatic funds surged into the market like a ferocious beast, unexpectedly sweeping through Fuji Battery stocks. The very shares that had been subject to mass sell-offs were suddenly devoured by this mysterious influx, with trading volume escalating sharply and stock prices beginning to fluctuate subtly. Zhang Zhigua's smile froze in place, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the screen, struggling to comprehend the unfolding reality. How could this be? He gasped, his voice laced with shock and confusion. He had meticulously planned this scheme for over half a year. With every detail thoughtfully arranged, how could such an unforeseen turn of events arise at this crucial moment? His mind raced to discern the origins and intentions of this mysterious capital. Yet, everything transpired too swiftly for him to react. As he watched shares being purchased in droves on the screen, a surge of intense anger and frustration welled up within him. He felt like a hunter who was on the verge of capturing his prey, only to have it snatched away by another. This overwhelming sense of rage and loss nearly drove him to madness. Investigate. Find out whose funds these are. Zhang Zhigua abruptly rose, bellowing at his assistant beside him. The assistant, startled by his sudden outburst, nodded frantically and turned to commence a frantic inquiry. The atmosphere in the office became palpably tense and oppressive, as everyone sensed Zhang Zhigua's fury and anxiety. At this moment, the pace at which mysterious funds were acquiring shares accelerated, as if racing against time. A significant portion of Fuji Battery stock was swiftly purchased, and the share price began to gradually ascend from its limit-down position. Zhang Zhigua observed the continuously rising stock price on the screen, his inner fury intensifying. He understood that if he did not take action soon, his plans would be irrevocably thwarted. He could not allow them to succeed. Gritting his teeth, a fierce glint sparkled in his eyes. He made a swift decision and commanded his assistant loudly, immediately acquire all circulating shares of Fuji Battery at any cost. The assistant hesitated momentarily, cautioning, "Mr. Zhang, this approach will be exceedingly costly. There are not many circulating shares left. Our prudent course of action would be to continue selling off stocks to create panic, allowing us to opportunistically purchase at a lower price. Enough with the chatter. Do as I instruct." Zhang Zhigua interrupted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. He could no longer afford to ponder the repercussions. His singular focus was on preventing this mysterious funding from snatching away his anticipated victory. Furthermore, once news of Fuji Battery's successful development of solid-state batteries circulated, his prospects would be utterly extinguished. Upon the issuance of Zhang Zhigua's command, the trading team of the investment group swiftly sprang into action. A deluge of capital surged into the market like a roaring tide, fervently buying up shares of Fuji Battery. The stock, which had initially hit its limit down, began to surge upward in an instant amidst the fierce competition between these two formidable financial forces, sealing its limit-up status within merely a second. Regardless of how many shares were sold on the market, they were rapidly absorbed, and the stock price soared like a rocket. In the Xinjiang Financial Building, within the office of the Xinjiang Securities Manager, Hu Qian gazed in astonishment at the fluctuations of Fuji Battery's stock on her computer screen. In the brief span of 1 second, the price had surged from a limit down of 20 to a limit up of 20, marking a staggering 40 fluctuation. Lin Yang's investment of 90 million had been made at the limit down, meaning that it had now transformed into 126 million. "Who exactly are you, Lin Yang?" Hu Qian murmured softly, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity and inquiry. Considering how resolutely Lin Yang had urged her to invest in Fuji Battery, she found it utterly implausible that he had been unaware of any insider information beforehand. Chapter 51. An opportunity to become a billionaire in the development journey of Fuji Battery. An unexpected fire became a pivotal turning point. 6 months ago, a sudden blaze erupted in the Fuji Battery laboratory. However, this calamity inadvertently catalyzed the successful research and development of solid-state batteries. This breakthrough heralded an extraordinary transformation for Fuji Battery. Once mass production commenced, Fuji Battery was poised to ascend rapidly to the status of the world's leading power battery company, with revenue growth potentially soaring by thousands or even tens of thousands of times, ultimately creating a corporation valued in excess of $1 trillion. Lu Guojun, serving as the deputy factory director at Fuji Battery headquarters, held a mere 2% stake in the factory, yet his ambitions extended far beyond that. In his eyes, the success of solid-state battery development signified the commencement of a grand banquet of wealth, and he yearned to claim the largest piece of the proverbial pie. He was acutely aware that, once mass production of solid-state batteries began, the market value of Fuji Battery would ascend like a rocket, easily surpassing $1 trillion. The tantalizing prospect of immense wealth caused Lu Guojun's greed to flourish like rampant weeds. He felt that his existing equity was insufficient to satiate his thirst for riches. After careful contemplation, a bold and avaricious plan quietly took shape in his mind. He turned his gaze toward the stock market, resolving to seize the opportunity presented by Fuji Battery's announcement regarding the imminent mass production of solid-state batteries to acquire as many circulating shares as possible. Thus, when the news was disclosed and stock prices soared, he could reap unimaginable profits. To realize this scheme, he approached his classmate Zhang Zhigua, who held the position of director at an investment firm. The two resonated with each other's ambitions, akin to sharks detecting the scent of blood, and swiftly embarked on their meticulous plotting. Their plan was nothing short of ingenious. First, they leaked news of the laboratory fire, aiming to create an atmosphere of panic that would drive Fuji Battery's stock price to a halt. This revelation detonated like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through the stock market and inciting fear and anxiety among investors. Subsequently, they released a portion of their own shares to further suppress the stock price. Observing the plummeting prices, market participants succumbed to panic, hastily divesting their holdings. Meanwhile, Lu Guojun and Zhang Zhigua reveled in their cunning, awaiting the opportune moment to swoop in like vultures, ready to acquire the shares being hastily sold off in fright. In their minds, as long as the news of Fuji Battery's success in solid-state battery development remained concealed, their plan would unfold seamlessly, a veritable masterpiece. After all, Fuji Battery was merely a small battery manufacturer teetering on the brink of collapse, devoid of attention from major players. They were enraptured by their avaricious scheme, envisioning vast fortunes flowing into their pockets, fantasizing about their imminent ascension to the pinnacle of the wealth pyramid. Just as Lu Guojun and Zhang Zhigua believed their plan was on the verge of fruition, a tempest brewed in the stock market. A mysterious influx of capital crashed into this capital hunting game like a rampaging beast, arriving without warning. Initially, Lu Guojun remained oblivious to the looming threat posed by this enigmatic force. As he observed the subtle fluctuations in stock prices, he naively attributed them to Zhang Zhigua's clandestine maneuvers in accordance with their plan. However, when the call from Zhang Zhigua came through, the urgency and despair in his voice struck Lu like a hammer, reverberating painfully within his heart. The plan had collapsed. Zhang's trembling voice seemed to have been drained of all strength. Lu was instantly plunged into a state of icy shock, his mind devoid, gripping the phone tightly. The veins on the back of his hand stood out, and his lips quivered as he finally managed to utter, "How could this be? What on earth has happened?" It turned out that this mysterious capital had, in a matter of moments, swept through the market like a tempest, voraciously acquiring 95 of the circulating shares of Fuji Battery, amounting to 27.55. This frenzied action instantly destabilized an already fragile stock market ecosystem. The stocks that had been subjected to massive sell-offs were consumed at an astonishing pace by this enigmatic capital, leading to a dramatic surge in trading volume and subtle fluctuations in stock prices. The meticulously orchestrated low-price acquisition plan devised by Lu Guojun and Zhang Zhigua evaporated into thin air. They had originally intended to purchase all 29 of the shares at a bargain, yet in the end, they secured less than one. Aside from the 27.55 acquired by the mysterious capital, their meager one was left scattered among a few retail investors. Although the 27.55 stake was presently valued at roughly $1 billion. It was anticipated that Fuji Battery would soon evolve into a trillion-dollar enterprise, elevating that portion's worth close to $300 billion. A billionaire, a plan poised for seamless execution, only to have it snatched away at the brink of success. Lu Guojun slumped in his chair, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling, his heart swelling with a tumult of anger and regret akin to a surging tide. He could not fathom who was orchestrating this upheaval so precisely, disrupting their plans with such accuracy. Images of wealth that had seemingly been within his grasp, only to vanish in an instant, flooded his mind, each figure piercing his heart like a sharp blade. In that moment, the office atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, stifling and oppressive. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet its rays failed to penetrate the darkness enveloping Lu Guojun's soul. Clenching his fist until his knuckles turned white, he muttered curses under his breath. Damn it. What is going on? How could such a capital surge appear out of nowhere? This mysterious capital loomed like an elusive phantom, leaving no trace, yet shattering his avaricious dreams, leaving behind only a scattering of shattered illusions and unending anguish. As news broke of Fuji Battery's successful development of solid-state batteries and impending mass production, it detonated in the financial market like a mighty bomb, sending ripples of excitement through the industry. This announcement ignited a fervent desire for wealth among the masses, inciting a frenzied capital chase. Within the grand halls of various stock exchanges, the share price of Fuji Battery soared like a rocket ignited, instantly reaching its peak limit. The vivid crimson figures appeared as fiery flames, piercing the eyes of countless investors with their intensity. In the trading hall, astonishment, regret, and resentment were etched upon the faces of the onlookers. Those who had previously dismissed Fuji Battery now pounded their chests in despair, lamenting their failure to recognize this potential gem sooner. Their gazes were heavy with disappointment and hopelessness, as they repeatedly murmured, "If only I had bought in earlier. Even just a little, I could have easily witnessed my investment multiply 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold in the near future. I have missed the chance to become a billionaire and achieve financial freedom." In every corner of the city, an array of investors sat glued to their computers or smartphones, staring at the locked price limit, as waves of regret surged within them. They reminisced about their past indifference towards Fuji Battery. Some furiously struck their tables, loudly cursing their own foolishness. Others sat in a stupor, their expressions vacant as if their souls had fled, while still others paced their rooms, murmuring to themselves in search of solace. In a small stock trading group chat, messages flowed like snowflakes, with investors voicing their regrets, their words steeped in helplessness and sighs. How could I have been so foolish? I had the opportunity to invest earlier, yet I let it slip away. Now, I can only watch as others profit while I am left anxious. I too thought the stock held little promise, and now I am filled with deep regret. Such is fate, it seems I am destined to remain untouched by this wealth. At this moment, Lin Yong sat on his balcony, sipping tea and basking in the sun's warmth. He perused various news outlets reporting on Foodie Battery. The comments below echoed a uniform sentiment of regret for not having invested sooner, akin to the missed opportunity of acquiring Bitcoin at 5 cents years ago. Once again, they lamented the chance to become billionaires and achieve financial freedom. Lin Yong smiled, reflecting that without his weekly intelligence system, he too might have found himself among those lamenting in the comments below. Chapter 52. Establishing one's own company in the financial edifice of Star City. The atmosphere within the Star City Securities office was tinged with an air of gravity. What could possibly be amiss? Hu Qian murmured softly, her gaze laden with confusion and anxiety. As a seasoned manager at Star City Securities, she had navigated the tumultuous waters of the financial market for many years, witnessing countless fluctuations in stock prices. Yet, never before had she felt so utterly in the dark regarding the sudden surge in a particular stock's price. In a flurry, she seized the telephone, dialing one colleague after another in a bid to glean insights regarding the abrupt rise of Foodie Battery's stock. However, the responses she received were uniformly perplexed. Each contact shared her bewilderment at the unforeseen price escalation. Could it be that some significant good news had been concealed? Hu Qian pondered silently, her brow furrowing into a tight line. Suddenly, the tranquility of the office was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Assistant Lu burst in like a whirlwind, her face alight with excitement, having forgotten the most basic of courtesies upon entering. Manager Hu, we have discovered the reason behind Foodie Battery's price surge. Startled, Hu Qian lifted her gaze, fixing her attention on Lu. What is the reason? She inquired, her eagerness palpable. The cause of Foodie Battery's surge is that they have just announced the successful development of solid-state batteries, and they are set to commence mass production. Lu exclaimed in a single breath, her countenance radiating joy as if she were sharing monumental news. Her eyes sparkled with exhilaration, and her body quivered slightly. Unable to contain her delight, Hu Qian gasped involuntarily upon hearing this. As an experienced stock advisor, she was acutely aware of the immense implications of such news. In her understanding, Foodie Battery had previously been a struggling small battery manufacturer on the fringes of the market. Yet now, the announcement of their success in solid-state battery development and impending mass production was akin to a powerful bombshell, catapulting them into the limelight. She recognized that the success of solid-state battery research would fundamentally alter the landscape of the battery industry, potentially influencing the global energy market as well. Foodie Battery, as a frontrunner in this technology, was poised to emerge as the foremost victor in this impending transformation. Moreover, for Lin Yong, who held a substantial amount of stock in this company, it signified an imminent rise in his fortune. Suppressing her inner astonishment, Hu Qian endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Yet, the excitement and anticipation flickering in her eyes were impossible to disguise. She swiftly turned to Lu and asked Lu, how much stock in Foodie Battery have we purchased in total? Lu quickly opened her folder, her eyes scanning the figures with the precision of a scanner, and then reported, Manager Hu, we have assisted Lin Yong in acquiring Foodie Battery stock valued at 90 million, totaling 25 million shares. The cost per share was 3.6 yuan, and the current stock price is 5.04 yuan, yielding a profit of 1.44 yuan per share. The total value of these stocks now stands at 126 million, with today's earnings amounting to 36 million. Upon hearing that figure, Hu Qian's heart surged with tumultuous waves, a myriad of complex emotions intertwining within her. She was acutely aware of the significance behind each of those numbers, as long as Lin Yong steadfastly held onto those stocks. It was merely a matter of time before he ascended to the ranks of billionaires. Suddenly, Hu Qian seemed to recall something of utmost importance. She swiftly reached for her phone, her fingers gliding rapidly across the screen as she dialed Lin Yang's number. Once connected, her voice brimmed with uncontainable joy and excitement. Lin Yong, congratulations. You've invested in such a remarkable stock. I genuinely admire your keen insight. Who could have anticipated that Foodie Battery would achieve such astonishing performance today? On the other end of the line, Lin Yong smiled softly, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. It's merely luck, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Hu Qian was not convinced by this modesty, pressing him further. Lin Yong, please, don't be so humble. I'm genuinely curious. What initially drew you to this stock? At that time, Foodie Battery was merely an obscure little factory. Hardly anyone had faith in it. Lin Yong chuckled lightly, replying, Well, I must have received some insider information. However, he knew such words were not meant for public ears, and he added jokingly, I just found it appealing. Something about its name sparked a feeling within me that it would achieve great success. Hu Qian was momentarily speechless, never expecting Lin Yang to provide such a casual response. Nevertheless, she understood that in the financial market, intuition and luck can indeed play a pivotal role. After their laughter subsided, Hu Qian's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Lin Yang, to be candid, the news of Ferdi Battery's successful development and imminent mass production of solid-state batteries has spread. Its market value is sure to skyrocket, and it may not take long for it to become the world's leading power battery company. The value of the stocks you hold will rise correspondingly, and the funds in your account will grow at an unimaginable pace, reaching a truly staggering magnitude. At that point, the sheer volume of wealth may overwhelm my capacity to provide you with comprehensive and efficient asset management services. I would find myself at a loss. In my opinion, the best course of action would be for you to establish your own company dedicated to managing these assets. As Lin Yang listened to Hu Qian's analysis, he couldn't help but nod inwardly. He recognized that when wealth accumulates to a certain extent, relying solely on personal effort indeed makes it challenging to optimize and realize the full potential of that wealth. Establishing a company to manage assets was undoubtedly a wise and necessary choice. However, creating a company was no trivial matter. It involved numerous considerations, particularly concerning capable management personnel. An exceptional manager plays a decisive role in the development of a company. This individual must not only possess outstanding professional skills but also be reliable and trustworthy. In an instant, Lin Yang's mind conjured the image of Hu Qian. She had navigated the financial sector for many years, accumulating a wealth of experience and demonstrating exceptional ability. Throughout their collaboration, she exhibited remarkable professionalism and a strong sense of responsibility, making her a rare talent. Lin Yang, half jokingly and half seriously, remarked, Manager Hu, why not consider joining my company? Once it's established, the position of president will be yours. Do you truly hold me in such high esteem? Hu Qian responded. Momentarily taken aback, she neither immediately accepted nor outright declined, instead replying in a similarly playful tone. Deep down, she understood that her role as a manager at the largest securities firm in Xingqing was a coveted position, one that many aspired to. It had taken immense effort to reach her current standing, and abandoning such a lucrative and stable job to work for a nascent company was not a decision to be made lightly. Lin Yang was fully aware of Hu Qian's reservations. With a smile, he said, Your capabilities are evident to all, and I have complete trust in you. Don't be in haste to decline. Take some time to ponder it over. After all, establishing a company is not an overnight endeavor. There are numerous preparatory tasks to undertake. So there is no rush to make a decision. I will certainly consider it. Regardless, I appreciate your trust, she replied. Chapter 53, Saving Lives. Lin Yang. Today the stock of Ferdi Battery has once again hit the ceiling, currently priced at 6.05 yuan per share, with an earnings per share of 2.45 yuan. Your 25 million shares are now valued at 151.2 million, yielding a profit of 61.2 million. Hu Qian's voice resonated through the phone, brimming with uncontainable excitement. In merely a day, Lin Yang's assets had undergone yet another remarkable surge. The corners of Lin Yang's lips twitched upwards, although he had anticipated this outcome. Hearing the figure still evoked an indescribable sense of achievement within him. All right, I understand. Keep a close watch. However, the frenzied ascent of wealth was merely beginning to unfold. The next day, Hu Qian's call arrived promptly. Lin Yang, today Ferdi Battery has once again reached its peak, now priced at 7.26 yuan, with an earnings per share of 3.66 yuan. Your 25 million shares are now valued at 181.5 million, yielding a profit of 91.5 million. In just 3 days, the profit had astonishingly surpassed the initial capital. This rate of wealth accumulation was akin to riding a rocket, leaving one utterly astounded. Yet, Lin Yang's demeanor remained unperturbed, for this was all within his expectations. Nevertheless, despite the burgeoning wealth, as long as the stocks remained unsold, these profits were merely figures on paper, with the foreseeable future indicating that Ferdi Battery's market capitalization would surpass 1 trillion. Even a fool would refrain from selling the stocks at this juncture. Currently, Ferdi Battery's market cap stood at a little over 6 billion, with his total stock value falling short of 200 million. Once the market cap breached the trillion mark, those stocks could be worth over 300 billion. The disparity between 300 billion and 200 million was an astounding 150-fold. Thus, until Ferdy Battery's market value fully escalated. Lin Yong would never part with this portion of stocks. Moreover, he was in no rush. Armed with an intelligence system, he had ample means to earn more money from other channels. The funds in the stock market could simply be regarded as savings. After enjoying a leisurely lunch, Lin Yong took a brief respite. Just as he rose, his phone rang unexpectedly. Grabbing his phone, he noticed it was a call from the Maybach dealership. Hello? Lin Yong pressed the answer button. A warm and courteous female voice greeted him from the other end. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yong? I am Li Yu from the Maybach dealership. We have successfully retrieved the vehicle registration certificate for the Maybach S580 you purchased from us. Would it be convenient for us to deliver it to you in the next few days? Additionally, we can bring the car along as well. Does that work for you? A few days prior, Lin Yong had deliberately bought a Maybach from the dealership to initiate a refund along with triple compensation. The dealership had unlawfully altered the car's wheel size, deceiving consumers. Lin Yong had meticulously gathered evidence at the time of purchase, waiting for the vehicle registration certificate to secure ownership before taking action. However, he was also acutely aware that even with ample evidence, obtaining a refund and triple compensation would be challenging. If it were easy, incidents like a female Mercedes owner sitting atop the engine hood to defend her rights would not occur. Such matters were not only troublesome, but also time-consuming and infuriating. However, Lin Yong had already devised a plan in his heart. He decided to hand over the evidence to a lawyer and allow them to handle the matter. Yet, he found himself lacking any connections and was uncertain where to locate a competent and reliable attorney. The thought of seeking a lawyer who advertised online never crossed his mind. Truly exceptional lawyers are typically approached by clients rather than the other way around. Finding a lawyer would require some time, so Lin Yong replied, I have been quite busy these days. I will arrange for someone to retrieve the car from the shop in a few days. All right. I will make the necessary arrangements for you, came the response. Once Lin Yong hung up the phone, a crucial piece of information suddenly flashed through his mind. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, the billionaire Chen Jinghua would suffer a heart attack while exercising in Binjiang Park. As a billionaire, his wealth was beyond measure, but his connections were invaluable as well. If Lin Yong could befriend him and leverage his network, his future endeavors would undoubtedly be much smoother. Glancing at the time, Lin Yong realized it was already past 2 o'clock and 3 was fast approaching, causing his heart to race with urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed downstairs, jumped into his car, and pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding towards Binjiang Park. Simultaneously, he swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed the emergency services. Previously, Lin Yong had inquired with a doctor, who informed him that the most prudent course of action during a heart attack was to transport the patient to the hospital as quickly as possible. The nearest hospital was 4 to 5 kilometers away. Without a prior call, there would not be enough time for effective rescue. Therefore, calling the ambulance in advance to ensure its prompt arrival was the most sensible approach. However, calling for an ambulance to assist a stranger might reveal his foreknowledge of the event, which would be impossible to explain. Thus, Lin Yong concocted a ruse, feigning that he was experiencing heart discomfort and required assistance. When the ambulance arrived, it would conveniently take the billionaire Chen Jinghua to the hospital. Fortunately, Binjiang Park was not far from Lin Yang's residence. In his race against time, he managed to arrive at the park just before 3 o'clock. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, he eagerly pushed open the door and rushed out. Sir, would you like to view some properties? A young man, seemingly of similar age, suddenly appeared, enthusiastically offering a brochure. Lin Yong initially intended to decline, but upon reconsideration, he remembered his plans to purchase a home and accepted the brochure, slipping it into his pocket as he hurried towards the park. His eyes scanned the crowd, searching for Chen Jinghua. With photos of Chen Jinghua available online and the relatively small area of Binjiang Park providing a clear line of sight, the search did not prove to be overly challenging. Soon, an elderly man jogging in the park caught his eye. Lin Yong focused intently, his heart swelling with joy. It was indeed him. However, just as Lin Yong prepared to approach him swiftly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Ah, someone has fainted. A piercing cry instantly captured the attention of everyone present. The elderly man clutched his chest in agony, his face contorted in pain, before collapsing heavily to the ground. The surrounding crowd seemed to be ensnared by an invisible spell, momentarily frozen in place, only to scatter in frantic disarray like startled birds. This cannot possibly be a case of deceit. I cannot afford to engage. A middle-aged man muttered to himself as he hastily retreated, his eyes brimming with vigilance and trepidation. Indeed, such incidents have become all too common. It is wise to maintain a safe distance. An elderly woman nearby echoed his sentiments, hastily pulling her little grandson away from the scene. I have pressing matters to attend to. I cannot afford to be delayed by this situation. A young man cast a fleeting glance at the fallen elder, hesitated for but a moment, and ultimately turned to leave with quickened steps. In a matter of seconds, a vast area around the elderly man had cleared. He lay there in solitude, struggling in agony, yet no one dared to extend a helping hand. Chen Jinghua's eyes were filled with despair, his lips quivering as he yearned to cry out, but only a feeble sound escaped him. Witnessing the people around him recoil in avoidance, his heart heavy with desolation. Just at this critical juncture, Lin Yang appeared before him, accompanied by paramedics carrying a stretcher. Chapter 54. Had I known he was the wealthiest man, Lin Yang and the paramedics swiftly lifted Chen Jinghua onto a stretcher, hastily making their way towards the ambulance. Upon reaching the vehicle, the medical personnel expertly placed Chen Jinghua inside, and Lin Yang followed suit, ready to accompany the ambulance to the hospital. At that moment, an onlooker, an elderly woman, could not contain her curiosity and exclaimed, "Young man, what are you doing? You're not wearing a white coat. You're not a doctor. Don't meddle unnecessarily." While assisting the medical staff in connecting various instruments to Chen Jinghua, Lin Yang responded, "Ma'am, I am not a doctor. I merely saw someone collapse and came to help." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Oh dear, how naive you are. In today's society, being a good Samaritan is fraught with peril. Haven't you heard the stories? Someone helped an elderly person, only to be sued by the family for a hefty sum." Another elderly man chimed in, "Indeed, young man. Just the other day, I heard of a young fellow who saw an old person fall and rushed to assist, only for the elderly individual to claim that the youth had knocked him down. The poor lad ended up paying thousands to settle the matter. You must not follow the same path, for no amount of wealth will suffice to cover such costs." Lin Yang furrowed his brow and replied, "Sir, ma'am, I appreciate your concern, but saving lives is of utmost importance right now." A young woman, unable to hold back, urged, "Please listen to their advice, young man. Haven't you heard the saying? If it's not your fault, why call for an ambulance?" Nevertheless, Lin Yang disregarded the crowd's warnings, continuing to assist the paramedics in their efforts to revive Chen Jinghua, doing everything within his power. The onlookers, seeing his obstinacy, shook their heads and murmured to one another, "This young man is truly foolish, ignoring the wisdom of the elders. When he faces repercussions, he will have nowhere to lament his misfortune." Lin Yang found the crowd's chatter bothersome and paid them no mind, determined not to delay in saving the wealthiest man of Star City. He was not aiding an ordinary individual, but rather Chen Jinghua, the chairman of the Runt Group, the developer of the luxurious Binjiang Bay estate. To have such a prominent figure indebted to him for his life would be invaluable. Soon, Lin Yang, alongside the paramedics, successfully loaded Chen Jinghua into the ambulance, which sped away towards the hospital. After the ambulance departed, a man in his 30s suddenly slapped his forehead, as if recalling something. Had he seen that elderly man somewhere before? Furrowing his brow in confusion, he muttered to himself while instinctively rummaging through his pocket for his phone. He quickly retrieved his device, his fingers flying across the screen as he initiated a search. Moments later, his eyes widened in astonishment, and an expression of disbelief spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Oh my, he is indeed the wealthiest man in Star City, the chairman of the Runt Group." His voice involuntarily escalated several decibels in astonishment, the tone reminiscent of a discovery of a new world. This exclamation instantly captured the attention of those nearby, who turned to him with expressions of perplexity. "What did you say?" a bespectacled young man inquired, his face a canvas of surprise as he hurried to the man's side, urgency in his voice. "The old man who just collapsed is the wealthiest person in Star City?" A middle-aged woman approached, her countenance etched with disbelief. The man lifted his phone, gesturing towards the image online, proclaiming loudly, "Surely, the photo on the company's official website cannot be fabricated." Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily gathered, craning their necks, their eyes fixated on the man's phone screen. It truly is him. Good heavens. I missed the chance to be up close with the tycoon. Had I known he was a billionaire, I would have rushed to assist. The crowd buzzed with regret, their faces reflecting a shared sense of lament. A fashionably dressed young man, filled with remorse, repeatedly struck his head with his hands, lamenting, "How blind I was. I was even afraid of being taken advantage of. If I had stepped in to help, perhaps the tycoon would have taken a liking to me, and I could have soared to success." An older woman sighed nearby, shaking her head in dismay. "I was so foolish. advising that young man against intervening. Now, I've missed such a splendid opportunity. If I could have aided the billionaire, it might have benefited my child's job search. Others expressed their frustrations, stamping their feet and lamenting. If only I had been braver and offered assistance, the tycoon would have remembered me. I could have walked through Star City with pride. Regret hung in the air as they envied Lin Yong, who had been fortunate enough to save the billionaire, undoubtedly paving a bright future for himself. Indeed, we once called him foolish, yet it appears the true folly lies with us. They exchanged glances, each reflecting profound remorse. Lin Yong raced alongside the ambulance to the hospital. Upon arrival, he swiftly assisted the medical staff in wheeling Chen Zhenghua into the emergency room. Outside the emergency room, Lin Yong paced anxiously, his gaze fixed on the closed door, silently praying for Chen Zhenghua's safety. What if something went awry? All his efforts would be in vain. After what felt like an eternity, the doctor finally emerged from the emergency room, removing his mask and exhaling deeply. The patient is no longer in critical condition. He will require observation during his hospital stay. Lin Yang's heart finally eased, wiping the sweat from his brow as he turned to assist with Chen Zhenghua's hospitalization paperwork. Without hesitation, he paid the deposit and meticulously filled out the forms with accurate information and contact details. He was acutely aware that only by leaving clear information could Chen Zhenghua eventually find him. After completing the necessary procedures, Lin Yong reflected on the ambulance he had previously summoned under the pretense of experiencing heart discomfort. To avoid any unnecessary troubles, he decided to undergo a comprehensive physical examination at the hospital. Upon concluding the tests, the doctor cheerfully remarked, "Young man, your health is splendid, and there are no issues with your heart. The discomfort you felt might be a psychological effect. Simply take time to relax more often." Lin Yong nodded with a smile, expressed his gratitude to the doctor, and departed from the hospital. Having successfully accomplished his mission of saving a life, he now awaited a call from the wealthy tycoon with a serene mind. After leaving the hospital, Lin Yong first returned to Binjiang Park to retrieve his car before heading home. While fetching his vehicle, he overheard a group of elderly men and women animatedly discussing him in the park. "Did you hear? The tycoon collapsed while jogging here this afternoon." And no one dared to approach for fear of being blamed. An elderly man with graying hair proclaimed loudly, "I know. I was right there when a young man came to his rescue." A slightly plump elderly woman interjected eagerly, "That young fellow is quite fortunate, having saved a tycoon. He won't have to worry about his next life," remarked another tall, thin man with an envious expression. "Indeed, if only I had had the courage to assist back then, perhaps I too could share in the fortune," lamented an elderly man clad in a floral shirt, tapping his thigh in regret. "I heard the luxurious riverside apartments at Binjiang Bay were developed by the tycoon. Who knows? He might just gift that young man a lavish residence if he feels generous. Those apartments are worth tens of millions. I could never afford one even after a lifetime of labor." Listening to their chatter, Lin Yong couldn't help but smile subtly. Chapter 55. The exuberant old Wang. Lin Yong drove into the community, parking his car at the base of the building. No sooner had he stepped out than he heard someone bellowing his name. Turning around, he discovered it was old Wang, the very man who had sold his house to Lin Yang at a bargain price to fund his admiration for a female streamer. Old Wang appeared radiant and full of vigor, suggesting that he had been living quite well lately, likely having fulfilled his desires through deeper interactions with the object of his affection. "Lin Yang, my brother, I've brought back some wild vegetables from the countryside. Would you like to take some home to taste?" Old Wang exclaimed enthusiastically, not waiting for Lin Yang's response before hastily thrusting a handful of ferns into his hands. Lin Yang quickly declined, saying, No, thank you, old Wang. I don't cook, so it would be a waste for me." In truth, Lin Yang's refusal stemmed from a more profound concern. Intelligence indicated that once old Wang learned of the impending demolition of his property, he would go to great lengths to reclaim it, resorting to unscrupulous tactics if necessary. Though he appeared amicable at present, it was merely a faade, as his true intentions lay concealed beneath the surface. With the demolition announcement set to be made the day after tomorrow, Lin Yang was acutely aware that old Wang might resort to desperate measures. Thus, he discreetly took out his phone, activating the recording function as a precaution. "Since you don't cook, I shall refrain from insisting on the wild vegetables. Another day, I will treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude," old Wang remarked, accepting Lin Yang's firm refusal without further persistence. Lin Yang smiled politely and casually inquired, "Old Wang, what has you in such high spirits?" "Haha, have you noticed? I owe it all to you. If you hadn't purchased the dilapidated house of mine, I wouldn't be enjoying such good fortune today. My house was on the market for 6 months without a single inquiry. It was only thanks to you that I was able to secure some money. I used the proceeds to help Yo-Yo win her PK against other streamers that night, and she agreed to be my girlfriend. We met 3 times in just half a month. As old Wong recounted this, his smile broadened, his eyes squinting with joy as he exuberantly shared his bliss. Haha. Lin Yang, you wouldn't believe it. Yo-Yo is such a sweet girl. Every time we go out, it feels like my heart is bathed in honey. Lost in his own happiness, old Wong became more animated, entirely oblivious to the flicker of disdain that briefly crossed Lin Yang's face. During our last date, she leaned on my shoulder and told me how much she likes mature and steady men. I nearly swooned with joy. Old Wong gestured animatedly, his countenance radiating happiness as he reminisced about his moments with Yo-Yo. Lin Yang's lips curled into a polite smile, yet inwardly he mused. This old Wong is truly easy to deceive. He fails to realize that a young girl could hardly genuinely fancy an old man like him. It is undoubtedly his money that has captured her attention. However, he still complimented Lao Wang, saying, Lao Wang, you are truly remarkable. Your girlfriend is a young and beautiful internet celebrity. You are indeed ageless. Lao Wang, hearing Lin Yang's praise, smiled even more joyfully, the wrinkles on his face gathering together. Of course. With your youthful charm and such a fine car, you must surely find an even better girlfriend. After this exchange, Lao Wang declared, I owe you a meal next time. Yo-Yo is about to start her live stream. I must return to support her. With that, he hurriedly took his leave. As Lao Wang departed, Lin Yang watched his retreating figure, slightly furrowing his brow. He then saved the recording on his phone and turned to ascend the stairs. Once home, Lin Yang comfortably settled onto the balcony, a gentle breeze caressing him, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. He lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, allowing the fragrance of the tea to dance upon his palate. However, his mind was preoccupied with an important matter, finding a reliable lawyer to handle the issue of a refund and triple compensation from the 4S dealership. With this thought, Lin Yang set down his cup and picked up his phone, sending a message to Hu Qian. Hu Qian, do you happen to know any formidable lawyers? Soon. Hu Qian replied, I know quite a few lawyers, but they are all rather ordinary. Lin Yang frowned slightly at this response. It seemed he could not rely on Hu Qian after all. Undeterred, he quickly sent the same inquiry to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun, do you know any impressive lawyers? Zhang Jun's reply came swiftly. I don't know any personally, but Shirtsong has a relative who is quite a renowned lawyer. Let me ask him for you. Just a moment. Lin Yang nodded at this message and promptly replied, Thank you for your help. At that moment, Shirtsong was racking his brain on how to establish a connection with Lin Yang, still haunted by the failure of their last class reunion. This matter had consumed his thoughts for days. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Zhang Jun calling. Shirtsong, I recall that you have a relative who is quite an accomplished lawyer, right? Zhang Jun's voice came through the line. Yes, a distant cousin. She has been in the field for 10 years without a single defeat and currently serves as the legal supervisor at Runt Group. Why? Do you have a case for her assistance? I can certainly ask on your behalf, considering our long-standing friendship. Though Shirtsong said this, he secretly mused. What significant case could you possibly have? My cousin is not someone easily summoned, even for family. Not everyone can command her attention, not even longtime friends. It's not for me, it's Lin Yang. He asked if I knew any skilled lawyers, and you came to mind. Zhang Jun explained. Upon realizing that Lin Yang was seeking a lawyer, Shirtsong's previously casual demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes as he straightened in his seat, his voice involuntarily rising a few notes. Oh, it's Lin Yang. If only you had mentioned that sooner. This trivial matter rests upon my shoulders. I shall promptly reach out to my cousin, urging her to take on this case at all costs. Just moments ago, he was delicately declining, yet now his attitude has undergone a complete transformation. I was initially troubled about how to establish a connection with Lin Yang, and now, fortune has presented itself serendipitously. One must not overlook such a precious opportunity. As Shirtsong spoke, he was already perusing his phone's contact list for his cousin's number, fearing that even a moment's delay might cause him to miss the chance to serve Lin Yang. He also reminded Zhang Jun, you must quickly inform Lin Yang, assuring him that with me involved, this matter will be handled impeccably. My cousin is renowned in the industry for her prowess. With her on board, no case is insurmountable. Chapter 56, A Gift of a Home. Before long, Lin Yang received a message from Zhang Jun, informing him that the issue with the lawyer had been resolved, and Shirtsong had agreed to enlist the help of his relative. Just as he was processing this news, he received a WeChat notification indicating a friend request from Shirkong. Lin Yang promptly accepted the request and almost immediately received a message from him. Lin Yang, I have already spoken with my cousin. Please let me know when you are available to arrange a meeting for a detailed discussion. That sounds good. It's rather late today, so let's schedule it for tomorrow morning. All right, I will inform my cousin. By the way, here is her phone number. With the lawyer's issue settled, a heavy weight lifted from Lin Yang's heart. He leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. Yet his thoughts swiftly returned to the imminent announcement regarding the demolition of Jinling community, scheduled in 2 days. He understood that he could no longer remain in this neighborhood where he had lived for over 2 years, making the prospect of purchasing a new home an urgent matter. Lin Yang recalled the promotional flyer he had received earlier that afternoon. He intended to retrieve it for a closer examination, but despite rummaging through his pockets, he could not find it. Left with no other option, he opened his computer and began searching online for the finest residential communities in Xingqing. Through a comprehensive comparison, Lin Yang concluded that the most distinguished community in Xingqing was Bijiangbei. Beyond its exceptional residences, this community boasted top-tier amenities including property management, educational institutions, shopping centers, and hospitals. It was no wonder that it had become the epitome of luxury in Xingqing. Purchasing a property in Bijiangbei would indeed be a commendable choice. Although the prices were steep, starting at a minimum of 20 million, he was not in a position to complain about affordability. In the ward of Xingqing Third Hospital, the scent of disinfectant permeated the air. Chen Jinghua slowly opened his eyes, squinting against the harsh overhead lights. The rhythmic beeping of medical equipment confirmed that he was still alive. "Dad, you finally woke up," his daughter, Chen Qingqing, exclaimed, her voice laced with both relief and joy. A group of family members surrounded the bedside, their faces etched with concern, engaging in tender exchanges that infused warmth into the sterile room. With reddened eyes, Chen Qingqing reproached him gently. "Dad, knowing your health is poor, why did you go out to exercise alone? If it weren't for the kindness of a stranger who brought you to the hospital, who knows what might have happened?" A faint smile crept onto Chen Jinghua's lips as he weakly replied, "See, I'm fine now. Don't worry. But truly, I owe my gratitude to that young man. Had it not been for him, you might never have seen this old man again." Recalling the despair he felt during his medical emergency, Chen Jinghua shuddered at the memory. The indifference of those around him had pierced his heart like a knife. They had stood at a distance, fearful of being exploited, their gazes devoid of empathy, replaced instead by coldness and wariness, as if he were a terrifying creature. He had feared he would die alone, and that overwhelming sense of desolation had plunged him into darkness. Yet, the arrival of that young man was akin to a ray of light breaking through the gloom. His bravery and decisiveness restored Chen Jinghua's faith in humanity. Chen Jinghua silently vowed to express his profound gratitude to the life-saving benefactor. At that moment, he noticed a pamphlet on the ground, which happened to be the promotional material for Binhai Bay, a development he had initiated. He faintly recalled that this item had originally been in the pocket of the young man who had rescued him. Nodding thoughtfully, he realized that the young man must have appeared at Binhai Park with the intention of viewing the properties at Binhai Bay. "Xiaozhong, investigate the identity of the young man who saved me. I must extend my heartfelt thanks and gift him a residence at Binhai Bay." Chen Jinghua's voice, though frail, resonated with unwavering determination. "Of course, Chairman," Xiaozhong promptly replied, a wave of astonishment washing over him. The properties at Binhai Bay are the pinnacle of luxury, with each unit valued at a minimum of 20 million yuan. The notion that merely calling for an ambulance to save the chairman could yield such a monumental reward left Xiaozhong both amazed and envious. He regretted not accompanying the chairman himself, for had he done so, he might have been the one to save him. "Dad, while it is indeed right to express gratitude for a life saved, gifting a house is rather excessive, don't you think? You know the saying, a small favor should be repaid with a small gift." Chen Qingqing furrowed her brow, concern etched across her face. Chen Jinghua shook his head, replying earnestly, "You cannot fathom the depth of my despair at that moment." While others merely watched, that young man bravely stepped forward to save me. I have faith in his character. Not only should I gift him a residence, but it should be the finest one, the very unit across from yours. In Chen Jinghua's heart, the debt of gratitude for a life saved was as heavy as a mountain. A mere house could hardly convey the depth of his appreciation. Upon hearing that her father intended to bestow the best unit upon this stranger, Chen Qingqing's temper flared, and her expression turned serious. She stepped forward, clenching her fists tightly, her voice trembling with agitation. Dad, that unit holds a different significance. How can you casually offer it to a stranger? It is one of the finest residences at Binhai Bay, not only the largest in area, but also boasting the best view, and it holds special meaning. It is meant to be my dowry. How can you just give it away like that? A hint of helplessness flickered in Chen Jinggua's eyes, yet his resolve remained unshaken. He straightened slightly, meeting Qin Qingqing's gaze with earnestness. Qingqing, how can you not understand? If it were not for him, I would no longer be here. A house pales in comparison to my life. We must repay his kindness. Moreover, I see that the young man possesses good character. If he is not married, living across from you would allow for a lovely proximity, and perhaps a relationship could blossom. Qin Qingqing grimaced at the thought of her father suggesting she date someone else. Since recognizing her unique feelings for Lin Yang, she found it impossible to view other men favorably. She shook her head, stating, Dad, your daughter is still young. Please do not try to pair me with just anyone. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang left the hospital room, seeking out the attending nurse, and successfully located Lin Yang, the young man who had brought Qin Jinggua to the hospital. Upon returning to the ward, he found both Qin Jinggua and Qin Qingqing had ceased their argument. Their gazes fixed upon him. Qin Jinggua eagerly inquired, Xiao Zhang, have you found out? Who exactly is the young man who saved me? Xiao Zhang promptly nodded and respectfully replied, Chairman, we have discovered his identity. The person who rescued you is named Lin Yang. He called for an ambulance due to discomfort in his heart, and coincidentally, when you fell ill, the ambulance brought you both to the hospital. Upon hearing that the man who saved her father was named Lin Yang, Qin Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of profound complexity. Her eyes widened. Brimming with astonishment and uncertainty, her mouth slightly agape as if she wished to articulate something, but found herself momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and inquired urgently, Uncle Zhang, what is his name? Are you certain there is no mistake? Xiao Zhang, somewhat puzzled by Qin Qingqing's reaction, nonetheless affirmed. Indeed, it is Lin Yang, a native of Xiangxi. I recall that you spent some time there during your childhood. Do you know him? Qin Qingqing did not respond to Xiao Zhang's question. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. She never anticipated that the person who had saved her father would be Lin Yang, the man who had been haunting her dreams of late. Chapter 57. Exemption from property management and utility fees. How about it? Qingqing, do you know this individual? Qin Jinggua inquired, intrigued by his daughter's sudden interest in someone. No, I don't know him, Qin Qingqing instinctively denied. Qin Jinggua, being the mastermind behind such a vast conglomerate, could easily discern his daughter's sentiments. However, he chose not to press the matter further. Since she was reluctant to divulge, he would refrain from probing. Xiao Zhang, please contact the legal supervisor, Xie Jia, immediately. Have her draft the gift contract without delay. We shall present the finest apartment in Binjiang Bay to Lin Yang. As soon as the contract is ready, go and have him sign it. We can discuss other matters once I am discharged, he commanded. Understood, Chairman, Xiao Zhang replied promptly, setting to work at once. He exited the hospital room to call Xie Jia, urging her to expedite the preparation of the gift contract. He then placed a call to Lin Yang. Inside the hospital room, Qin Jinggua continued to observe Qin Qingqing intently. Feeling uncomfortable under her father's gaze, she remarked, Dad, why are you staring at me? Just a moment ago, you opposed my decision to gift a house to my savior. Why the sudden change of heart? I am merely respecting your choice. Since you have made up your mind, my objections would be futile. I would rather not disturb your peace, he replied. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Qingqing. By the way, Dad, our community's property management fees are rather steep, aren't they? It's 25 yuan per square meter. The apartment you're gifting is 800 square meters. That amounts to 20,000 yuan just for the property fee each month. Wouldn't this unnecessarily burden Lin Yang? Upon hearing this, Qin Jinggua's eyes twinkled with amusement. His daughter indeed knew Lin Yang, and their relationship must be significant. How else could she have initially opposed the gift, only to later suggest waiving the property fees? Qingqing, didn't you claim not to know him? Why the sudden concern? Not only do you agree to gift him the house, but you also wish to exempt him from the property fees. When did you become so considerate? Dad. Qin Qingqing felt her cheeks flush as her father saw through her thoughts. Qin Jinggua chuckled and shook his head. All right, you're not a child anymore. I want to oppose your affections for someone, regardless of their background. Our family has become the wealthiest in Qingqing, so there is no need for you to sacrifice your happiness for gain. However, one thing you must remember. Do not reveal your identity until you have thoroughly assessed his character. I understand, Dad. Well then, since you have feelings for him, pursue them bravely. Also, inform Uncle Zhang to exempt Lin Yang from all property management and utility fees. Thank you, Dad. Chen Qingqing was astonished that her father did not object to her affection for a man without a notable background. Once she regained her composure, she readily acquiesced. After finishing dinner, Lin Yang took a leisurely stroll before returning home and settled on the balcony to scroll through his phone. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted him. It was an unfamiliar number, and instinctively, he hung up. In this era of overwhelming information, his first thought upon receiving a call from an unknown number was that it could very well be a telemarketer or a scam. The phone rang once more, the same number flashing on the screen. He hung up again, contemplating the tenacity of these callers, likely peddling products or engaging in some deceitful scheme. Yet, the phone rang again, that same number. This time, he noticed it was a local number, evoking a flicker of curiosity within him. Who could be calling from an unfamiliar local number? After a moment's hesitation, he swiped the screen and pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yang? A courteous and gentle male voice greeted him from the other end. Yes, who is this? Lin Yang inquired, perplexed, racking his brain but unable to recall anyone with such a voice. Do you remember saving an elderly gentleman at Binjiang Park this afternoon? The caller's tone carried a hint of gratitude. Yes, what about it? Lin Yang chuckled. How could he forget the person he had rushed to save? To his surprise, the caller contacted him sooner than he had anticipated. Thanks to you, our chairman is safe. As a token of appreciation, we are prepared to gift you a luxurious flat at Binjiang Bay. The contract is being prepared. Would it be convenient for you to sign it now? I can have our legal representative meet you. Furthermore, once our chairman has recovered, he will express his gratitude in person. The notion of receiving a flat outright, especially one in such a prestigious location as Binjiang Bay, was astonishing. Even the smallest unit was valued at a minimum of 20 million. He had never expected that merely calling an ambulance and paying a 20,000 deposit to the hospital could yield a luxury residence worth at least 20 million. Moreover, this was not just a flat. He would also receive a personal thank you, indicating that further benefits might follow. It was undeniable that this act of kindness had proven invaluable. Chen Jinghua, the chairman, clearly understood the essence of gratitude, which explained his remarkable success in business, ascending to the pinnacle of wealth in Star City. Uncle Zhang, my father mentioned that the flat gifted to Lin Yang will come with waived property management and utility fees. A female voice suddenly chimed in from the other end of the line. Lin Yang recognized the voice as somewhat familiar, reminiscent of Chen Qingqing. Chen Qingqing also bore the surname Chen. Could she be related to Chen Jinghua? This thought flitted through his mind, intensifying his curiosity about the situation. Mr. Lin Yang, are you still on the line? Yes, he replied, snapping back to attention. I'm available at any time. Shall we meet at Slow Coffee on the first floor of Garden City? All right, I will notify our legal team. Let me check the map. She should be able to arrive in about half an hour. Sounds good. Lin Yang was taken aback by the efficiency of the arrangements. They were even making a night visit to finalize the contract. Once the contract was signed, the opulent flat would be his. He quickly gathered his belongings and headed out. Garden City was a large shopping complex near his residential area. Crossing the street, he arrived at Slow Coffee on the first floor of the mall, casually ordered a cup of coffee, and settled down to await the arrival of the representative. Before long, a woman clad in an elegant black suit entered the CAF, her steps imbued with grace and confidence. In her hand, she carried a minimalist briefcase of exquisite quality, perfectly complementing her overall appearance. She surveyed the interior of the establishment, her gaze swiftly honing in on Lin Yang, and then she approached him directly. Each step she took was light yet assured, as if propelled by an unseen force, exuding a compelling aura that drew the attention of several patrons within the CAF. Hello, Mr. Lin Yang. I am Xie Jia, the legal supervisor of Run Group. I have come today on behalf of the chairman to finalize the gift contract with you. As Xie Jia stood before Lin Yang, she offered a slight bow, her face adorned with a polite and professional smile. Her voice was melodious and clear, reminiscent of a mountain spring, making it particularly pleasant to hear. Greetings. Please. Have a seat. Would you like something to drink? I'll have an iced Americano, please. Very well. Lin Yang nodded and promptly signaled for a server to bring an iced Americano for Xie Jia. Once the drink was served, she took a delicate sip before leisurely retrieving a document from her briefcase. She placed the document gently on the table and then nudged it toward Lin Yang. This is the gift contract. The chairman intends to bestow upon you a spacious 800 square meter flat on the 36th floor of Building 2 in Binjiang Bay. With a market value of 40 million, alongside a lifetime waiver of property management fees and utility costs. As she spoke, she pointed to the key clauses within the contract. Please review the terms. If everything is satisfactory, kindly sign at the end. I will handle all the transfer procedures and ensure that the property certificate is delivered to you. Chapter 58. House viewing. Lin Yong meticulously perused the terms of the contract. It was a legitimate gift agreement, devoid of any discrepancies. He seized a pen and inscribed his name upon the document. After signing, Lin Yong reclined in his chair, his thoughts drifting back to his days working in the factory. On one occasion, the factory manager had summoned him to repair a faucet in a villa, where he inadvertently overheard the manager lamenting about the exorbitant electricity bill of 200 yuan for merely one night of central air conditioning. Over the course of a month, the electricity expenses soared to 6,000 yuan, which exceeded the monthly salary of many ordinary individuals. Moreover, regarding the property management fees, he had heard that those at Binjiangbei were of the highest caliber. In contrast, the property staff at Jinling Community were either missing teeth or had gray hair, whereas the personnel at Binjiangbei hailed from prestigious universities, specializing in aviation services, boasting striking physiques and appearances. After undergoing rigorous training, they became property management staff, naturally commanding a high fee of 25 yuan per square meter for a property with a minimum area of 400 square meters. The management fees alone amounted to 10,000 yuan per month, an expense beyond the reach of an average worker's 2-month salary. In the past, had he acquired such a residence, his only recourse would have been to sell it, as the combined costs of property management and utilities rendered it unaffordable. However, times had changed. The gains from the stock market had transformed his life dramatically, allowing him to accumulate enough daily profits to purchase another such house. To his surprise, the other party had shown considerable consideration by waiving these fees for life, perhaps under the impression that he was merely an ordinary person incapable of shouldering the expenses associated with luxury living. Once the contract was finalized, Xie Jia departed, and Lin Yong rose to return home. The following day, Lin Yong, as arranged, made his way to a CAF near Run Group to meet Shi Tsong's distant cousin, a renowned lawyer. Upon entering the CAF, he ordered a cup of coffee and settled into a quiet corner, awaiting the arrival of the attorney. Before long, a well-dressed woman in a suit appeared before him. "Hello, are you the guest introduced by my cousin?" she inquired politely. Lin Yong looked up, surprised, and responded, "Lawyer Xie." What a coincidence! It turned out that the person before him was none other than Xie Jia, whom he had met the previous evening. Sometimes, fate unfolds in the most remarkable ways. Xie Jia smiled in response. Initially, she had assumed he was merely an ordinary client referred by Shi Tsong, not anticipating any significant case, which is why she had not taken the meeting seriously. Her presence was simply a courtesy for Shi Kong. Little did she know, this man was the savior of the chairman, who had bestowed upon him the finest luxury apartment in Binjiangbei and waived all associated fees. Clearly, Lin Yong was held in high regard. From that moment onward, Xie Jia began to view Lin Yong with newfound respect. "May I inquire what legal matters you require assistance with, Mr. Lin?" she asked courteously. "Upon visiting the Maybach 4S dealership, I acquired a Maybach S580, priced at 2.84 million, culminating in a total cost of 3.489 million. However, the vehicle's wheels did not correspond with those listed on the configuration sheet, leading to my demand for a refund and triple compensation." Upon hearing this, Xie Jia furrowed her brow slightly, her expression turning grave. Typically, luxury car dealerships possess their own legal teams adept at handling such cases, making them quite formidable, particularly with claims of refund and triple compensation. While such cases are not uncommon, successful outcomes are exceedingly rare. This is not solely due to the tenacity of their legal counsel, but also because the evidence provided by clients often fails to form a cohesive chain of proof. I inquired about the evidence at your disposal that substantiates your claim of receiving an incorrect vehicle. I possess a customs declaration, shipping records, and an inspection report from the dealership, and the car has remained at the 4S store without being collected, Lin Yong replied methodically, having prepared in advance. Gathering these pieces of evidence based on the information provided, Xie Jia, taken aback, gazed at Lin Yong in astonishment. "Mr. Lin, may I ask if you studied law at university? Even the evidence prepared by professionals may not be as comprehensive as yours. With this, I am confident I can facilitate your request for a refund and triple compensation within a week." Lin Yong smiled, stating, "I studied mechanical engineering, which has no relation to law, but I have come across such matters online frequently and have garnered some understanding. What a pity it is. Had you pursued law, you would undoubtedly be a renowned lawyer by now. Xiejia had never anticipated that someone without a legal background could possess such a keen sense of legal awareness. And thus her words were heartfelt. I would like to inquire about your fees. Lin Yang understood that the lawyer's fees were a crucial aspect that needed clarification. 10% of the case amount. No, 5%. Xiejia pondered briefly before providing a reasonable quote. Aware of the ample evidence in this case and the high likelihood of success, she willingly made some concessions regarding her fees. Very well, Lin Yang readily agreed. He had previously learned that the more challenging the case, the higher the fees, but with his robust evidence, achieving a favorable outcome at a lower cost was entirely reasonable. After finalizing the details and handing over the evidence to Xiejia, Lin Yang departed from the CAF. His steps were light, and his spirits elevated. He was confident that, with the assistance of Xiejia, a professional lawyer, he would successfully assert his rights and hold the 4S dealership accountable for their fraudulent actions. Moreover, with the matter entrusted to the lawyer, he no longer had to worry, merely awaiting the compensation. After leaving the CAF, Lin Yang drove to the Binjiang Bay community. With the Jinding community on the verge of demolition, he had initially considered purchasing a property, but now, having saved a wealthy individual and received a spacious apartment as a gift, he decided to visit and assess the situation. The apartments at Binjiang Bay are fully renovated, ready for immediate occupancy, thus saving him considerable effort. He decided to go ahead and take a look. If everything appeared satisfactory, he would purchase some daily necessities and move in. In the Zhongnan automobile world, at the Maybach dealership, Li Rue remarked, "Has your client yet to pick up the car?" "I called, and he mentioned he would come to collect it in the next couple of days," came the reply. "Indeed, since the payment has already been made. The timing of the collection does not affect your commission." Reflecting on the day she sold the car, Liu felt fortunate. When Lin Yang visited the dealership, the other salespeople were exceedingly enthusiastic towards him. However, she, being Li Xiaojia's cousin and aware of Lin Yang's true circumstances, merely a man of modest means, held him in disdain. To her surprise, he ultimately chose her as his sales representative and successfully sold a nearly 3 million S580, likely due to his lingering affection for Li Xiaojia. Selecting her in consideration of their connection, she promptly messaged Xiaojia, informing her of Lin Yang's luxury car purchase, pondering how they were faring now. As she took out her phone to inquire about Li Xiaojia, a sharply dressed woman in a sleek black suit entered, carrying a briefcase. Chapter 59, A Refund of Threefold. Good day, madam. How may I assist you? Liu immediately recognized that the woman entering the shop was adorned in high-end designer attire. Each piece of her ensemble undoubtedly worth a small fortune. The entire outfit likely surpassed her several months' salary. She mused to herself that this was a significant client who deserved her utmost attention. With a beaming smile plastered across her face, she rushed forward to offer her services, almost as if the words to please were written upon her countenance. "I am here to collect the vehicle on behalf of Lin Yang. Here is the authorization letter," Xiejia stated as she handed the document to Liu. Liu promptly accepted the letter and meticulously examined it. After confirming its authenticity, her smile widened even further. "Ah, so you are a friend of Mr. Lin. Please, follow me. The car is already prepared for you." With that, she led Xiejia to the new vehicle. To emphasize the importance of the occasion, every client retrieving a vehicle underwent a grand delivery ceremony. Liu had arranged for staff to adorn the area around the car with an abundance of flowers, and had even prepared exquisite champagne and snacks. Liu personally opened the car door for Xiejia, inviting her to experience the interior while enthusiastically detailing the myriad features and advantages of the vehicle. Her fervor akin to that of a proud owner, showcasing her prized possession. During the delivery ceremony, Liu not only passionately explained the vehicle's functions but also demonstrated various intelligent operations. From the multi-directional adjustments of the seats to the utilization of the advanced driving assistance system, she elucidated every detail with utmost care. Behold, this seat massage function boasts 5 distinct modes, which, when activated during long journeys, can effectively alleviate fatigue and provide exceptional comfort. And look at this intelligent navigation system. It offers real-time traffic updates and assists in planning the most efficient routes, Liu remarked, all the while manipulating the central control screen, her face radiant with enthusiasm. In the vehicle inspection phase, Liu was particularly meticulous. Armed with a flashlight, she circled the car, scrutinizing its exterior for even the slightest scratch, and lifted the hood to verify the fluid levels were all within normal parameters. "Rest assured, we have conducted a comprehensive inspection of this vehicle prior to delivery," Every detail has been meticulously perfected, Li Yu assured Xie Jia, patting her chest confidently. Once all the formalities and explanations were concluded, Li Yu invited Xie Jia to stand in front of the car for a commemorative photograph. A staff member presented an elegantly crafted car key, and Li Yu had even prepared a delightful token for Xie Jia, a custom-made Maybach emblem keychain. Congratulations on securing this magnificent vehicle for Mr. Lin Yang. May it provide him with a splendid travel experience, Li Yu proclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement over the successful transaction. However, just as Li Yu was basking in the moment, Xie Jia suddenly furrowed her brow. Wait a moment. The wheel size appears incorrect, she said, pointing at the wheels with a frown. The certificate states that this Maybach S580 should have 20-inch wheels, yet the delivered vehicle is equipped with 19-inch wheels. Upon hearing those words, Li Yu's smile abruptly froze on her face, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic, and she inwardly lamented the dire situation. Their 4S dealership had always followed this unscrupulous practice, removing certain components from imported vehicles and replacing them with cheaper aftermarket parts. The disassembled parts were then resold to customers at inflated prices. How could the employee responsible for replacing parts have been so careless as to miscalculate the size of the wheel rim, and worse yet, have it discovered by the customer? How could this possibly be? I shall verify this immediately, Li Yu hastily replied, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Just moments ago, she had been reveling in the joy of selling a luxury car, dreaming of substantial commissions, only to be confronted with such an unexpected turn of events. She hurriedly sought out the manager of the 4S dealership. When the manager arrived, he examined the vehicle and the documentation, his expression darkening. The original wheel rim for this car was indeed 19 inches, he attempted to explain. Xie Jia let out a derisive laugh, producing the customs declaration and assertively stating, as far as I know, this vehicle is an original import, and the declaration clearly states 20 inches. How could the original be 19 inches? Faced with the impossibility of maintaining the facade, the manager was forced to alter his story. I remember now. The wheel rim was damaged during transport, so we replaced it with a 19-inch one and forgot to switch it back upon delivery. Hearing this explanation, Xie Jia became even more convinced that the 4S dealership was engaging in deliberate fraud. As a professional lawyer, she was acutely aware of the provisions in the Consumer Rights Protection Law concerning fraudulent activities, which mandate triple compensation for damages. In her view, the dealership had not only concealed information regarding the vehicle's wheel rim, but had also repeatedly altered their explanation regarding the discrepancy in size. Such actions severely infringed upon the consumer's right to information and fair trade. Since the 4S dealership had crossed a legal boundary, they must face the consequences. She stated bluntly, your repeated changes in narrative raise serious doubts about the credibility of your statements. The manager furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Despite her youth, she was quite the adversary. However, having sold cars for many years, he had encountered all types of clients and was not easily intimidated. Madam, the incorrect wheel rim size was indeed our oversight, and we are willing to rectify this. How about this? We will immediately replace the wheel rim. And to compensate for the unpleasant purchasing experience, we will additionally offer you a maintenance package valued at 50,000 yuan. What do you think? Xie Jia scoffed at this offer, coldly retorting, in that case, we shall meet in court. She understood that it would be challenging to secure compensation from the 4S dealership at this point, and further discussion would be futile. Without hesitation, she drove away from the dealership in her new car. Manager, are you just going to let her drive away like that? Li Yu expressed her confusion at how easily Xie Jia had taken the car. The manager, displaying a demeanor of indifference, remarked, our establishment boasts the most formidable legal department. Over the years, we have never encountered issues stemming from such matters. Even if the case were to progress to court, we possess ample strategies to address it, so there is no need for concern. After departing from the 4S dealership, Xie Jia promptly dialed Lin Yang, meticulously recounting the sequence of events. Mr. Lin, the 4S dealership has adopted a rather obstinate stance, outright rejecting our request for compensation. However, rest assured, I have already prepared the necessary legal documents, and we shall proceed with legal action. I sense that the issues with this dealership are quite significant. The matter of replacing the wheel hubs is undoubtedly more complex than it appears. I plan to dispatch someone to investigate their operations further, in hopes of uncovering additional evidence. Very well, Lawyer Xie. I entrust this matter entirely to your capable hands. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. As Lin Yang arrived at the entrance of the Binjiang Bay community, he received Xie Jia's call. His intention had been to avoid trouble by delegating this issue to her, naturally granting her full authority to manage it. As the process was of little concern to him, he only sought a favorable outcome. Upon concluding the call, a sharply dressed gentleman emerged, briskly making his way towards him. His hair was impeccably styled, and his polished shoes gleamed with brilliance. Every detail exuded professionalism and refinement. "Good day, sir. I am Zhang Homin, the steward of Binjiang Bay. How may I assist you?" Zhang's voice carried an appropriate level of respect, complemented by a professionally affable smile that struck a balance between warmth and decorum. Chapter 60. The luxurious apartment ready for move-in. Lin Yang nodded slightly. "I am the owner of apartment 3601 in Building 2. I came to inspect the property." Zhang Homin was taken aback. Building 2, with its 36 stories, housed some of the finest residences in the entire community, boasting not only the largest area but also an unparalleled view of the river. He could hardly believe that this youthful individual before him had the means to inhabit such luxury. He speculated that perhaps this was yet another discreetly affluent second-generation heir. Zhang Homin quickly retrieved his phone, accessed the internal application, and entered the property information. Instantly, the details of the owner, Lin Yang, materialized on the screen. Upon seeing the name, Zhang's heart jolted. He was intimately familiar with this name. A neighbor from his village shared the same moniker, and they had been classmates in the first grade. However, due to a few months' age difference, he had repeated a year, resulting in him being a grade lower than Lin Yang. In his recollections, Lin Yang had always excelled academically, eventually gaining admission to a prestigious university. Yet, he had later heard that Lin's fortunes had not fared well. His family continued to reside in their old house and had not acquired a vehicle. Zhang Homin glanced at Lin Yang, noticing his remarkable demeanor. Every gesture exuded composure and confidence, indicative of someone who possessed both wealth and refinement. This innate charisma was something that ordinary individuals could never feign. He silently dismissed the notion that the individual in the vehicle could be the same person. "It must be a case of a namesake. Esteemed owner, I shall assist you in entering your license plate information into the system, allowing you access to the underground parking garage. If you are unfamiliar with the community's roads, I would be pleased to guide you." Zhang Homin's attitude became increasingly courteous as he eagerly offered his assistance to Lin Yang. Lin Yang nodded slightly and responded, "Thank you. Please, let me ride with you and guide me. Drive slowly, I will lead the way." Zhang Homin did not enter the vehicle but swiftly input Lin Yang's license plate information into the application, then jogged ahead to show the way. Lin Yang drove slowly behind him, ultimately entering the underground garage and smoothly parking in his designated space. After securing the vehicle, Lin Yang surveyed his surroundings, feeling a sense of familiarity with the garage. It seemed reminiscent of the last time he visited Qin Qingqing's home, where her car had also been parked nearby. Could it be that his newly acquired residence was in the same building as hers? At that moment, Zhang Homin sprinted to the elevator, promptly pressed the button, and then, with one hand blocking the elevator door, gestured respectfully, saying, "Mr. Lin, after you." Lin Yang entered the elevator, and only then did Zhang Homin release his hold and quickly follow suit. Once inside, he hastily pressed the floor button and stood quietly beside Lin Yang, awaiting their ascent. Initially, Lin Yang felt a sense of familiarity upon encountering Zhang Homin, and now, in the confined space of the elevator, he scrutinized his companion more closely. Zhang Homin donned a pair of black-framed glasses, and the clever glint in his eyes behind the lenses instantly reminded Lin Yang of his childhood classmate. Tentatively, he whispered, "Zhang Xin?" Upon hearing the name Zhang Xiyuan, Zhang Homin's entire body jolted, nearly causing the walkie-talkie in his hand to slip from his grasp. Slowly raising his head, his eyes widened to the size of copper bells, mouth slightly agape, his face etched with disbelief. A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. How could this be? This distinguished homeowner. How could he possibly be that neighbor from the same village? His gaze brimmed with confusion and astonishment, fixated on Lin Yang, as if seeking some familiar trace upon his face. After a few seconds, Zhang Homin finally regained his composure and exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, you are Lin Yang. The Lin Yang from our village." Lin Yang, observing Zhang Homin's exuberance, couldn't help but chuckle, patting him on the shoulder. "Haha, it's been so many years. And you've become so serious." Zhang Homin laughed in response, "Please don't tease me. It's all for the sake of living. As a steward, one misstep can lead to complaints from homeowners, and while losing a bit of salary is minor, losing one's job is substantial. I never imagined you would be living in such a luxurious house. This is one of the finest residences in Binjiang Bay. You truly are a person of hidden depths." Lin Yong modestly waved his hand, replying, "It's merely a stroke of luck. By the way, how do you find your work as a steward?" Zhang Homin puffed out his chest, a hint of pride illuminating his face. "Being a steward here is wonderful. The demands are high, but the rewards are quite generous, even surpassing those of an airline steward. Furthermore, Binjiang Bay is renowned for its upscale community. I feel quite honored to work here." Suddenly, he recalled something. Of course. No matter how good it is, it cannot compare to even a fraction of what you possess. Even if I spent my entire life as a steward, I could never afford a grand house like yours. Ding. The elevator reached the 36th floor. At that moment, the doors slid open, interrupting their conversation. Zhang Homin quickly remembered his responsibilities, reverting to his role as a steward. He promptly invited Lin Yong out of the elevator and led him to the door of the residence. Every entrance in the community is equipped with facial recognition technology. Simply align your face with the peephole, and it will scan automatically. As he spoke, he gestured towards the position of the peephole, his eyes filled with professionalism and patience. Lin Yong nodded slightly, stepping forward and directing his gaze at the peephole. In an instant, a soft beep sounded, and the entrance door slowly opened automatically. Seeing this, Zhang Homin hastened a few steps forward, gently pushing the door open with both hands while gracefully gesturing for Lin Yong to enter, a warm smile adorning his face. "Mr. Lin, please come in." As Lin Yong stepped inside, the sight before him was nothing short of breathtaking. The interior design exuded simplicity intertwined with luxury, strikingly similar to the layout of Chun Qingqing's home, yet possessing a unique charm of its own. The floors were adorned with polished marble tiles, each piece meticulously fitted together, reflecting a soft glow under the cascading light. Above, a uniquely designed crystal chandelier sparkled brilliantly, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, infusing the entire space with an air of romance and elegance. The living room is spacious and illuminated, with a 270-degree viewing balcony that is particularly captivating. Standing on the balcony, one faces the Xiang River, where the gentle breeze caresses the face, offering a refreshing coolness. In the distance, the shimmering waters of the Xiang River glisten under the sunlight, radiating a golden glow. Lin Yong meticulously observes everything within the abode, discovering that not only is the decor exquisite, but the furnishings are also comprehensive. The sofa, crafted from supple genuine leather, offers a delicate touch, enveloping one in its comforting embrace. The coffee table, made from natural solid wood, displays a clear grain that exudes the beauty of nature. However, the space lacks certain household items, indicating that with the acquisition of a few daily necessities, he could promptly move into this cozy new home. After inspecting the residence, Lin Yong expresses his satisfaction and turns to Zhang Homin, smiling as he says, "Thank you for your assistance. I will head to the supermarket to purchase some essentials before moving into my new place." Zhang Homin promptly nods, responding warmly, "Mr. Lin, you are too kind. It is my duty to assist you. Allow me to accompany you to the garage to retrieve your vehicle." Throughout the journey, Zhang Homin maintains an appropriate distance behind Lin Yong, attentively introducing the locations and specialties of nearby supermarkets, detailing which ones offer a wide variety of household goods, which have fresher produce, and where the latest promotional activities are taking place, demonstrating his thorough knowledge. Lin Yong listens quietly, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the garage, Lin Yong opens the car door and settles inside. Zhang Homin steps forward swiftly, gently closing the door for him, and courteously states, "Mr. Lin, take care. Should you need anything, feel free to contact me." Lin Yong lowers the car window, smiling in gratitude, before starting the vehicle and slowly driving out of the community. Just as Zhang Homin returns to his office, having not yet had the chance to sit down for a drink, the phone suddenly rings. He glances at the caller ID and sees it is his mother calling. He swipes the screen to answer the call. "Son, the Qingming festival is approaching. Will you be coming back?" Zhang Homin nods slightly. "We have adjusted our holiday schedule, and I will return a day later for Qingming." His mother replies softly, "All right. Just remember to drive your newly purchased car back. Your third aunt's son bought a BMW, something like an i3, with its rear end lifted high. Bring back your grand Benz to show him." Chapter 61. The announcement of relocation the following day, Lin Yong was roused from his slumber by a cacophony outside. Groggily, he glanced at the time. It was barely past 8, but the commotion outside his residence resembled the bustling atmosphere of a marketplace. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he donned his slippers and lazily ambled to the balcony to peer below. To his astonishment, a throng of people surrounded the community bulletin board, forming a dense crowd that was nearly impenetrable. Conversations buzzed around him, each voice filled with an unmistakable excitement. "Our neighborhood is being relocated," a woman shouted, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. "After all these years of waiting, this day has finally arrived." Another man, his face alight with surprise, remarked with sparkling eyes, "Indeed. The notice just posted, black on white. How could it be false?" A young man waved his phone, displaying a freshly captured image of the relocation announcement. Hearing this, a smile involuntarily crept across Lin Yang's lips. After waiting for half a month, the long-anticipated relocation was finally upon him. Prior to this, he had astutely acquired all 10 available units in the Jinling community based on insider information. With the current compensation standards for relocation, he anticipated a payout of around 40 to 50 million. After deducting his costs, he would still reap over 90% in profit, a staggering fortune. The funds he had invested in Foodie battery stocks were appreciating at a remarkable rate of 20% daily, serving as a crucial foundation for his wealth, which he was reluctant to touch. However, the relocation compensation would be readily accessible, and once he signed the contract, he could return to his hometown in triumph. Previously, due to his lack of accomplishment, he always felt hesitant to return home, fearful that the gossip would pierce him like daggers. Now, having finally achieved a measure of success, he felt confident enough to make the journey back. Standing quietly on the balcony, he observed the jubilant crowd below celebrating the relocation. And he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy himself. Why has the Jinling community suddenly been slated for relocation? A bespectacled young man inquired, his face adorned with confusion. It's rumored to be part of urban renewal, and this time, the compensation will adhere to new standards. There's quite a sum to be had, an informed elder proclaimed proudly, as if he had already secured the generous compensation. Wonderful. My house is in shambles, leaking during rainy days. Finally, we can look forward to moving into a new home. An elderly woman exclaimed, her hands clasped in excitement, her eyes filled with dreams of a brighter future. The residents of the community, upon hearing the news of the relocation, were ecstatic, akin to the joyous spirit of a festival. The atmosphere was electric as everyone shared the news, their elation rapidly spreading throughout the neighborhood. Some beamed with radiant smiles, revealing their bright white teeth, while others clasped their neighbors' hands tightly, sharing in the thrill and joy. Children darted through the crowd, their laughter ringing out. Although they scarcely understood the implications of the relocation, they were swept up in the adults' fervor, celebrating alongside them. The entire community was enveloped in a sea of joy, with each individual dreaming of a promising new life ahead. Old Wang hummed a cheerful tune as he stepped into the neighborhood, his gait lively, and the remnants of last night's delightful date still lingering on his face. He had just spent a splendid evening with the charming, and his mind was filled with her sweet smile and gentle words, still basking in the enchantment of the night before. Suddenly, he noticed a crowd gathered around the notice board, animatedly discussing something, the lively scene resembling a pot of boiling water. Old Wang's curiosity was piqued, and he hurried over, exerting considerable effort to squeeze into the throng. What could possibly have everyone so elated? He called out, a curious smile gracing his features. Among the crowd, someone recognized him. "Old Wang, I remember you sold your house a fortnight ago, didn't you?" He puffed out his chest with pride. "Indeed, I sold it for quite a sum. You wouldn't believe how difficult it is to sell properties in our neighborhood. No one wanted them." That young lad seemed eager, seeing my price drop. I managed to charm him into paying in full. The very next day, we swiftly completed the transfer. "Are you looking to sell your place as well? I could help you get in touch with him." He is quite gullible. Recalling that day brought a sly smile to Old Wang's face, as if he had accomplished something exceptionally clever. "Alas, Old Wang, you sold at a loss," someone remarked with a look of regret. "We just received notice that our community is included in the urban redevelopment plan and will soon face complete demolition." These words struck Old Wang like a bolt from the blue, instantly freezing his smile. The sparkle in his once vibrant eyes faded away. His face turned pale as if all blood had drained from it. What did you say?" His voice trembled, tinged with disbelief. "Indeed, Old Wang. I've heard that the compensation standards are quite generous. A single unit could yield several million." Another chimed in, excitement evident in his tone. "Just think, if you had waited a little longer to sell, you would have benefited from the demolition." The surrounding voices echoed in agreement, each word like a sharp knife piercing Old Wang's heart. He felt darkness envelop him, his body swaying as he nearly collapsed to the ground. His mind was a blank slate, consumed by a single thought reverberating incessantly. "I sold at a loss. I missed out on millions." His hands instinctively clenched into fists, nails digging deep into his palms. yet he felt not a trace of pain. His lips quivered as he struggled to articulate something. Yet no words escaped his mouth. The sounds of laughter and merriment around him were now jarring, as if cruelly mocking his folly. He was engulfed in regret, cursing himself for hastily selling the house, for not waiting just half a month longer. However, it was too late to turn back the clock. Simultaneously, those who had sold their homes to Lin Yong were receiving calls and messages from friends and family. When they learned of the impending demolition of their homes, it felt as if a thunderbolt had struck them, leaving them utterly stunned. Mr. Zhang was leisurely seated on the sofa, engrossed in his television when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was an old classmate calling, so he casually answered, "Hello, Old Chen, what is the matter?" On the other end, Old Chen's voice brimmed with astonishment and regret. "Mr. Zhang, have you heard? The Jinling community is set to be demolished, and the compensation is substantial. You sold your house at a loss." Mr. Zhang's smile instantly froze on his face, and the remote control slipped from his grasp with a resounding thud onto the floor. Stammering, he replied, What did you say? Demolition? How is that possible? I just sold it half a month ago." Old Chen sighed. "It's absolutely true. The community has just posted the announcement, and everyone is buzzing about it. What terrible luck you have." Mr. Zhang remained seated on the sofa, his mind a blank canvas, with only the words demolition and compensation echoing in his thoughts. He recalled how, at the time of the sale, he had felt a sense of relief at having successfully parted with the property, but now he realized he had been a complete fool. He struck his thigh in frustration, lamenting, "How could I have been so foolish? If I had just waited another half-month, that house could have brought me millions. Now, it's all gone to someone else." The more he pondered, the angrier and more regretful he became, wishing he could turn back time. Meanwhile, another seller, Sisterly, was sighing despondently at her phone screen. Messages from relatives regarding the community's demolition flashed incessantly in her WeChat. Her hands trembled slightly as she read the messages. Her heart a tumult of emotions. She murmured to herself, "Had I known it would be demolished, I would have sold everything to keep that house." Then there was Brother Wang, who, upon learning of the demolition news, locked himself in his room. Sitting on the edge of his bed with his hands clasped over his head, he sighed repeatedly. His wife knocked anxiously at the door, asking, "Honey, what's wrong? Please open the door." Brother Wang remained silent, consumed by self-reproach. He regretted not having inquired more about the situation beforehand. Now, he could only watch helplessly as others reaped the rewards of generous demolition compensation. Chapter 62. Exploiting the power of public opinion. Old Wang returned home in a daze. Collapsing onto the sofa, his eyes vacant, his mind echoing with the news of the impending demolition and the realization of the fortune he had let slip away. Overwhelmed with regret, he berated himself, cradling his head in his hands, his body trembling slightly. Suddenly, his phone rang, shattering the silence of the room. Irritated, Old Wang reached for the device, intending to end the call, only to discover it was Yu on the line. His eyes brightened momentarily, akin to catching a glimpse of dawn in the darkness. His previously despondent mood ignited with excitement. This marked the first time Yu had taken the initiative to call him. He straightened up, smoothed his hair, cleared his throat, and answered, "Brother Wang, I heard that your community is about to be demolished. You must be in line for substantial compensation. Congratulations." Yu's melodious voice resonated through the receiver. The mention of demolition, however, weighed heavily on Old Wang's heart, and his expression darkened once more. With a sigh tinged with sorrow, he lamented to Yu, "Indeed, my community is slated for demolition, but it doesn't concern me. I sold my house a fortnight ago." "What? You sold your house before the demolition?" Yu exclaimed in surprise, her voice rising in pitch. "Yes. The transfer has already been completed, and the property certificate has been issued. There's no use regretting it now," Old Wang replied, his tone laden with despair and remorse. "That cannot be. Brother Wang, you must trust me. I will help you devise a plan. Even if we cannot retrieve the house, we can mitigate the losses." Yu assured him. Old Wang had long harbored similar thoughts but had been at a loss for effective solutions. With her encouragement, he readily agreed, as though seizing a lifeline. Eagerly exclaiming, "All right, come over now, and we shall discuss how to proceed." Before long, Yu arrived at Old Wang's residence. She was a woman in her 40s. Though not young, she retained an alluring charm. Dressed fashionably, her long, wavy hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and her refined makeup accentuated her bright eyes and prominent nose. Clad in a fitted dress that accentuated her graceful figure, she walked elegantly in high heels. Upon seeing her, Old Wang was momentarily captivated. "Brother Wang, time is of the essence. We must quickly devise a feasible plan. Old Wang, fraught with anxiety, paced the room, his brow furrowed deeply as he lamented. I am utterly distressed. How can this be resolved? Millions have slipped away just like that. Do not fret, Brother Wang. Let us sit down and strategize. They settled on the sofa, their heads bent together as they whispered and occasionally scribbled notes on paper. Suddenly, Yu Yu's eyes sparkled with an idea. Brother Wang, she began, gesturing animatedly, let me tell you, the online community is most sympathetic towards the vulnerable. If we portray your plight as tragic and juxtapose it with this dismal environment, it is bound to resonate with many. You can claim to have been deceived, that someone tricked you out of your house. Old Wang listened attentively, nodding incessantly. A flicker of anticipation crossing his face, yet a tinge of apprehension lingered as he inquired, will this truly work? What if someone sees through our ruse? Yu Yu patted Old Wang on the shoulder, reassuringly stating, fear not, Brother Wang, as long as you perform convincingly, no one shall suspect a thing. The online audience remains utterly oblivious to the truth. If we steer them well, they will undoubtedly rally behind us. Having concluded their discussion, the two commenced their meticulous preparations. Old Wang rummaged through the closet, donning a worn outfit from many years past, tattered and frayed, adorned with several patches. It hung loosely upon him. He then applied some glue to simulate snot, smearing it across his face to achieve a deliberately filthy appearance, which was rather repulsive. Coupled with days of unwashed hair, which clumped together and clung greasily to his scalp, he presented a rather disheveled image. Meanwhile, Yu Yu busied herself organizing the room, tossing items haphazardly to enhance the chaotic ambience. She deliberately sourced some dilapidated furniture and household goods, placing them prominently to cultivate an aura of destitution. Once preparations were finalized, Yu Yu instructed Old Wang, Brother Wang, take a moment to gather your emotions. During the live broadcast, it is imperative that you convey a sense of despair and helplessness. Old Wang inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as he recalled the anguish of missing out on relocation compensation, his expression gradually morphing into one of torment and distortion. Brother Wang, are you ready? I shall commence the live stream. Yu Yu called out from the doorway, smartphone in hand. Darling, I am ready. Old Wang lay on the bed, responding weakly, his voice laden with despair and suffering. All right. Yu Yu received the signal and swiftly exited the room, initiating the broadcast. Positioned at the doorway, she held her phone, her face adorned with concern and indignation, eloquently narrating, Dear viewers, today we shall forego our usual dance, as we have encountered a particularly infuriating situation. This gentleman has toiled tirelessly for the better part of his life, painstakingly saving to purchase this dilapidated abode. Yet, half a month ago, he was deceived and lost his home. Now he is homeless, forced to reside in this filthy and chaotic garage within the community. As she spoke, she pushed open the garage door, slowly guiding the camera into the interior. The lens first surveyed the disorderly space, littered with various items, worn clothing carelessly strewn aside. While an old bed occupied one corner, its wrinkled bedding exuding an unpleasant odor. The camera then focused on Old Wang, who appeared disheveled, his greasy hair plastered to his scalp, strands falling over his forehead. With glue simulating snot smeared across his face, he looked grimy, clad in the shabby, patched clothing. Pitifully lying on the bed, his eyes reflecting profound despair and helplessness. Alas, I find myself in a pitiful predicament. I have been deceived regarding my home and now reside in a garage adjacent to a public restroom. As Old Wang wept, he wiped away his tears with his grimy hands, his body trembling slightly. Upon entering the live broadcast, viewers were immediately incensed by this scene, and the screen was inundated with a flurry of comments. Such villainy is intolerable. How could such a swindler exist? He must be held accountable. We must ensure he returns the house. It embodies the hard work of my brother. Let us expose this charlatan, revealing his information so that he may think twice before deceiving others. This is utterly outrageous. Such individuals deserve the full force of the law and must not be allowed to roam freely. My brother is truly unfortunate. A lifetime of labor has vanished in an instant. May justice be swiftly served. The host must assist my brother, and we shall rally behind you. This fraud deserves to be banished from the internet, leaving him with no refuge. The comments scrolled rapidly, capturing the viewer's righteous indignation in vivid detail. The atmosphere in the live room was charged with anger, as everyone clamored to identify the deceiver and ensure he faced the consequences he so richly deserves. The notice for the community's demolition had already been posted. I now possess my own home. Just yesterday, I placed some daily necessities inside, and this morning, as I gazed from the balcony, Lin Yang returned indoors to organize his belongings, preparing to move to his new residence. At that moment, The phone rang. It was Little Lee from the real estate agency, who had assisted in the purchase of 10 old houses in the community. Swiping the screen, he answered the call. "Hello, Brother Lin. You must tune into the live broadcast. That old Wong, who sold you the house, is now accusing you online, claiming you defrauded him of his property. The viewers are calling for your condemnation." Lin Yang chuckled, marveling at old Wong's efficiency in handling matters. Nevertheless, he remained untroubled, for he had received advance intelligence and had prepared countermeasures. The recording of his conversation with old Wong from days prior was now ready to be put to use. Chapter 63. Fermentation. The time for counterattack has arrived. Lin Yang sincerely expressed his gratitude to Xiaoli, thanking him for the reminder about the live-streaming incident involving Lao Wang and Yu Yu. After hanging up the phone, he swiftly opened Douyin and typed Yu Yu's name into the search bar, entering her live-streaming room. The scene that greeted Lin Yang caused him to furrow his brows. The live stream had a scant audience, only a few dozen souls present. In the frame, Lao Wang lay on the bed, lamenting his plight. "I am so pitiful, deceived out of my home. Now I can only reside in the garage, homeless." His voice was laden with despair and anguish, and any uninformed listener would surely be moved to compassion. Beside him, Yu Yu stood, smartphone in hand, her face a mixture of concern and indignation as she passionately addressed the camera. "Dear friends, Brother Wang is truly unfortunate. We must seek justice for him." Her words dripped with incitement, each syllable igniting the fury of the viewers. Observing this spectacle, Lin Yang felt no stirrings of emotion within. He silently lamented the nature of humanity. Once personal interests were at stake, the masks would be discarded without hesitation, revealing the truest essence. He understood that Lao Wang and Yu Yu intended to leverage their sob story and emotional manipulation to coerce him into relinquishing a portion of the compensation from the redevelopment. However, Lin Yang remained unaffected. If these two dared to set their sights on him, they should not expect leniency. At that moment, Lin Yang had no intention of releasing the recording. He recognized that the timing was not yet ripe, although releasing the recording now could exonerate him. The insufficient impact of the incident would not lead to any repercussions for Lao Wang and Yu Yu. Thus, he resolved to bide his time, allowing the situation to fester, its influence to broaden, before unleashing the pivotal evidence for a decisive blow. Lin Yang's gaze was fixed on the incessantly rolling comments in the live stream. While the viewers were indeed outraged, the matter had yet to gain traction beyond a limited circle. Despite Yu Yu's lengthy broadcast, the audience barely exceeded 100. At this rate, it seemed uncertain when the situation would escalate. A spark of determination flickered in his eyes. If that were the case, he would take the initiative and fan the flames of this farce. Without hesitation, he contributed a sum of 10,000 yuan to boost the traffic to Yu Yu's live stream. In an instant, the number of viewers surged like a rocket, climbing from a mere few dozen to hundreds, and then swiftly surpassing thousands. The momentum remained unabated until the count stabilized at 15,000, gradually leveling off. Yu Yu, who had been anxious over the sparse attendance in her stream, suddenly witnessed the influx of viewers, her eyes widening in disbelief, her expression brimming with astonishment. She then erupted into an excited shriek. "Dear friends, we're trending. Thank you all for your support. We must help Brother Wang seek justice." Her voice, charged with excitement, took on a sharper tone, and her hand trembled slightly as she held the phone. In a bid to retain the hard-won audience, she intensified her performance, every expression and movement imbued with dramatic flair, as if proclaiming her righteousness to the world. Within the soothing confines of the live streaming room, old Wang and Yu Yu harmonized in a poignant duet, masterfully enacting the tale of deceit and victimhood. Old Wang's naturally hoarse voice, now tinged with feigned lament, resonated with an added layer of sorrow. Each word seemed to be extracted from a shattered chest. "I saw that as an outsider in Star City, he faced difficulties, so I trusted him enough to sell him my house. Yet he deceived me, claiming the property was worthless, and I was led in circles. Only now do I realize how foolish I was. That was my only home." At the height of his distress, he abruptly sat up, his hands waving in the air, tears and snot streaming down his face, the grime on his skin revealing trails of his misery, rendering him utterly pitiable. Yu Yu, positioned beside old Wang, played her part to perfection, adding embellishments at opportune moments. Her voice, sharp and impassioned, sliced through the audience's hearts like a series of daggers. "Dear viewers, listen closely. What kind of person would do this? This honest man, having led a simple life, has fallen prey to such a scam, and now he is left without a place to live. We cannot allow such evildoers to roam free. We must seek justice for him." As she spoke, Her finger pointed vehemently at the camera, as if Lin Yang stood before her, awaiting her judgment. With the fervor of Yu Yu's live stream surging, an increasing number of viewers flocked in, drawing the attention of numerous Douyin streamers, who astutely recognized the viral potential of the situation. They quickly shared related videos, and in no time, news of the young man defrauding a vulnerable elder spread like wildfire across the internet, with sensational headlines proliferating. Shocking. Young man employs such tactics to scam vulnerable elder of property. Heartbreaking. Elder's lifetime savings taken by young scammer, now homeless, revealed. How a young man set a trap to steal an elder's shelter. These headlines detonated like powerful bombs, igniting the fury of netizens, with comments flooding in, each brimming with outrage and condemnation. Such a person deserves to be imprisoned for 10 years or more. It's utterly despicable. We must impose severe penalties on the scammer to restore justice for the elder. Otherwise, what moral fabric remains in our society? Let's expose this fraud, leaving him nowhere to hide, and see if he dares to commit further wrongs. The elder is so pitiable. May he soon reclaim his home and find a place of refuge. There is a strong demand to disclose all information about the scammer, ensuring everyone is aware of his true nature, preventing others from falling victim to his deceit. Filled with righteous indignation, the online community seemed eager to see Lin Yang face dire consequences, their comments a torrent of fury, wholly oblivious to the web of lies spun by Old Wang and Yu Yu. Meanwhile, Lin Yang quietly observed the unfolding scene, his gaze calm and resolute, as his plans progressed step by step, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As the storm of public opinion intensified, Lin Yang's phone began to ring incessantly. Lin Yang, what is going on with those news reports about you? How could you be labeled a fraud? Chen Qingqing's voice was laced with urgency. The moment she encountered the news, her heart sank, and her first instinct was to call Lin Yang for confirmation. A slight smile graced Lin Yang's lips, radiating confidence as he replied gently, Qingqing, do not worry. This is merely a farce orchestrated by Old Wang and that streamer to extort me. I have long since gathered evidence, and when the time is ripe, I shall unveil the truth to the world. After ending the call with Chen Qingqing, Hu Qian's call followed swiftly. Lin Yang, are you all right? Those reports are outrageous. They nearly drive me to despair. You must find a way to clarify the situation. Thank you for your concern. I am fine. I already have a plan in place. And soon those who have slandered me will face the consequences they deserve. Subsequently, Zhang Jun and Shi Tsong also reached out, expressing their concern and apprehension for Lin Yang. He addressed each of them in turn, maintaining an air of calm and confidence, each of his words serving as a soothing balm, gradually alleviating the anxiety of his friends. Thus, much of the day passed. Lin Yang continued with his meals and drinks, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. He remained vigilant, monitoring the situation's escalation until several prominent figures shared the incident, amplifying its impact to an irretrievable level. He understood that the time to retaliate had arrived. Chapter 64, Brother Tiger. Just as the online community was engulfed in righteous indignation, reaching a pinnacle of outrage against Lin Yang, he finally decided to step forward. Rather than opting for written rebuttals or convening a press conference, he directly uploaded an audio recording on his social media. This action, akin to dousing a blazing inferno of public opinion with a bucket of cold water, instantly captivated everyone's attention. The recording commenced with Lin Yang's voice. Old Wang, what has brought you such joy? Following this, Old Wang's triumphant laughter resonated. Haha, did you notice? This is all thanks to you. If you hadn't purchased my dilapidated house, I wouldn't be enjoying these splendid developments today. My house had languished on the market for 6 months without any inquiries. It was only due to your intervention that I exchanged it for cash. With the proceeds from the sale, I aided Yu Yu in triumphing over other streamers in that evening's competition, and she subsequently agreed to be my girlfriend. In just half a month, we've met 3 times. Old Wang's tone brimmed with boastfulness, each word striking like a sharp blade against the unsuspecting online audience. He continued to recount the details of his dates with Yu Yu with exuberance. Haha, Lin Yang, you have no idea. That little girl, Yu Yu, has the sweetest words. Every time I go out with her, it's as though I've consumed honey. During our last date, she leaned on my shoulder and confessed that she adores mature and composed men like me. I nearly fainted from delight. His voice was saturated with intoxication, as if he were still immersed in those cherished memories. Upon hearing this, the viewers felt as though they had been struck hard, their faces burning with humiliation. They had presumed they were raising their voices for justice, aiding a lonely and pitiful elder, only to discover that it was all an intricately orchestrated deception. They realized they had not only been duped, but had unwittingly become accomplices in the ruse. A tumult of anger, shame, and regret intertwined within them, leaving their hearts in turmoil. The revelation ignited a fury among the viewers, their wrath erupting like a volcano, unstoppable and fierce. They felt akin to a group of foolish jesters, unwittingly parading their gullibility in this meticulously crafted scam. The sensation of being deceived was as revolting as swallowing a fly, leaving them feeling nauseated and unable to digest their indignation. Their fury surged like a torrent, directed towards Yu and Old Wong. The once vibrant live stream was instantly drowned in a deluge of vitriolic remarks. How disgusting. They deceived us with their emotions. This female streamer has such questionable taste. Associating with this filthy old man. These two frauds deserve no mercy. Return our sympathy and refund our money. Each aggressive comment streamed forth like cannonballs, bombarding the screen. Directed at Yu and Old Wong. The words of sympathy and support that once resonated had morphed into the sharpest accusations. Each syllable infused with the viewer's anger and humiliation from being so thoroughly misled. Yu was still reveling in the exhilaration of her rising popularity in the live streaming room. Believing she was on the brink of experiencing a luminous moment in her life, destined to become an emblem of justice in the online realm. As she gazed at the throngs of viewers pouring in, a confident smile illuminated her face, and she exuberantly addressed the camera. Dear family, look at all these people rallying to seek justice for Brother Wong. Our strength is boundless. We must ensure that fraud receives the punishment he deserves. Yet, her voice, still resonating in the live stream, was soon overwhelmed by a deluge of vitriol. Brother Wong, equally bewildered, stared at the screen. His previously triumphant grin abruptly frozen into a grimace of shock and dismay. He had never anticipated such a dramatic twist in events. His mind was a blank canvas, filled with trepidation as he opened his mouth to articulate something, only to find his throat constricted, rendering him utterly voiceless. The online community was not inclined to show them mercy. Their fury had overridden their rationality. Some began to report the live stream en masse, citing a myriad of grievances, false advertising, deceiving viewers, malicious hype, and more. Each report felt like a sharp blade, piercing through the facade of Yu and Brother Wong. Others maliciously spread rumors in the comments, alleging that Yu and Brother Wong had previously engaged in multiple fraudulent activities, with this incident merely being a revelation of their deceit. Some incited further conflict, urging others to join in their attacks, plunging the entire live stream into chaos. Under the relentless barrage of reports, the live stream was permanently shut down within mere minutes, leaving the screen engulfed in darkness. Yu and Brother Wong stared at the suddenly blackened display, as if doused with a bucket of icy water from head to toe. Rendered speechless, they realized that their meticulously orchestrated dream of wealth had crumbled entirely. Not only had they failed to secure a single penny of relocation compensation, but they had also irrevocably tarnished their reputations. Brother Wong slumped to the ground, cradling his head in his hands, muttering incessantly, "It's over. All is lost." Yu fared little better. Not only had she failed to procure any funds, but she had also lost her account. It was only then that she thought to investigate why the online community had suddenly turned against her. Before long, she stumbled upon a recording released by Lin Yang. "Brother Wong, how could you be so foolish as to speak without realizing you were being recorded?" Yu exclaimed angrily, storming out of the room. Brother Wong hurried after her. "Yu, I had no idea he was so cunning. This is my fault. Let us think of another way to obtain the relocation compensation." Upon hearing the words relocation compensation, Yu's demeanor softened slightly. "After a day of live streaming, I'm famished. Let me eat something first, and then we can contemplate our next steps." "Very well," he replied. As soon as Yu and Brother Wong stepped outside, they were recognized. A sharp-eyed woman pointed at them and exclaimed loudly, "Ugh, it's these two scammers, deceiving everyone online. How shameless." Her piercing voice instantly captured the attention of those nearby, halting passers-by in their tracks as they encircled the two. A young man, his face contorted with rage, took a few steps forward and shouted at them, "How can you still show your faces? The people online have been utterly deceived by you. With disgraceful conduct like yours, who will ever dare to trust anything on the internet again?" Nearby, an elderly gentleman shook his head in despair, his expression laden with disappointment and disdain. "People nowadays will do anything for fame and fortune, completely devoid of even the most basic moral principles," he lamented, his words steeped in profound helplessness, as if his faith in society was crumbling piece by piece. Yu Yu and Lao Wang found themselves encircled, feeling as though they were being roasted over an open flame. Their faces flushed crimson, yearning to defend themselves, yet their throats felt constricted, rendering them mute. The cacophony of jeers and insults from the crowd pierced their hearts like a myriad of sharp blades. Bowing their heads, they covered their faces with trembling hands, desperately attempting to evade the tidal wave of humiliation crashing over them. Unable to withstand the onslaught of derision, they hastily retreated to their home. In an effort to avoid recognition, they donned hats and masks, wrapping themselves up tightly, akin to two guilty thieves sneaking out once more. Yet, even this disguise failed to shield them from the prying eyes of the public. As they reached the entrance of their neighborhood, a group of children pointed at them, exclaiming loudly, "Look, those are the fraudsters. Mommy says they are bad people." The children's voices rang out sharply, echoing painfully in the open space of the community entrance. Soon, a throng gathered, surrounding them with renewed accusations and scorn. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shoved Lao Wang violently, causing him to stumble precariously. Before they could react, another individual delivered a harsh kick to Yu Yu's back, prompting a scream of pain as she lurched forward. They were thrust and shoved amidst the crowd, powerless against the barrage of blows and verbal assaults. When the mob finally dispersed, they found themselves battered and bruised, their clothing torn and tattered. Yu Yu's hair hung disheveled across her face, her eyes brimming with terror and despair, while Lao Wang slumped to the ground, his face a mosaic of bruises, gasping for breath, resembling two wounded stray dogs in their plight. Together, Lao Wang and Yu Yu leaned on one another, trudging home with heavy, beleaguered steps. Each movement felt as though it was pulling at their very wounds, with every pang of pain serving as a reminder of their recent torment. A trace of dried blood lingered at the corner of Lao Wang's mouth, stark against his battered visage. Yu Yu fared little better, her hair hung in disarray, obscuring her eyes filled with fear and hopelessness. As they made their way back, the weight of their injuries was compounded by the judgmental stares of onlookers. Lao Wang gazed at the ceiling, his eyes vacant and bewildered, haunted by the recent violence replaying incessantly in his mind, his heart heavy with dread. Yu Yu sat on the sofa, her gaze revealing a hint of ferocity. Gritting her teeth, she enunciated each word with determination, "Since he has made my life so difficult, I shall not let him off the hook. Old Wang, gather your things. We are going to seek assistance from my cousin. He is a subordinate of Tiger Brother, and we must ensure that Lin Yang pays for his misdeeds." Initially slumped beside her, Old Wang, upon hearing Yu Yu's words, abruptly lifted his head, his face reflecting both astonishment and dread as he exclaimed, "Is it truly that Tiger Brother, who operates in both the underworld and legitimate circles?" Chapter 65. The fraud. The waning rays of the sun cast a warm glow over the aging residential complex, where Lin Yang busily transported cardboard boxes downstairs. At that moment, Qin Ziyuan returned from work, a freshly purchased meal in hand. Observing Lin Yang's actions, he paused momentarily, then, with a look of perplexity, inquired, "Lin Yang, what are you doing?" As he approached, he realized Lin Yang was packing his belongings and continued, "Are you aware that the complex is about to be demolished? Have you found a new place?" Straightening up, Lin Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead with his arm and replied with a smile, "Yes. I'm moving my things over now." A flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Ziyuan's face as he hurried to Lin Yang's side. "Where's your new place? Can we still be roommates? You are the best roommate I've ever had." Lin Yang smiled apologetically, a hint of nostalgia in his tone as he responded, "I'm afraid not. It's not a rental, but my own home." Upon hearing this, Qin Ziyuan nearly dropped his meal, his eyes widening in disbelief, mouth agape as if frozen in place. After a long pause, he stammered, You graduated only 2 years ago, and you already own a home in Xingqing?" His gaze brimmed with shock and envy, and he couldn't help but recall his own struggles with monthly rent. In comparison, he felt as though he had fallen far behind, silently thinking, "What do I even compare to him? A mere jester?" Regaining his composure, Qin Ziyuan sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. "I've been keeping an eye on properties in Xingqing, but the prices are exorbitant. Even the most remote areas are beyond my reach." His gaze drifted into the distance, filled with longing as he continued, "I truly envy the residents across from the company building at Binjiang Bay. Those fortunate enough to reside there must have been born with a silver spoon. One must admit, being born into the right circumstances is an art." After a moment, Qin Ziyuan turned to Lin Yang, curiosity piqued. "Where did you buy your house?" "Binjiang Bay." Qin Ziyuan could hardly believe his ears. His eyes widened like saucers, his expression frozen, and his body instinctively stiffened. After a moment, he suddenly came to his senses. stepping closer and gripping Lin Yang's shoulders, exclaiming, "Lin Yang, you're incredible. Binjiang Bay is the finest complex in Xingqing. A unit there is worth at least 20 million. You didn't win some multi-million lottery, did you?" He quickly shook his head, dismissing his own speculation. No, the person who won the 600 million lottery wasn't he from Xingqing. Once he regained his composure, his curiosity toward Lin Yang intensified. Just then, he noticed Lin Yang walking behind AU8, sweeping his foot across the ground, which triggered the trunk to open. Qin Ziyuan's attention was instantly captivated. His eyes grew wider, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, his face a canvas of astonishment and envy. After a long pause, he stammered, Is this your car? I had long been curious about how such luxurious cars could appear in our community, parked right beneath our building. Little did I know it belonged to you." As he spoke, he found himself instinctively stepping closer, delicately caressing the car's exterior, his eyes brimming with admiration. "This is simply magnificent, Lin Yang. You've truly outdone yourself. It feels as though you've transformed into a different person since we last met." He circled the vehicle several times, his lips continuously uttering praises. His gaze filled with longing. Lin Yang smiled, opened the trunk, and placed his bag inside. He then approached the driver's seat, opened the door, and settled in. "Come on. Let us go eat." He beckoned Qin Ziyuan to join him. "Sure." Qin Ziyuan, even as he took his place in the passenger seat, remained in a state of shock. He was still enveloped in the awe of the moment, fastening his seatbelt while stealing glances at the opulent interior of the car, exclaiming, "This is what a luxury car feels like. I've only ever seen such grandeur at auto shows or on television. I never imagined I would be sitting in your car today. Lin Yang, you've truly made it." As Lin Yang started the engine and gently maneuvered out of the community, he chuckled, "We can chat more during dinner." Throughout the ride, Qin Ziyuan's emotions remained tumultuous, his gaze oscillating between Lin Yang and the passing scenery. Filled with curiosity and perplexity regarding Lin Yang's transformation, Lin Yang brought Qin Ziyuan to Shihu Tower, a structure steeped in antiquity, exuding elegance and grandeur under the soft glow of the lights. The red lanterns at the entrance swayed gently in the breeze, seemingly welcoming each diner. Upon entering the hall, the soothing strains of classical music enveloped them, while exquisite carved screens and rustic wooden tables and chairs permeated the air with a rich cultural ambience. A courteous waiter approached, guiding them to a serene private room. Lin Yang casually perused the menu, while Qin Ziyuan sat nearby, appearing somewhat reserved. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes darting across the prices, his brow furrowing subconsciously at each dish. When Lin Yang inquired about his preferences, he hesitated momentarily before softly replying, "Anything is fine. Just order for me. I'm not picky." Lin Yang chuckled, pointing to several dishes as he addressed the waiter. "Let us start with this fire tree silverflower. I had it last time. It's pricey, but the flavor is unmatched. One plate of bean sprouts for 28.88. Having shared 2 years as roommates, he appreciated Qin Ziyuan's good nature, having enjoyed their camaraderie. As they were now parting ways, he thought it fitting to treat him to a splendid farewell meal. After speaking, he turned to Qin Ziyuan and asked, "Is there anything else you'd like? Don't be shy." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qin Ziyuan offered an awkward smile and waved his hand. "This is plenty, really." In truth, he felt that the dishes were rather expensive but hesitated to voice his concerns. During the meal, Qin Ziyuan was exceedingly cautious, delicately picking at his food to avoid making any noise. Occasionally, he glanced around the surroundings, his eyes filled with novelty and trepidation, contrasting sharply with Lin Yang's relaxed demeanor. As Lin Yang observed the scene before him, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He was reminded of his former self. In times of financial struggle, he too had treaded cautiously. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, the two were about to rise and depart when, unexpectedly, with a loud bang, the door to the private room was forcefully flung open, and a group of individuals burst in with an air of menace. Leading them was a burly man with a scarred face, his imposing stature accentuated by the ghastly scar illuminated under the lights. His eyes radiated ferocity and dominance, resembling a wild beast poised to pounce. Trailing behind him were several individuals with flamboyant hairstyles, their attire eccentric and garish, cigarette butts dangling from their lips, exuding an air of arrogance. Their footsteps were heavy and hurried, accompanied by raucous shouts, shattering the tranquility that had enveloped the room. Among this unruly group was Old Wang, alongside his companion Yu Yu, both bearing bruises and battered faces, the cause of which remained a mystery. Upon entering the room, Old Wang pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yang and bellowed, It's him. He deceived me out of my house, which is about to be demolished, yielding at least a few million in compensation. Upon seeing Old Wang, Lin Yang grasped the situation. He understood that this unruly entourage meant trouble, and if not dealt with decisively, they would become a persistent nuisance. Previously, during a camping trip, he had extricated a vehicle stuck in the mud. The owner, Tiger, had expressed his gratitude by adding Lin Yang on WeChat and assuring him that he could reach out anytime. It was said that Tiger had connections in both the legitimate and illicit spheres, wielding considerable influence. Without hesitation, Lin Yang retrieved his phone and sent a message, providing the precise location. In mere moments, a reply arrived. If they dare to act recklessly, invoke my name. I'll be at Shihu Tower in 10 minutes. Upon hearing Old Wang's declaration, a glimmer of greed flickered in the scarred man's eyes. He shot Lin Yang a menacing glare, then waved his hand, signaling the group of flamboyant individuals to encircle Lin Yang, effectively trapping him in their midst to prevent any escape. The scarred man then spoke leisurely. Kid, I've heard you're a swindler who tricked my brother-in-law out of his property. If we don't resolve this matter satisfactorily today, don't even think about leaving. Chapter 66. Kneeling in plea for mercy with a mere glance from Scarface, the yellow-haired thug lunged at Lin Yang. In response to the sudden assault, Lin Yang swiftly sidestepped, leveraging the agility honed in the factory alongside his robust physique, and forcefully hurled the yellow-haired thug away as though he were a mere sack of potatoes. The thug soared through the air, tracing an arc before crashing to the ground with a painful grunt, struggling to rise. Observing this, another yellow-haired thug recoiled in fear, retracting his outstretched hand, unwilling to approach any closer. Scarface, witnessing his subordinate's pitiful display, felt a surge of anger boiling within him. Incensed, he cursed his lackey as worthless and decided to take matters into his own hands. He charged at Lin Yang like a raging bull, the rush of air accompanying his ferocity. Lin Yang inhaled deeply, meeting Scarface's onslaught head-on, and the two were soon entangled in a fierce struggle. Scarface's strikes were both rapid and brutal, each punch infused with immense force, creating a gust of wind with every blow. Although Lin Yang possessed commendable physical attributes, he had never trained in combat, relying solely on instinct to defend himself or retaliate. While he could manage against weaker opponents like the yellow-haired thug, he found himself outmatched against Scarface, who was both seasoned and formidable. A straight punch came hurtling toward Lin Yang's face, and he narrowly evaded it, feeling the rush of wind as it grazed his cheek, leaving a stinging sensation. Before he could regain his composure, Scarface delivered a kick aimed at his abdomen. Caught off guard, Lin Yang braced himself for the impact, knowing he was about to be sent sprawling. At that moment, Qin Ziyuan suddenly appeared, stepping in front of Lin Yang. He absorbed Scarface's kick squarely, being propelled several steps backward before crashing into a table, struggling to maintain his balance. Lin Yang gazed at the injured Qin Ziyuan, his heart swelling with both gratitude and anxiety. He recognized Scarface as a genuine threat, realizing he was likely no match for him. Standing off to the side, Lao Wang and Yu Yu exchanged smug glances as Lin Yang gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Despite the bruises marring Lao Wang's face, his spirits remained undeterred, his eyes squinting into slits, revealing a crooked smile adorned with yellowed teeth as he taunted, "Humph, kid. You're still too green to challenge me. Are you finally feeling frightened? Hurry up and return my house, and perhaps my cousin will spare you." He took a couple of steps forward, arrogantly tilting his chin at Lin Yang, his demeanor exuding a repugnant arrogance. Yu Yu, with her arms crossed and a mocking smirk on her face, approached Lin Yang with a deliberate sway of her hips. Her voice was sharp and piercing as she taunted. "Look at you, utterly powerless against my cousin's might. My cousin associates with brother who in Star City hasn't heard of his notorious name. Offending him means you'll have no peaceful days ahead. If you know what's good for you, return my brother Wang's house at once, or you'll regret it." Upon finishing her words, she deliberately tossed her hair, exuding an air of arrogance as if she yearned for the entire world to witness her current triumph. The two engaged in a verbal sparring match, each attempting to outdo the other in their mockery of Lin Yang. Their laughter echoed through the private room, a discordant sound that pierced the air. Old Wang intermittently patted his thigh, seemingly applauding Scar's bravado, while Yu Yu incessantly pointed at Lin Yang, her expression contorted and grotesque, as if proclaiming her victory to the universe. In their eyes, this farce was nearing its conclusion, with the scales of triumph tipped entirely in their favor. Lin Yang was merely a fish on their chopping block, vulnerable to their whims. Just as Lin Yang and Scar found themselves in a stalemate, the tension escalating. A thunderous bang reverberated as the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open. The sound struck like a clap of thunder, instantly captivating the attention of all present. A tall, imposing figure appeared at the threshold, standing with an upright posture and an aura of authority, his gaze radiating a chilling sharpness. Scar instinctively turned his head, and upon recognizing the newcomer's face, the fierce glint in his eyes was swiftly replaced by terror. His facial muscles involuntarily twitched, and his once flushed complexion drained to a ghostly pallor. It was as though his legs had been stripped of their strength, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, the sound of his knees meeting the floor echoing painfully in the now silent room. His lips trembled as he attempted to utter words, but overwhelming fear constricted his throat, rendering him capable only of fragmented, indistinct sounds. Scar's subordinates, the once arrogant yellow-haired men, were rendered speechless by Scar's reaction. Their faces etched with horror, eyes wide as if they had encountered the most fearsome of sights. Their cigarettes had long fallen to the ground, unnoticed. As their bodies quaked uncontrollably, some even buckled beneath them, lacking the strength to rise. Who go? Scar managed to force out a few words, his voice quivering with trepidation. Did I not make it clear that working in my company requires adherence to rules? Such acts of violence and lawlessness are forbidden. Yes, who go? You are right. We shall never dare again. He continued to bow repeatedly, his forehead colliding with the ground, producing a series of dull thuds. In no time, his brow became swollen and began to ooze blood. The yellow-haired men, as if awakening from a dream, followed suit, kneeling and fervently bowing their heads in supplication. Lin Yong, witnessing this scene, was left utterly astounded. He had often heard tales of Hu Ji's formidable reputation, yet he had not anticipated the reverence he commanded among this group. A mere glance was sufficient to compel them to plead for mercy. Amidst the fearful gazes of those present, Hu Gu strode into the private room with measured steps. With each movement, he seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 burdens, instilling a sense of suffocating pressure that left everyone gasping for breath. His gaze swept coldly over the kneeling crowd, ultimately resting upon Lin Yong. A hint of warmth graced his originally stern visage as he spoke. Brother, I have arrived late. I trust these ruffians have not harmed you? Chapter 67. Is he someone you can provocate? Upon hearing brother who addressed Lin Yong as brother, Scar's face instantly turned ashen. He crawled desperately to Lin Yong's side, prostrating himself with fervor, uttering, I was blind to not recognize a titan. I was mistaken. Please, be magnanimous and do not hold my folly against me. His forehead struck the ground repeatedly, soon becoming red and swollen, while a few strands of hair clung to his sweat-drenched brow, rendering him a pitiable sight. Observing their leader's abject submission, Scar's subordinates followed suit, kneeling and crawling before Lin Yong with a cacophony of thuds. Their faces were etched with terror and desperation. As they pleaded, we beseech you, spare us. We shall never dare again. Old Wang and Yu were utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, their expressions betraying disbelief, as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. They could not fathom that the very reinforcements they had summoned would kneel before Lin Yong, begging for mercy. The stark contrast left them momentarily dazed, their minds rendered blank. Old Wang was the first to regain his composure, a flicker of anger and resentment gracing his features. He turned to Yu and demanded, what is happening? Did you not claim your cousin was formidable, mingling with brother Hu? How is it that he now appears less than a child, kneeling in apology? What age is this, that one would prostrate themselves? His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. Yu, too, returned to reality, her visage rife with regret and reproach. She shot a fierce glare at old Wang and retorted sharply, are you blind? The person who entered just now was brother Hu. Why did you not mention Lin Yong was his brother? You nearly led me to ruin. Suddenly, a horrifying realization struck her, causing her to tremble visibly. Without a second thought, she dragged old Wang down to kneel before Lin Yong, both of them fervently beseeching. We were wrong. We implore you, spare us this time. We shall never dare again. At that moment, the congregation of kneeling figures appeared wretchedly pitiful, leaving an observer to mistakenly believe that Lin Yong had victimized them. Faced with such a spectacle, Lin Yong was equally astonished. He had not anticipated brother Hu's substantial influence, which could instill such fear in this group without any action on his part. This individual, who had merely been rescued from a trap, had dispatched a message to Lin Yong's support. Lin Yong felt an unexpected sense of being cherished. Gazing at the prostrate individuals, He understood that unless he inflicted a significant blow upon them, they would inevitably return like pests, annoying him in the future. Therefore, he had no intention of letting this group off lightly. Brother Hu, I appreciate your concern. I am not gravely harmed. However, this ruckus has diminished my appetite. And more critically, my friend has been injured by them. Lin Yong turned to Qin Ziyuan, overwhelmed with emotion. He had not foreseen that Qin Ziyuan would stand in the way of a blow meant for him. Had it not been for him, he would be the one nursing injuries now. Given the circumstances, these individuals must undoubtedly face consequences for their actions. With a sharp sound, Lin Yang's words had barely settled when Brother Hu's hand shot out like lightning, striking Scarface several times across the face. The crisp echoes resonated throughout the private room. Surprisingly, Scarface did not react with anger. Instead, he appeared to be relieved, his body trembling slightly. Once Brother Hu had finished delivering the slaps, Scarface turned, glaring fiercely at a few yellow-haired individuals. Understanding his silent command, they immediately rushed forward, seizing Lao Wang and Yu Yu, delivering slaps left and right. You deceived Brother Scarface. Otherwise, how could we have fallen for this trap and come here to stir trouble? Since this mess was caused by you, you must take responsibility and compensate this esteemed brother for his mental anguish and his companion's medical expenses. As the yellow-haired thugs struck, they shouted loudly, "Ouch, ouch!" Lao Wang and Yu Yu's faces turned crimson, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, their cries of pain echoing in despair. Unable to endure any longer, they pleaded for mercy. We will pay, please, just stop hitting us." Only upon seeing this did Scarface command his subordinates to cease their actions. With an expression of guilt, he addressed Lin Yong, "Brother, although I was deceived, I too share some blame. I will personally offer an additional 50,000 to compensate for your losses, hoping you will not hold this against me." With that, he retrieved a bank card from his pocket, trembling as he extended it towards Lin Yong. Brother Hu looked at Lin Yong, his gaze filled with concern and inquiry. "Are you satisfied with this punishment?" Lin Yong discerned that the matter had reached a suitable conclusion. He had merely assisted Brother Hu in a minor way, and his presence here was already a show of respect. Thus, Lin Yong responded with a smile. "They have been punished. As long as they do not provoke me again, I bear no grievances." "Thank you, Brother Hu." "Well, since Brother Lin Yong is magnanimous, I shall let you off the hook today," Brother Hu replied, his face brightening with a smile. "Brother, you haven't had a chance to eat yet, have you? Let us switch to another room and continue. Nothing is more important than a good meal." After Lin Yong and the others departed, Scarface's expression darkened ominously. He glared fiercely at Lao Wang and Yu Yu, his pent-up fury now impossible to suppress. "You fools," he spat through gritted teeth, his voice thick with rage. "Do you not realize your own insignificance? You dare provoke Brother Hu's men? You nearly cost me my life today." With a wave of his hand, the yellow-haired thugs surged forward once more, restraining Lao Wang and Yu Yu. Scarface then advanced, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon them. Lao Wang and Yu Yu were battered and bruised, their faces a mosaic of colors, as they incessantly begged for mercy. "Stop, stop. If you hit us any harder, we will die." Their faces bore the marks of their torment, the bruises and footprints a testament to their ordeal. Yet Scarface showed no sign of relenting. He struck with increasing fervor, releasing the pent-up frustration and anger that had consumed him. Meanwhile, Lin Yong, Qin Ziyuan, and Brother Hu moved to another private room. The new suite was spacious and bright, adorned with luxurious decor, its crystal chandelier casting a soft glow, and the dining table was set with exquisite tableware. 3 individuals sat together, and the waiter promptly presented a series of delectable dishes, their aromas wafting enticingly through the air. Midway through the meal, Lin Yong excused himself to visit the restroom and discreetly settle the bill. It was only natural for Brother Hu to treat him to a meal in return for his assistance. Afterward, upon learning of Lin Yang's gesture, Brother Hu insisted on reciprocating, to which Lin Yong smiled and agreed. Once they had indulged in their feast, they departed in their respective vehicles. Qin Ziyuan remained somewhat bewildered, feeling as though the events of the day had unfolded in a dreamlike haze. As he sat in Lin Yang's car, he lingered on the recollections of the evening. "Lin Yong, you are truly remarkable," he exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with admiration. "I never imagined you were acquainted with such influential figures." He shook his head in disbelief, his expression a mixture of awe and astonishment. "Without you, I cannot fathom how today would have concluded." Lin Yong chuckled as he navigated the road, replying, "It was merely a stroke of luck to have crossed paths with Brother Hu. The following day, Lin Yong received the compensation sent by Scarface, a total of 100,000, comprising his own 50,000 along with 50,000 from Lao Wang and Yu Yu. While the monetary aspect was secondary, his primary objective was to ensure that they faced repercussions, discouraging them from provoking him again in the future. Lin Yong refrained from distributing any of the funds to Qin Ziyuan, fully aware that handing over money directly would likely be declined. Instead, he planned to express his gratitude through other means. Recognizing that Qin Ziyuan had shielded him from harm and had sustained minor injuries in the process, time flew by swiftly, and before long, a week had elapsed, bringing them to Sunday once again. On this day, as soon as Lin Yong awoke, he received a notification from the system. Ding! This week's intelligence has been dispatched. Please check your inbox. Chapter 68, The Walking 500. 000 Lin Yong opened the panel and was astonished to discover that he had received only 3 intelligence notifications that week. Fortunately, he had refrained from opening and reading them immediately. Once he did, he would lose the opportunity to reset. The system had recently introduced a reset function, allowing one chance to reset the intelligence received as long as it remained unread. Following a reset, both the value and quantity of the intelligence would change randomly. And after utilizing the reset function 3 times, one would inevitably acquire high-value intelligence. Notable pieces of intelligence, such as the demolition of the Jinling community and the soaring stock price of Foodie batteries, were deemed invaluable. With merely 3 notifications for the week, Lin Yong believed that a reset would likely yield a greater quantity. He clicked the reset button on the panel. Ding! This week's intelligence reset successful. Upon completion of the reset, the intelligence count doubled from 3 to 6. The reset button turned gray, indicating that it could no longer be clicked. Each time intelligence was received, there remained only one opportunity for a reset. Lin Yong began to read the intelligence notifications. Weekly Intelligence 1, The Walking 500,000. Recently, a group of foreigners entered Star City under the guise of tourism, conducting illegal explorations in the northeastern mines, attempting to steal fundamental geographic information and classified geological data. Reporting to the relevant authorities could yield a reward of 500,000 for the apprehension of one individual. He had frequently encountered news about the Walking 500,000 online. Those who reported such sightings included farmers, Didi drivers, and delivery workers, yet he had never been among them. While walking the streets, Lin Yong would often observe those around him, searching for any suspicious individuals. If he successfully reported one, the reward of 500,000 would be his. Regrettably, luck had eluded him then. Among the most infamous cases of the Walking 500,000 was a foreign female host from CAV television, who had been captured after 20 years of lurking, having inadvertently revealed her identity during a broadcast. Now, it seemed he had an opportunity to seize as well. He must act swiftly to locate this group and report them to the authorities. Weekly Intelligence 2. The demolition progress of Jinling community is swift. All signatures are expected within 48 hours, with demolition commencing on the 3rd day. A canister of silver dollars was unearthed beneath an old camphor tree in the central garden, containing 100 pieces, including 1 xuanzong long with a value of 8 million, buried at a depth of 20 centimeters, making it easily excavatable. Incredible! Had it not been for this intelligence, who could have imagined that such treasures could be discovered in the demolition of a dilapidated community? Furthermore, with a burial depth of merely 20 centimeters, it would be a grave error to miss this opportunity, not to mention the single silver dollar worth 8 million. Even the other ordinary silver dollars would be valued in the hundreds or thousands. 100 pieces would amount to a fortune of over 100,000. Lin Yong was eager, yearning to rush immediately to excavate the silver dollars buried beneath the tree. Unfortunately, it was broad daylight. The central garden was filled with elderly men and women sitting under the tree, sipping tea and chatting, occupying the area for the entire day. If he attempted to dig now, he would surely be discovered. What will be unearthed at that time shall not belong to oneself. It is imperative to wait until nightfall, when no one is around, to discreetly excavate it. Having merely perused 2 intelligence reports, each valued at several million, it appears that employing the system's reset function this time proves advantageous. Weekly Intelligence 3. Speed makes an appearance in domestic live broadcasts, with the final stop being Star City. Following the route from Lushan to Binjiang Park, then to Simenku, and concluding at the Mango TV studio. By staking out in advance, one could garner considerable traffic. Speed. known as Lin Yang, is an abstract streamer from abroad. Initially, he stumbled upon his content through the video of the song Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse. Recently, he has also come across his domestic broadcasts, which attract a significant number of viewers at each location. Such occurrences are undoubtedly beneficial for those internet streamers, carrying immense value. However, for Lin Yang, they hold little utility. He proceeds to read the next intelligence report. Weekly Intelligence 4. On Thursday night, Qin Ziyuan suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and is in critical condition. Preventive treatment may avert danger. Previously, Qin Ziyuan had shielded him from harm, and Lin Yang had intended to express his gratitude in some manner. Now, upon receiving news of his illness, he naturally feels compelled to alert him. However, should he speak directly, Qin would surely be skeptical. Thus, he must devise a clever method to encourage him to seek medical treatment in advance. Lin Yang contemplates and suddenly has an epiphany. If he were to suffer a cerebral hemorrhage on Thursday, his body must already be showing signs. Why not, under the guise of gratitude, arrange for him to undergo a comprehensive physical examination at a top-tier hospital? This way, potential issues could be detected early, allowing for prompt treatment to avert danger. Weekly Intelligence 5. Foodie Battery is developing solid-state batteries, and news of impending mass production continues to gain traction, resulting in a sustained surge in stock prices. Numerous investors wish to purchase shares. Unfortunately, the daily opening sees price limits, leaving no opportunity for anyone. For those already holding shares, the value increases by 20 each day. Based on previous intelligence, Lin Yang had invested all his available funds in Foodie Battery stocks following the announcement. After a week of consecutive price limits, his 90 million has transformed into over 260 million, more than doubling, nearly tripling in value. If this pace continues, he could expect approximately six-fold returns within another week. The prior high-value intelligence indicated that Foodie Battery's potential earnings in the coming month could reach eightfold. Yet, with 10 trading days remaining this month, should the upward trend persist, the returns are likely to exceed eightfold. In the coming days, an event is certain to occur that will halt Foodie Battery's ascent. However, the specifics will only be revealed in due course. Weekly Intelligence 6. Lu Xiangdong, the second largest shareholder of Foodie Battery, feeling envious of the continuous price limits, seeks to acquire more shares. He plans to leverage his existing stocks, selling them to incite panic among investors, seizing the opportunity to buy more shares with pre-prepared funds. Upon receiving this intelligence, Lin Yang is intrigued by what manner of person Lu Xiangdong might be. What kind of foolishness prompts one to concoct such a scheme, aiming to induce shareholders to sell their stocks? This tactic proved effective prior to the announcement of successful solid-state battery research by Foodie Battery. However, now that everyone is aware of Foodie Battery's promising prospects, continuing to incite panic with the stocks in hand seems to serve only as a means to clothe others in finery. It is unlikely that he would prepare funds to acquire all the stocks being sold off, even if he had received advance intelligence. Other investors, upon noticing the sell-off, would undoubtedly strive to acquire them at any cost. Nonetheless, if he were truly that foolish, he wouldn't have secured the position of the second-largest shareholder. Thus, he must possess other strategies. Yet, Lin Yang is indifferent to such matters. Today marks the day of signing for the demolition, which will yield several million in compensation. And the silver dollars in the community garden hold considerable value as well, coupled with the reward of 500,000 for capturing the fugitive. The total sums to tens of millions. Such a fortune is more than sufficient to purchase all circulating shares. When the time comes, should he dare to sell, he can buy them all back. Chapter 69. A comprehensive sweep. The intelligence system had transitioned from daily updates to weekly reports for 3 weeks, accumulating a total of 16 pieces of intelligence. Lin Yang glanced at the system's experience metrics. Weekly intelligence, 1,603,000, with a mere 1,400 more experience points. The system could upgrade to a monthly intelligence system. Each weekly report granted 100 experience points, implying that receiving another 16 weekly reports would permit an upgrade. If fortune favored him, the upgrade could be achieved in just 2 weeks. Even in the worst-case scenario, receiving only 3 reports weekly would still lead to an upgrade in 6 weeks, just over a month. After perusing the received intelligence, Lin Yang devised a plan. The foremost priority for the coming week was to acquire shares in Foodie Battery. It was widely acknowledged that Foodie Battery was on the brink of becoming a trillion-dollar company. As long as he secured a firm hold on its stocks, his assets would burgeon rapidly. It was utterly bewildering that someone was selling off Foodie Battery shares at this juncture. Regardless of the reasons behind it, Lin Yong understood that if he missed this opportunity, amassing a significant quantity of 40 battery shares later would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, seizing this opportunity was imperative. Acquiring shares required capital. Yet most of his funds were already invested in 40 battery stocks. To purchase more shares, he needed additional money. Therefore, his immediate goal for the upcoming week was to gather as much capital as possible. According to the intelligence, there were two avenues for obtaining funds: reporting the whereabouts of the 500,000 and another involved silver dollars beneath the large tree in the community center garden. As for the compensation from the demolition, he would have to wait until the workday tomorrow to sign the papers. Since today was Sunday, he could only attend to other matters for now. Besides securing funds, the second most important task was to ensure his roommate, Qin Ziyuan, underwent a medical examination. With this in mind, Lin Yong promptly purchased a VIP package for a full-body checkup at the best tertiary hospital in the area, then approached Qin Ziyuan, presenting it as a prize from a raffle, emphasizing its 2-day validity and urging him not to waste it. Qin Ziyuan had been feeling unwell lately, but had delayed going to the hospital due to the costs involved. Now, with Lin Yong gifting him the checkup package, he gratefully accepted it, expressing his thanks profusely. Once he had settled Qin Ziyuan's matter, Lin Yong hurriedly drove toward the northeastern mines of Xingqing. According to the system's intelligence, the group of individuals with the 500,000 was comprised of foreigners, operating in the northeastern vicinity of Xingqing, near Haimi Peak. This area had once been a bustling mining hub, leaving behind numerous abandoned or factories, their dilapidated structures standing as remnants of a bygone era. The mining pits, some now filled with stagnant water, sparkled with mysterious glimmers under the sun, having been transformed into a haven for outdoor enthusiasts seeking adventure. Lin Yong was no stranger to this locale, often encountering news of accidents where explorers lost their lives in the vicinity. With the tower drive ahead of him, his anticipation and anxiety heightened as the distance closed. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his heart racing with expectation. As he entered the mining area, he instinctively slowed his vehicle, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a precise radar, missing not a single shadow by the roadside. Suddenly, a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners came into view. Several of them were gathered around a person lying on the ground, their expressions filled with urgency, gesticulating animatedly. In this inland city, while foreigners were not entirely uncommon, the professional exploration equipment they bore immediately heightened Lin Yang's alertness. His heart raced as he fixed his gaze upon the group, scrutinizing each individual. The striking appearance of these foreigners, with their golden locks and azure eyes, was particularly conspicuous against the backdrop of the mine. The various exploration devices they carried, glinting coldly in the sunlight, exuded an air of substantial value and high specialization, unmistakably not the kind of possessions ordinary tourists would possess. Although Lin Yong did not hail from an exploration background, he was acutely aware that the purpose of such equipment was far from trivial. He quickly mentally compared every detail of the intelligence he had gathered: time, location, ethnicity, all aligning perfectly. The mining area was not a typical gathering place for foreigners, and their presence coinciding with the time frame indicated by the system's alert raised significant suspicions. They were quite likely the elusive group associated with the 500,000 bounty. His fingers trembled slightly as he discreetly reached for his phone, preparing to make the report. Just then, one of the foreigners suddenly dashed out from the crowd, sprinting towards his vehicle, shouting, "Help! Help! Help me!" Immediately following, he attempted to communicate in broken Mandarin, "Help! Help! Our partner fell from the mountain while hiking and hit his head. It's very dangerous. We can't find a car to take him to the hospital. Can you help us?" Lin Yong was on the verge of refusing, but the words caught in his throat. Images of the information he had seen regarding the 500,000 bounty for reporting such individuals flashed through his mind. Simply reporting a person could yield a reward of 500,000, and if the contribution was significant enough, one could receive as much as 5 million. He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. If he were to report them directly, the authorities would take time to arrive, during which these foreigners might escape the scene. Allowing them to flee would not only render his report futile, but he would also forfeit the substantial reward, making all his previous efforts in vain. However, if he feigned agreement to take them to the hospital, delivering this group of foreigners directly to the authorities would yield a drastically different outcome. This would be a case of capturing both the criminals and the evidence, ensuring his contribution would be significant and the reward even greater. With this thought, Lin Yong formulated a plan. His expression softened instantly, adopting a facade of concern. All right. You can lift him into the car, and I will take him to the hospital. He endeavored to keep his tone natural, betraying not a hint of his true intentions. Upon hearing his response, the foreigner immediately displayed a look of surprise, expressing his gratitude profusely. With swift movements, he and his companions lifted the injured individual into the vehicle. Two others also climbed aboard, taking their seats beside the injured party to attend to him. Lin Yong observed that 3 foreigners remained outside, and an urgency gripped his heart. He could not afford to allow these individuals, valued at $500,000, any chance of escape. Although the vehicle was slightly overloaded, he reasoned that when explaining to the police that it was for the purpose of apprehending those who posed a threat to national security, he would likely receive understanding and avoid punishment. Thus, Lin Yong waved to the 3 foreigners outside, calling out, "You should also come aboard. An extra pair of hands can be of assistance." After a moment's hesitation, the 3 foreigners complied and entered the vehicle. Once everyone was settled, Lin Yong discreetly adjusted the rearview mirror to ensure he could observe the actions of all within the vehicle. He took a deep breath, appearing calm on the surface while his heart raced like a taut string. He entered the nearest police station's address into the navigation system and gently pressed the accelerator, steering the vehicle toward their destination. Along the way, the foreigners, in their halting Mandarin, continually praised Lin Yong. "Brother, you are the kindest person I have ever met. We thank you on behalf of Peter. There is a saying that good deeds will be rewarded. Surely, you will be." A subtle smile crept onto Lin Yang's lips. One could only wonder how these foreigners would feel upon realizing he was delivering them for a reward. Chapter 70, all arrested within the precinct of Jaime Peak Police Station. Chief Xiao Jingang sat before a somewhat worn desk, his brow furrowed into a deep furrow resembling the character for river, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the surface, producing a monotonous and dreary sound. He had just concluded a phone call with an old classmate from the police academy, who proposed a reunion. What initially seemed to be a benign invitation took a sharp turn when his peer mentioned news that pierced his heart like a series of sharp thorns. His former classmates, with whom he had once shared the exuberance of youth at the academy, were now ascending their careers one after another, either reassigned to significant positions in bustling urban centers or distinguishing themselves in high-profile cases, earning accolades along the way. In stark contrast, he found himself ensnared in the confines of this modest police station, mired in the minutiae of trivial matters that were all too banal. Reflecting on his early days post-graduation, Xiao Jingang had been filled with grand ambitions and a fervent desire for a bright future, resolved to achieve remarkable feats in law enforcement, to solve sensational cases, and to become a figure of admiration. Yet, reality had doused his enthusiasm like a merciless downpour. Life at Jaime Peak Police Station was as tranquil as a stagnant pond, devoid of any ripples. Each day, he confronted not the thrilling challenges of policing, but rather petty disputes among neighbors over trivial issues or the occasional minor theft, none of which afforded him even the slightest opportunity to make a significant impact. Initially, he harbored hope, believing that diligence would eventually lead to a chance to showcase his talents. Thus, he immersed himself in the minutiae, diligently addressing every minor incident with care. However, time, like an unyielding file, wore away his youthful fervor, leaving behind a dwindling ember of aspiration as the years passed. Now, he found himself resigned to the reality of his situation, adopting a mindset of mere endurance, continuing to serve in what seemed a terminally mundane role. Steadfast in his silent vigil, suddenly, the sharp screech of tires abruptly shattered the silence of the station, interrupting Xiao Jiangong's reverie. Instinctively, he raised his head, his gaze filled with curiosity. Who could possibly arrive at this typically desolate precinct, where even the scurrying of a mouse would draw attention? With a sense of intrigue, he stood and approached the window, peering through the slightly clouded glass to glimpse outside. A large off-road vehicle had come to a steady halt in the yard of the police station. The vehicle stood out conspicuously against the backdrop of the otherwise modest surroundings. In quick succession, the door swung open, and a handsome young man emerged from the vehicle. A thought flickered through Xiao Jiangong's mind. Could this be a new colleague? Yet before he could ponder further, the young man strode purposefully toward the administrative hall. Lin Yong had driven the vehicle into the precinct's yard, coming to a sudden stop. At that moment, the foreign passengers in the vehicle sensed that something was amiss and, perplexed, inquired, "Weren't we being taken to the hospital? Why have we arrived at the police station?" "My car has run out of fuel, and I sought assistance here," Lin Yong explained. His vehicle was a hybrid, rarely requiring fuel, leading to a prolonged state of emptiness in the tank. Upon glancing at the fuel gauge displayed on the screen, the foreigners believed his words. Lin Yong smiled inwardly, knowing that these individuals, akin to walking 500,000, could never fathom that they had already been exposed. They merely considered themselves ordinary passersby, thus remaining unguarded and unsuspecting of any pretext. After exiting the vehicle, Lin Yong discreetly surveyed his surroundings, his gaze swiftly traversing the police station structure and the vicinity. Upon locating the service hall, he promptly made his way towards it. Upon entering the hall, he immediately spotted the officer seated behind the counter. He approached the counter briskly and lowered his voice, stating, "Officer, I wish to report a suspicion. I believe the foreigners in my car are involved in espionage." Upon hearing this, the officer's previously calm demeanor transformed sharply, his eyes narrowing with intensity. He straightened in his chair, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Lin Yong, and asked, "Are you certain? Do you have any evidence?" Lin Yong hastily recounted his encounter with the foreigners near the mining site, emphasizing the specialized exploration equipment they possessed, gear that ordinary tourists would not carry. The officer listened attentively, diligently taking notes, his expression grave and focused. He intermittently paused his writing to inquire about crucial details, such as the specific shapes and colors of the equipment and the distinctive accents of the foreigners. As Lin Yang's narrative unfolded, the officer's countenance grew increasingly solemn. He recognized that if Lin Yang's claims were indeed true, this would constitute an exceedingly serious case, necessitating immediate escalation to superiors without the slightest delay. Soon, the news reached the ears of Director Xiao Jiangang. Initially preoccupied with his professional dilemmas, upon hearing this information, his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, as if he had been infused with an invigorating elixir. A singular thought raced through his mind. This might be the opportunity he had long awaited. If he could successfully apprehend these spies, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement, potentially elevating his career and transforming his otherwise mundane work situation. Even if Lin Yang's report turned out to be erroneous, he would incur no losses, merely a momentary scare. With this thought, Xiao Jiangang could no longer remain seated. He swiftly rose, striking the table with determination, and proclaimed loudly, "All personnel, assemble." His voice echoed throughout the police station. In a short while, officers from various corners of the precinct hastily gathered in the courtyard, their expressions grave, eyes reflecting a blend of vigilance and excitement. Xiao Jiangang stood resolutely at the forefront of the formation, his gaze unwavering as he scanned each officer, swiftly outlining the action plan. "Listen closely, everyone. According to reports from the public, the foreigners in that vehicle outside may very well be worth 500,000. We must act swiftly to ensure that they are all apprehended. Not a single person must escape." The officers nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting a steadfast determination. They quickly positioned themselves according to the chief's directives, rushing to encircle Lin Yang's vehicle. Xiao Jiangang approached the car with measured steps. He called out loudly to those inside, "Individuals in the vehicle, please exit immediately for inspection." The foreigners within the car, upon hearing his command, fell into a state of confusion, exchanging anxious glances, their faces etched with fear. One of the foreigners, peering through the window, shouted back, "What are you doing? One of our companions is injured. We must take him to the hospital immediately. We cannot get out." Unmoved, Xiao Jiangang maintained his intense focus on the situation inside the vehicle, his gaze piercing, missing no detail. Through the window, he discerned specialized exploration equipment arranged within, its peculiar shapes and metallic exteriors shimmering coldly in the sunlight, clearly valuable and highly professional. This equipment further corroborated Lin Yang's report, solidifying Xiao Jiangang's conviction that these foreigners were indeed worth 500,000 without a doubt. "Cease your futile resistance. You are surrounded," Xiao Jiangang reiterated, his tone resolute. He subtly gestured for the officers to prepare for action at any moment. The officers tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes revealing vigilance and decisiveness. At the chief's command, they would charge forward without hesitation. Realizing the futility of their situation, the foreigners' expressions turned pale. Their eyes filled with despair and anger as they cast vengeful glances at Lin Yong. One of them cursed in poorly spoken Mandarin, "That cunning fox has deceived us." Standing nearby, Lin Yong observed the unfolding scene with a faint smile, fully aware that his plan had succeeded. Soon, the officers acted decisively, swiftly opening the car doors and escorting the foreigners out one by one. The injured foreigner was also carried out, despite his continuous groans. The officers provided him no opportunity for resistance, promptly securing him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the foreigners were led into the interrogation room of the police station, one after another. At that moment, Xiao Jiangang let out a long sigh, his taut nerves finally relaxing. He turned, wearing a smile, and sincerely addressed Lin Yong, "Young man, We owe you a great debt of gratitude. You have made a significant contribution to national security, and on behalf of the police station, I thank you." His eyes brimmed with appreciation and admiration as he firmly grasped Lin Yang's hand, shaking it vigorously. Lin Yang humbly smiled in response, stating, "Chief, this is simply what I ought to do. Maintaining national security is the duty of every citizen." Xiao Jiangang nodded and continued, "Subsequently, we will transfer these individuals to the relevant departments for interrogation. If it is confirmed that they are part of the notorious group, the authorities will undoubtedly reward you. Rest assured." He patted Lin Yang on the shoulder, offering him affirmation and encouragement. Lin Yang accepted the receipt that Xiao Jiangang handed to him, scrutinizing it carefully before tucking it away with caution. A total of 6 individuals from the notorious group had been apprehended, and even at the minimum standard, the reward would amount to 3 million. Should the severity of the situation escalate, the bonus could be even greater. Lin Yang glanced at the time. It was already late. The journey back would take 2 to 3 hours, and by then, darkness would have descended. There was still an important task to accomplish today, to excavate the silver dollars hidden beneath the large tree in the community garden, which were valued at least 8 to 9 million. Lin Yang hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Xiao Jiangang before departing in his vehicle. Meanwhile, deep within Jaime Peak, dozens of well-equipped individuals were scouring the mountains. The leader declared, "We cannot allow that group to escape. If they disclose the highly classified geographical information they have obtained, the consequences for us would be incalculable." Just then, his phone vibrated. Upon checking it, he saw a message stating, "All individuals have been captured and are currently detained in the interrogation room of the Jaime Peak police station." A sigh of relief escaped him as he read the message. He had not anticipated that the small police station would possess such capability, successfully apprehending the entire group before they could act. Chapter 71. Midnight Treasure Hunt. Lin Yang's new residence in Binjiang Bay had been meticulously arranged, ready for immediate occupancy. However, the latest intelligence indicated that beneath the grand tree in the central garden of Jinling community lay a jar of silver coins. Determined to uncover this treasure of considerable worth, he resolved to extend his stay in the community for another day. After successfully escorting the suspicious foreigners to the police station, Lin Yang drove back to Jinling community. As the vehicle came to a gentle halt and he stepped out, his phone rang urgently. The caller ID revealed it was Qin Ziyuan. Upon answering, he was met with an emotional and grateful voice, nearly choked with sentiment. "Lin Yang, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Thanks to the health check package you provided, I was oblivious to the grave issues plaguing my health. My hypertension has escalated to over 200, and the doctor informed me of the imminent danger to my life, promptly admitting me to the hospital. Reflecting on it now fills me with dread. If it weren't for you, I might have lost my life without realizing it." Qin Ziyuan's words brimmed with heartfelt gratitude, his voice trembling with emotion. Listening to him, Lin Yang felt a swell of comfort. During a previous perilous encounter, Qin Ziyuan had selflessly intervened on his behalf, a kindness he had always cherished. Now, it seemed he had repaid that debt of gratitude. Lin Yang offered soothing words to Qin Ziyuan, advising him to focus on his recovery before ending the call. With dusk still lingering, the notion of excavating treasure in the central garden was ill-timed. Feeling a pang of hunger, he decided to dine at a restaurant outside the community. He ordered a few modest dishes to satiate his appetite before leisurely returning home to rest, stopping by a general store en route to purchase a small shovel. Once back at home, he eagerly anticipated the night's treasure hunting expedition. Based on prior experience, the area of the central garden typically saw its elderly evening walkers dissipate only after 10 o'clock. That would mark the optimal moment for him to embark on his quest. After a considerable wait, Lin Yang glanced at the clock. It was now 10 o'clock. However, he opted not to act immediately. For precautionary reasons, he resolved to wait a bit longer before venturing to the central garden. Finally, at midnight, he felt the time was ripe. Grasping the newly acquired shovel, he stealthily stepped outside. The moonlight cascaded like water upon the community's pathways, enveloping the surroundings in a quiet, almost oppressive stillness. As he tiptoed into the central garden, the scene unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. The area was deserted, save for the gentle breeze rustling the leaves. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang cautiously leaped into the flower bed beneath the grand tree and began to dig with fervor. The soil was gradually turned over by his shovel, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Pit after pit was excavated, yet the silver coins remained elusive. Nonetheless, Lin Yang remained steadfast in his belief that the intelligence could not be erroneous. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. Clang. A crisp metallic clang abruptly shattered the tranquility of the night. Lin Yang's heart tightened, and his movements quickened. He hastily cleared away the surrounding earth, revealing a ceramic jar, reminiscent of those commonly used to store eggs in the 1980s and 1990s. His previous shovel strike had fortuitously dislodged the jar's lid. Leaning closer, Lin Yang peered through the opening and was greeted by a sight that filled the jar to the brim with gleaming silver coins. The coins had tarnished over time, considerably larger than a 1 yuan coin, each one overflowing the confines of the vessel. "Young man, what are you doing?" Just as Lin Yang's heart swelled with joy, an unexpected voice pierced the air. Startled, he turned to see a gaunt old man who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, craning his neck to peer into the flower bed. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, silently lamenting. It was already late, and this old man was still wandering about, particularly in this central garden. If he discovered Lin Yang had unearthed a fortune in silver coins, word would surely spread, and these treasures would no longer belong to him. At best, he might receive a commendation and a mere 500 yuan. The disparity between 8 million and 500,000 was truly unfathomable. Lin Yang's mind raced as he casually replied, "Just digging some soil to take home for planting flowers." The darkness of the night led him to believe the old man could not discern his actions. However, the next moment, when Lin Yang glanced back towards the garden's edge, the old man had vanished without a trace. A chill crept down Lin Yang's spine as the cold wind whispered past him. He dared not linger, quickly excavating the jar filled with silver coins, placing it into a pre-prepared bag, and deftly filling in the hole before hastily returning home. Upon arriving home, Lin Yang swiftly locked the door and let out a sigh of relief. He retreated to his room, retrieved the jar, and poured its contents onto the bed, meticulously counting the coins. After a thorough tally, he discovered a total of 100 silver coins, 99 of which were the renowned Yuan DTU, while one was an astonishing Xiansan Longxiu. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Yang quickly pulled out his phone to check the prices. At that moment, the market value of the Yuan DTU was approximately 100 yuan each, totaling around 100,000 yuan for the 99 coins. The Xiansan Longxiu, however, commanded a staggering price of about 8 million yuan. This meant that in less than half an hour, Lin Yang had amassed over 8 million yuan, a feat he had never dared to imagine. Now that the silver coins were securely in his possession, his next consideration was how to sell them without arousing suspicion. Fortunately, silver coins were not particularly rare in the market, allowing him to proceed with relative ease. Chapter 72. The demolition compensation of 48 million at the break of dawn the following day. Lin Yang rose early and made his way to the demolition command center at the entrance of the community. Today marked the first day of contract signing for the demolition of Jinling community. The specific compensation amounts had already been publicly posted in the community bulletin board the day before. However, Lin Yang refrained from viewing it, knowing full well that the list was merely for outsiders. The precise compensation would only be revealed upon signing the contract. If one was satisfied, they would sign. If not, they could delay until they were content with the compensation. Nevertheless, information received yesterday indicated that all residents of the community would sign within 2 days, suggesting a general satisfaction with the compensation offered. It had been previously mentioned that the demolition of Jinling community was part of a typical urban renewal project. Thus, everything was conducted to the highest standards. Perhaps this was why the compensation figures were agreeable to the residents. Upon arriving at the command center, Lin Yang found a considerable gathering of people already assembled. Groups of 2 or 3 engaged in fervent discussions regarding the compensation for the demolition. As soon as Lin Yang appeared, the crowd's gaze converged upon him, filled with envy. "Look, it's him. Before the demolition, he purchased all 10 available units in our community." Someone in the crowd exclaimed. 10 units, each with a compensation of several million. That's tens of millions. He struck it rich. Indeed. Those who sold their properties to him must be regretting their decisions, another added. Old Wang even attempted a live stream to recoup some losses, but it backfired on him. After all, it was voluntary on their part. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Old Wang for days. Where has he gone? I heard he was seriously injured and hospitalized. Lin Yang listened to these discussions, shaking his head in resignation. The current circumstances rendered any attempts at modesty futile. The sensational nature of Old Wang's live stream had made him a recognizable figure in the community, and everyone knew about his acquisition of all the units before the demolition. Ignoring the chatter around him, Lin Yang proceeded directly into the command center. He approached the person in charge and politely stated, "Hello, I am here to sign the contract." However, before doing so, I would like to gain a thorough understanding of the demolition compensation policy. Upon expressing his intent, a staff member promptly welcomed Lin Yong with enthusiasm. They retrieved a folder containing the demolition policy documents and began to explain them to Lin Yong in detail. This demolition initiative ensured that the age or luxury of the properties would not affect the compensation amounts. The sole determinant of the compensation was the size of the property. The larger the area, the greater the compensation. The staff member patiently elaborated. Lin Yong listened intently, inwardly delighted. He understood that the majority of the properties he had purchased were among the oldest and most dilapidated in the community, making this demolition compensation policy remarkably favorable for him. Upon the conclusion of the explanation, the staff turned to Lin Yong and inquired, "Do you comprehend this?" Lin Yong nodded, signaling for the demolition contract to be brought forth. "Certainly. May I kindly request your identification?" Lin Yong promptly handed over his identification card. The staff accepted the card and swiftly searched for the relevant information on the computer. Before long, the printer hummed to life, producing a contract which the staff presented to Lin Yong with both hands, stating, "Mr. Lin Yong, please examine the contract carefully. If there are no issues, kindly sign it. Should you have any questions or concerns, do not hesitate to voice them." Lin Yong received the contract, diligently scrutinizing its contents. Clearly inscribed were the details. Mr. Lin Yong owned 10 properties in Jinling Community, specifically units 402 in Building 3 and 601 in Building 17, with areas of 80 square meters and 92 square meters respectively, totaling 1034 square meters. According to the compensation standard outlined in Demolition Order No. 3, the compensation amounted to 48,321 for 129.24 yuan. Lin Yong meticulously examined every word and detail of the contract. Once he confirmed its accuracy, he calculated internally, realizing that the compensation sum aligned closely with his previous estimations. He had already conducted an in-depth comparison of compensation standards from nearby demolished communities and recognized this offer as quite generous. It was no wonder that within a mere 2 days, residents had swiftly signed an agreement to the demolition. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yong seized a pen and elegantly inscribed his name on the contract. The staff, taken aback, paused momentarily. Numerous individuals had visited the Demolition Command Center that day, yet all harbored doubts and hesitated to sign, remaining in a state of contemplation. In contrast, this young man had decisively affixed his signature, which was indeed unexpected. It is noteworthy that the Jinling community was a pivotal project in urban redevelopment, with a challenging mission and tight deadlines. Thus, the compensation standards had been set at the maximum allowable amount, leaving little room for negotiation, regardless of any delays by the residents. The compensation they would ultimately receive would remain as stated in the contract. However, to encourage active cooperation in the demolition efforts, the first 10 households to sign would receive an additional incentive of 100,000 yuan. Yet, due to their apprehensions, the residents had been cautious, and thus far, only Lin Yong had boldly taken this step. Regaining his composure, the staff promptly congratulated Lin Yong, saying, "Congratulations, Mr. Lin Yong, on becoming the first resident to sign in this community, earning the 100,000 yuan incentive." No sooner had the words left his mouth than another staff member approached, carrying a thick stack of cash for Lin Yong to sign for his reward. Lin Yong gladly signed and successfully received the 100,000 yuan bonus. The onlooking residents, witnessing this scene, could no longer contain their astonishment. He had managed to purchase 10 properties prior to the demolition, undoubtedly indicating he had connections and confidence in the situation. "He has already signed, so the contract must be sound. Let us hasten to sign as well," exclaimed a resident loudly. "Quick, bring me the contract. I wish to affix my signature." The crowd enthusiastically echoed this sentiment, creating a lively scene. Everyone jostled and pushed, eager to grasp the contract and sign it, while those who were a tad slower wore expressions of frustration. "Alas, how unfortunate. I was a moment too late and have lost out on a bonus of 100,000 yuan." Someone lamented, slapping their thigh in regret. After Lin Yong signed, clutching his bonus, he departed the Demolition Command Center with an air of composure, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Now, all he needed to do was await the arrival of the demolition funds. However, another matter lingered in his mind: the jar of silver dollars. Through online research, he discovered that the antique trading market of Xingqing was located in Qingshitang. Thus, he swiftly returned to his community, located his vehicle, started the engine, and set off towards Qingshitang. Chapter 73. A case of mistaken identity. As Lin Yang stepped into the bustling antique market of Qingshitang, he found himself enveloped by an atmosphere teeming with vitality. The entire market stretched along a thoroughfare, flanked on either side by a row of shops, their entrances adorned with an array of vibrant stalls. These stalls showcased a dazzling assortment of goods. Porcelain gleamed with a gentle luster. Jade emanated an enchanting aura. Scrolls of calligraphy unfurled tales of history. And bronze artifacts bore the weight of time. Among them, one could even find vintage cameras from the 1980s and 90s. The market was a throng of humanity, with buyers and sellers jostling for space, creating a scene so congested that movement was nearly impossible. The shouts of vendors rose and fell, weaving together a unique symphony of the marketplace. "Come and take a look. Authentic Tang Sankai, going for a bargain," shouted a middle-aged man with a thick accent, brandishing a vividly colored Tang Sankai ornament high above his head, swaying it in the sunlight to catch the attention of passers-by. Not far off, an elderly gentleman, donning reading glasses, sat leisurely on a small stool, gently fanning himself with a folding fan while murmuring, "Inherited blue and white porcelain, come if you know your stuff, prices are negotiable." His tone was calm yet exuded confidence. Other vendors, eager to attract customers, employed various tactics. A young man wielding a megaphone blared a pre-recorded advertisement. "Don't miss out. A massive sale on Ming and Qing dynasty coins. Limited quantity. First come, first served." His voice pierced through the cacophony of the market, drawing particular attention. Lin Yang struggled to navigate through the crowd, clutching a black garbage bag containing a jar filled with silver dollars. The jar held 99 yuan de Tuo coins, a common type of silver dollar with a transparent market price of approximately 100 yuan each, allowing for a quick sale without the fear of being swindled. As for the most precious of his collection, the Xiansan Changsu long silver dollar, he had set it aside, securely tucked away. For it was a treasure that demanded utmost care. Rather than rushing to sell, Lin Yang chose to meander through the market. Just as one compares prices when purchasing, selling requires one to discern the integrity of the shopkeepers. Only then could he confidently part with the Xiansan Changsu long silver dollar valued at 8 million. Thus, he planned to first test the waters with the yuan de Tuo coins before selecting a trustworthy vendor to sell his most valuable piece. As he entered the market, a vendor greeted him enthusiastically. "Young man, this bronze ding is from the Zhou dynasty. Would you like to take it home?" Lin Yang glanced up and saw the vendor cradling an archaic bronze ding, his face beaming with warmth. Lin Yang chuckled to himself, pondering how a national treasure could so easily appear at a street stall. Upon closer inspection, the so-called Zhou dynasty bronze ding was unmistakably a 4-ram square zone depicted in history books, clearly a mere replica from recent times. Prior to his arrival, he had already researched online and knew that most of the items sold by these vendors were mere crafts, with genuine antiques being a rarity if they existed at all, typically comprising low-value trinkets like common coins. The vendors eagerly attract customers, persuading them to purchase handicrafts at exorbitant prices, adhering to the principle of 3 years without business, 3 years of profit upon opening. The value of the rare dragon silver dollar is immense, yet these vendors lack the means to acquire it. Consequently, they are not Lin Yang's target. He directs his attention towards the shops flanking the market. Lin Yang randomly selected a shop and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, the antique shop owner greeted him with enthusiasm. "Young man, feel free to peruse whatever you desire." With that, he graciously offered Lin Yang tea, politely declining the refreshment. Lin Yang inquired, "Do you accept yuan datu?" "Indeed, we do, but the quantity of yuan datu in existence is vast, and their value is quite low," the owner replied. Accepting several coins Lin Yang casually retrieved from a jar. Examining them closely, he frowned slightly, shaking his head as he remarked, "These silver dollars bear too many scratches and are not in pristine condition, which severely affects their purchase price. Even if I were to acquire them, selling would be quite challenging. If you are determined to part with them, I can offer you a maximum of 100 yuan each." Lin Yang suppressed a smirk, mentally dismissing the shop. The owner was clearly attempting to take advantage. The value of the yuan datu was transparent, yet he had the audacity to propose a price reduced to a mere tenth of its worth. Such a person was not worthy of engagement. Retrieving his coins, Lin Yang turned on his heel and exited. "Hey, young man, if you're serious about selling, we can negotiate a bit more. How about 110? The owner called after him. But Lin Yang did not look back. Striding out of the shop, he continued to visit several antique stores, encountering similar situations. The yuan data, valued at 1100, was only offered up to 500 at best. Although Lin Yong had previously been unacquainted with antiques, he had now gained a profound understanding of the depths of this trade. He consistently tested the waters with his silver dollars, hoping to find a reputable shop, yet after a long day, he had come up empty-handed. Just as despair began to set in, he noticed a throng of people ahead, tightly encircled around something, murmurs of speculation filling the air. Curiosity piqued. He rose on his toes to peer inside. There, on the ground, lay an elderly man with white hair, his face as pale as parchment. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, eyes tightly shut, and his brow furrowed in anguish. Weakly, he murmured, "Medicine, the medicine in my pocket." His voice was frail, almost lost amidst the clamor of the crowd. Those around him exchanged glances, uncertainty and concern evident in their eyes. A trendy young man, hands shoved deep into his pockets, leaned forward hesitantly, only to recoil suddenly, muttering under his breath, "What if I get blamed? I'd lose my entire month's salary. Perhaps it's best to avoid this." A middle-aged woman clutching a grocery basket wore an anxious expression, murmuring, "That poor old man looks so pitiful. But I have a whole family waiting for me to cook. If I get entangled in this, I truly wouldn't know how to explain myself." As she spoke, she helplessly shook her head and left, glancing back 3 times. Some individuals stood at a distance, pointing and whispering about the elderly man. In today's society, one must be cautious when assisting the elderly. Haven't we heard enough stories in the news of those who were deceived? Let us not turn good intentions into misfortune. The old man lay on the ground, abandoned and vulnerable. His hands hung weakly by his sides, occasionally trembling as if trying to signal for help. His eyes were filled with despair and anguish, surveying the indifferent crowd, seemingly narrating his grievances and confusion. His cracked lips moved incessantly, yet his voice grew fainter, as if his life force was gradually ebbing away. Just as the onlookers hesitated, a young woman in her 20s emerged swiftly from the crowd. Without a moment's hesitation, she knelt beside the old man, gently patting his shoulder and softly saying, "Grandfather, please don't worry. I'll find your medicine right away." Observing this, the crowd urged her, "Young lady, don't meddle. Be careful not to get embroiled in trouble. It's hard to prove your innocence later." Indeed, such incidents are far too common. Don't let your good intentions backfire. The crowd chimed in, attempting to dissuade the young woman. Undeterred, she meticulously searched the old man's pockets and eventually found a small vial labeled fast-acting heart resuscitation pills. "Is this the medicine, grandfather?" The old man nodded. The young woman swiftly uncapped the bottle, poured out a few pills, gently lifted the old man's head, and placed the pills in his mouth. She then borrowed a cup of water from a nearby stall, carefully helping him sip it. After taking the medicine, the old man's complexion gradually regained some color, and his breathing became steadier. The young woman supported him as he sat down on the steps of a nearby shop to rest. After a while, the old man appeared significantly better. Seeing that he was now stable, the young woman turned to leave. At that moment, Lin Yong recognized her and exclaimed in surprise, "Chen Qingqing." Hearing her name, Chen Qingqing looked over, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Lin Yong? What are you doing here?" After exchanging greetings, Chen Qingqing explained that she had come to the antique market to buy a gift for her grandfather and to explore for interesting trinkets. Curiously, she inquired about Lin Yang's purpose for being there. He smiled, "I have some modest items that I plan to sell." Just then, the now recovered old man suddenly stood up and briskly approached Chen Qingqing, grabbing her arm. This unexpected action caused a stir among the onlookers, who began to murmur amongst themselves. "See, I told you the young lady wouldn't heed the warnings. Now she is caught in a trap set by this old man." Chapter 74. The true treasure lies within the jar. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yong was about to step forward to pull the old man away when the elder hastily released Chen Qingqing, exclaiming, "You misunderstand me. I am not a fraudster. How could I repay kindness with malice? That young lady just saved my life, and I wish to retain her contact information to express my gratitude in person." Chen Qingqing shook her head, responding, "There is no need for that. I did not do much." "How can you say that? If it weren't for you, I would not be standing here," the old man insisted. Reluctantly, Chen Qingqing provided her contact details, and the elder left with a satisfied smile. The onlookers, having lost interest, soon dispersed. Lin Yong chuckled. "Weren't you afraid of being taken advantage of by that old man when you so impulsively rescued him?" Chen Qingqing smiled back, "Not at all. I know him. He is the owner of Xiangchuan Tower, the largest antique shop in the entire Star City, filled with countless treasures. He would not dare to swindle me for a trifling amount." Lin Yong nodded, realizing the significance of her connection. Suddenly, he recalled that he intended to sell those silver dollars, but had yet to find a suitable shop. Perhaps Xiangchuan Tower would be the answer. He inquired, "What is Xiangchuan Tower like? Is it reputable in business?" Chen Qingqing affirmed, although their prices are slightly higher than those of other shops. They are honest and never sell counterfeits. While their offers for purchasing antiques may not be the highest, they do not resort to tricks, which is why everyone is willing to trade with them. Lin Yong nodded in agreement, concluding that he would take his silver dollars to Xiangchuan Tower. Chen Qingqing, catching on to his intention, remarked, "You wish to sell your items at Xiangchuan Tower, don't you?" "Indeed," he replied. "Let us go. I will take you there." Navigating through the crowd, Chen Qingqing led Lin Yong to a faade reminiscent of ancient architecture, adorned with a plaque reading Xiangchuan Tower. Upon entering, they were promptly approached by a staff member who greeted them. "Welcome, what can I assist you with today? Feel free to browse. I have some silver dollars I wish to sell," Lin Yong stated. The staff member nodded and instructed, "Please follow me." They ascended to the second floor, where the staff offered them seats and served tea before inquiring about Lin Yang's items for sale. Lin Yang placed a black garbage bag on the coffee table and extracted the jar, lifting the lid to reveal the silver dollars within. "These are the silver dollars." The staff member examined one of the coins, stating, "Indeed, while the Yuan Daido coins are numerous, those in such pristine condition are quite rare. We can offer you up to 1,000 yuan per coin." Upon hearing this price, Lin Yang felt quite satisfied. He had wandered through the antique market for quite some time, consulting 7 or 8 shops. The responses from those establishments varied, with offers ranging from 100 to 500 yuan, often citing poor condition. Xiangchuan Tower's direct offer of 1,000 yuan was indeed a show of sincerity. Given that the market value for the Yuan Daido silver dollar hovers around 100 yuan, their offer was fair. "Very well. Let us proceed with this transaction. There are a total of 99 foot Yuan Daido coins. Please verify the count." "Certainly," the staff member replied. The staff member meticulously extracted each Yuan Shirkai silver dollar from the ceramic jar for examination and counting. After half an hour, he spoke, "There are a total of 99 Yuan Shirkai coins, all in excellent condition. At a purchase price of 1,000 yuan per piece, the total amounts to 99,000 yuan. Do you see any issues?" "No problems here," came the response. Upon confirming the transaction, the staff member promptly initiated the payment to Lin Yang. Suddenly, a startled exclamation pierced the air. Lin Yang turned to find it was the elderly gentleman whom Chen Qingqing had previously rescued. "What are you doing? This is a gross misuse of a precious item. How could you possibly use such a magnificent piece to store Yuan Shirkai coins? And you even placed it in a garbage bag." The old man fixated on the ceramic jar containing the silver dollars with great reverence. "This is a Yuan blue and white jar. I have never seen one of this size before." His eyes widened like brass bells, fixed intently upon the jar. He trembled as he gently caressed the surface of the jar, as if he were touching the most treasured artifact in existence. His lips quivered as he repeatedly murmured, "Such a waste, such a waste." The anguish in his voice suggested that a deep wound had been inflicted upon his heart. Cradling the jar, the old man excitedly began to enlighten Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing. "Do you realize that Yuan blue and white is the pinnacle of porcelain treasures?" Though Lin Yang was not well versed in antiques, he had indeed heard of the illustrious reputation of Yuan blue and white, not for any other reason, but because each piece commands astronomical prices, often reaching tens of millions, and those that are more intact and of superior quality can soar into the hundreds of millions. Observing the old man's reverence, it became evident that this seemingly ordinary ceramic jar was likely a rare gem of considerable value. Chapter 75. For 100 million, the elderly man cradled the ceramic jar in both hands, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Do you understand? This is authentic Yuan blue and white porcelain. The vast expanse of the Yuan dynasty, coupled with the unimpeded Silk Road and flourishing maritime trade, allowed artisans to access superior cobalt materials from West Asia, known as sumar leaching. This cobalt produced a deep, vibrant color upon firing, rich in layers and characterized by distinct rust spots, which laid the foundation for the unique artistic style of Yuan blue and white porcelain." As he gently caressed the jar, he continued, "Moreover, the underglaze painting technique during the Yuan dynasty was remarkably advanced, enabling the successful application of paintings on porcelain, significantly enhancing the yield of colored ceramics. Additionally, the Mongolian preference for blue and white hues harmonized perfectly with aesthetic sensibilities, further propelling the rise of Yuan blue and white porcelain to prominence in the pottery industry of that era." Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing were utterly captivated. Having never anticipated that such a seemingly ordinary jar which contained silver dollars, bore such profound historical significance. The old man was passionately recounting the glorious history of Yuan blue and white porcelain when his voice suddenly faltered. His eyes fixated on the pattern adorning the jar. Filled with confusion, why does this Yuan blue and white porcelain feature the design of Giguzi descending the mountain? I recall that the Giguzi descending the mountain jar fetched an astronomical price of 231 million yuan at the London Christie's auction in 2005, acquired by a renowned collector. How could another Giguzi descending the mountain jar possibly exist? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's heart sank, as if an invisible hand had gripped it tightly. An ominous premonition surging within him. Could this ceramic jar truly be a counterfeit? After all, how could such a rare treasure be carelessly used to store silver dollars and buried in the earth? Something was amiss. The old man, as if under a spell, kept muttering, meticulously examining the jar from every angle. He alternated between studying the intricate textures on its surface and scrutinizing it with a magnifying glass, leaving no detail overlooked. Immersed in his research, his gaze was intense and fervent. He gently turned the jar to reveal its base, carefully inspecting the clay quality with the magnifying glass. The clay was coarse, revealing distinct air holes and small black particles, naturally and irregularly distributed. He nodded slightly, contemplating. The Yuan dynasty's clay was not finely washed. These air holes and particles are indeed marks of the era. He tenderly stroked the glazed surface, feeling its delicate smoothness. Softly murmuring, "This glaze is as warm and lustrous as jade, with just the right degree of sheen. Such an effect cannot be replicated in forgeries." Subsequently, the old man's attention shifted to the coloration of the blue and white porcelain. In the areas where the blue was most intense, he observed distinct rust spots, irregularly shaped with a noticeable concave texture, a characteristic unique to Sumar leaching material. A flicker of surprise sparkled in his eyes. He was convinced that this natural diffusion and rust pattern were features that modern replicas could never hope to imitate. Upon examining the intricate designs, the Yuan blue and white vase adorned with the scene of Giguzi descending the mountain reveals a meticulous layout, with a harmonious balance of density and spacing. The fluidity of the lines and the vivid portrayal of the figures evoke a sense of Giguzi's poise and wisdom during his descent. The elder, while observing, began to elucidate to Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing, observed the expressions of the figures and the elegance of their attire. Every detail showcases the masterful craftsmanship of the Yuan dynasty artisans. Moreover, the layers of the Yuan blue and white patterns are richly textured. This particular vase features as many as 7 or 8 layers that, despite their complexity, maintain clarity and distinction. Finally, the elder scrutinized the craftsmanship. After an exhaustive examination, he exhaled deeply, a look of conviction illuminating his face as he proclaimed with resolute certainty, "Indeed, this is the authentic Yuan blue and white vase of Giguzi descending the mountain. From the body's texture, the glaze's hue, the shade of the blue and white, to the decorative motifs in the manufacturing techniques. Every detail aligns with the characteristics of Yuan blue and white porcelain, and its remarkable preservation renders it a true rarity." The elder's face radiated excitement, his eyes sparkling with an uncontrollable fervor as he gazed intently at Lin Yang, his tone earnest and urgent. "Young man, this Yuan blue and white piece is worth a fortune. 10 years ago, it could have fetched an astronomical sum of 231 million. Its value has only appreciated since." He continued, "I have an old friend who is deeply fascinated by Yuan blue and white porcelain. Would you consider selling it to him first?" Lin Yang felt a jolt of astonishment. What he had assumed was merely an ordinary ceramic vessel had transformed into an invaluable treasure. His mind raced with the pressing need for funds to acquire more shares in Ferdi Batteries, and this Yuan blue and white vase arrived at a most opportune moment. Without a hint of hesitation, he decisively nodded and replied, "If the price is right, absolutely." Seeing Lin Yang's agreement, the elder's face brightened with a satisfied smile as he quickly said, "Please hold on. I shall make a call right away." With that, he hurried to the side and dialed a number. Although Lin Yang could not hear the voice on the other end, the elder's respectful tone and earnest demeanor indicated that he was conversing with a person of considerable influence. The elder occasionally furrowed his brow and nodded slightly, as if engaged in a vigorous negotiation regarding the price. Moments later, the elder hung up the phone and returned swiftly, his face aglow with joy. "My friend is willing to offer 400 million for this Giguzi descending the mountain vase. What do you think?" Upon hearing this figure, Lin Yang could not suppress a gasp, his heart swelling with astonishment and delight. This price exceeded the auction value from a decade ago by a staggering $150 million, an exceedingly generous offer. Straining to contain his excitement, Lin Yong endeavored to remain composed, nodding emphatically as he said, "Deal." The elder smiled as he handed Lin Yong a check for $400 million, explaining, "You must be this young lady's boyfriend. I owe her a debt of gratitude for saving me. Had it been anyone else, I would have negotiated down the price." Although the Guguzi descending the mountain vase is indeed worth $400 million, Lin Yong realized, with a sense of clarity, that he had benefited from Chun Qingqing's influence. The elderly gentleman once again handed Lin Yong a business card, which bore nothing but a name and a phone number. As Lin Yong took the card and scrutinized it, he discovered the name Lin Bian, astonishingly sharing his surname. With a smile, Lin Bian remarked, "This is my private number. Should you ever have anything valuable to part with, feel free to reach out to me." Lin Yong nodded solemnly, contemplating that with an information network in place, there might well be more antiquities to acquire in the future, making Lin Bian a commendable choice for transactions. Having concluded their dealings, Lin Yong and Chun Qingqing strolled side by side out of Xiangchuan Tower. The sunlight bathed them in warmth, filling Lin Yong with gratitude and joy. Turning to Chun Qingqing, he sincerely expressed, "Qingqing, I owe you a great debt of thanks. If it weren't for your timely rescue of Boss Lin, I would not have encountered such a fortuitous opportunity. Allow me to treat you to lunch as a proper gesture of appreciation." Chun Qingqing's lips curled into a radiant smile as she playfully replied, "All right then. I shall not be modest. I happen to know a fantastic restaurant that will surely delight you." The pair arrived at an establishment imbued with artistic charm, featuring wooden tables and chairs, soft lighting, and walls adorned with art pieces, creating a cozy and romantic ambience. As a true gentleman, Lin Yong pulled out a chair for Chun Qingqing and waited for her to take her seat before he slowly sat down himself. The server presented the menu, and with a smile, Lin Yong pushed it towards Chun Qingqing, saying, "You order. Choose anything you desire." Chun Qingqing, unreserved, skillfully selected several signature dishes. Throughout their meal, laughter and cheerful banter ensued as they exchanged amusing anecdotes from their lives along with the delightful surprises brought forth by the day's events. Lin Yang's gaze was filled with appreciation and admiration for Chun Qingqing as he raised his glass and earnestly declared, "Qingqing, I am truly grateful to you. Without your assistance, I would have no idea how long it would take to part with these silver coins, nor could I have imagined that this ceramic vase was, in fact, a priceless piece of Yuan blue and white porcelain." Chun Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she took a sip of juice and replied, "Do not say that. It is also your good fortune. I am genuinely pleased to have been able to assist you." After their meal, the two sauntered toward the parking lot. Lin Yong looked at Chun Qingqing earnestly and said, "I had a wonderful time today. If you ever need help in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out." Chun Qingqing nodded, smiling in response, "Of course, the same goes for you. Contact me anytime you need assistance." Subsequently, they each entered their vehicles and waved goodbye, driving off in different directions. As Lin Yong settled into the driver's seat, he reflected on the day's events, feeling as though he were in a dream. He instinctively reached into his pocket to touch the business card given to him by Lin Bian, silently pondering that with this card in hand, any future acquisitions of antiquities would be much easier to manage. While driving home, Lin Yong suddenly recalled that he still possessed a silver coin valued at $8 million. This particular coin had been stored separately, and in the excitement of discovering the vase's true worth, he had momentarily forgotten about it. Shaking his head, he decided to keep it on him for a few more days, planning to find time to exchange it for money at the shop on his next visit. The demolition contract has been signed, and the antiques have been sold, unexpectedly yielding a profit of $400 million. The tasks have been nearly completed. It is time to return to my hometown. After driving back to Binjiang Bay and parking the car, I took out my phone and dialed my mother's number. Chapter 76. The 5 Great Secrets in the Enchanting Village of Phoenix County. The clock had just passed 3 in the afternoon. Lin Weiguo and his wife, Yang Saixia, stood at the village entrance, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the bus to the county town. Today marked the grand celebration of their uncle's 80th birthday, and a lively banquet had been arranged at a restaurant in the town. Their hearts brimmed with joy as they prepared to attend the festivities. Yang Saixia frequently glanced into the distance, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety, softly murmuring, "Why hasn't the bus arrived yet? We mustn't delay in wishing Uncle a happy birthday." Lin Weiguo gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance, "Do not fret, let us wait a little longer. The bus will surely come." Despite his words, his toes unconsciously tapped the ground, revealing his own impatience. As they anxiously waited, A gleaming new car sped towards them, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was Zhang Daqiang from their village, who spotted the couple and abruptly slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching as the vehicle came to a halt before them. He swiftly lowered the window, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he called out enthusiastically, "Brother Lin, where are you heading?" Upon hearing his voice, Lin Weiguo turned to see Zhang Daqiang, his face breaking into a warm smile as he replied, "It's our Uncle S' birthday. We're off to the county town for the celebration." Zhang Daqiang immediately chimed in, "I happen to be going to the county town for some errands as well. Hop in. It's on my way." He gestured invitingly for them to enter the car. Lin Weiguo hastily waved his hand in refusal, politely stating, "There's no need to trouble you. The bus will arrive shortly, and we can wait a bit longer." His tone carried a touch of gratitude, as he wished not to impose on others. What trouble could it be? "It's on my way. Come on, get in." Zhang Daqiang insisted warmly, his smile unwavering, his eyes filled with sincerity, seemingly determined not to relent until Lin Weiguo and his wife accepted his offer. He even unbuckled his seatbelt, poised to step out, and urged them on board. Unable to withstand his insistence, and feeling that it would be unkind to refuse, Lin Weiguo reluctantly agreed, and together with Yang Caixia, they climbed into the vehicle. Once inside, Yang Caixia cheerfully remarked, "Daqiang, you are truly too kind. Thanks to you. We won't have to wait here any longer." With a chuckle, Zhang Daqiang replied, "Sister-in-law, it's nothing. We are all from the same village. Sharing a ride is no trouble at all." As the car began to roll forward, Zhang Daqiang confidently grasped the steering wheel, his smile growing even brighter, his eyes sparkling with pride as he eagerly proclaimed, "Brother Lin, behold my car. It's the latest model of the Asia Dragon. Endowed with 5 remarkable features: a genuine leather steering wheel, leather seats, a leather gear knob, electric front seats, and rear seats that can be folded in a 6:4 ratio. The moment you stepped in, didn't you feel an overwhelming sense of comfort?" While speaking, he affectionately patted the steering wheel, as if caressing a priceless treasure, his gaze filled with pride and satisfaction. Lin Weiguo responded with a smile. "So this chair is made of genuine leather. No wonder it feels so different to the touch. Sitting in it is truly comfortable. Daqiang, you've made an excellent purchase with this car." Yang Kawa chimed in from the side, "Indeed, this is far more comfortable than taking the bus. Daqiang, you truly have an eye for quality." Hearing their praises, Zhang Daqiang beamed with delight, his expression brimming with pride, and he straightened his back, as if enveloped in the joy of their compliments. With enthusiasm, Zhang Daqiang continued to showcase, "Just take a look at this screen, an 8-inch color display, and the smart navigation. Just tell it where you want to go, and it will plan the route for you. It's incredibly convenient. Moreover, it has a radio with exceptional sound quality, capable of picking up numerous stations." As he spoke, he eagerly turned on the radio, swiftly searching for a station playing music. Soon, melodious tunes filled the car, and he swayed his head gently to the rhythm, his face radiating bliss, occasionally humming along, as if he were the happiest person in the world. "I must tell you, Lin Guo, I didn't hesitate at all when I bought this car. I fell for this model at first sight. Although it was a bit pricey, I believe it's worth it. After all, it's a foreign brand, which naturally surpasses domestic vehicles." Lin Weiguo and his wife, Yang Kaiwa, sat in the back seat, consistently supporting Zhang Daqiang. Lin Weiguo smiled and nodded in agreement, remarking, "This brand is indeed excellent. No wonder so many people love it. The features are quite advanced. You made a splendid choice with this car." Yang Kaiwa added with a smile, "Yes, Daqiang, your life is becoming increasingly delightful." Their responses only heightened Zhang Daqiang's excitement. Indeed. This is a 60th birthday gift from my son, Xiaojun. I believe your birthday is approaching as well. What is your family planning to gift you, Lin Yang?" "I cherish anything my son gives me. The most important thing is that our family is safe and sound." "Exactly, that's what I always say. Yet my son Xiaojun insisted on gifting me a car, and he was upset when I initially refused. Your Xiaojun is truly filial. It's no wonder you have cared for him so lovingly since childhood." Just as Zhang Daqiang animatedly recounted his son's filial piety, brimming with pride, Yang Kaiwa's phone suddenly rang. Instinctively, she reached for her phone and saw that the caller was her son, Lin Yang. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she quickly answered the call, her voice filled with joy and urgency, "Xiaoang." On the other end, Lin Yang's voice came through. "Mom, I've finished my tasks here and am planning to return home in a couple of days." Upon hearing this, Yang Saiwa's voice trembled with excitement as she quickly replied, "Really? That is wonderful. Just let me know what you'd like to eat, and I'll prepare it for you. The free-range chickens at home are well fed. I'll make you a pot of stew. And I've saved your favorite cured meat for you. No need to go out of your way for special dishes. I enjoy all the home-cooked meals. Lin Yang responded with a smile. Upon hearing that her son, who had been away from home for over 2 years, was finally returning to their hometown. Yang Saixia's joy was palpable. Her face radiated happiness, and her eyes shimmered with tears of excitement. She turned to glance at Lin Weiguo, her gaze filled with delight, and then spoke into the phone. Xiaoyang, take that train back. Your father and I will come to pick you up. No need. I'll drive back myself. You just wait at home, came the reply. Ah, all right. Drive slowly and be cautious on the road. If you feel tired, find a service area to rest. Yang Saixia hurriedly advised, her tone brimming with concern as if her son were right beside her. After hanging up, Yang Saixia excitedly grasped Lin Weiguo's hand, her face blossoming with joy as she exclaimed, Old man, Xiaoyang will be back in a couple of days. Good, excellent. Lin Weiguo beamed, his eyes filled with anticipation. In the front seat, Zhang Daqiang, having overheard their conversation, wore a smile and remarked, I heard on the phone that your Lin Yang has bought a car. I wonder what kind he chose. My son purchased a BZ3, a hybrid with numerous high-tech features. He was also going to buy one for me, but at my age, I cannot adapt to new things. I still find gasoline vehicles to be more reliable. Lin Weiguo chuckled. I have no idea what kind of car he bought. This child has not mentioned it to us. However, as long as he likes it, that is what matters. Zhang Daqiang replied with a grin. Your Lin Yang is quite impressive. After just 2 or 3 years since graduation, he has managed to afford a car on his own, which is remarkable. Even if it is a domestic vehicle, it serves its purpose. As he spoke, he slightly shook his head, a hint of derision on his face, as if he believed that, in his eyes, domestic cars could never compare to the foreign ones he favored. While conversing, Zhang Daqiang had already driven into the county town. The car came to a steady stop in front of a restaurant, and after Lin Weiguo and Yang Saixia expressed their gratitude to Zhang Daqiang, they alighted and entered the establishment. Chapter 77. We have become neighbors. Lin Weiguo and Yang Saixia entered the restaurant and quickly located their second uncle amidst the crowd. With radiant smiles, they approached him and presented a red envelope, respectfully wishing, Second uncle, may your fortune be as vast as the East Sea, and your lifespan as enduring as the South Mountain. Happy birthday. The second uncle accepted the envelope, his eyes narrowing into joyful slits as he nodded repeatedly, urging them to take a seat and announcing that the meal would commence once everyone had arrived. Before long, relatives began to gather one after another, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. At this moment, the eldest aunt initiated the conversation, her face beaming with pride as she exclaimed, My son has truly made a name for himself. Recently, he purchased a large house in the heart of the county, and from now on, your uncle and I can enjoy some well-deserved leisure in the county. As soon as she finished, the second aunt chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. My daughter is no slouch either. She recently acquired a new car, an imported sedan, with outstanding performance and aesthetics. Following this, the third uncle spoke up, lifting his teacup to take a sip before leisurely stating, My son has recently passed the civil service examination and secured a position in the government. It's a stable and respectable job. Life will undoubtedly improve from here on. At this point, the fourth aunt, who had been quietly listening, could no longer contain herself. She clapped her thigh and excitedly declared, What you all have said pales in comparison. My son opened a small shop, and although I worried about its success at first, it has flourished over the past 2 years, earning far more than he did while employed. Everyone engaged in animated banter, proudly boasting about their children's achievements, their faces radiating pride as the restaurant buzzed with an atmosphere of competition and display. The air was thick with the spirit of comparison, as each relative sought to highlight their offspring's accomplishments, seemingly believing that this would grant them an upper hand in the unspoken contest. Just then, someone unexpectedly shifted the focus to Lin Weiguo and Yang Saixia. Lin Yang graduated from a prestigious university. He must have a great job. Otherwise, why has he been so busy and has he returned home in 2 years? A curious relative inquired. Lin Weiguo and Yang Saixia maintained their warm smiles upon hearing the question. Lin Weiguo replied leisurely, It's going well. He has been busy with work, which is why he hasn't been back. Now that he has some free time, he'll be driving back in a couple of days. His tone conveyed a sense of pride in his son. The relatives perked up at the mention of him driving back. The eldest aunt's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Oh, he has a car now. That surely means he is doing well. When he returns, we must gather together. It's been years since we last saw him. Yang Saixia nodded in agreement, smiling as she assured, Rest assured, Once Xiaoyang returns, we'll treat everyone to a sumptuous meal and have a good reunion. Lin Weigua echoed her sentiment, and the atmosphere grew even more jubilant. In Xingqing, at the Binjiang Bay community, Lin Yang ended the phone call and took the elevator upstairs. After a facial recognition scan, the doors swung open, allowing him to step inside. This expansive 800-square-meter riverside flat, located in Star City's Binjiang Bay, marked the first day of his official residency in his new home. This luxurious estate, valued at over 40 million, was a reward he received for rescuing the chairman of Runt Group based on intelligence he had gathered. To think that a mere 120 for an ambulance ride could yield such a magnificent residence was beyond anyone's imagination. Upon entering, the spacious and luminous area unfolded before him without reservation. The minimalist decor subtly hinted at opulence. Moving toward the window, the grand floor-to-ceiling panes revealed the outside world in all its glory. A panoramic view of 270 degrees allowed the river scenery to unfurl like a breathtaking painting before his eyes. In the distance, the shimmering waters of the Xiang River sparkled, while the skyline across the river showcased a harmonious arrangement of modern skyscrapers, epitomizing the vibrancy and prosperity of the city. Lin Yang's gaze leisurely traversed every corner of the room, and a wave of profound sentiment surged within him. Once, he had resided in a cramped and dilapidated rental, where large patches of paint had peeled from the walls, exposing the mottled surface beneath. Several windows were on the brink of collapse, their glass riddled with cracks, barely held together by tape. The door lock had long succumbed to rust, necessitating considerable effort to open. The furniture was equally worn, the bed creaking ominously with every movement as if it might disintegrate at any moment. The uneven floor required careful navigation, each step taken with caution to avoid tripping. Now, merely 2 weeks later, his fate had undergone a staggering transformation, rendering the present reality akin to an unattainable dream. Lin Yang inhaled deeply, striving to quell his excitement. He settled onto the sofa in the living room, retrieving the 400 million check he had earned from selling antiques. At that moment, the priority was to cash the check and transfer the funds into his account, subsequently allowing Hu Qian to acquire all stocks of Fuji Battery available in the market. Intelligence indicated that Liu Xiangdong, the second-largest shareholder of Fuji Battery, planned to sell off his shares in a panic, creating an opportunity to purchase them back at a favorable price. In the near future, the invested capital would multiply exponentially. In addition to these financial pursuits, he needed to stop by the mall to purchase health supplements for his parents before returning home. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the soft gaps in the curtains, gently illuminating Lin Yang's face and rousing him from a sweet slumber. As he awakened, he felt refreshed, signaling the dawn of a new day. He quickly rose and entered the spacious, bright bathroom to freshen up. Within, the exquisite fixtures gleamed under the light, while the thermostatic showerhead released fine droplets of water, reminiscent of a gentle spring rain that washed away his fatigue. After completing his morning routine, Lin Yang meticulously chose a comfortable and casual outfit before stepping out with a lively stride. His destination was the bank, where he intended to cash the 400 million check, followed by a trip to the mall to procure health items for his parents. As he stepped out of his home, poised to press the elevator button, the door across the hall swung open unexpectedly, revealing a familiar figure. Lin Yang squinted, and to his astonishment, it was Chen Qingqing. A sudden realization dawned upon him. No wonder he felt an eerie familiarity upon first arriving at this new residence. Chen Qingqing lived right opposite him. Over half a month ago, he had visited her abode, envious of her youthful possession of a luxurious penthouse in Star City. He never anticipated that he would also take up residence here, and that they would become neighbors. With warmth, Lin Yang greeted Chen Qingqing. What a coincidence. I had no idea you lived right across from me. It's quite a surprise to find ourselves as neighbors. A subtle smile graced Chen Qingqing's lips, her eyes sparkling with delight, as she mused internally, I knew all along. It was because of you that I convinced my father to let go of this apartment. She responded enthusiastically, indeed, what a small world. Now that we are neighbors, we can look out for each other. Chen Qingqing's gaze lingered on Lin Yang for a moment, curiosity evident in her eyes as she inquired, you're out quite early. Where are you headed? Lin Yang replied honestly, I plan to visit the bank first, and then head to the mall to pick up a few things to take back home. You're going back home? Chen Qingqing raised an eyebrow, a hint of longing shimmering in her eyes. I would love to visit the places where I once lived. I wonder if I could hitch a ride with you? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang nodded affirmatively, of course. Having you as company will surely make the journey more enjoyable. Upon entering the elevator, Chen Qingqing seemed to recall something suddenly, and exclaimed with excitement, "How about I accompany you to buy some things? This time back, I want to visit Teacher Wang." Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, but a warm smile soon illuminated his face. Teacher Wang, their middle school homeroom teacher, was an incredibly kind and wise individual. In Lin Yang's memories, Teacher Wang always patiently listened to everyone's troubles, offering encouragement and support. During a time when he felt inferior due to his family's financial struggles, it was Teacher Wang's comforting words that helped him regain his confidence and face life's challenges bravely. Reflecting on this, Lin Yang's heart swelled with gratitude for Teacher Wang. With a smile, he said, "That sounds wonderful. In that case, I will buy an additional gift so we can pay a visit to Teacher Wang together. We must not forget the guidance and support he provided us." Chapter 78. Embracing support. Lin Yang arrived at the Binjiang branch of Xingqing Bank. As soon as the wheels of his car came to a halt, before he could even reach for the door handle, Zhang Jun rushed out with an enthusiastic expression, moving as if he feared missing something of utmost importance. Close behind him trailed several impeccably dressed middle-aged men, each bearing a solemn demeanor and synchronized steps. Zhang Jun swiftly opened the car door for Lin Yang, bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle in a gesture of invitation, his face adorned with a beaming smile. "Mr. Lin, you have finally arrived. We have been eagerly awaiting your presence." Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Jun's formal address. After he and Chen Qingqing exited the vehicle, before they could steady themselves, the group behind Zhang Jun quickly converged. The foremost gentleman, radiating warmth, took a few steps forward and extended his hand, grasping Lin Yang's firmly. "Mr. Lin, welcome, welcome. I am Wang Bin, the manager of the Binjiang branch of Xingqing Bank. Please, call me Xiao Wang. I assure you, I will handle your affairs with utmost diligence today." Though Wang Bin appeared to be twice Lin Yang's age, he adopted a notably humble demeanor, as if Lin Yang were the most esteemed guest of his life. Lin Yang reciprocated courteously, engaging in a brief exchange of pleasantries with Wang Bin. Subsequently, Wang Bin gestured for them to enter the bank, continuing to express warm welcomes, his tone imbued with respect, as he guided Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing to the VIP room. Upon entering the VIP room, Wang Bin cheerfully said, "Mr. Lin, please take a seat with this young lady. Do not hesitate to let me know if you require anything. Please feel free to ask." As Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing settled onto the plush sofa, Zhang Jun hurriedly entered, bearing a tray of fruits and pastries, which he gently placed on the coffee table. Lin Yang cast a casual glance and was momentarily taken aback. The array of fruits and pastries was vastly different from his previous visit. The last time he came for a loan, the coffee table had merely displayed common fruits like apples and bananas. This time, however, the platter showcased an exquisite selection of rare delicacies. Among them were plump, golden cherries, large and lustrous, and ruby-red Roman grapes, exuding a rich fragrance. Such fruits were typically unseen in ordinary fruit shops, available only in high-end supermarkets. He had only recognized them from videos he had casually watched, knowing their price per pound could easily reach the thousands. With the branch manager personally welcoming him and the lobby manager bustling about to attend to them, the luxurious offerings of fruits and pastries spoke volumes. Lin Yang understood that such treatment stemmed from the presence of that 400 million yuan check. After all, that sum was monumental for any branch, warranting significant attention from the bank staff. Having business to attend to following the check's exchange, Lin Yang was keen to return to his hometown to procure health supplements for his parents. Thus, he directly addressed Wang Bin. "I would like to cash this check. Manager Wang, if you could assist me." Wang Bin's face was adorned with a warm smile as he nodded fervently and said, "Mr. Lin, I am aware. Zhang Jun provided me with a detailed report yesterday. Under normal circumstances, cashing such a substantial check requires a week's notice. However, your matter, Mr. Lin, is of utmost priority to our bank, and we will certainly make special arrangements." Saying this, he cautiously accepted the 400 million check from Lin Yang's hand. Wang Bin first placed the check on the table, leaning slightly forward, his gaze fixed intently on the check as he meticulously examined every detail, including the issue date, the amount in both figures and words, the payee's name, and the issuer's signature. As he scrutinized, he nodded gently, murmuring, "Yes, the issue date is correct. The amount matches in both forms, and the signature is clear." After confirming the authenticity and completeness of the check, he raised his head and smiled at Lin Yang, stating, "Mr. Lin, all the basic information on the check appears to be in order. Next, we will require a valid form of identification from you for identity verification." This was standard procedure, and Lin Yang offered no resistance, readily complying. He retrieved his identification card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Bin. Wang Bin received it with both hands, exhibiting utmost respect, then placed the ID on the card reader for information retrieval and verification. His gaze shifted back and forth between the computer screen and the identification, meticulously comparing each piece of information, while reassuringly saying, "Mr. Lin, rest assured. This identity verification is a necessary process of the bank, and it will be completed shortly." Once the identity verification was successful, Wang Bin produced a transfer slip and placed it before Lin Yang, indicating the blank spaces. "Mr. Lin, I kindly ask you to fill out this transfer slip, providing the recipient's account information, which is the designated account to which you wish to transfer the funds." Lin Yang took the slip, grasped the pen, and began to fill it out with due diligence. Meanwhile, Wang Bin observed closely, ensuring that no errors slipped through. Once Lin Yang finished, Wang Bin took the slip, conducted another thorough review, and, confirming its accuracy, he sighed in relief, saying, "Mr. Lin, you have filled it out perfectly. Now, I shall proceed with the transfer process. Please bear with me for a moment." With that, he rose swiftly and made his way to the nearby computer, operating it with practiced ease. His fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, his focus unwavering on the screen. After a short while, he turned around, a joyful smile illuminating his face, and proclaimed, "Mr. Lin, the transfer procedure has been successfully completed. You may rest assured. The sum of 400 million has been transferred to your designated account, and you can check the transaction details at your convenience via mobile banking or other means." Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Wang Bin quickly added, "Mr. Lin, should you have any further needs, whether concerning banking services or other matters, please do not hesitate to contact me. Make sure to keep my number safe. From now on, you are our bank's most esteemed client, and we shall provide you with the highest quality of service." As he spoke, he retrieved a business card from his pocket, presenting it to Lin Yang with both hands. The words on the card shimmered under the light, seemingly reflecting Wang Bin's regard for Lin Yang. Once the matter was settled, Lin Yang did not linger but promptly rose to depart. Wang Bin, accompanied by Zhang Jun and their entourage, personally escorted Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing to the car. With a beaming smile, Wang Bin opened the car door and addressed Lin Yang, saying, "Mr. Lin, travel safely. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call me. I am at your service 24 hours a day." His tone suggested that Lin Yang was akin to a benefactor, and he would go to great lengths to fulfill any of Lin Yang's requests. Once Lin Yang settled into the car and Chen Qingqing fastened her seatbelt, he started the engine. Wang Bin and Zhang Jun stood by the car, continuously waving goodbye, their gestures reminiscent of bidding farewell to an esteemed leader embarking on a significant journey. Even as the vehicle drove far away, Lin Yang could still see them waving in the rearview mirror, their figures standing out in the sunlight. It was only after Lin Yang's car had completely vanished from sight that Wang Bin withdrew his gaze, still wearing a flattering smile, as if Lin Yang remained before him. He turned to Zhang Jun, and his expression softened into one of warmth as he declared, "Zhang Jun, effective immediately, you are promoted to private client manager, specifically tasked with liaising with Mr. Lin. You must prioritize any requests from Mr. Lin without a hint of negligence. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun was momentarily stunned, his face quickly lighting up with uncontainable joy. He had never anticipated that merely because Lin Yang exchanged a check, he would be presented with such a promotional opportunity. He eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Thank you, President. Thank you. I will certainly work diligently and not betray your trust." Wang Bin nodded in satisfaction, giving Zhang Jun a pat on the shoulder, saying, "You lucky fellow. If you had mentioned that you had such a wealthy classmate earlier, would you have had to wait until today for a promotion? I would have never relegated you to merely being a lobby manager. Seize this opportunity. If you can serve Mr. Lin well, the rewards will be plentiful." Zhang Jun fervently nodded, silently resolving to firmly attach himself to Lin Yang. He contemplated that Lin Yang had merely exchanged a check without depositing any money. If one day Lin Yang casually deposited hundreds of millions in the bank, he could very well become the vice president. With this thought, Zhang Jun's heart raced, his eyes filled with anticipation, as if the position of vice president was beckoning him. Meanwhile, in the manager's office of Xingqing Securities, Hu Qian was intently focused on her computer screen, which flickered with various stock data and graphs. Her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, her gaze sharp and attentive. Suddenly, a prominent notification popped up on the screen. Lin Yang's account successfully received a transfer of 400 million. Hu Qian's hands abruptly halted, her eyes widening in shock. her mouth slightly agape, her face reflecting utter astonishment. She could hardly believe her eyes, instinctively rubbing them before glancing again at the screen, where the staggering figure of 400 million remained vividly displayed, seemingly declaring the veracity of it all. How could this be possible? She murmured, her voice laden with astonishment and doubt. Before she could fully recover from her shock, her phone chimed, delivering a message from Lin Yong. Keep a close watch on the stock of Foodie Battery. If anyone sells, acquire it all, regardless of the price. Hu Qian took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. She understood that Lin Yong was not as straightforward as he appeared. Her previous experience assisting him in acquiring Foodie Battery stocks had instilled in her a profound trust. She believed he must possess some undisclosed information. And since he had issued such a directive now, it was undoubtedly based on reliable intelligence. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned her assistant, exclaiming urgently, "Gather everyone in the conference room immediately. We have an urgent task." She then rose and swiftly made her way to the conference room. Shortly, team members began to arrive, and upon witnessing Hu Qian's serious demeanor, they grasped the gravity of the situation, the atmosphere in the room turning palpably tense. Standing before the conference table, Hu Qian surveyed each individual, speaking rapidly. "Listen carefully. From this moment on, we must monitor every move of Foodie Battery for 24 hours. Should anyone sell Foodie Battery stocks, regardless of the price, procure them all without delay. This is a crucial directive from Mr. Lin, pivotal to our forthcoming strategic maneuvers. So let us all remain fully alert." The team members nodded, their eyes reflecting focus and determination. They promptly returned to their posts, busily engaging in the intense preparations for monitoring and acquiring Foodie Battery stocks. In no time, the office resonated with the sounds of keyboards clattering and phones ringing, as everyone immersed themselves wholeheartedly in the task at hand. Chapter 79, The Perception of Insight. Lin Yong drove Chen Qingqing to the IFES International Finance Square. After parking in the underground garage, they ascended in the elevator together. The first floor was lined with luxurious brand boutiques, showcasing the latest seasonal apparel and accessories in their windows. Attentive staff members, clad in uniforms, greeted every customer with warm smiles. Lin Yong and Chen Qingqing lingered not, making their way directly to the elevator for the second floor. Their purpose was clear. Lin Yong sought to purchase supplements for his parents, while Chen Qingqing aimed to select a gift for her middle school homeroom teacher. Upon reaching the second floor, they paused in front of a pharmacy named Jiuji Tang. Exchanging glances, Chen Qingqing smiled and remarked, "It appears we share the same thought. Ginseng is indeed a splendid supplement, invigorating the spirit, bolstering immunity, and alleviating fatigue." Lin Yong nodded in agreement and stepped into the pharmacy, where a rich aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped them. The establishment was elegantly adorned in a traditional style, with wooden shelves and counters exuding a subtle fragrance of timber, harmonizing with the herbal scent in the air. On the walls hung scrolls depicting knowledge of medicinal herbs and principles of traditional Chinese wellness, infusing the pharmacy with a sense of cultural depth. A female pharmacist approached them with a professional smile. "Sir, madam, we are the finest pharmacy in Star City, and we offer a wide selection of rare medicinal herbs. May I inquire what you are seeking? Please show us your ginseng," Lin Yong requested. "Certainly," she replied, leading them to the ginseng display. She began to introduce the various types. Pointing to a row of fresh ginseng, she said, "This fresh ginseng is our latest stock, exceptionally fresh. Observe its smooth skin and vibrant color. It is perfect for medicinal dishes, preserving the essence of ginseng while enhancing the flavor and nourishment of your meals. Moreover, it is quite affordable at only 99 yuan each." Lin Yong followed her gesture, noting that the fresh ginseng appeared diminutive, reminiscent of undernourished radishes, and seemed of subpar quality. Noticing their lack of interest, the pharmacist directed their attention to another selection. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she said, "This 5-year-old ginseng has been meticulously cultivated. Look closely. Its roots are intact, and the texture is distinct, possessing high medicinal value. Although it is slightly pricier at 999 yuan each, it is undoubtedly worth every penny, as many customers specifically seek out this ginseng for health benefits." Lin Yong and Chen Qingqing leaned closer to the counter, scrutinizing the ginseng. Indeed, these specimens appeared more authentic than the fresh variety, yet they still seemed rather small, hardly surpassing the size of a pinky finger. Lin Yong furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. This ginseng did not align with his expectations of high-quality herbs. Chen Qingqing, too, shook her head, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing her face. "These ginsengs are far too ordinary. They would hardly make an impressive gift. Perhaps we should explore elsewhere. Lin Yang nodded subtly, a hint of resignation evident in his gaze. The female pharmacist appeared oblivious to the disappointment of the two individuals and continued to elaborate enthusiastically. Sir, madam, this 99.99, 10-year-old ginseng is one of our signature products. Its long growth period and rich nutritional components make it ideal for nourishing soups or infusions, perfect for rejuvenating one's parents' health. However, Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing had already lost interest in the commonplace ginseng, and they chimed in unison, "This is far too ordinary." Their tone bore a hint of impatience, and they disregarded the pharmacist's recommendations, turning to leave. At that moment, a middle-aged man briskly entered the shop, dressed in a crisp dark suit. With meticulously groomed hair and a confident smile, he exuded an air of competence. Upon entering, he scanned the store, and his gaze quickly fell upon Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing. At first glance, he recognized them as the individuals he had seen earlier in the parking lot, alighting from a Yangwang U8. Though the U8 may not compare to top-tier luxury cars, priced just above $1 million, it signified true wealth, as its owners typically possessed high-end vehicles, treating the U8 as a mere toy to explore various new features. "Good morning." Store manager greeted a pharmacist upon seeing the man, bowing respectfully. "Good morning," the man replied with a slight nod, then swiftly approached Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing. As he reached them, his smile grew more amiable, and he politely addressed them, "Sir, madam, greetings." The pharmacist who had previously recommended ginseng to Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing attempted to explain herself, but was interrupted by the store manager's raised hand. A glint of sternness crossed his eyes as he regarded the pharmacist, speaking in a serious tone, "Quickly, prepare a cup of health tea for these two. What have I been teaching you? You must be more observant." The man frowned, perplexed by the pharmacist's foolishness. These customers were clearly uninterested in the ordinary ginseng and sought something superior, evidently individuals of means. Instead of presenting them with better options, she insisted on showcasing some reasonably priced, commonly cultivated ginseng. After reprimanding her, he swiftly donned a broad smile and turned to Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing, saying, "Sir, madam, please do not take offense at the oversight of my staff. We do have superior ginseng available in our store. Please, take a seat and relax for a moment. I will bring you some selections shortly for your consideration." Chapter 80. The pursuit of purchase. The store manager approached the counter, crouched down, and cautiously opened the safe, retrieving 4 or 5 exquisite red boxes. Cradling these boxes, he briskly made his way to Lin Yang, gently spreading them out on the counter and slowly lifting the lids. In an instant, a sight of magnificent ginseng emerged, each root as thick as a finger, exuding a unique luster. Lin Yang's gaze was immediately captivated. These ginseng roots were evidently of a far superior quality compared to those he had previously observed. With great care, the manager picked up one of the boxes and presented it to Lin Yang for inspection, while elaborately explaining, "This is a 50-year-old artificially cultivated ginseng. Observe the intricate iron wire patterns adorning its surface, deep, dense, and dark. The root hairs are entirely intact, not a single strand broken, and the medicinal properties remain unblemished." Lin Yang leaned in for a closer examination, and indeed, as the manager had claimed, the roots were complete, with not a trace of breakage even in the finest strands. "Sir, wild mountain ginseng is exceedingly rare these days. Should even a single one emerge, it would never circulate in the market. This artificially cultivated 50-year ginseng is the finest available for purchase." The manager spoke earnestly. Lin Yang nodded in agreement, appreciating the manager's sincerity. Regardless of whether this ginseng was truly the best on the market, at the very least, he had not misrepresented the artificially cultivated as wild. "How much is this?" Lin Yang inquired. 280,000. "Does that seem reasonable to you?" The manager replied. "What about the others?" Lin Yang asked again. "They are all the same, 50-year-old artificially cultivated ginseng, each priced at 280,000, the manager patiently explained. "Very well, I will take these. Please package them up," Lin Yang decisively stated. "Certainly." The manager beamed, and the enthusiasm among the pharmacists in the store surged. They not only served health-preserving tea, but also thoughtfully offered Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing a taste of sweetened donkey hide gelatin. 5 roots of artificially cultivated 50-year ginseng, each priced at 280,000, totaled 1 per million. After settling the bill, Lin Yang unhesitatingly handed 1 root to Chen Qingqing, saying, "This one is for you to give to Teacher Wang." Previously, when selling antiques, the buyer had refrained from negotiating on price due to Chen Qingqing's life-saving assistance. allowing him to earn an extra 100 million. At that time, he had treated her to a meal, and since she also wished to purchase ginseng, this gift served as a token of gratitude for that incident. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it without compensation. I will transfer the money to you. Chen Qingqing insisted. Before Lin Yang could respond, she had already transferred the funds to his bank account. Having previously sold her a beautiful pearl, she had his bank information. Lin Yang understood that her choice to transfer via bank rather than WeChat was to ensure he accepted the payment. With that in mind, he chose not to be overly sentimental, silently committing this kindness to memory, hoping to return the favor when the opportunity arose. As Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing departed, the manager and the pharmacists accompanied them to the door, bidding farewell in unison. Take care, and we welcome your next visit. Their actions drew the attention of passers-by, who were curious about the extent of Lin Yang and his companion's purchases that elicited such enthusiasm from the store staff. After acquiring the supplements, the two ascended via the elevator to the upscale supermarket located in the basement. At the entrance, the liquor and tobacco counter stood out prominently, displaying an array of prestigious spirits and cigarettes in neat rows. Lin Yang mused that while his parents seldom indulged in alcohol, it was customary to provide such items when entertaining guests at home. Thus, his gaze drifted over the counter until it settled on the He Tian Xia cigarettes priced at 2,000 yuan per pack, and a bottle of Maotai at 280 yuan. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to purchase 10 packs of He Tian Xia cigarettes and 5 cases of Maotai. Although these items bore a hefty price tag, they paled in comparison to the ginseng he had previously acquired. Had it not been for the limited space in the trunk of his car, he would have certainly procured more. Having completed his purchases, Lin Yang instructed the proprietor to have the cigarettes and liquor delivered to the parking lot for loading into his trunk. Noticing that noon was approaching, he suggested treating Chen Qingqing to a meal, to which she readily agreed. They then took the elevator to the 5th floor of the mall. The entire 5th floor was suffused with the enticing aromas of gourmet cuisine, with various restaurants and snack shops bustling side by side. As mealtime approached, long lines formed outside each establishment, some with waiting numbers exceeding 50. Yet, despite the throngs, people continued to arrive, eager to secure their place in line. How about this one? Lin Yang proposed, pausing in front of a Western restaurant named Secret Realm. He cast his eyes upon the establishment, captivated by its unique and enchanting decor, characterized by an abundance of glass elements that sparkled under the sunlight, resembling a fantastical crystal palace. The entrance was adorned with intricate wrought iron designs encircling a wooden door, exuding a rich European charm. Notably, this restaurant was the only one on the 5th floor that did not require queuing, and Lin Yang, who harbored a dislike for waiting, was immediately drawn to it. Chen Qingqing's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes glimmering with approval as she nodded and remarked, "Indeed, you have a keen eye. This restaurant is undoubtedly among the finest in Star City." With that, the two entered the restaurant side by side. Upon stepping inside, a warm and attentive server approached them, her face radiating genuine smiles as she politely guided them to an available table. Subsequently, the server presented the menu with both hands. Lin Yang accepted it and glanced over the offerings, only to be taken aback by the prices listed. It became clear why the other dining establishments on the 5th floor were teeming with patrons, while this one remained unoccupied. A simple cream mushroom soup was priced at 700 to 800 yuan, a sum sufficient to enjoy a lavish meal at an ordinary restaurant. Main courses, such as steak, were priced by weight, with A5 Wagyu beef costing 19.9 yuan per gram. While it might seem affordable, the reality was quite different. A typical steak weighed around 250 grams, bringing the cost of a single serving close to 5,000 yuan. Such pricing was indeed astonishing, likely beyond the means of the average person. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, privately reflecting that such prices were certainly not within the reach of ordinary consumers. In the past, he would undoubtedly have deemed it too expensive, dismissing even the thought of trying. However, his financial circumstances have since transformed. The accumulation of wealth has altered his perspective on consumption. In life, one should be bold enough to explore a myriad of experiences and embrace diverse ways of living. If one possesses the means, why not take the plunge? Without attempting, how can one discern its flavor or ascertain whether it is worth the price? Chapter 81. Two country bumpkins dining on Western cuisine. Lin Yang perused the menu, embarking on the delightful task of ordering. He first selected a bowl of creamy mushroom soup priced at 780 yuan, curious to discover what extraordinary qualities could justify such a steep price. Next, he ordered an A5 Wagyu steak, freshly cut and weighed by the server, tipping the scales at 238 grams, which amounted to nearly 4,736 yuan at a rate of 19.9 yuan per gram. He also chose a 480 yuan pasta dish, eager to compare the restaurant's offerings with his usual culinary experiences. Lastly, he opted for a salad priced at 850 yuan. Chen Qingqing, on the other hand, ordered a flank steak, which, while less expensive than the A5 Wagyu, still commanded a hefty sum of around 4,000 yuan. She also requested several appetizers. After placing their orders, the dishes began to arrive in succession. The first to grace their table was the creamy mushroom soup, its milky white essence elegantly presented in a delicate ceramic bowl, garnished with finely chopped herbs, accompanied by a small, golden brown toast. Next came the pasta, its slender strands enveloped in a rich meat sauce, where tender morsels of meat and chopped vegetables were distinctly visible. A vibrant basil leaf adorned the edge of the plate, enhancing its visual appeal. Following this was the salad, a vibrant arrangement of fresh vegetables artfully displayed in an exquisite formation, featuring ruby red tomatoes, vibrant orange carrots, purple cabbage, and crisp green lettuce, all sprinkled with nuts and crumbled cheese, paired with a small dish of house-made dressing. Contemplating the array of dishes before him, Lin Yang couldn't help but recall the humorous quip circulating online about Western cuisine: large plates with meager portions, predominantly greens and sauces. Indeed, the reputation held true, for each dish was modest in quantity yet presented with remarkable artistry, resembling meticulously crafted works of art rather than mere food. A subtle smile of amusement graced Lin Yang's lips as he glanced at Chen Qingqing, who was equally captivated by the visual splendor of the dishes. Just as he was lost in admiration for the exquisite presentation, the steak made its grand entrance. The server, with steady hands, presented an elegantly crafted plate featuring the highly anticipated A5 Wagyu steak, the dish ensconced in a specially designed plate adorned with intricate carvings. The steak, positioned centrally, was complemented by an array of colorful garnishes and a small dish of signature sauce. With a smile, the server bent slightly and began to elaborate. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our restaurant's finest A5 Wagyu steak. This esteemed A5 Wagyu hails from the famed Kobe region of Japan, known for its purebred black-haired cattle. During the rearing process, only in the final stage are the cattle fed a special diet comprising rice, malt sugar, and beer mash, enhancing the tenderness and juiciness of the meat. Furthermore, Japan enforces stringent grading standards for Wagyu, with A5 representing the pinnacle of quality, characterized by its rich marbling and exceptional meat texture." The waiter introduced the menu for quite some time before politely bowing slightly and turning to leave. Lin Yang, filled with anticipation, gazed at the exquisite steak before him. He picked up the knife and fork, slicing off a piece to savor. However, in that fleeting moment, his brows furrowed instantly. Chen Qingqing, who had been closely observing Lin Yang's reaction, promptly inquired, "What's the matter?" Lin Yang, slightly frowning with a hint of distaste on his face, replied, "It's too rich. The texture resembles that of a large chunk of roasted beef fat." Chen Qingqing chuckled lightly and patiently explained, "You see, the highest grade of Wagyu beef is A5, classified according to the fat content enveloping the meat. Given its exceptionally high fat content, A5 Wagyu indeed resembles beef fat quite closely. Pairing it with some sides can enhance the experience, like the salad beside you, which offers a refreshing crunch that offsets the richness of the steak beautifully." "Really?" Lin Yang regarded Chen Qingqing with skepticism before glancing at the salad. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to follow her suggestion. He speared some salad with his fork and brought it to his mouth. The crisp vegetables mingled with the tangy sweet dressing, instantly delivering a refreshing sensation. Indeed, this vibrant taste effectively alleviated the greasiness of the steak. Lin Yang nodded slightly, realizing that Chen Qingqing was correct. With the accompaniment of the salad, he could finally continue to enjoy the steak. He alternated bites of steak with the salad, savoring the flavors slowly. Although the richness of the steak remained prominent, it was manageable thanks to the salad's balancing effect. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Is this the unique taste of top-tier A5 Wagyu? It truly is a rare indulgence. This mere 238-gram steak, priced at nearly 5,000 yuan, equated to nearly half a year's rent for his previous apartment. Observing Lin Yang's reluctant demeanor, Chen Qingqing found it amusing and asked with a smile, "Don't you enjoy Western cuisine? Why come here then?" Lin Yang shrugged, responding nonchalantly, "I came here because there's no need to kill." In truth, he preferred Chinese cuisine. In his mind, Chinese food possessed a diversity in preparation and flavor that Western cuisine could not rival. By comparison, Western dishes seemed somewhat more monotonous. Lin Yang mused that his foray into Western dining had sufficed. He favored the flavors of Chinese cuisine much more. Haha, you're quite amusing. Aren't you afraid that the reason for no queue is that the food might be unappetizing? Chen Qingqing's words, delivered in a tone neither too loud nor too soft, landed like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples across its surface. The waiter, gracefully navigating the restaurant with a tray, halted abruptly upon hearing her remark, causing the tray in his hands to tremble slightly. He slowly turned his head. The vibrant smile that once adorned his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a fury that seemed utterly affronted. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, as if he longed to dissect Chen Qingqing 1,000 times over. A silent accusation echoing. Our restaurant is the pinnacle of Star City, boasting the finest chefs and the highest quality ingredients. How could the food possibly be unpalatable? How dare you utter such words? Not only the waiter, but also the diners at surrounding tables were drawn to the sudden outburst. The previously hushed conversation ceased, and all eyes turned toward the source of the commotion. In a corner of the restaurant, a well-dressed couple was savoring their romantic lunch. Upon hearing Chen Qingqing's comment, the gentleman furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of disdain flickering across his features. Leaning in closer to his companion, he whispered, "Those two are clearly unworldly. The Secret Realm is the finest Western restaurant in Star City, where each dish is meticulously crafted. How could it possibly be bad? They simply do not understand the subtleties of fine dining." The lady nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting a sense of superiority. At another table, a group of middle-aged men in tailored suits were engaged in business discussions. One of them set down his glass of red wine, smirking as he remarked to his companion, "The youth of today truly lack decorum, to speak so brazenly in an establishment of such refinement. The dishes here celebrate the essence of the ingredients and the intricacies of culinary art, concepts far beyond their comprehension." The others nodded in agreement, their expressions exuding a self-assured superiority. Meanwhile, a group of young women, who had been happily sharing their meal, cast disapproving glances in response to the remarks. One girl with a ponytail whispered to her friends, "How can they say such things? I've always wanted to dine here. I've heard the steak and desserts are exquisite. They must not appreciate good food and are merely spouting nonsense." Her companions began to murmur in agreement, casting doubt on Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing's comments. After their meal concluded, Lin Yang raised his hand to summon the waiter for the check. The waiter approached briskly, a professional smile gracing his face as he politely stated, "Sir, madam, your total comes to 15,629 yuan." Without a trace of hesitation, Lin Yang pulled out his phone, ready to process the payment. However, the waiter did not reach for the scanning device as usual. Instead, he slightly bowed, a mysterious smile playing on his lips as he said, "Mr. Lin, I apologize, but our boss has instructed that your meal is complimentary whenever you dine with us." Lin Yang was taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face. He wondered how he could be recognized by the owner of the Secret Realm, for he had no acquaintance with them, and such generosity seemed utterly unwarranted. The diners present turned their attention, intrigued by Lin Yang's identity, which seemingly afforded him a complimentary meal. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed through Lin Yang's mind, the enigmatic smile that graced Chen Qingqing's face when they first entered the restaurant. Previously, at the upscale seafood buffet, they had also enjoyed a complimentary meal due to Chen Qingqing's status as the owner, leading Lin Yang to wonder if this high-end Western restaurant was likewise under her ownership. He slowly turned his head, fixing his gaze on Chen Qingqing, and inquired with a hint of skepticism, "Is this restaurant also yours?" At that moment, a waiter promptly interjected, "Indeed, Mr. Lin, this lady is the proprietor of our establishment." As the waiter's words echoed throughout the restaurant, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. All eyes were magnetically drawn to Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing, transforming the atmosphere. The previous whispers and derisive comments about Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing being unsophisticated suddenly froze on the faces of the onlookers. The well-dressed young man, who had earlier exuded disdain, was poised to continue jesting with his girlfriend when the waiter's announcement halted him in his tracks. His smile faltered, morphing into a grimace, and his complexion shifted to a shade reminiscent of liver. His gaze darted away, avoiding any confrontation, as he instinctively lowered his head, tugging at his collar as if it had constricted around his throat, rendering him breathless. His girlfriend, equally embarrassed, who had previously echoed his sentiments, now found her voice trapped. Unable to utter a word, her cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her lip, regret clouding her eyes as she thought to herself, "Had I known she was the owner, I would have refrained from speaking so thoughtlessly." The middle-aged businessman, engaged in discussions moments before, exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting surprise and discomfort. One man, who had been vociferous in his opinions earlier, found his wine glass suspended in midair, frozen in time. His face oscillated between pale and red, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He coughed awkwardly, attempting to alleviate the tension, but found his throat parched, producing a voice that felt harsh and unnatural. Meanwhile, a group of young women gaped in disbelief. One girl, sporting a ponytail, had been discussing Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing with her friends. Now, her mouth hung agape in astonishment, forming a na shape that remained unclosed for several moments. She covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with shock and regret. Whispering to her companions, "Oh my, she is the owner. We just said she wouldn't know how to dine. This truly is a slap in the face." Her friends nodded in agreement, their faces betraying a mix of embarrassment and realization, recognizing the folly of their earlier remarks. Simultaneously, other patrons in the restaurant began to murmur among themselves, the revelation of the woman's status as the owner igniting a wave of surprise. "I cannot believe that woman is the proprietor of this restaurant," exclaimed a fashionably dressed lady, her astonishment palpable. "I merely stated that those who can afford such an expensive restaurant could hardly be considered unsophisticated." Her companion concurred. To establish such a high-end dining establishment in the prime real estate of the Guijin Center undoubtedly signifies a person of considerable standing. Another individual could not refrain from expressing their admiration. "In comparison to them, we truly are the unsophisticated ones," someone murmured softly, their tone imbued with envy and self-deprecation. Indeed, the flavor of the beef is reminiscent of roasted beef fat, yet we dare not acknowledge it for the sake of our pride. Only those of distinguished status can afford to speak candidly. Unperturbed by the judgment of others, a bespectacled gentleman adjusted his glasses and remarked contemplatively. Chapter 82. It is my duty to serve you. After finishing lunch, Lin Yang drove Chun Qingqing home. Along the way, they engaged in delightful conversation, with Lin Yang cheerfully remarking to Chun Qingqing, "Once again, I find myself benefiting from your generosity." Chun Qingqing playfully winked and replied, "There is no need for formalities between us. Speaking of which, I am quite eager to return to Phoenix County tomorrow. I have been thinking about Teacher Wang for years, yet have never had the opportunity to visit. By the way, what time are we leaving tomorrow? Let us aim for 8 o'clock. Departing early will allow us to make it back in time for dinner. The journey from Phoenix County to Xingqing takes about 8 to 9 hours. So leaving early ensures we arrive before nightfall. All right, just let me know when you're ready tomorrow." Of course, as they conversed, the car had already entered the community garage. They now resided in the same community, the same building, and on the same floor, making outings exceedingly convenient, which made them both chuckle. Upon returning to the community, Lin Yang first escorted Chun Qingqing to her home before embarking on the task of transferring items from his house to the car without delay. He made several trips back and forth, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead, which he paid no mind to. The belt, clothes, and various snacks he had previously purchased were carefully placed into the car, each item representing his heartfelt intentions for his parents. He was determined not to forget anything. While Lin Yang was organizing the belongings, his phone suddenly rang. It was Xie Jia calling. On the line, Xie Jia provided a detailed update on the progress of the refund and compensation for the Maybach S580. The dealership was evasive, offering a myriad of excuses and showing reluctance to fulfill their obligations. However, in the face of a complete and valid chain of evidence, the dealership could not deny their responsibility. Just as Xie Jia was preparing to file a lawsuit, the dealership finally relented, but only agreed to a refund and compensation of 1-to-1. Xie Jia spoke with unwavering determination, "Mr. Lin, I am absolutely confident in securing a refund and threefold compensation from the dealership. Their deceitful practices must be punished, and I wish to proceed with the lawsuit. I wanted to consult you regarding your opinion. As the legal supervisor of Runt Group and a highly esteemed attorney, Xie Jia was someone Lin Yang had entrusted with the entire case, so he had no intention of interfering. As long as the goal was achieved, that was sufficient." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang replied, "Attorney Xie, I fully support your decision. Proceed as you see fit. There is no need to update me on progress. Just inform me of the outcome when the time comes." "Understood," Xie Jia acknowledged, feeling that Lin Yang was the best client she had ever encountered. Unlike some clients who were oblivious and often meddled, instructing professionals from an amateur's standpoint, which not only failed to assist but frequently hindered the process, she felt rejuvenated by working with someone like Lin Yang. After ending the call, Lin Yang resumed his preparations for the journey home, filled with anticipation for the adventure that awaited him the following day. The next morning, as dawn's first light barely touched the horizon, Lin Yong was already awake. He opened his cabinet and took out the gold bracelet, the white jade, the jadeite bracelet, and some gold rings he had purchased later. Lin Yong meticulously placed the various items into the prepared bags, his heart brimming with nostalgia for his parents and the joy of their imminent reunion. Before 8 o'clock, he arrived at Chen Qingqing's doorstep, carrying an assortment of gifts, and gently pressed the doorbell. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing Chen Qingqing with a radiant smile, clad in a casual yet spirited outfit. "Good morning, Lin Yong. Are you all set?" Her voice rang out melodiously. "Good morning. I'm all ready, just waiting for you," Lin Yong replied with a grin. Together, they descended in the elevator, and as soon as they stepped out, they encountered Zhang Houmin. Upon seeing Lin Yong and Chen Qingqing burdened with bags, his eyes lit up, and a warm smile blossomed across his face. He practically trotted over to them, as if fearing someone else might beat him to it. Swiftly, he reached out to take the heavy bag from Lin Yong, exclaiming cheerfully, "Mr. Lin, with so many items, let me assist you. Please, don't hesitate." His tone was so full of enthusiasm that it was impossible to decline. As they made their way to the parking area, Zhang Houmin led the way, frequently glancing back to ensure Lin Yong and Chen Qingqing were keeping pace. "Mr. Lin, please watch your step. The floor has just been cleaned and is not yet completely dry," he cautioned, his eyes reflecting genuine concern, as if he were attending to a most esteemed guest. Noticing Chen Qingqing alongside Lin Yong, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in Zhang Houmin's gaze, prompting him to inquire, "Mr. Lin, are you bringing so many gifts to visit your father-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qingqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She lowered her gaze, gently biting her lip, appearing somewhat bashful. Observing her reaction, Lin Yong swiftly waved his hand, clarifying, "No, I'm going back to my hometown. I haven't visited in 2 years, and these are all gifts for my parents." Zhang Houmin, realizing his misunderstanding, quickly apologized. "My apologies, Mr. Lin. I misjudged the situation. Aunt Yang is truly fortunate to have such an impressive son." His words were heartfelt, as he noted the bag inscribed with Daxia gold, feeling its weight in his hands, knowing it must contain gold. With the current price of gold soaring, around 800 to 900 per gram, he deduced that the bags held at least a few pounds, amounting to a value of several $100,000. Although he earned a decent income as a steward at Binjiang Bay, envied by many, it paled in comparison to Lin Yong. The gifts he was bringing home for his parents surpassed the cumulative earnings from years of frugality. Zhang Houmin, with unwavering eagerness, led the way, familiar with the community's layout. He swiftly guided Lin Yong and Chen Qingqing to his designated parking spot. Upon reaching Lin Yang's vehicle, he opened the trunk, and Zhang Houmin carefully placed the items inside, adjusting their positions to ensure a neat and orderly arrangement, maximizing the space for additional items. After placing the items he held in his hands, he took the initiative to receive the package from Chen Qingqing, arranging it meticulously while murmuring, "Everything must be placed properly. We cannot afford any bumps or bruises." Once he had finished, he inspected the arrangement once more, ensuring that all items were secure, and only then did he nod in satisfaction. Lin Yong retrieved a cigarette from the car, unwrapped it, and handed a pack to Zhang Houmin, saying, "I appreciate your hard work." Zhang Houmin, taken aback by the gesture, hurriedly accepted it with both hands, bowing slightly and replying, "It's no trouble at all. Serving you, Mr. Lin, is my duty." His face radiated joy, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. "Mr. Lin, I wish you a safe journey," Zhang Houmin sincerely expressed as he gazed at Lin Yong. "Thank you. Take care of yourself as well," Lin Yong replied, before getting into the car with Chen Qingqing. He started the engine and slowly exited the community, embarking on the journey back to his hometown. Chapter 83. The second uncle. The journey from Xingqing to Phoenix County is not a brief one. Lin Yong and Chen Qingqing set off early in the morning, speeding along the highway. In their eagerness to reach home before dinner, they hastily resolved their lunch at a service area. By 3 in the afternoon, they finally exited the highway and entered the county town of Phoenix. As they passed a small convenience store, Chen Qingqing expressed her thirst. Lin Yong promptly braked, bringing the vehicle to a steady halt at the store's entrance, saying, "Wait in the car, I will fetch some water." Outside the convenience store, a group of elderly men gathered around a table, engrossed in a game of chess, while a cluster of enthusiastic onlookers surrounded them. Suddenly, the sharp screech of brakes shattered the tranquility, causing everyone to turn their heads. A large SUV had parked at the roadside, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Goodness, what a magnificent vehicle. But what brand is it? One elderly man inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. The emblem resembles a lightning bolt. I have never seen anything like it before. Another elder leaned in closer, scrutinizing the emblem in an attempt to uncover the mystery. Does anyone recognize it? They all exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, indicating their unfamiliarity. At that moment, a passing young man, with a hint of pride in his voice, chimed in, "That is the Yangwang U8, a genuine luxury automobile. Its power is astounding. With horsepower comparable to that of a tank, no ordinary vehicle can compete. Moreover, its capabilities are remarkable. It can execute a turn in place, which is incredibly convenient in narrow spaces. And it even has an emergency amphibious function, akin to a small tank that can traverse flooded roads without fear." As he spoke, the young man gestured animatedly, his face radiating familiarity and pride for the vehicle. The elderly men listened, astonished, their eyes wide with wonder and curiosity. Goodness, that is truly impressive. To turn in place, that must be incredibly agile. In our little county, navigating narrow roads with such a car would be a breeze. And that ability to drive on water is simply unheard of. One elder exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Indeed, if one were to drive this car to the riverbank, they could simply glide across the water's surface, far more convenient than taking a boat. Another elder joked, prompting laughter from the surrounding crowd. Such an extraordinary vehicle must surely come with a hefty price tag, inquired an elder adjusting his reading glasses, curiosity evident in his expression. The young man smiled slightly, a hint of pride coloring his words as he replied, "Naturally, this model costs over 1,000,000 yuan." The elders gasped in unison, their expressions frozen in shock, quickly followed by a flurry of whispers. Over 1,000,000? What a staggering sum. The average person would never earn such an amount in a lifetime. And here someone spends it all on a car. This is truly a luxury vehicle. Not only does it exude grandeur, but its price is beyond our reach. Just look at that license plate. It's from the provincial capital. I wonder which family is doing so well to drive a 1,000,000 yuan luxury car back to their hometown. An elderly man craned his neck, scrutinizing the license plate with eyes brimming with envy. "Hey, old Zhang, how do you know the driver hails from Phoenix County?" someone inquired. Perplexed, with the Qingming festival approaching, many are returning home to pay respects to their ancestors, otherwise, who would venture into a remote and impoverished area for tourism. Old Zhang articulated his reasoning astutely. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his statement. Phoenix County possesses scant tourist attractions, and throughout the year, few visitors grace its lands. If they are not tourists, they are likely locals who have thrived elsewhere and returned in splendor. As the crowd engaged in lively discussion regarding the luxury vehicle and its owner, Li Laotu, seated before the chessboard, was drawn to the commotion. Instinctively, he turned his gaze, and upon seeing the young man alight from the car, he froze as if ensnared by a spell. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he rubbed them vigorously, as if to confirm that what he beheld was not an illusion. "Is that Xiaoyang?" he murmured, his voice tinged with trepidation. In that instant, the chess piece in his hand slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground, yet he remained oblivious. Noticing Li Laotu's unusual demeanor, those nearby cast inquisitive glances his way. "Li Laotu, do you know this person?" one elder asked, bewildered. Regaining his composure, Li Laotu nodded vigorously, his voice elevated with excitement. "Of course I know him. He's my grandnephew." The crowd exchanged skeptical looks. "Li Laotu, we are familiar with your relatives, and none have been noted for their wealth." "Surely, you jest," an elder remarked, furrowing his brow in doubt. At that moment, Lin Yang spotted his great-uncle from a distance and called out, "Great-uncle." His voice resonated like a calming stone dropped into the hearts of the onlookers. Li Laotu's face broke into a radiant smile as he responded, hastily making his way toward Lin Yang. "Xiaoyang, you've returned. Indeed, it has been a while since I last came back. I thought I'd drop by while I had the chance. Are you playing chess?" Lin Yang replied, a warm smile illuminating his face. "Yes. They say you drive a car worth over 1,000,000. You've struck it rich out there." Li Laotu surveyed Lin Yang with pride and admiration. Lin Yang chuckled modestly. "Not at all. Just earned a little money." "Wait a moment, great-uncle." Lin Yang suddenly remembered something and dashed back to the car. He rummaged through the trunk and retrieved a pack of cigarettes, along with a loose bundle. Presenting a cigarette to his great-uncle, he said with a smile, "I couldn't make it to your 80th birthday celebration. Please accept this as a token of my apologies." He then eagerly distributed the loose cigarettes to the surrounding elders, exuding warmth and camaraderie. "Ah, this is truly a treasure, 200 a pack." An elderly man exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he accepted the cigarettes. He delicately inhaled the aroma, handling the pack as if it were a rare gem rather than mere tobacco. Old Li, your grandson has truly struck it rich. Another elder, filled with envy, remarked as he took the cigarettes from Li. Haha, Old Li's laughter narrowed his eyes into slits, pride radiating from the wrinkles etched on his face. He straightened his back, unconsciously puffing out his chest, as if proclaiming this moment as the pinnacle of his life. He scrutinized the pack of cigarettes handed to him by Lin Yang, unable to conceal the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I always knew young Yang had potential, he said, gently patting Lin Yang's shoulder, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. The other elders gathered around, eagerly accepting the cigarettes and showering Lin Yang with accolades. This boy is truly filial and capable. Indeed, driving luxury cars and smoking fine cigarettes. He must be thriving out there. The air was filled with admiration and envy as they exchanged words, each praising Lin Yang's success. Lin Yang responded with a humble smile, his demeanor radiating modesty. You flatter me. It's merely good fortune, he replied softly, unaffected by the accolades. At that moment, a young man leaned closer to Old Li, playfully saying, Grandpa Li, soon you'll be enjoying life alongside your affluent grandson. Old Li beamed, nodding enthusiastically, as if already envisioning a future filled with comfort and joy. After purchasing some water and bidding farewell to his uncle, Lin Yang departed in his luxury vehicle. The elders remained in a state of astonishment, their gazes fixed on the car as it drove away, continuing to discuss the remarkable scene. Old Li, you are indeed fortunate to have such a prosperous grandson. Driving a luxury car and so generous, one pack of cigarettes could cover several days' expenses for us. An elder, eyes glinting with jealousy, grasped Old Li's hand, shaking it fervently as if to share in his good fortune. Indeed, this boy has always been sharp. I knew he would achieve great things. Another elder remarked, marveling at how quickly he had risen in just a few years. Old Li's laughter blossomed, his wrinkles unfurling with pride and satisfaction. He stood tall, as if announcing his happiness to the world. Old Li, soon you will be reveling in luxury. Perhaps you'll even visit the provincial city with him, another elder quipped, eyes gleaming with longing. Indeed, indeed. If I ever find myself in the provincial city, this boy's character will surely ensure I am well received. Old Li unabashedly expressed his delight, his tone suffused with visions of a splendid future. He envisioned himself seated in the luxurious car of his nephew, weaving through the bustling streets of the provincial capital, surrounded by envious glances from passers-by, a truly glorious affair. Alas, as he reflected upon the youth of today, he couldn't help but compare Lin Yang's success to that of his own underachieving children, a stark reminder of the disparity that stung the heart. An elderly man sighed in resignation, his face etched with disappointment and helplessness. Thoughts of his own children, struggling daily for meager earnings, filled him with a deep sense of sorrow. Indeed, in their small county, how many could possess such opportunities and capabilities? Lin Yang, undoubtedly, must have endured considerable hardships to attain his current stature. Another elder remarked, his eyes brimming with admiration. He understood that success often conceals countless hours of toil and perseverance. Lin Yang's achievements were no mere fluke. Regardless, the emergence of such a formidable individual from Old Li's family would undoubtedly elevate their standing within the village. One elder chuckled, his gaze reflecting both envy and a hint of flattery. He thought to himself that perhaps, in the future, he might seek Old Li's assistance should the need arise. The elders engaged in a lively exchange of admiration, their envious words lingering in the air, refusing to dissipate. Meanwhile, Old Li stood amidst the crowd, a radiant smile gracing his face, reveling in the admiration and praise of those around him. Chapter 84. A Visit from Relatives. Old Li, clutching the precious carton of Tianxia worth 2,000 yuan, found his thoughts far removed from the chessboard as he hurried home, cradling the treasure with care. Upon stepping through the threshold, his son, Xiao Li, immediately noticed the carton in his father's hands and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, Dad, is that Tianxia? Where did you get it? Xiao Li was well aware of his father's frugality. He seldom indulged in even a 10-yuan pack of cigarettes, let alone splurge on an expensive carton. It was given by Xiao Yang. He wasn't able to return for my birthday, so this is his belated gift. You mustn't think of it as a means to exchange for money or gifts, Old Li replied, a proud smile stretching across his lips as he carefully placed the carton on the cabinet, as if it were an exquisite treasure. Xiao Yang, is he the son of Kaixia? Xiao Li found it hard to believe. Indeed, it's that boy from Kaixia's family. He returned to his hometown today, and he drove a luxury car worth $1 million. Old Li's voice involuntarily rose a few notches, his face alight with pride. Xiao Li furrowed his brow. Skepticism etched across his features. I know well the circumstances of Kai Xia's family. Xiaoyang has only graduated for a little over 2 years. It's plausible he could afford a modest vehicle with a loan, but a luxury car? How could he possibly manage that? In his mind, the Lin family's financial situation had always been average. The sudden acquisition of a luxury vehicle was simply hard to fathom. It's not just me who saw it. All the old friends who play chess together witnessed it. Old Li, a hint of urgency in his tone, stamped his foot, emphasizing his point. Observing his father's earnest demeanor, Xiao Li sensed he was not fabricating such an outrageous claim, and indeed, his father had no need to concoct such a tale. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose to believe him. It seems Xiaoyang must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity and prospered. At last, Kai Xia and her husband can enjoy a better life. He nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction gracing his face. With that, Xiao Li retrieved his phone, opened the loving family group chat, and swiftly typed a message. Kai Xia's son, Lin Yang, has returned and is driving a luxury car worth $1 million. He has been giving out He Tian Xia and even gifted one to my father. It seems he has struck it rich. As soon as the message was sent, the group chat erupted in a flurry of responses, buzzing with excitement. Is this for real? I've never heard Kai Xia mention this. Someone immediately tagged young Kai Xia. But after a long wait, there was no reply. Perhaps Kai Xia is busy cooking and hasn't checked her phone. I'll go over to her house and see. I have nothing else to do. I'll join you. In no time, the chat was awash with messages, each expressing astonishment and curiosity. As everyone eagerly anticipated the opportunity to uncover the truth behind Lin Yang's newfound success, their words laced with disbelief and a deep sense of envy. Yang Saixia was busily engaged in her kitchen, where the enticing aroma of stewing pork wafted through the air. With one eye on the clock and the other on the pressure cooker, she deftly chopped vegetables, preparing to create a sumptuous dinner for her son, who was soon to return home. Suddenly, an urgent call echoed from the yard. Saixia, Saixia. The sharp and resounding voice shattered the tranquility of the small courtyard. Yang Saixia paused in surprise, her knife halting mid-motion as she gazed curiously towards the door. Puzzled, she wondered who could be in such a rush. Setting down her knife, she wiped her hands on her apron and hurried out of the kitchen. Upon stepping outside, she was greeted by the sight of her cousin, beaming with a wide smile. Standing in the yard, her cousin's eyes crinkled with joy, her lips curving upward, causing the flesh of her cheeks to gather together. With a few quick strides, she grasped young Saixia's hand, her warm grip tight as if afraid that Saixia might slip away. Saixia. Her cousin's voice rose an octave, sharp and high-pitched, resonating throughout the courtyard. I heard Xiaoyang is back. Where is he? Let me see him. This child, achieving so much without a word to us, has had us all worried sick. As she spoke, she shook young Saixia's hand fervently, her eyes darting towards the house, seemingly attempting to catch a glimpse of Lin Yang through the walls. Yang Saixia stood bewildered, taken aback by her cousin's sudden exuberance. She opened her mouth, intending to speak. But before she could utter a word, the familiar sound of an electric scooter approached, growing closer. Turning her head, she saw her cousin rushing into the yard on an electric scooter, shouting boisterously, Saixia, let me see Xiaoyang. I knew this child would achieve great things. With little regard for parking properly, her cousin dismounted and strode toward Yang Saixia. Saixia, he said, patting her shoulder with enthusiasm. I heard that Xiaoyang returned in a luxury car. This is a momentous occasion for our family. From now on, we shall bask in his glory. He grinned broadly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth stained by smoke, his smile tinged with a hint of flattery. Soon after, a throng of aunts and relatives arrived from all directions. The once quiet courtyard burst into a cacophony of voices filled with inquiries about Lin Yang's circumstances, their clamoring nearly overwhelming the space. Saixia. What is Xiaoyang doing out there that earns him such riches? Surely, driving a luxury car means he is involved in significant endeavors. Do tell us more, they exclaimed. Their faces adorned with smiles, their eyes shimmering with eager anticipation, an amalgamation of envy, admiration, and the desire to curry favor. They circled around Yang Saixia, much like a swarm of buzzing bees, enveloping her completely. Yang Saixia was utterly bewildered by the commotion surrounding her. Standing amidst the crowd, she parted her lips, intending to offer an explanation, yet her voice was swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of the throng. A profound sense of confusion enveloped her. What could possibly be the reason for this unusual display? These relatives, who seldom graced her doorstep, now seemed inexplicably invested in the welfare of Xiaoyang. Chapter 85. This is my home. Yang Tsaixia listened attentively for quite some time and finally grasped the situation. It turned out that this group of relatives had heard from her second uncle that her son, Lin Yang, had returned home driving a luxury car worth $1 million. He had been exceedingly courteous, distributing 200 yuan notes to everyone he encountered. While it was understandable for those relatives with whom they regularly interacted to come by, even those who had not been in touch for many years were drawn to the excitement. She shook her head, realizing that wealth indeed attracts a multitude of friends and acquaintances. When one is impoverished, they are scorned. Yet, once affluence is attained, everyone rushes to forge connections. However, since they had all gathered, she could not ask them to leave. She had no choice but to temporarily set aside her kitchen duties and pour tea for her guests. Nevertheless, she was perplexed by the notion of her son driving such an extravagant vehicle. She knew her son well. He would never engage in illegal activities, nor would he resort to renting a luxury car to impress others. So how had he acquired this luxury vehicle? Had her second uncle made a mistake? After preparing the tea, Yang Tsaixia returned to her room and dialed Lin Yang's number. Xiaoyang, why does everyone say you've come back in a luxury car? Mom, I'll be home soon. I'll explain everything then. All right. Meanwhile, the neighbors, noticing the unusual commotion at Yang Tsaxia's home, were filled with curiosity about what had transpired and decided to visit her to uncover the mystery. What joyous occasion warrants such a gathering? A neighbor inquired. Xiaoyang has returned. We haven't seen him in years, so we all came to take a look, a relative replied. The neighbors were puzzled. Was a junior's return home truly worth such a grand reception? Just then, a sleek black car approached. Someone with keen eyesight spotted the vehicle and shouted, "Look, isn't that Xiaoyang's car? The county seat, isn't far from our village, considering the time. He should be arriving shortly. Let us go greet him at the intersection," someone exclaimed, prompting the relatives to make their way toward the road. Zhang Daqiang had just returned from the county and, as he neared his home, was taken aback to see a throng of people blocking the road, seemingly there to welcome him. He slammed on the brakes, lowered his window, and poked his head out. What is going on today? Why is everyone gathered at the intersection? Oh, it's just Daqiang. I thought that car didn't look like it was worth $1 million, someone remarked. I told you, that's just an Asian dragon. It's worth only about 100,000. Daqiang, why are you still blocking the road? Hurry up and move. You're obstructing Xiaoyang's way. How will he drive home? Zhang Daqiang frowned. Move aside. How am I supposed to get through with you all in the way? Reluctantly, the crowd parted to clear a path, and Zhang Daqiang drove forward. Just as he left, a massive SUV approached. Ah, that car looks luxurious. It must be Xiaoyang's, right? It's just too far away to see the emblem. Nonetheless, such an imposing vehicle could not be inexpensive. Everyone's attention was captivated by the SUV, and they began to speculate whether Lin Yang had indeed returned. Lin Yang returned to the car after purchasing water and handed it to Chen Xingqing. He had encountered a relative earlier, which delayed him a bit. Now, as mealtime approached, he suggested, "Why not come to my home for dinner? I can take you back to the county town later." "All right," she replied. Consequently, Lin Yang drove directly back to Phoenix Village. In merely half an hour, they arrived at the village. Upon entering, Lin Yang immediately spotted his family's house. Among the many homes adorned with exquisite decorations, his was the only one made of red bricks, lacking any embellishment, making it distinctly noticeable. The bare red bricks, under the sun's glare, appeared somewhat dull and lifeless, contrasting sharply with the charming villas that boasted intricately tiled exteriors and unique designs. Chen Xingqing, who had spent her childhood in Phoenix County, was visiting Phoenix Village for the first time. She gazed around with curiosity, realizing that the village was quite different from her preconceived notions of a remote mountain settlement. It was not as backward as she had imagined. Almost every household in the village was well decorated, and many homes had small cars parked in the front yards. Lin Yang, your hometown village is truly beautiful. Which house is yours? She inquired. Just ahead, the one with the red brick walls, he replied. Chen Xingqing was taken aback. She never anticipated that Lin Yang's family home would be the least impressive in the entire village. This revelation caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yang, however, remained composed. His family's circumstances had indeed been challenging. Both of his parents were not in the best of health, with his father suffering from a chronic illness that required ongoing medication. It was a considerable struggle for them to manage household expenses while also supporting his education. Despite the hardships, his parents ensured he never lacked for food or clothing during his studies. Building a house under such difficult circumstances was already a remarkable achievement. Now that he was financially stable, he contemplated what his parents might prefer. If they wished to move to a big city, he would buy them an apartment there. If not, he would construct a grand villa for them in the village. Ah, Lin Yong, your home is quite lively. Did they know you were coming back and specifically gather to welcome you? Chen Qingqing remarked. Lin Yong chuckled. How could that be? As a younger generation, it is customary for me to visit my elders instead. No sooner had he finished speaking than he noticed the yard was filled with people. So many that they spilled out onto the road. A few minutes later, as he maneuvered the car closer to his home's entrance, the crowd immediately surrounded him. He had to stop the car, and as he rolled down the window, the throng eagerly peered inside. Upon recognizing Lin Yong, their faces lit up with smiles. Xiaoyang, you're back. Xiaoyang, after all these years, you still look as handsome. Xiaoyang, is this beautiful lady your girlfriend? You're truly impressive, having not only gained admission to a prestigious university and succeeded post-graduation, but also finding such a lovely partner. The crowd buzzed with enthusiasm, each person chiming in with compliments, their faces beaming with flattering smiles, their eyes filled with envy and anticipation, as if Lin Yong had become a source of pride for them all, intricately connected to their lives. Lin Yong gazed at the enthusiastic individuals around him who greeted him warmly, utterly bewildered. Among them were some relatives and neighbors he recognized. Yet many unfamiliar faces left him at a loss, as he could not recall who they were or what connection they held. Chapter 86. The transformation of Zhang Daqiang's perspective. The vehicle appeared quite imposing, yet the emblem was unfamiliar to many. Curiosity piqued. A crowd gathered and circled the car, their faces etched with confusion. Among them, a young man exclaimed with excitement, "This is the Yangwang U8, a newly launched automobile brand. I used to see it on Douyin every day when it first came out. The ability to turn around on a dime and its emergency floating mode are incredibly futuristic. If I had the means, I would certainly purchase one. So it's called Yangwang," Zhang Daqiang mused, "and it costs over $1 million. It must be an imported model." Upon parking the car at home, he joined the throng. Having heard that Lin Yong's vehicle was worth a fortune, he immediately concluded it had to be an import. The young man furrowed his brow and clarified, "No, it's a high-end brand under 3YC, completely domestically produced." Internally, he scoffed. What an antiquated mindset. In this day and age, imported cars in the new energy sector are all just various brands. It's a shame he doesn't recognize value. Zhang Daqiang, visibly incredulous, raised his voice. What? A domestic car? How audacious to sell it for over $1 million. The young man, growing impatient, retorted, "Uncle Daqiang, the Qing dynasty is long gone. Domestic vehicles are no less impressive than imports. Just because you say they're not inferior doesn't make it so. I'm curious to see what justifies a domestic car's price tag of over $1 million, Zhang Daqiang declared defiantly, approaching Lin Yong and inquiring, "Xiaoyang, may I take a look at your car?" "Sure, but first, let me drive it into the yard. It's blocking the road," Lin Yong replied with a smile. "Of course." Zhang Daqiang responded promptly, stepping aside to clear the way. Lin Yong started the vehicle and followed Zhang Daqiang into his yard. Once inside, he halted the car with a firm brake and exited alongside Chen Qingqing. As Chen Qingqing gracefully stepped out of the car, time seemed to stand still. Dressed in a simple yet elegant dress, she perfectly accentuated her graceful curves. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, transforming her into a living work of art. Her features were exquisitely refined, her skin as pale as snow, and her bright, expressive eyes seemed to harbor a galaxy of stars. Below her prominent nose, her lips curved slightly upward, radiating a soft smile that felt like a breath of spring. Every movement she made exuded a unique charm, noble and poised, captivating the gaze of all present. The once boisterous crowd fell into an odd silence, soon erupting into hushed whispers of admiration. "Isn't she stunning? She looks as though she stepped out of a painting," a middle-aged woman exclaimed, her eyes wide with envy. "Indeed, not only is she beautiful, but her aura is remarkable. It's clear she is no ordinary person," an older gentleman concurred. "What incredible fortune Lin Yong has," a young man remarked, tinged with jealousy. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd shouted, Kaixia, Kaixia, your son has brought his wife home." Chen Qingqing's face flushed instantly, resembling a ripe apple. She slightly lowered her head, standing there with an air of bashfulness. Observing this, Lin Yong hurriedly stepped forward to clarify, "This is my middle school classmate. We returned together to visit our former teachers. We are merely friends." As he spoke, he gently took Chen Qingqing's arm and swiftly entered the house. Upon entering, they unexpectedly encountered Yang Xixia emerging from the kitchen. "Xiaoyang, Upon seeing her son, Yang Xiao's eyes instantly filled with tears. She quickly set down what she was holding and embraced Lin Yang tightly, her voice trembling. Son, you've lost weight over these past 2 years away. Mom. Lin Yang embraced his mother back tightly, his heart brimming with guilt and longing. After more than 2 years since his graduation, he suddenly realized how much older his mother appeared. Time had etched deep lines upon her face. During his school days, regardless of whether he had gained or lost weight during the holidays, she always perceived him as thinner, believing he had endured hardships while away. It was still the same now. Is this your daughter-in-law? Yang Xiaoxia inquired with a glimmer of surprise in her eyes when she noticed Lin Yang holding Chen Qingqing's hand. Smiling as she asked, Lin Yang quickly clarified to his mother that she was not his girlfriend. His mother gently whispered in his ear, even if she isn't now, she will be in the future. I've been around. It's clear the girl is interested in you. Lin Yang chuckled softly, offering no rebuttal, and promptly escorted Chen Qingqing into his room. Please rest in my room for a moment. I will attend to the guests. Lin Yang instructed Chen Qingqing before stepping out to greet the visitors. As he emerged, he found a group of people gathered around his car, examining it intently. Zhang Daqiang first circled the vehicle, scrutinizing it closely. Upon noticing Lin Yang's arrival, he eagerly asked, "Can I sit inside to experience it?" After receiving Lin Yang's approval, he could hardly contain his excitement as he climbed into the car. Zhang Daqiang cautiously settled into the seat, and as soon as he made contact, his eyes widened in disbelief, his expression filled with astonishment. "This seat is unbelievably comfortable," he exclaimed, his voice brimming with envy and surprise. Curious glances were cast by those around, with some even inching closer to the car window to catch a glimpse. After marveling at the seat's comfort, Zhang Daqiang's attention was captured by the enormous curved screen on the central console. The screen radiated a futuristic glow, seemingly beckoning him. He extended his hand to gently touch the screen, initially apprehensive that such a large display might be unresponsive. However, the reality astounded him. As his fingers glided across the surface, it felt as though he was caressing the delicate skin of an infant. The motion was incredibly smooth, devoid of any lag. Each tap and command elicited a swift and precise response from the screen, executing his instructions flawlessly. Reflecting on the central console of his own vehicle, which boasted a smaller screen and cumbersome operations, he felt a pang of frustration at its sluggish responsiveness. Switching songs or adjusting navigation often consumed significant time and effort, occasionally leading to system freezes. In stark contrast to the awe-inspiring U8's central control, it was as if he were comparing heaven to earth. The central control system is truly remarkable, Zhang Daqiang exclaimed once more, his face a canvas of astonishment and admiration. A murmur of intrigue rippled through the surrounding crowd, as everyone was captivated by the allure of this high-tech central control. After experiencing the charm of the seats and the control system, Zhang Daqiang began to move about within the vehicle, finally perceiving the spaciousness it offered. He couldn't help but recall his own car, which was woefully cramped. Each family outing left the passengers in the back seat uncomfortably squeezed, their legs and heads confined in a tight space, rendering long journeys a true ordeal. In contrast, the Yangwang U8 not only afforded ample seating space, but also boasted abundant storage within. In no time, a throng gathered around the vehicle, all praising its generous space. Having relished the roomy interior, Zhang Daqiang prepared to exit the car. After fumbling for a considerable time without locating the door button, a look of embarrassment crossed his face. He muttered to himself, "How do I open this door?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a crisp electronic voice echoed within the cabin. "The door is now open." Gradually, the door began to open automatically, leaving Zhang Daqiang pale and wide-eyed, astonished that merely uttering a phrase could command the door to operate on its own. He sat there, as if spellbound. Taking some time to regain his composure, Lin Yang, observing his reaction, approached with a smile and explained, "This is a voice control system. It can not only open the door but also control the windows, air conditioning, seats, and even has an autonomous driving function. Just speak your command, and it will execute the action." Zhang Daqiang listened in increasing amazement, his mouth agape, unable to close it for quite a while. He murmured, "Goodness. This is a scene only found in science fiction." He never expected that domestic cars had advanced to such a remarkable level. The surrounding onlookers were similarly taken aback by this extraordinary display, expressing their astonishment. Some young people sparkled with excitement, their curiosity piqued by the high-tech voice control system, while older individuals wore expressions of confusion, struggling to comprehend this seemingly magical technology. In light of this contrast, Zhang Daqiang had to concede that domestic cars had indeed transformed dramatically, achieving significant advancements in both technology and quality, now standing shoulder to shoulder with imported vehicles. As he stepped out of the car, his legs felt slightly weak, yet his gaze was filled with astonishment and reflection. He looked at the Yangwang U8 before him. Recalling the myriad experiences he had just encountered inside, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. Once, he harbored prejudices against domestic cars, viewing them as technologically inferior and of poor quality, utterly incapable of competing with imports. In his mind, only imported vehicles epitomized sophistication, luxury, and modernity. However, today's first-hand experience had irrevocably shifted his perspective. The domestically produced Yangwang U8, with its comfortable seating, seamless control operations, expansive space, and astonishing voice command features, had unveiled the substantial progress made by domestic automobiles. He had to concede that the current domestic cars have undergone a remarkable transformation, achieving noteworthy advancements in technology and quality, thus standing on equal footing with imported vehicles. Xiaoyang, this car has truly opened my eyes, he admitted. Previously, I was rather obstinate, always believing that domestic cars fell short. Now, it appears that I have lagged behind the times. Zhang Daqiang approached Lin Yang with sincerity etched on his face. Lin Yang smiled and replied, Uncle Chang, indeed. Domestic cars have made significant strides in recent years. Not only have there been continual breakthroughs in technology, but there have also been substantial improvements in quality and design. Nowadays, many domestic cars are exported abroad and have garnered recognition from consumers worldwide. Indeed, it seems we can no longer view domestic cars through biased lenses, Zhang Daqiang reflected. Take the Yangwang U8, for instance. If one were not informed of its domestic origin, who could have guessed? The technology and quality are simply beyond reproach. It's no wonder it commands a price exceeding 1 million. The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement, engaging in a lively discussion about the evolution of domestic vehicles. I believe we should consider domestic cars more seriously when purchasing in the future, remarked a young man. Absolutely, with such high cost-effectiveness and rich features, they are bound to gain popularity, another concurred. But, has everyone forgotten that although Lin Yang's car is domestic, it still costs 1 million? How can we possibly afford that? Chapter 87. A true windfall. Having just exchanged pleasantries with the gathered crowd, Lin Yang had not yet settled down to enjoy a sip of water when his uncle approached him, a blend of concern and curiosity etched on his face. Xiaoyang, what do you do in the city? How is it that after merely 2 years of work, you can afford such an exquisite car? A slight tension gripped Lin Yang's heart, yet he maintained a composed smile, casually responding, Oh, it's nothing much, just fortunate in stock trading, made a bit of money. Impressive. Xiaoyang, I've heard that out of 10 stock traders, 9 incur losses, and the remaining 1 breaks even, remarked his aunt, her eyes brimming with admiration. Xiaoyang, if you are so adept at stock trading, could you perhaps guide us? I still have a little money to invest, his uncle interjected, his eyes lighting up with anticipation as he leaned in closer, eager for an answer. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, a look of concern crossing his features as he earnestly replied, Uncle, stock trading carries risks. I've merely been lucky and made a bit of money. Who knows when that luck might fade? It would be wiser for you to keep your money in the bank and earn interest. As he spoke, he silently hoped his uncle would heed his advice and abandon this notion. The loss or gain of his own money mattered little to him, but the stakes were different when it came to someone else's finances. Should they profit, they might feel entitled to even greater returns, perhaps even suspecting him of misappropriation. Conversely, if they suffered a loss, they would undoubtedly blame him, thinking that had he not claimed expertise in stock trading, they wouldn't have entrusted their money to him. It was a thankless endeavor, and naturally, Lin Yang would not acquiesce to such requests, though his uncle had initially harbored some trepidation. The allure of potential gains had clouded his judgment. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, he relinquished the idea of stock trading. You make a valid point, Xiaoyang. The heart cannot bear the tumult of the stock market. It is indeed better to enjoy the security of interest. Lin Yang nodded with a smile, relieved that his uncle had taken his words to heart. Ah, Xiaoyang, your back seat is brimming with items. They must be gifts for your parents, right? At that moment, his observant aunt noted the back seat of Lin Yang's car, packed with various goods, her eyes alight with curiosity. Indeed, they are gifts for my parents, Lin Yang replied candidly, a gentle smile gracing his lips and his tone warm. With so many gifts, it would take you ages to unload them alone. Let us assist you, his aunt enthusiastically offered. Before her words had fully settled, She opened the car door and began swiftly transferring the items into the house. As she worked, she marveled. Xiaoyang, you've purchased so much. Oh my, this ginseng is enormous. One root is worth several times the size of the one in my home-s liquor jar. It must be quite valuable. Her eyes widened in astonishment and envy as she held the ginseng. Seeing her reaction, the others eagerly joined in to help. Oh dear. This must be cherries, the size of pigeon eggs, golden yellow. I saw these on Douyin, priced at 699 per pound. This entire box must weigh at least 10 pounds. A young cousin, brimming with excitement, exclaimed with eyes sparkling in astonishment as he picked up a cherry, scrutinizing it intently. He yearned to indulge but hesitated. For it was priced at an astonishing 699 per pound, and such a large one meant there were scarcely a few in a pound. Ultimately, he placed it back down, assisting in moving items into the house. Wow, there are even imported red-fleshed kiwis. They aren't too cheap either. Uncle approached, marveling at the kiwis, shaking his head in disbelief. Look, there's even Musang King Durian. A gasp echoed through the crowd, drawing everyone's attention, their faces painted with surprise and curiosity. Several relatives swiftly transported the items from the back seat into the house. Observant Aunt noticed that the trunk was also stuffed to the brim with goods. After emptying the back seat, she willingly offered to assist in moving the contents from the trunk. The trunk held precious items, and with so many people around, Lin Yang had intended to wait until they left to carry them inside. However, rejecting Aunt's offer might lead to misunderstandings. He thought that since everything was packaged, as long as they didn't open them, no one would know what was inside. So he decided to proceed. Upon opening the trunk, it instantly captivated everyone's gaze. Wow, are there actually several cases of Matai? Uncle's eyes widened, resembling copper bells. Upon seeing the liquor, he could not resist exclaiming, his expression akin to discovering a treasure. Indeed, it's Matai. He leaned closer, saliva almost trickling down, continuously swallowing as his eyes fixated on the bottles. His face brimming with greed and desire. Matai is indeed expensive, costing several thousand per bottle. I've only ever tasted it at the village tycoon's banquet. The flavor is unforgettable. Nearby, Uncle Four chimed in, recounting his experiences with Matai, a look of ecstasy upon his face, as if savoring the exquisite liquor once more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cases of Matai. What a fortune! Some began counting the cases, their voices filled with astonishment and disbelief. Onlookers, witnessing the trunk filled with Matai, were left in utter shock, their expressions exaggerated as they engaged in animated discussions. What is this? Aunt lifted a small bag, not large in size, yet heavy with its contents. Peering inside, she spotted boxes labeled with the words Daxia Gold. Instantly, she recognized it contained gold. Weighing it in her hands, she gasped inwardly. Goodness, there must be several pounds of gold in this bag. Kai Xia is truly fortunate to have such a son. Not only skilled at making money, but also generous in spending it on her. After deducing the contents of the bag, Aunt discreetly carried it inside, advising Yang Kai Xia to handle it with care. After delivering the items to Yang Kai Xia, Aunt returned to continue moving in more goods. What else could this be? Aunt San lifted a bag, its contents concealed by its packaging. Oh, it's a gift from my father. Just a few belts, Lin Yang explained calmly. What? Xiaoyang. This is unacceptable. You gifted your mother several pounds of gold, yet for your father, you only offer a few belts. The moment Aunt San's words escaped her lips, she realized her blunder, but it was too late. She instantly covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with regret. The surrounding crowd was taken aback. What? Did that bag actually contain several pounds of gold? One aunt gasped, her mouth agape, disbelief etched across her face. My goodness, gold is worth 800 to 900 per gram. Several pounds must amount to hundreds of thousands. Another began calculating the value of the gold, subsequently gasping in shock, fear evident in their expression. Heavens! Initially, I thought Lin Yang was merely trying to impress by renting a luxury car, but it seems he has genuinely struck it rich. Amidst the crowd, murmurs of agreement arose, their gazes toward Lin Yang filled with envy and awe. Wait a moment, what about the belts? I believe I recognize this brand. Our village's wealthiest individual uses belts from this very label, which cost thousands each. Oh my, over 10,000 for a single belt? That's more than I spend on food in an entire year. Chapter 88 Second, it's from your home. Ah, Aunt San. Wait. Suddenly, someone called out to Aunt San. What is it? Aunt San turned back, puzzled. I believe I have seen the label on this belt box somewhere. The person furrowed their brow, trying to recall. Amani, is this not Armani? Exclaimed another voice, filled with disbelief. Even a casual short-sleeve shirt costs over 1,000. This belt must be worth several thousands. What? A belt that expensive? That's not cheaper than gold. Aunt San's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape, nearly dropping the bag containing the belt. Shock and incredulity filled her gaze. Onlookers gathered, their expression shifting from curiosity to astonishment. My goodness, a belt worth over 10,000. What kind of life allows one to afford such a luxury? An uncle exclaimed, shaking his head, his eyes reflecting both envy and a hint of helplessness. He instinctively tugged at his own belt, worth merely a few dozen yuan, as if, in that moment, it had become even more tattered. The money of the wealthy is truly not the same as ours. We toil for months and cannot even afford a belt, remarked a woman. Her tone tinged with a hint of bitterness, yet her eyes sparkled with awe for such extravagant consumption. She unconsciously tightened her grip on the hem of her clothing, seemingly lamenting the hardships of her own life. Only Yang Saixia remained clear-headed amidst the crowd. Having just secured her gold, she stepped forward upon witnessing the scene, slightly reproaching. Xiaoyang, I must speak to you. The gold is acceptable. It retains value and can earn money wherever it is placed. But spending so much on a belt, what difference does it make if your father wears it or one that costs only a few dozen? You earn money with difficulty. It's wise to spend where necessary and save otherwise. Lin Yong had initially intended to downplay the price to his parents, but was surprised that someone in the crowd recognized its worth. However, since it had been discovered, he decided to admit it openly. Now that he had wealth, his spending habits had inevitably changed, and they would need to gradually adapt. Money is meant to be spent. If not, it merely accumulates as a series of numbers, devoid of meaning. Lin Yong replied with a smile. Mom, this is all within my means. If the car could hold more, I would have purchased additional items. Things are different now. You shouldn't always think of saving for me. Yang Saixia looked at her son, her eyes filled with a complex array of emotions, her brows slightly furrowed. A touch of reproach glimmered in her gaze as she stepped forward and gently patted Lin Yang's arm. You, my child, why do you not heed my advice? We are an ordinary family, accustomed to frugality. Suddenly spending so much on a belt seems excessively wasteful. As she spoke, she gently shook her head, her expression a blend of helplessness and compassion. Yet, beneath her reproach, her lips involuntarily curled upward, her eyes sparkling with pride. As she gazed at the envious glances of the villagers surrounding her, she felt an undeniable warmth in her heart. Her son's thoughtful nature signified that he had truly matured and found his way in the world. Reminiscing about Lin Yang's childhood, when their family faced financial difficulties, she recalled how he would selflessly decline new clothes, insisting they save the money for household needs. Now, not only could he earn a living, but he also harbored a deep desire to honor them, a sentiment that filled her with immense comfort. Mother knows your heart is in the right place. But such money should not be spent so frivolously, Yang Saixia gently chided, her tone softened and her eyes brimming with affection. She reached out to smooth the slightly disheveled collar of Lin Yang's shirt, her tender gesture a silent conveyance of her love and concern for him. In the countryside, the success and filial piety of children are revered topics of conversation. Lin Yang's return undoubtedly sent ripples through the village. The villagers gathered, exchanging words of admiration for Lin Yang. Zhang Daqiang stood nearby, a broad smile illuminating his face as he looked at Lin Yang with appreciation. Saixia, your son is remarkable. At such a young age, he has achieved so much. What blessings await you in the future? His voice rang out, filled with a hint of envy, clear above the chatter of the crowd. The neighboring aunt eagerly concurred. Daqiang, your son Homing is no slouch either, with a good job and a generous income. Not to mention his filial piety, who wouldn't he envy the car he gifted you on your birthday? A glimmer of envy sparkled in her eyes, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she extolled Homing's virtues. Indeed, Homing is truly dutiful. He saved for quite some time to buy that car for me, Zhang Daqiang proclaimed, his smile broadening, the joy evident in the crinkles around his eyes. He tilted his head slightly, pride saturating his tone. At that moment, someone inquired curiously, Daqiang, with the Qingming festival approaching, will Homing be returning? Zhang Daqiang promptly replied, yes, he will return the day after the Qingming holiday. He has recently received a promotion, and his salary has significantly increased. He even bought himself a luxury car, spending 300,000. As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, his pride palpable. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wow, your Homing is truly impressive. Among the younger generation in our village, it seems Lin Yang has done the best, followed closely by your Homing. Their eyes shifted to Zhang Daqiang, filled with both envy and recognition of Homing's accomplishments. In this quaint village, the achievements and filial piety of children represented the utmost pride for their parents. Zhang Daqiang laughed heartily, yet a bittersweet sensation lingered within him. Once, these villagers sang praises solely of their own sons, each claiming their child was the best among the youth. Now, with Lin Yang's return, his son had slipped from the top spot to the second position. Chapter 89. The community is called Binjiang Bei Daqiang. I heard your son works as a steward in a top luxury residence in the provincial capital? A curious elder in the crowd inquired, his eyes gleaming with admiration for that enigmatic position. Zhang Daqiang puffed out his chest, a hint of pride gracing his features as he proclaimed, "Indeed. That community is called Binjiang Bei, the most expensive neighborhood in Xingqing, with a price of 50,000 per square meter. Even the smallest units are a staggering 400 square meters. However, the price of the property pales in comparison to the monthly maintenance fee, which is no less than 20,000 yuan. If one lacks the means, they cannot even afford the property fees. Those who reside in such a community are undoubtedly affluent." A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers, their faces painted with astonishment. Goodness, a monthly maintenance fee of 20,000 yuan. What a concept. I earn only 3,000 a month. It would take me half a year to accumulate that amount. An elderly woman exclaimed, shaking her head, her gaze revealing both envy and a touch of resignation. Extravagant. Simply extravagant. No wonder Homing earns such a high income working as a steward there, another elder chimed in, his eyes shimmering with admiration. When discussing his son, Zhang Daqiang radiated pride, his smile seemingly declaring to the world his triumph. Of course, you have no idea how stringent the hiring process is for stewards in that community. They recruit strictly according to the standards of flight attendants. Who would take the job if the salary were low? Daqiang, my son is quite presentable as well. When Homing returns, please introduce him. Even if he cannot become a steward, he would be willing to take on a janitorial role in that community, a woman eagerly suggested, her eyes glinting with a desire to please. I cannot make any promises, but I will certainly inquire about my son's opinion when he returns, Zhang Daqiang replied, though his tone betrayed a sense of pride, as if he had already orchestrated everything. All right then, thank you, Daqiang. I shall remember your kindness. The woman expressed her gratitude, her face beaming with a smile. Lu, who doesn't he know what kind of person your son is? His heart is as fickle as a spring radish. Surely, you're hoping he finds a girlfriend in Binjiang Bei. Oh, go on. My son is handsome. What is wrong with having several girls pursue him? Lu retorted, fully aware of her own intentions. Her son may lack various skills, but he was quite adept at charming young women. Recently, there was news online about a security guard in a luxury residence who had charmed 5 female residents. Should her son manage to win over a female resident, he could potentially avoid 30 years of hard work. As the conversation shifted focus to Zhang Homing, Lin Yang seized the opportunity to slip away upstairs. Upon returning to his room, he found Chen Qingqing gazing at a photograph on the wall, a silly grin on her face. The wall displayed pictures of Lin Yang as a child. He had suffered from poor nutrition, his hair a shade of yellow, growing long between cuts, nearly shoulder length. And coupled with his handsome features, he resembled a little girl. Hearing the commotion, Chen Qingqing glanced over and, seeing Lin Yang had returned, pointed at the photograph with a smile. Is this you as a child? How adorable. Lin Yang offered an awkward smile, a flush of crimson rising to his cheeks as he realized that while he had been intent on rescuing Chen Qingqing from embarrassment, he had overlooked the presence of those photographs in the room, rendering the situation exceedingly awkward. His hand instinctively scratched his head, his gaze evasive. Unable to meet Chen Qingqing's eyes, he attempted to mask his discomfort with laughter, remarking, in my youth, I was rather foolish, letting my hair grow long. And I must have appeared like a little girl. He quickly shifted the topic. I apologize. I had no idea so many guests would be at my home. Had I known, I wouldn't have invited you to dinner. His brows furrowed slightly, and his eyes were filled with remorse. It's quite all right. I find them rather amusing. Chen Qingqing replied with a warm and genuine smile, reminiscent of flowers blossoming in spring, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort. A playful glint danced in her eyes as she gently patted Lin Yang's shoulder, offering reassurance. These relatives are quite welcoming, and I truly appreciate the warmth of human connection. After a brief interlude in the room, Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing descended the stairs once the guests had dispersed. His mother was tidying up, the house naturally in a bit of disarray after the influx of visitors. At that moment, Chen Qingqing retrieved a red box from her pocket and approached Yang Saixia. her face adorned with a sweet smile, her voice soft and sincere. Auntie, I hope it's not too much trouble. I brought you a small gift. There is no need for gifts. Just your presence is enough. Yang Saixia smiled as she opened the box, revealing a jade bracelet nestled within. The bracelet exuded a gentle warmth, its texture smooth and delicate, almost as if it were alive. The vibrant, pure emerald hue resembled the tender leaves of spring or the crystalline waters of a serene lake, captivating in its lushness. The jade's color was evenly distributed, devoid of any blemishes, and under the sunlight, it radiated a soft, enchanting luster, subtle yet impossible to overlook, as if it were the essence distilled from the passage of time. This is too extravagant. I cannot accept it, Yang Saixia protested. Although she had little understanding of jade, its beauty was undeniable, and she recognized its considerable value. A flicker of surprise and hesitation crossed her features as she waved her hands, wishing to return the box to Qin Qingqing, her expression laden with discomfort. It's not expensive. Please accept it, Auntie, Qin Qingqing urged gently, pressing her hand against Yang Saixia's, her tone earnest and sincere. Her eyes brimming with hope that Yang Saixia would embrace this token of goodwill. Mom, please accept it, Lin Yang interjected. Aware that his mother's refusal would leave Qin Qingqing feeling uneasy, he stepped forward, gently tugging at his mother's arm, attempting to persuade her. Very well then. Thank you for your kindness, Qingqing. Ultimately, Yang Saixia acquiesced, donning the bracelet, and in that instant, her entire demeanor transformed. The simplicity of her features was enhanced by the jade, imbuing her with an air of grace and elegance. As if the marks of time had been cloaked in that vibrant green, and she radiated a distinctive brilliance. Wow, it looks stunning. Auntie, that jade bracelet suits you perfectly. Qin Qingqing clapped her hands, her eyes brimming with admiration. Qingqing, your words are truly sweet, Yang Saixia remarked, gently touching her jade bracelet, her face radiating a blissful smile. Ultimately, she removed it and placed it in a box. Mom, why are you taking it off? Lin Yang inquired. Observing his mother's actions with a hint of confusion etched on his brow, unable to comprehend why she had donned it only to remove it moments later. I still need to cook. I was delayed earlier and have only made half the meal, Yang Saixia responded, turning briskly toward the kitchen. Mom, where's Dad? Lin Yang suddenly realized that his father had not made an appearance since their return home. He heard you were coming back and went to buy some soup dumplings. Yang Saixia replied while tying her apron, her tone laced with a touch of resignation and affection, as if she had grown accustomed to his habits. Which place? Lin Yang's interest was piqued, a flicker of excitement passing through his eyes, for it was a flavor he held dear in his memory. The mere mention of that dumpling shop set his taste buds alight with anticipation. Yes, that very one, Yang Saixia affirmed with a nod. The county town is so far. It's quite inconvenient to travel back and forth. You should have told me that I could have brought Dad home with me when I returned.